Chapter 1. Awakening of Talent at the Great Luo Holy Land. The Xintian Great World. The Great Luo Holy Land. Today was the annual day of talent awakening. All 18-year-old Yearbite disciples of the Great Luo Holy Land, no matter where they were, would return to the Holy Land on this day to attend the awakening ceremony. Because if they missed this day, they would miss the only chance to become a prodigy. All Yearbite disciples regarded this day as a stepping stone for official recognition. The awakened talent would determine their cultivation sequence within the Great Luo Holy Land. The Imperial Prince, potential candidate for an unsurpassed emperor, belonged to the first level cultivation sequence. The Holy Prince, potential candidate for a primordial Sung person, belonged to the second level cultivation sequence. The Proud Prodigy, potential candidate for Supreme Sovereign, belonged to the third level cultivation sequence. These three distinguished titles were what countless Yearbite disciples yearned for. Whoever achieved one of the top 3 grades in talent awakening would inevitably become a dominant power of the heavens. An endless stream of people and crowds filled the ceremony, making the awakening ritual even more grand and spectacular. The Yearbite disciples rubbed their hands with excitement, eagerly anticipating their chance to shine in the ceremony and become true masters among men. In the crowd stood a young man dressed in fine clothes, with star-shaped eyebrows and sharp eyes, exuding handsomeness that paled everyone else around him. Yet, he didn't seem happy at all, even slightly resentful toward this awakening ceremony. His name was Fong Juyo, the legitimate grandson of the Great Luo Holy Land Saint Sovereign, a young noble born with a golden spoon, cherished and adored by everyone. Unfortunately, despite consuming countless rare and potent herbs, his progress remained slow. Fellow Yearbite disciples had already reached the late foundation-seeking realm, some even at its peak, while he was still stuck at the early foundation-seeking realm. He held a secret unknown to others. In reality, he was a transmigrator who had entered the body of the original Fong Juyo while still a fetus, thus becoming the grandson of the Saint Sovereign. 18 years. Laozic has been transmigrated for 18 years, Fong Juyo roared inwardly. After 18 years, he still hadn't felt a shred of talent. Others took pride in joining the Great Luo Holy Land, but he inwardly resisted it. As the grandson of the Saint Sovereign Fong Batian and the son of the veteran Imperial Prince Fong Buin, if others found out his talent perception was weak, not only would it bring shame to himself, but also damage the Holy Land's reputation. Juyo brother, you will definitely give me a surprise, won't you? Who knows, maybe a spirit body awaits you, or perhaps a war body. Huh? Light whispers came from Chinyu, granddaughter of the Supreme Elder Chinma, who shared the same age as Fong Juyo. She was known in the Great Luo Holy Land as the Lotus, proud and unparalleled. Her cultivation had far surpassed Fong Juyo, reaching the peak of the foundation-seeking realm, already possessing the strength of 1,000 jin, capable of crushing stone tablets with a single hand. In the Xintian Great World, all cultivators awakened at 18. Before that age, they trained their bodies to better sense their talents. Before awakening, they had to control their cultivation base and could not break through to the born heaven realm, or else they wouldn't be able to awaken their physique. Chinyu's sarcasm caused Fong Juyo to glare at her coldly. Chinyu, could it be you'll awaken the chaos body? Fong Juyo suddenly retorted. Whether I can awaken the chaos body or not, I do know one thing. It must be better than yours. Juyo brother, we've been childhood playmates for 18 years, yet you're still in the early foundation-seeking realm. Don't bring shame to Uncle Fong anymore. If you're not ashamed, I am for you. Her mockery darkened Fong Juyo's face. This damn little girl, since childhood, had always had an edge over him thanks to her faster cultivation speed, and always looked down on him. He only hated his own weak talent perception. Despite consuming so many heavenly treasures, he barely reached the early foundation-seeking realm. Though his father, Fong Buhin, and his mother, Nangong Shui, had constantly comforted him, he knew himself. His cultivation prospects in this life were likely bleak. A person with weak talent perception naturally wouldn't possess exceptional talent. On the high platform above the awakening spring sat an old man cross-legged, kind-faced with benevolent eyebrows, wearing white robes, his gaze shining like the sun, illuminating a universe, making him difficult to look directly at. I am the initiation elder in charge of this awakening ceremony. Welcome, all Yearbite disciples of the Great Luo Holy Land, to attend this year's awakening ceremony. Initiation Elder Tianjue said with a smile, eyes twinkling with anticipation. This year's class of Yearbite disciples had extraordinary talents. He just didn't know how many proud prodigies, holy princes, or imperial princes they would produce. Even if they couldn't awaken to the level of proud prodigy, producing several super geniuses wouldn't be bad either. The initiation elder cast a glance at Fong Juyo and then at Chinyu, clearly having expectations for the two. Then, still smiling, he continued. Same old rule, step up one by one onto the awakening stone above the league spring, and let's see what kind of genius you can become. As the words fell, the initiation elder raised a single hand toward the league spring. A path opened below it, and a white stone, smooth as congealed fat, slowly flew out, glowing brilliantly as it landed on the platform. Vibrating. As the awakening stone landed, it emitted a strange sound, and the surrounding spring began to boil. Thick spiritual energy filled the platform, radiating colorful brilliance. This is the Lientian stone of our Great Luo Holy Land, also known as the Awakening Stone. It is said that long, long ago, one of our primordial ancestors refined an entire realm, and this was merely a scrap left behind, later obtained by our Holy Land's founding ancestor beside the Milky Way River. Do not underestimate this Lientian stone. It is a unique saint artifact of the Shantian Great World, a supreme auxiliary treasure at the saint sovereign level that gathers spiritual energy from the ring spring. Though the Yearbite disciples at the plaza had all heard rumors about the awakening stone before, hearing it directly from the entry elder made everyone's hearts surge with excitement. Each imagined how extraordinary their founding ancestor must have been to discover such a Liantian stone and use it as the awakening stone for all Yearbite disciples. Although Fong Juyo wasn't enthusiastic about joining the Holy Land, seeing the true form of the awakening stone still filled him with excitement. Would he awaken a world-class talent if he slept hugging the awakening stone every day? Line up and place your palms on the awakening stone one by one. As long as you make the awakening stone emit 3 lights, you will qualify to join the Holy Land. 3 lights, outer sect disciple. 4 lights, inner sect disciple. 5 lights, core sect disciple. 6 lights, guardian disciple. 7 lights, disciple of the peak leader. 8 lights, disciple of the supreme elder. 9 lights, living fossil disciple. Upon hearing these words, everyone quickly lined up and stepped forward to touch the stone. The first 10 Yearbite disciples came forward one after another. Only 1 or 2 dull lights flickered, ordinary battle bodies and spirit bodies, completely insufficient to meet the Great Luo Holy Land's criteria for official disciples. No matter what position their ancestors held in the Great Luo Holy Land, if they couldn't trigger at least 3 lights, it simply meant their talent wasn't enough to enter the Holy Land. As one of the top 2 forces in the Shantian Great World, the Great Luo Holy Land was extremely strict in selecting disciples. In other top-tier sects, spirit bodies were considered treasures. Here, however, they were treated like trash. Without sufficient talent, one couldn't break through to higher realms of cultivation and thus couldn't protect the Great Luo Holy Land. Not even the Holy Lord could alter this principle, which is why the Great Luo Holy Land ranked number 1 in the entire Shantian Great World. Minute by minute passed. More than 90% of the Yearbite disciples had been eliminated. The remaining candidates began to feel anxious, never expecting the Great Luo Holy Land's threshold to be so incredibly high. At last, it was Chinyu's turn. She glanced contemptuously at Fong Juyo, flicked her white robe, revealing her delicate figure, and slowly stepped onto the platform. The entry elder's eyes gleamed with expectation. He had heard of Chinyu, the granddaughter of the Supreme Elder, being remarkably intelligent since childhood and especially gifted in sensing spiritual energy. Already at the peak of the innate realm at age 18, no one knew if she could awaken a divine body or even a great Tao body. Filled with excitement, Chinyu reached the platform, staring intently at the white stone. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, she placed both hands on it. In an instant, wong, a loud hum pierced the heavens, shaking all directions. The awakening stone blazed with radiant light. First 1, then 2, all the way to 9 lights, which tore through the clouds and whirled across the sky. Heaven and earth displayed omens. Auspicious rays spread for thousands of miles. Hanglong. Across the entire Shantian Great World, celestial thunder echoed alongside sacred chants of Buddhist scriptures. A terrifying force of cosmic fate rippled deep within the endless starry river, revealing the mystery of the Fate River. Strands of awe-inspiring and overwhelming pressure swept instantly into the souls of countless living beings across the Shantian Great World. At this very moment, the entire Shantian Great World trembled. The ancient experts of the 4 holy lands, the 8 great sects, and 16 major clans, as well as all the hidden monstrous geniuses of these powers, felt the tremor. Eyes widened, they all gazed up at the sky. A Tao body has been born in the Great Luo Holy Land. Terrifying. Hong. Following this, the 9 beams of light illuminated an entire world. Purple aura swept 3,000 miles from the east, as endless starry rivers inverted and hung downward. A Qilin stepped forward, bringing waves of auspicious fortune. A Qinglong spiraled upward, its roar echoing through the skies. A Xuanwu emerged from the sea with a glowing pearl, treading wind and waves. A Zhuke soared to the ends of the sky, flames burning through the void. A Baihu chased stars and moons, its royal aura roaring. This was the extremely rare 5 sacred beasts offering auspicious omens phenomenon. At this time, the awakening stone radiated 9 lights, projecting 4 great words in the air, Wu Xiang Dao Ti. Everyone stared in awe, their hearts overwhelmed by an immense storm. Our Great Luo Holy Land has once again produced a Tao body class monstrous genius. Chapter 2, the unbounded Tao body vs the innate flawless chaotic body. Mysterious heavenly flowers rained down from the void as sacred Tao symbols transformed into golden light, descending from the sky. Bathed in golden brilliance, surrounded by falling petals. This girl possesses the highest potential of an emperor. The entrance elder muttered inwardly, his eyes shining with excitement. Truly, this is a blessing for our Great Luo Holy Land. Dang! A thunderous voice reverberated across the heavens of Xian, signaling the arrival of an unparalleled genius, sparking envy across the Holy Land. As the golden glow dissipated, Yulian Zoran figure was revealed. She opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with a dominating arrogance toward the world. Looks like those old monsters won't stay seated now, the elder muttered while glancing back at the mist-enshrouded cave dwellings. It seemed his words came true. Deep within the forbidden zone of the Great Luo Holy Land, one by one ancient sleeping fossils awakened, their long dormant eyes opened wide, all directing their attention toward the awakening stone. Powerful spiritual waves intertwined in the void, countless auras clashing fiercely. This girl shall be my disciple under Elder Qingfeng. Who dares to compete with me? A voice brimming with limitless authority emerged from the depths of the restricted zone, echoing across the heavens. Qingfeng, this girl has destined ties with my sword god elder. Please do not compete with me. Otherwise, I shall remove your underwear and roast it over fire and ice for 49 days. A godlike projection appeared in the sky, commanding heaven and earth, ruling over all with an air of dominance. Heaven forbid. The legendary sword god elder has come out to claim her too. Countless disciples could only think. Yulian truly is destined to shake the heavens. Several projections appeared in the sky, each carrying a Buddhist whisk, a blade, a spear, a feather fan, and many others hovering above. Elder Qingfeng, Sword God Elder, Mount Wu Elder, over a dozen ancient fossils of the Great Luo Holy Land approached, striding through the air. Their burning gazes were all fixed on the lone figure standing upon the awakening platform. Meeting the stares of all these elders, Yulian lifted her head gracefully, unafraid, her gaze meeting the elders unwaveringly. At that moment, a space rift appeared in the sky, and a man in golden robes stepped through, exuding a boundless aura that evoked a sense of reverence. Seeing this, the elder immediately bowed. "Greetings, Holy Lord." Fong Juyo gazed at his grandfather emerging from the void, his heart filled with awe before he bowed his head in shame. Compared to Yulian's glory, he felt like a lowly dog-tailed grass, insignificant and pitiful. "Greetings, Holy Lord." All the disciples, including the initiates and the watching elders and Holy Land officials, bowed in unison. Great Luo Holy Lord Fong Patian bore a kind and gentle expression as he smiled at Yulian. "Yulian, you have done well. I officially declare you as the imperial daughter. All resources of the Great Luo Holy Land will now support you." This was the Holy Land's tradition. Any disciple who awakened a Tao body would receive immense respect, second only to the Holy Lord in authority, and, in many ways, nearly equal to him. There weren't many disciples in the Great Luo Holy Land who had awakened Tao bodies. Holy Lord Fong Patian, Imperial Heir Fong Bohue, Imperial Heir Tiandao, Imperial Daughter Chinyu. Each of them stood as a great pillar of the Holy Land, destined to become emperors. And now, Yulian, newly awakened, once fully matured, would make 5 Tao bodies, unmatched throughout the Xian heaven world. Of course, Fong Juyo's mother, Nangang Shui, also possessed a Tao body, though she wasn't affiliated with the Great Luo Holy Land. "Thank you, Holy Lord." Yulian smiled proudly, secretly glancing at Fong Juyo. "You may now choose among the 15 immortal elders in the void as your master." As soon as the Holy Lord spoke, 15 mighty auras surged down from the sky, pressing upon the crowd. Countless disciples instinctively stepped back 3 zhang, terror evident on their faces as they gazed upon the 15 mighty forms in the void. Just a sliver of their auras was enough to force disciples to retreat. Yulian raised her head toward the sky, locking eyes with each of the immortal elders before secretly glancing at her grandfather, Qianma. "I choose the Sword God Elder." "Good, my obedient disciple." In the void, the Sword God Elder waved his massive hand, a colorful ribbon shooting forth to wrap around Yulian, quickly vanishing from the awakening platform. "AI." A dozen sighs echoed through the air before the figures faded away, disappearing into the void. Holy Lord Fong Patian cast a glance at Fong Juyo with a kind smile, then turned and stepped into the void, returning to the Holy Lord's hall. The awakening ceremony continued, and the remaining candidates were brimming with energy and enthusiasm, each dreaming of awakening a Tao body like Yulian's and gaining the attention of thousands, their names spreading across the world. "Fong Juyo, step forward for the awakening of your talent." The elder's voice snapped Fong Juyo back to reality. After a long wait, it was finally his turn. Innumerable eyes locked onto Fong Juyo, the Holy Lord's grandson, carrying the expectations of countless people, wondering what kind of Tao body he would awaken to. The entrance elder eyed Fong Juyo with a delighted smile. As the Holy Lord's grandson, he was undoubtedly a supreme young master of the Great Luo Holy Land, and many had high expectations for him. Fong Juyo uncomfortably rubbed his eyebrows while approaching the awakening platform with a nervous heart. The awakening stone seemed close enough to touch, yet distant as if it lay in the heavens. "Fine. If I fail, at most I'll be expelled from the Great Luo Holy Land." Clenching his teeth, Fong Juyo stretched his hands forward and touched the stone. The entrance elder intently stared at the awakening stone, hoping it would radiate light again, giving birth to a 6th Tao body and firmly surpassing the other 4 great holy lands. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. A full minute passed. The awakening stone showed no reaction at all, not even a single ray of light emerged. This. The entrance elder shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and seemed to struggle believing this outcome. The Holy Lord's grandson cannot even awaken his talent. Countless hearts swelled with doubt. The Holy Lord Fong Patian possessed the innate Tao body, his father bore the primordial Tao body, his mother had the Phoenix Tao body, his ancestors were each more formidable than the last. How could he be a talentless wretch? Fong Juyo, don't be discouraged. Perhaps the divine stone simply cannot recognize your potential. Seeing Fong Juyo stand there awkwardly, like a soulless figure, the entrance elder tried to offer comfort. Heavens, the Holy Lord's grandson must leave the Great Luo Holy Land. One family possessing 3 Tao bodies, and yet Fong Juyo is. Sigh. The previously envious predisciples sighed deeply one after another. Standing atop the awakening platform, Fong Juyo lightly smiled. As a person from another world, he had witnessed much more. Now that he had come here, why not just accept his fate and remain calm and adaptable? Glancing at the mocking expressions below, he subtly curved his lips into an enigmatic smile. "You're all misunderstanding things. It's not that I couldn't awaken. The stone itself simply isn't worthy of me." After speaking, he turned and descended from the awakening platform. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd, who could barely accept such an outcome. The entrance elder also briefly revealed a trace of regret. Sparks flew behind him like lightning. Soon, he ran to the back mountains of the Great Luo Holy Land. "Ah!" Fong Juyo furiously punched a massive rock until his fists were bloody, flesh torn, and bones exposed. With no one else around, he let out his frustrations violently. His fury had nowhere to vent. The once handsome young master's hair was now disheveled and hanging loosely. In the Xian heaven world, without awakened talent, one found it difficult to become a cultivator. Even if his grandfather, Fong Patian, could protect him, he had no desire to live out his life in mediocrity. According to tradition, predisciples who failed to awaken their talents were required to leave the Great Luo Holy Land and manage its worldly properties in mortal cities. Only on the day they obtained a rare chance or encountered some heavenly treasure and then transformed into an all-powerful cultivator might they return to the Great Luo Holy Land again. As an Earth person from the 21st century who had been reborn here, he absolutely could not accept a mediocre fate. Were not every other person who had crossed worlds a super exceptional genius, a chosen one of the Tao, or perhaps even a favored husband in a female emperor's court. And he himself, after finally entering the Great Luo Holy Land and being born as the Holy Lord's grandson, enjoying such a lofty status, who could have predicted that his talent could not even awaken? Ah, ding. System notification. Host's anger has reached maximum levels. Beginning to load the kill enemy and obtain equipment system. A robotic-sounding voice rang out in his mind. Fong Juyo froze instantly. This was a system? Come on. I've been waiting for you for 18 years. You finally arrive when I'm at my most desperate. I looked for you under stars and moon alike. Finally, my system has arrived. The kill enemy and obtain equipment system has finished loading. Host, please confirm. Fong Juyo, no longer his earlier dejected self, straightened and eagerly asked. System, before introducing the kill enemy and obtain equipment system, I want to know why I cannot awaken my talent. This issue of failing to awaken had long been haunting his heart, leaving a lingering pain he could not forget. Host, based on the system's immersive analysis of your physical condition, you actually possess the world rarely seen innate flawless chaotic body. The awakening process is quite simple. Just break through the innate barrier and you'll naturally awaken it. Chapter 3. Slaying enemies with a 10,000-fold drop rate. Is the system going to defy heaven? The system's words left Fong Juyo speechless for a long time. System, are you sure you're not deceiving me? Even the awakening stone cannot awaken my power? I can awaken the Shenkan flawless chaos body simply by breaking through to the Shenkan realm. The Shentan flawless chaos body was a legendary physique, existing only in legends throughout history. The chaos body could lead one to become an unrivaled emperor of Tao, achieving unity with the Tao, eternity in thought, recreating time, and defying causality. The Tao body could ascend to the transcendent emperor realm, indestructible through myriad calamities, immune to all laws, with every word becoming law, crossing space and time. The divine body could reach the primordial chaos realm, peering into the flow of time, holding entire worlds in the fingers, capable of splitting into countless forms. These were the cultivation limits bestowed by natural physical gifts. If you only possessed the divine body, unless you could find a chaos-grade medicinal herb capable of altering your destiny in the endless flow of time, there was no way you could ever reach the supreme emperor realm. Natural physical gifts determined the upper limits a cultivator could achieve. Every supreme emperor who reached transcendence possessed the Tao body. There were no exceptions. This was precisely why all great holy lands imposed such high standards on natural gifts. A Tao body could ensure a holy land's glory throughout the ages, while a chaos body could allow a holy land to dominate across multiple eras. Host, a Chinese person never deceives another. You reincarnated into the Tianxian grand world, merging with the fetus, which obscured your original Shintan flawless chaos body under Heaven's Tao. Once you break through to the Shenkan realm, the obstruction of Heaven's Tao will be automatically lifted, restoring your unparalleled genius. The Awakening Stone, otherwise known as the Awakening Stone, can awaken physiques ranked at Tao body and below. It is ineffective for awakening the chaos body. After receiving the system's response, Fong Juyo's large, dark eyes remained still like a calm black ocean when focused, and sparkled like shooting stars across the sky when they moved. His eyes overflowed with excitement. He tightly clenched his fists and roared into the heavens. No one will stop me from breaking through to the Shintan realm. A loud roar echoed across the mountain behind the sect, causing all the various spiritual beasts and immortal beasts living there to raise their heads and glance toward him in astonishment. Poor kid, couldn't awaken his talent yet again. He's dreaming again. A huge bird covered in feathers as red as flames spoke human language in disdain. Who says otherwise? I was hoping he'd awaken a Tao body, so I was even considering making a beast spirit pact with him. What a pity, such a good-looking appearance. A white tiger, with fur as snow white as snow, stared at Fong Juyo with deep disappointment in his eyes. After venting his emotions, Fong Juyo turned his attention back to the system. System, this slay enemies and drop equipment. What exactly do you mean by drop equipment? Is it like how in games you kill monsters, and they drop loot? Host, as the name implies, whenever you slay an enemy, they will drop corresponding equipment that automatically enters your storage ring. The drop rate is always a minimum of 10 times and a maximum of 10,000 times. The multiplier is random. Most importantly, killing enemies higher than your cultivation realm grants a 10% chance to trigger a lucky 100,000-fold drop rate. Killing outstanding geniuses grants a 5% chance to trigger a million-fold drop rate. What? Fong Juyo revealed an astonished expression. Was his system too divine? The drop rate seemed terrifyingly strong. Still, even if the drop rate was that high, wouldn't the equipment still be the same? Wouldn't the drop rate be meaningless then? System, no matter how high the drop rate is, the equipment obtained will still be the same, right? Host, the drop corresponds to your own realm. When the drop rate exceeds 80%, it automatically calculates equipment rank to determine the reward. Specific drop rate breakdown. Lower grade 80%, middle grade 18.9%, upper grade 1 buff and how, GP 0.1%. The next tier above is 0.08%, 0.0189%, 0.001%, 0.0001%, and so on. These rates automatically adjust according to your own cultivation realm. For example, if both you and the enemy are at early foundation building, then the drop rate for low grading artifacts is 80%, middle grade 18.9%, and so on. If you kill someone below your realm, the item quality and drop rate decrease by 1 level. For instance, if you kill an enemy at late chi condensation, the default drop would be low-grade an artifact, with a drop rate of 18.9%. The lower the enemy's realm, the lower the drop rate and quality. But if you defeat a genius at foundation building, the default drop would be low-grade ring artifact, with an 80% drop rate. Triggering a million-fold rate would instantly reward you with a divine sword capable of cutting through the Tao. Whoa, this is so divine. Fong Juyo was completely shocked, almost feeling his insides turn out. With such a system, wouldn't he soon be wearing emperor-grade divine artifacts while still at a lower cultivation level? Who would dare provoke him? Host, this is nothing more than a small scene. Stay calm. To prevent resource waste, the slay enemies and drop equipment system includes a one-click conversion function to apply buffs of the same tier. If you don't need the dropped equipment, you can directly convert it into corresponding cultivation points or cultivation techniques through same-tier transformation buffs. Holy crap. System, can I swear? Could it be that my spring is finally arriving? System, quickly explain. How does this transformation work? Fong Juyo had already gone completely wild. This system was just too amazing. It not only let him slay enemies and acquire equipment, but also featured a one-click transformation function that converted equipment into cultivation points or techniques. Nine Eyes Bear, what the hell was this? This wasn't just a lucky break. This was a Supreme Emperor grade lucky break. Host, same-tier transformation buff works similarly to the slay enemies and drop equipment function. If you kill an opponent at early post-heavenly realm, the base drop rate remains 80%, calculated here as 10,000-fold. Convert mid-grade artifacts into cultivation points. 0.8 times 10,000 is equal to 8,000 cultivation points. Lower cultivation realms yield fewer points, while higher realms generate more. For opponents slightly below your realm, calculate points as 2, 4, or 6-fold. Opponents 1 realm below use 10-fold, 2 realms below use 20-fold. Cultivation points. Chi drawing realm 10/20/40/80/100. Post-heavenly realm 100/200/400/800/1, 000. Pre-heavenly realm 1, 000/2, 000/4, 000/8, 000/10, 000. Host, please remember, cultivation points function differently from traditional cultivation methods. The same conversion logic applies to cultivation techniques. Fong Juyo was utterly stunned by the system's words. This system was absolutely a cheat device, a moody cheat device beyond compare. Just imagining that once he broke through to the pre-heavenly realm, his Shinten flawless chaos body would awaken, letting him grow stronger faster while wearing legendary divine artifacts to challenge prodigies. This scenario felt too beautiful to imagine. Juyo. A gentle voice came from behind. Fong Juyo's body trembled. Slowly turning around, he saw a woman approaching who looked about 70% like himself. Mother. Fong Juyo's mother, Nangong Shui, looked at Fong Juyo with a warm, loving smile. Mother, I disgraced the Fong family today. I still haven't awakened my talent. Fong Juyo lowered his head, afraid to meet Nangong Shui's gaze. After all, he disappointed their hopes and wasted countless resources strengthening his body over the past 18 years. Not only had his strength barely improved, but he'd also failed to awaken his talent. Juyo, mother doesn't blame you. Even without awakened talent, no one in the Tianxian Grand World will dare bully you. Nangong Shui lovingly stroked Fong Juyo's head. Come home with me. Your father is also worried about you. These simple words warmed Fong Juyo's heart, and he almost blurted out that he already possessed the Shintan flawless chaos body. However, such a physique was far too extraordinary. It would make him a public enemy across the entire Tianxian Grand World. The system had just quietly warned him not to reveal his physical constitution to anyone, not even the people closest to him. Unless he wanted the Great Luo Holy Land destroyed and the 9 heavens and 10 realms emperors to personally intervene to hunt him down. No future ruler could be allowed to rise above the emperors. While still weak, he could reveal his combat strength, but never his physical constitution. He would grow stronger cautiously and secretly amaze the world later. Fong Juyo followed Nangong Shui toward Lingyun Peak, though Nangong Shui's expression briefly revealed a trace of helplessness. A child born from the union of the Hunyuan Dao body and the Fenghuang Dao body who couldn't even awaken his talent. He would surely become the laughingstock of all holy lands. Lingyun Peak, one of the 18 peaks of the Great Luo Holy Land. As they returned to Lingyun Peak, Feng Buhui sat on the main seat. When he heard approaching footsteps, he slightly lifted his head and glanced at Fong Juyo. That gaze contained both deep affection and a trace of helplessness. You're back. Uh-huh. Fong Juyo kept his head lowered, avoiding Feng Buhui's eyes, his fingers tightly entwined. Not having talent isn't important. The important thing is that you're my son, Feng Buhui. Feng Buhui slowly inhaled, his thick eyebrows covering eyes glowing with intensity, eyes brimming with boundless love. Father, may I ask how the Great Luo Holy Land will arrange my path? This. Feng Buhui glanced at Nangong Shui, then slowly lowered the hand he'd started to raise. Shuer, you explain it to Juyo. I must attend a meeting at the Holy Land headquarters. Mid-sentence, Feng Buhui hesitated, not knowing how to proceed. Feng Buhui rose, pacing toward the door. His tall, fatherly figure cast a long shadow under the sunlight, etching itself into Feng Juyo's heart like a giant. Feng Juyo clenched his fists, silently vowing, Father, I won't disappoint you. I will definitely become the pride of the Feng family. Nangong Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. Though reluctant to part from Feng Juyo, she couldn't defy the Great Luo Holy Land's rules. She swallowed her tears and finally explained the Holy Land's arrangements to him. Juyo. Nangong Shui wiped away her nearly spilling tears, her heart aching with infinite unwillingness. Mother, it's alright. I don't necessarily have to succeed only within the Great Luo Holy Land. Perhaps I might develop even better elsewhere. Since Feng Juyo had learned about his physique and the enemy slaying, equipment dropping system, his vision had expanded across the entire Xintian Great World. He had silently set a goal for himself. Slay enemies to obtain equipment, transform it into cultivation points, nourish war through war, and push beyond limits. Mother, not awakening my talent doesn't mean I don't have one. Perhaps my talent is an existence unmatched since ancient times. Feng Juyo comforted Nangong Shui. He didn't want to see his mother sad and distressed. Nangong Shui, on the verge of tears, suddenly burst into laughter and gently stroked his head with doting affection. The Great Luo Holy Land has assigned you to manage the Divine Weapon Pavilion in the Yuan Emperor Kingdom of the Shinten Year Realm. Great. I'll depart immediately. Although Feng Juyo longed to stay with his parents, he also knew that such a wish was nothing more than a luxury. Nangong Shui handed Feng Juyo a storage ring. As for what it contained, he didn't scan with his spiritual consciousness. Yaoer. Nangong Shui tightly embraced Feng Juyo, and tears once again streamed down her face. Mother, don't worry. I won't disgrace the Feng family. I promise you. I will subdue Xintian and reign supreme alone. Feng Juyo's eyes shone with determination. His entire demeanor had completely changed, startling Nan Gongshui with astonishment. Then, she broke into a radiant smile, just as stubborn as his father. At dusk, golden rays spread across the sky. Fong Juyo reluctantly cast one final glance back at Nan Gongshui, steeled his heart, and walked steadily out of the Great Luo Holy Land without looking back. On the mountaintop, Fong Buhui slowly emerged from the Xiong, watching the distant figure of his son, letting out a soft sigh. People Slayer, where are you? Fong Buhui spoke into the Shukong. Master. A black shadow shot rapidly from the distance, half kneeling on the ground. The safety of Yaoer is entrusted to you. Yes, master. Even if I die, I will absolutely ensure the young master's safety. Immediately afterward, the People Slayer vanished into the Shukong and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4. Robbery. Hand over the spirit crystals? Stars accompany. The moon cast shadows on the path. Fong Juyo, who had been riding in a horse carriage earlier, was now walking ly along the mountain trail. He had previously rented a horse-drawn carriage, but the driver refused outright upon hearing they had to cross Tomu Ridge. Even when Fong Juyo raised the payment to 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals, the driver still declined. He kept muttering that there were bandits and monsters on Tomu Ridge who devoured people without leaving a bone behind. Before leaving, he even tried to persuade him. Young master, Tomu Ridge is no place for you. Be careful not to lose your life there. Thinking about the coachman's terrified expression, Fong Juyo couldn't help but complain. Madman who won't earn money when it's offered. How can a cultivator fear bandits? Unconcerned, Fong Juyo had nearly reached the summit of Tomu Ridge. Throughout the journey, he hadn't seen any bandits or beasts, further strengthening his belief that the coachman's words were false. It must have been fabricated rumors spreading through word of mouth. Suddenly, a clattering sound came echoing, followed by the flicker of torchlight. Fong Juyo stopped in his tracks and questioned with puzzlement. Surely there can't really be bandits. Glancing sideways, over 50 men charged forward shirtless, wielding large sabers. At the front was a one-eyed leader whose massive saber shimmered coldly under the moonlight. TSK, what a fat sheep we have. The bandit chief looked at Fong Juyo's refined clothes and the ring on his finger and instantly identified him. Might I ask if you gentlemen are trying to rob me? Fong Juyo pretended to be shocked, showing an expression of surprise. Huh, brother, is this brat stupid or something? No, his head was slammed by a door. You're wrong, he's got infantile paralysis. The surrounding bandits burst into laughter. How adorable this fat sheep was, actually asking if they were bandits. Kid, I don't care whether you're pretending to be dumb or you really are. Hand over your storage ring now, or we'll flay your skin. The bandit leader drove his long sword into the ground fiercely, sending up sparks. How many spirit crystals do you want? Name a number, and I'll naturally give it to you if I have it. As the saying goes, all cultivators are brothers. Fong Juyo showed no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he appeared warm-hearted and enthusiastic, leaving the dozens of bandits utterly confused. Big brother, this young noble is so polite. Maybe we should just extort a small amount. Yeah, brother, we've been robbers all our lives, and this is our first time meeting such a proactive customer. I'm so moved. Wah. Brother, I want to become sworn brothers with this young noble. The bandit leader angrily scolded them. Don't you dare compete with me. I'll swear brotherhood with him first. All of you line up and wait. Then he grinned. Young master, our mountain chief Lu Butte is nicknamed Xiong. He'd like to form sworn brotherhood with you, to share fortune and happiness, while you bear the hardship. Fong Juyo's face lit up with joy and he shouted cheerfully. What a great idea. Call all your brothers. Let's swear brotherhood together, sealed with blood. We can have the 51 Taowai oaths. Everyone again fell into confusion. What's this blood-sealed brotherhood you're talking about? While they were still puzzling over it, Fong Juyo took out a low-grade spirit sword, dazzling the bandits' titanium-like eyes. This was actually a low-grade spirit sword. Compared to their weapons, theirs were like garbage, low-grade mystical artifacts only slightly better than ordinary kitchen knives from the mortal world. Could this young noble be planning to give each of them a spirit artifact? Instantly, they burst into joyous laughter. Young master, you're truly generous. The Xiong will recognize you as a brother, and make you the second leader of our bandits. Brothers, what do you say? Bandit Chief De Xiong shouted hoarsely. Good. Greetings to the new second leader. Everyone shouted in unison, eagerly waiting for Fong Juyo to distribute spirit artifacts. Yet to their disappointment, Fong Juyo didn't distribute any spirit artifacts. Instead, he brandished the low-grade spirit sword and waved it near their necks. Young master, what exactly are you doing? Wasn't it supposed to be a blood pact? Why are you waving at my neck? One foolish bandit asked, as others looked confused too. Fong Juyo glanced at all of them and answered solemnly. Brothers, during a blood oath, everyone must draw some blood from their bodies and pour it into a basin. Then, we all drink it together. I've heard that only by drinking blood from the throat can the sworn brotherhood become truly genuine. I wonder what you all think. Who wishes to go first? After speaking, Fong Juyo pulled out a large golden basin from his storage ring, gleaming with golden light under the moonlight. The scene fell abruptly silent. Bandit Chief De Xiong's face turned furiously red, swinging his huge saber downward, creating a flash of fire, and leaving a crack across the mountain path. Young master, are you mocking us? Do you truly fear no death? Fong Juyo shook his head, putting down the golden basin, and said, You don't really want to swear brotherhood with me anymore? Are you mocking me instead? This spirit sword is no joking matter. He slashed the spirit sword downward onto the ground. Pum! After a loud bang, a crack emerged across the mountain path. However, this crack was deeper and wider than De Xiong's. Everyone stared in shock. Oh no, it's a real expert. De Xiong's face turned pale. He quickly sheathed his large saber and flattered. Little master, brother was just kidding with you. How could we possibly lay a hand on you? Little master, you must be tired from your journey. Come rest your feet at our bandit stronghold and have some late-night snacks. Then, he secretly moved his hand behind his back and made a strange gesture. Fong Juyo's eyes lit up. Smiling mischievously, he said, That sounds great. Lead the way. In the sky, a black cloud floated. Ren Tu watched Fong Juyo with confusion. Inside the bandit stronghold, Fong Juyo and De Xiong sat at the head seats, while over 100 members of the Haidyu gang sat below them, raising their cups to toast Fong Juyo. Brother Fong, I'm just a rough man. Today meeting you, the extraordinarily handsome young noble, is truly our stronghold's honor. Brothers, don't you all agree? Agree. Deshion looked at Fong Juyo warmly. He clinked his cup and shouted, Brother Fong, cheers. Fong Juyo glanced at the crowd below, smiling slightly. Brothers, you're all too enthusiastic. It makes me feel overly honored. The bandits appeared cheerful on the surface, but their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fong Juyo interrupted Deshion, looking at him with the gaze of someone staring at an idiot, and said casually, Deshion, all your bandits are gathered here, right? Yes, all 100 members of the Black Tiger Gang are here. So great, Brother Fong. Are you going to give them a reward? Deshion's eyes sparkled as he stared at Fong Juyo's fingers. A reward? Just a drizzle. But first, you need to drink this cup of wine from my hand. Fong Juyo handed the wine bowl to Deshion. The place fell into instant silence. Everyone looked at Fong Juyo unfriendly, and Lu Bude, also known as Deshion, the leader of the bandits, changed expression drastically. Fong Juyo, you truly dare to defy the face I offered you? What did you say? Face. You tried to poison me. You wanted to steal my storage ring, yet you expect me to show you respect? Fong Juyo smashed the wine bowl onto Deshion's face. At such close range, Deshion naturally couldn't dodge. Pong. The bowl shattered into pieces, and a wound appeared on Deshion's face. Ah. Kill him. Deshion completely flew into a rage, and the 100 bandits below him also became furious. They unsheathed their sabers and charged toward Fong Juyo. Dense waves of bladed light rained down, but with a single, free, and easy steps, Fong Juyo instantly evaded, leaping to an open space. Looking at the enraged bandits, he laughed. Now, I can kill all of you without guilt. Hee. Using the whirlwind sword shadow in conjunction with the free and easy steps, Fong Juyo seemed like a butterfly flitting through flowers, leaving behind afterimages. All the bandits' attacks missed entirely. Chapter 5. The first kill and a 1000x drop rate. The whirlwind sword shadow was a hereditary sword technique passed down in the Nangongshua family. It was said that there was an even more powerful sword method called dividing light sword technique behind it, whose Wei Li was more than 100 times stronger than the whirlwind sword method. The whirlwind sword shadow appeared to be a sweeping strike, but actually combined 3 layers of sword techniques: rotation, overlapping, and illusion, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Combined with the free and easy steps, the numerous bandits couldn't even touch half a shadow of Fong Juyo. Under the onslaught of Fong Juyo's whirlwind sword shadow, the bandits let out one blood-curdling scream after another. How could a bunch of bandits at the Qi gathering and early foundation building stages be any match for Fong Juyo? There were 10 bodies lying on the ground, 100 bandit corpses. This directly terrified Dashiong, who had been watching from above like it was a performance. In just a few breaths of time, all his brothers were wiped out. None had been left alive for him. Swords drink blood, and lives return to the heavens. In his pure white robes, his brilliance was just beginning to show. Except for a brief nausea at the beginning of his killing spree, Fong Juyo quickly developed a fondness for this bloodthirsty sensation. It seemed as if some violent and savage genes within his body had awakened. Fong Juyo's handsome face burned into Dashiong's eyes, transforming into a devilish nightmare. It further ignited his murderous intent. Fong Juyo, I'll kill you. Dashiong brandished his broadsword, leaped high into the air, and slashed down toward Fong Juyo. The force of the strike was comparable to that of Zhang Fei, the fierce general from the Three Kingdoms era, and was incredibly ferocious. Fong Juyo stepped with the free and easy steps, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. The blade fell where Fong Juyo had originally stood. Pong. Sparks flew from the ground, leaving a new slash mark on the earth. Swoosh. A white blur counterattacked. As soon as Dashiong lifted his sword, countless sword shadows surged toward his face. Before the sword could land, his hands were already engulfed in blades. After a piercing scream, Dashiong's hands vanished entirely, having been shredded into meat paste by the whirlwind sword shadow, scattering onto the ground. Intense, blood-curdling screams escaped Dashiong's mouth, followed by a gush of blood jetting out. Fong Juyo felt not even a hint of pity and drove the blade into his throat. A flash of white light, and a fresh slash appeared across Dashiong's throat. You, how ruthless. Dashiong Lu Bude. Indeed, his name foreshadowed his fate. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, kicked his legs once, and went to meet King Yama. What a pity. These bandits were far too weak. Sigh. Fong Juyo shook his head, clearly unsatisfied. Above in the darkness, atop the rafters, the human slayer narrowed his eyes, nodded in satisfaction, and secretly thought, no wonder he's the young master. At long last, the long-missed system voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on completing your first kill, activating a 1000x drop rate. Master has slain Lu Bude, an opponent of the same cultivation level, triggering a 1000x drop rate, and can obtain a low-grade spirit armor. Master has slain 100 bandits at the late Qi gathering stage, triggering a 0.8x drop rate, and can obtain a low-grade mystical blade. Fong Juyo swept his spiritual senses, and indeed found these 3 items had appeared in his spatial ring. He frowned slightly at the quality of the loot. System, convert them all into cultivation points. Understood, Master. Calculating. 0.8 times 1000 plus 0.8 times 100 times 0.8 is equal to 864 cultivation points. Would Master like to break through now? Foolish question. Breakthrough. From now on, unless triggering a 100,000x or 1,000,000x drop rate, all other drops shall be converted into cultivation points. For Fong Juyo, cultivating and breaking through as soon as possible to awaken the pristine, unblemished chaotic body was the ultimate path. Master, channeling cultivation points into your body. From late foundation building 200/400, advancing to late foundation building. Remaining cultivation points, 264. Instantly, Fong Juyo felt his strength rise to the peak of the late foundation building stage, and it wouldn't be long before he broke into the early heaven stage. Just wait for me, pristine, unblemished chaotic body. The human slayer's eyes flickered with surprise. The young master had actually achieved sudden enlightenment, suddenly advancing 2 stages in an instant. Chinyu Empire, one of the 4 great empires directly under the Great Luo Holy Land. Ruling over 30 million square kilometers, it was truly a superpower. Luocheng was the imperial capital of the Chinyu Empire. Known as One City, the wealth of the world, famous for its surrounding Luo River, unique scenery, and prosperous brothels. The Great Luo Divine Weapons Pavilion was located in the prime location at the very heart of Luocheng, perpetually crowded with people coming and going in endless streams. Innumerable people had gathered here in pursuit of divine weapons and legendary armaments. Most of the weapons sold here had been discarded by the Great Luo Holy Land, with only about 20% reaching the mystical grade and 5% the spirit grade. A young aristocrat dressed in flowing white robes stood before the entrance of the Great Luo Divine Weapons Pavilion. After inspecting the place from top to bottom, he leisurely strolled inside, while waving a feather fan. Esteemed young master, are you looking for any particular kind of weapon? A clean-faced woman in yellow robes came forward with a bright smile, giving the impression of a warm spring breeze. I'm here to see Manager Lin, Fong Juyo said with a slight smile. The woman trembled slightly, then guided Fong Juyo to the second floor, where she introduced him to the so-called Manager Lin. A man as fat as a ball, broad-minded and stout, was tapping an abacus, calculating the month's earnings when he saw them. Manager Lin, a guest for you. The yellow-robed woman then took her leave and returned downstairs to continue attending to other customers. Putting down the abacus, Manager Lin looked up and saw a dashing young gentleman, smiling at him in a pleasant manner. May I ask what business the young master has with his humble manager? Fong Juyo took out a Luo Sect token and an appointment letter from his spatial ring and tossed them onto the table. After picking them up and taking a look, Manager Lin's face instantly changed, his body slightly trembling. He quickly bowed and said, "Didn't know our young master had arrived. This servant is guilty of disrespect. Stand up. From now on, I will stay here for a long time. As for how you've operated before, just keep doing the same. There's no need to consult me on business operations. You may make your own decisions." Fong Juyo merely saw this place as a temporary base and had no intention of permanently stationing himself here. After all, killing enemies, obtaining equipment drops, and improving cultivation was the true path. Manager Lin was momentarily stunned. Although the letter mentioned someone was coming to manage the Great Luo Divine Weapons Pavilion, he knew such a high-ranking young master would only be here temporarily. Moreover, the letter clearly stated he was the son of Fong Buhui. In the Great Luo Holy Land, only one person with the surname Fong existed, the heir's lineage. How could he dare treat him any less than a god? Yet regarding the young master's words, he hesitated. It seemed unreasonable for his direct superior to completely ignore the operational aspects of the business. Fong Juyo's eyes narrowed, and he sternly asked, "Any problem?" Lin almost slipped with his footing, his heart extremely uneasy, hastily responding, "No problem at all." Fong Juyo patted Lin's shoulder lightly and said calmly, "Manager Lin, don't be nervous. Just do what you need to do. By the way, prepare a place for me to stay. This young master needs some rest." "Of course." Manager Lin quickly agreed and led Fong Juyo toward the back courtyard, assigning him an independent, large residence. Inside the room, Fong Juyo hurriedly opened the spatial ring given by his mother. He wasn't prepared for what he saw. The ring had a space of over 3,000 cubic meters, filled with mountains of top-quality Xingradun pills, flawless Xingradun pills. There were even several bottles of low-grade Spirit Bond, mid-grade Spirit Bond, high-grade Spirit Bond, and low-grade Treasure Dun pills. Diverse in type, ranging from healing, stamina recovery, to cultivation assistance, nothing was missing. In a corner were several spiritual artifacts, long swords, armors, boots, etc. Most importantly, there were low-grade immortal grade armors and mid-grade immortal grade swords. Moreover, several tens of millions of Jiping spirit stones were stored, making the spatial ring practically a mobile treasure trove. When Fong Juyo saw the scene before him, he felt a wave of warmth. He never expected that his mother, fearing he would suffer, had given him practically a small treasure. "Mother, you're truly rich. I really wish you could support me forever." Chapter 6, The Chinyu Life and Death Challenge Arena. Night. Lamps shine bright, illuminating the night sky. Thousands of lanterns reflect off green clouds. Countless beauties in red sleeves gather on high towers. The Chinyu Challenge Pavilion is brilliantly lit, bustling with endless activity. Countless cultivators gather here. Laughter fills the hall. Some place bets and gamble, others watch with keen interest, while some take part in the battles. A young man dressed in white gracefully enters the hall wearing a Jiao white mask and slowly fanning himself with a feather fan. Such a uniquely dressed man is rarely seen. From his tall frame and refined appearance, it is evident that he must be a noble heir from a prestigious family. However, his mask conceals his face, causing many rich young ladies and female cultivators great disappointment. "Sir, are you here to watch, to bet, or to compete?" The registration clerk's eyes light up upon seeing Fong Juyo approach. Such a finely dressed gentleman must be given special attention. I'm here for the deathmatch challenge. Late stage of Hodian. When Fong Juyo spoke, the clerk wore an expression of surprise, mixed with confusion and bewilderment. Whether it be the noble young men of the Chinyu Empire or the elite heirs of various sects, they always value their lives dearly. But this gentleman is actually the opposite? Could he be an undiscovered dragon? Does he not know that joining the deathmatch challenge means you must achieve 10 consecutive wins, 50 consecutive wins, or even 100 consecutive wins to finish? As the clerk remains stunned, Fong Juyo gently taps the table with his fan, snapping him back to reality. "Sir, may I have your name so I can arrange the challenge?" Fong Juyo lifts his eyebrows slightly. "Call me Juyo Z." The clerk slightly raises his head, glancing at Fong Juyo. He murmurs inwardly, "What a name, Juyo Z, beautifully chosen." After the registration, the clerk hands Fong Juyo the identification token for the challenge. Under the guidance of a nearby martial artist, Fong Juyo walks into the underground arena. "Kill him. Cut his neck. Monkey steals the peach." Heavenly Man points the way. As Fong Juyo enters the underground challenge hall, the audience above is like a group on a frenzied high, screaming wildly. Each one is cheering loudly, or even cursing, for their favorite cultivator. On the stage, a half-naked man wielding a long saber strikes off his opponent's head. Blood sprays out as he stands there, roaring like a victorious beast. The audience surrounding the battleground is equally frenetic, chanting, "One-stroke style. Awesome. One-stroke style. Invincible." The challenger known as Ida Lu had already defeated 9 opponents, all of the late Hoti on stage, on the battlefield. Fong Juyo lightly smiles. It seems his first match has been arranged to be cannon fodder. After being introduced by the host, Fong Juyo slowly ascends the challenge stage. A graceful gentleman, wearing a mysterious mask, shocks the audience greatly. Inside private box number 1 above the arena, a young nobleman wears a stunned expression. A flicker of blue light passes through his eyes, his divine consciousness piercing through the walls, landing on Fong Juyo's mask. Unfortunately, his divine sense is unable to penetrate the low-grade fairy artifact mask. Deeply astonished, he turns to his attendant. Who exactly is this white-robed young master? A gray-clad servant bows respectfully. Ninth Prince. The pavilion records only refer to him as Juyo. Nothing more about his origin is known. Juyo. Such a name. Descending into the 9th circle of hell. This young master is certainly extraordinary. Prince 9, the 9th son of the Chinyu Empire's royal family, known as Chinyu. The Empire's emperor hopes he will become a shining talent, destined for greatness. Chinyu gazes intensely at Fong Juyo standing on the platform, greatly intrigued. Would he be a worthy opponent? Or perhaps a good friend? On the arena stage, Ida Lu, the bare-chested swordsman, glances coldly at Fong Juyo, showing his foul-smelling mouth. Kid, are you here to die like this, a noble kid like you? Don't you fear breaking your parents' hearts? You people belong to poetry, wine, and romance. This place is where real men play, not for the likes of you. If you die here soon, don't say you weren't warned by Grandpa Ida Lu. Fong Juyo's eyes shoot forth a piercing chill, like lightning crackling, making Ida Lu shudder slightly. Foolish noise. I'll make you regret every word you've said. Fong Juyo knows in his heart that the man will die a brutal death. How dare he call himself Grandpa before him? He really must not know how many lives he has. The invisible pressure pushes Ida Lu back a step involuntarily. He hadn't expected a noble young man like this to exude such a terrifying aura. He steadies himself, eyes flashing with contempt. Equally at the late Hoti on stage, should he fear this noble young man? He himself had already achieved 9 consecutive victories, killing 9 clueless weaklings. This Gungagur will be the 10th, completing my glorious 10-kill streak. Big talker. Ida Lu swings his long blade, leaps into the air, and strikes downward with a move called Crushing Peak of Mount Tai, creating a sonic boom midair. Heavy as 1,000 tons, unstoppable like a sharpened sword, he already imagines victory, a confident smirk unintentionally forming at the corner of his lips. Fong Juyo tilts his body 45 degrees, defying the laws of body mechanics, and glides past. The saber comes crashing down exactly where he once stood, smashing onto the stone platform, sparks flying out. Ida Lu shows astonishment. He missed. This actually happened? What surprises him even more is that Fong Juyo now uses the whirlwind sword shadow technique, stepping in the free and easy stride. The entire figure moves like a dancing butterfly, leaving afterimages continuously, sword shadows swirling. Clashing blades spark wildly. The two fight intensely on the stage, while the audience holds their breath, not daring to exhale. This fight is breathtaking, far more spectacular than the previous 9 brutal killings. Suddenly, a cracking sound. Fong Juyo's low-grade spirit sword is clearly superior to Ida Lu's mid-grade arcane saber. After enduring several impacts from the whirlwind sword shadow, the opponent's weapon finally can no longer withstand the overwhelming force. It instantly shatters. Not good. Ida Lu's heart jumps in terror as the impenetrable sword shadows flash before his eyes. Suddenly, an agonizing pain surges through his limbs and body. He feels his body become weightless. Looking down, both hands lay on the ground, and dozens of deep wounds appear across his chest, his heart, spleen, lungs, spilling out. Letting out a scream filled with regret, he crashes heavily onto the ground. Chapter 7. Prince Chinyu, the 9th Ongo, wants him as his underling? Silence filled the scene. The audience in the stands wore expressions of disbelief, and in VIP room number 1, Chinyu eyes nearly popped out. He had expected Juyo to win, but never expected him to win so easily, effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause erupted from the stands. Juyo ended the 10-win streak of the Ida Lu in one move upon stepping onto the stage. Such an outstanding record is rare throughout the life and death challenge arena, fully reflecting his formidable strength. What a remarkable young master Juyo is. Chinyu curled the corners of his mouth into a smile, seemingly having the idea of recruiting him as his underling. I must ensure young Master Juyo's safety. I've decided to take him under my wing. A decisive voice came out from Chinyu, making the attendants beside him instantly stiffen. A mere late Hearthjing cultivator becoming the underling of the 9th Prince? This seemed utterly ridiculous. The 9th Prince, such an esteemed individual, should take underlings among those in the Divine Deposit or Purple Mansion stages. What virtue or ability could a wretch of the Hearthjing possibly possess to qualify as his subordinate? Do you have any problem with that? An icy tone came from Chinyu, almost scaring the attendant into kneeling. He wiped his forehead slightly and replied, "No problem. We'll certainly ensure Juyo's safety." The attendant quickly retreated to make arrangements. This must be treated as the top priority of tonight's life and death challenge. Host, eliminating enemies of the same realm triggered a 20x drop rate. Gained 16 cultivation points. Current total, 280 cultivation points. Juyo was taken aback. The drop rate was too low. No, he must kill another 9 tonight. After the arena was cleared, the second opponent came up. Juyo eliminated him in 2 moves. Third opponent, 3 moves. 10 life and death arena matches successfully concluded within 3 hours. Some celebrated while others lamented. Those who bet on Juyo beforehand profited handsomely, while those who bet on his opponents were practically dying of regret. Juyo held his spirit sword like a cane, standing upright in the center of the stage, his long hair fluttering. Even though he wore a mask, his handsome figure was irresistible. Innumerable female cultivators' eyes sparkled with excitement as they cried out. Juyo, be my Dao companion. I'm very skillful. Pick me, Juyo. I'm excellent at bed techniques. Juyo, I'll open a window for you tonight. Male cultivators grumbled. Why did that graceful white-robed young master receive their affection when such rugged men as themselves failed to enter their eyes? The louder the female cultivators shouted, the more hostile the male cultivators became toward Juyo. Some heaven-born cultivators even planned to settle the score with him afterward. Jealousy drives people mad. Female jealousy turns people into demons, and male jealousy transforms people into devils. Men aren't far behind women in terms of feeling jealousy. Faced with countless romantic pleas from the female cultivators, even Juyo, despite his thick skin, blushed slightly. Damn that charming aura. Even with the mask on, it couldn't be concealed. How frustrating. To Juyo's surprise, aside from the first fight that triggered the 20x rate, subsequent battles triggered 150x, 100x, for 200x, and finally a 1000x. Host, calculated based on the drop rates and added to the previous cultivation points. Current total, 2016 cultivation points. Juyo rarely revealed a charming smile, yet no one outside saw it due to the mask. Otherwise, they surely would have fallen for this breathtakingly extraordinary face and flocked to guard him daily at the Grand Luo Divine Weapon Guild. They wouldn't give up until they shared a bed with Juyo. However, they neither realized Juyo was smiling nor understood what amused him. Finally, I can break through to Heavenborn. Let me astound everyone this time. Juyo murmured inwardly. Click-clack. The arena master of Chinyu Challenge Pavilion approached slowly, his smile stretching wide enough to squash an ant. Bowing slightly toward Juyo, he said, My humble name is Chinyu, arena master of Chinyu Challenge Pavilion. It's an honor to meet young Master Juyo. Furrowing his brows slightly, Juyo asked with suspicion, May I ask, Master Chin, what brings you here seeking me? Chinyu smiled sweetly, his face wrinkling as he chuckled. Young Master Juyo, my young Master Ninth Prince wishes to meet you. Will it be convenient for you? Juyo frowned slightly, yet responded promptly. Please lead the way. Chinyu gestured, leading Juyo toward the VIP room number 1. Your Highness, young Master Juyo has arrived. Bow in hand, Chinyu slightly bowed. The folding fan in Qin Bufon's hand gently swayed as he turned his head with a smile. Young Master Juyo, I am Qin Bufon. He reported his name while wearing an air of aloofness on his face. Juyo glanced at Qin Bufon and smiled slightly. Juyo. Maintaining an air of calm confidence without the slightest bow, Juyo didn't even offer a basic greeting. Qin Bufon was momentarily taken aback. What an arrogant young Master Juyo. Not even showing respect to a prince. Truly not an ordinary person. This subordinate, this prince has decided to claim him. Do you mind telling me which honorable land you hail from, young Master Juyo? Would you be interested in working together with this prince toward greater ambitions? A commanding gaze shot toward Juyo, accompanied by an overwhelming soul pressure. Juyo blinked, wearing a look of calm indifference as he gazed at Qin Bufon and slowly shook his head. Ninth Prince, I'm afraid I must decline. This young master has never had the habit of serving under others, not in the past, nor will I ever in the future. On the other hand, if you're interested in becoming my subordinate, well, you'd still need some evaluation first. Spoken casually but carrying thunderous implications, Juyo's words landed in Qin Bufon's ears like earth-shattering lightning, rattling inside his head. Stiff as a statue, Qin Bufon couldn't help but doubt Juyo's identity. Brazen, my Ninth Prince offering you the honor of becoming his underling is a mark of great favor. Don't be ungrateful. Don't forget that you are standing in the Chinyu Empire, in Luo City, in the Chinyu Challenge Pavilion. Pavilion Master Chinyu's expression turned severe as he quickly stepped forward to reprimand. Juyo's face darkened. With a cold stare fixed on Chinyu, he curled his lips into a mocking smile. What mighty power you boast. The Chinyu Empire, Luo City, the Chinyu Challenge Pavilion? What? You think you can intimidate me with the Imperial Chinyu authority? Do you even possess that capability? Let alone your pitifully small Chinyu Empire. Even the Heaven Derivation sect dares not act recklessly in my presence. Are you trying to bring disaster upon your empire with such words? The innate imperial arrogance cultivated since childhood was beyond the reach of these minor regional powers. Was this Chinyu Empire anything more than a dog of the Grand Luo Holy Land? Did it dare to bite its own master? What? Prince Qin Bufon and Pavilion Master Qin sure exchanged stunned glances. Had they just kicked an iron plate? Could he actually be a top-tier young master from a holy land? Their heads buzzed with question marks, their bodies involuntarily trembling. Wait, even if he was a Holy Land aristocrat, this was still on this prince's own territory. The fear vanished in an instant. Qin, how dare you offend young Master Juyo? Apologize at once. Qin Bufon shot a fierce glare at Qin. Qin's body quivered slightly, his head bowed low, fists clenched. Deeply sorry, young Master Juyo. This pavilion master acted rudely. I beg your forgiveness. The master and servant harmonized their performance seamlessly, but Juyo found it deeply unpleasant. His priority was refining the cultivation essence, and he didn't wish to spend another second here. The ignorant commit no crime. It's fine. If there's nothing else, I must return and rest. We'll meet again another time. With a light glance toward Qin Bufon, Juyo turned and walked away. Young Master Juyo. As Qin began to speak, he was abruptly cut off. The gentle expression on Qin Bufon's face vanished instantly, replaced by two sharp, ominous eyes staring at Juyo's departing back. Find out everything about him. If he dares to deceive this prince, send him straight to hell. Chapter 8. The Human Slaughterman Lang Pingping, 1/stuns Luo City. A night with howling wind and no moon, perfect for murder and arson. Fong Juyo left the Chinyu Challenge Pavilion. Not far away, several dark figures appeared, trailing him through the streets. From Ichuan Courtyard to Shaanxi Street, from Tianqing Bridge to the ferry barge, they followed him for nearly 7 or 8 lanes. Fong Juyo entered an alley and turned into a wine shop. The dark figures stationed themselves at the corner, waiting. Suddenly, a man in black descended from the sky, an overwhelming soul pressure sweeping over like a tidal wave. You? The assassin spoke not a word, merely lifting his scythe skyward in a gentle swing. In an instant, the once starlit sky was instantly swallowed into a pitch-black shroud. Pitch dark, as though the heavens had been stained with ink, the blackness tightening the hearts of all. Then, above the darkened sky, a deadly scythe shimmering with icy chill slashed through the heavens. The entire Luo city was shrouded under the shadow of death itself, the hearts of countless lives sinking at once, as if some sinister beast had descended upon the world. Besides fear, only soulless shells remained. In the imperial palace, the emperor looked up into the void. A chill ran through his heart, his expression turning grim. This is the Death Scythe, an individual from the Great Luo Holy Land. The 5 black-clad assassins were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, never expecting that the one they followed, Juyo, had such a terrifying background. The wind roared violently, swirling the remnants of clouds. The Death Scythe pierced the void, sparks and lightning trailing its lightning-fast descent. No, the scythe swept through. 5 heads shot into the air, blood spurting like fountains, painting the ground crimson. The human slaughterman cast a blank glance toward the palace. His voice, focused into a single line, rumbled like thunder into the imperial halls. Chinyu royal family, I hope you think carefully. If you dare scheme against my young master again, I will eradicate your entire royal line. Emperor Qin Tian's expression darkened, his eyes dimmed, and the tightly clenched fist slowly loosened. He turned toward the darkness and ordered, "Find out which prince has offended the Great Luo Holy Land. Imprison him in the celestial jail." At once, the human slaughterman slightly shifted his body, vanishing instantly into thin air. Night deepened. Fong Juyo sat cross-legged on his bed, anxious and uneasy. If he were to break through to the Shintan stage here and awaken the Shinken unblemished chaos body, it would inevitably attract attention from the 5 holy lands, and even stir up the ancient monsters from the supreme heaven. In his confusion, he turned to the system. "System, where do you think I should break through to the Shintan stage without causing a stir?" "Master, you're asking the wrong guy. This system is only good for killing to loot items, transferring cultivation values, and techniques. I suggest you ask the black-faced plate on the rooftop." "Huh? Black-faced plate?" Fong Juyo was momentarily stunned, the image of the black-faced plate swiftly flashing through his mind, ruthless beyond limits, black as coal, the face appearing vividly in his thoughts. How is it possible? He's my father's right-hand man, known as the human slaughterman, Lang Pingping. How can he be here? A mixture of emotions crossed Fong Juyo's face. A warm current seeped into his limbs and bones, a sensation of warmth he'd never felt so profoundly. So my father actually sent his trusted lieutenant to protect me. "Old man, you're trying to make me cry again. Not going to happen." Tears welled up in his eyes, yet Fong Juyo showed great restraint and held them back. He tidied his emotions, secretly wiping away tears with his sleeve before strolling to the window and shouting into the void. "Black-faced freak, come out and meet this young master." After a long pause, a voice floated down from the void. "All right." Lang Pingping strode down from the sky, his cold eyes showing a faint glimmer, probably the closest he could manage to a smile. "Little master, when did you realize I was here?" Lang Pingping somersaulted in through the window and gently settled himself on a bench. "I said, black-faced freak, you're protecting me secretly but didn't even tell me? If I go to a pleasure house, are you going to?" Faced with Fong Juyo's teasing, Lang Pingping let out an awkward chuckle. "It's the master's order. I wouldn't dare forget. Even if you go to the greenhouse, I will follow. But of course, everything you spend goes on your tab." Fong Juyo was momentarily stunned. This black-faced brute really treats me like an ATM. Rubbing his forehead, he thought, if he stays around me all the time, how am I supposed to go kill monsters and gain experience? His eyes flickered with cunning, a gentle spring breeze of a smile spreading across his face. "Black-faced freak, you don't need to sit on the rooftop day and night. Just choose a room nearby to rest in." Lang Pingping gave Fong Juyo a scrutinizing up and down glance, puzzled. "Little master, have you finally found your conscience? You're actually being nice to me? If I remember right, when you were 10, you slipped an explosion foo into the toilet stall I was using and nearly blew me sky high. This time, are you preparing another trap for me to fall into? Not a chance." Fong Juyo awkwardly scratched his head. To make up for his childhood mischief, he poured Lang Pingping a cup of spiritual wine he had secretly taken from home. A fragrant aroma spread through the air, and before even drinking it, one already felt lightheaded. "Black-faced freak, back when I was young, I was just being ignorant and impetuous. Let this spiritual wine be my apology." Fong Juyo raised his crystal cup in a toast. Lang Pingping was momentarily stunned, then forced out a smile uglier than a cry. "Little master, Shambada, you finally found your conscience." Pingping feels truly honored. They clinked glasses. The spiritual wine slid down their throats, leaving them refreshed and invigorated. It truly lived up to its reputation, brewed from the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. In today's Tianxian great world, few could ever taste such a rare treasure. "Black-faced freak, when the opportunity comes, Juyo will definitely let you drink immortal wine every day." Fong Juyo's eyes flashed with determination, making Lang Pingping beam with satisfaction. "Great." After several cups of spiritual wine, their tongues loosened. Free from the tension of master and servant, they laughed and talked like old friends who had known each other for ages. "Black-faced freak, in the Chinyu Empire, are there any secret realms or spiritual ruins suitable for someone at the Ho-Ten stage like me to cultivate?" After the initial warm-up, Fong Juyo finally got back to the main topic. Lang Pingping's body slightly trembled, gazing sharply at Fong Juyo with fiery eyes. "Little master, you're not seriously thinking of entering a secret realm or spiritual ruin for cultivation?" You know as well as I do that I haven't awakened my talent. If I don't work hard myself, I'll just fade into the crowd and become an ordinary mortal." A firmness flickered in Fong Juyo's eyebrows. A heroic spirit that seemed to challenge the heavens surged forth. Lang Pingping's eyes briefly revealed a trace of surprise. The boy had not been broken by the failed awakening ceremony at 18. Truly, he was his master's son, possessing the same noble bearing and relentless resilience. On the western border of the Tianyu Empire lies a one-star secret realm called Tianpu. It is suitable for trials by those at the Yinqi stage, Hugtan stage, and Shantan stage. Inside, there are even spiritual valleys coveted even by soul core cultivators. If encountered, they can provide enormous benefits to one's cultivation. Lang Pingping explained the secret realm thoroughly. As soon as Fong Juyo heard it, his interest immediately surged. Those at the foundation building stage cannot enter, right? What about the void core stage? Heaven crossing stage? Fong Juyo was worried. If his awakening did provoke those ancient experts, they might barge in looking for him. Lang Pingping took a sip of spiritual wine and replied calmly. Whether it's a secret realm or an immortal burial ground, one cannot enter if they exceed the cultivation limit. These places have their own rules and are even protected by the will of heaven. Otherwise, these secret realms and immortal graves would have long been plundered by the 5 holy lands. Strictly speaking, these secret realms and immortal burial grounds do not even belong to the Tianxin Great World. They're classified as small worlds. Upon hearing Lang Pingping's answer, Fong Juyo revealed a rare smile. Tianpu, here I come. Let you become the stepping stone to my strength. A lofty ambition erupted from Fong Juyo, making Lang Pingping joyfully astounded. What an inspiring ambition. Little master, I hope you soar like your master and shine across the Tianxin world. Lang Pingping murmured in his heart. Chapter 9. The Secret Realm of Celestial Falls. Waterfalls descend straight for 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way fell from the 9th heaven. To the west of the Tianyu Empire lies a heavenly wonder known as the Celestial Falls. From the outside, it truly is as Li Jinxian's poem described. The Celestial Falls tower 3,000 feet high, their cascades seemingly suspended in the sky, their thunderous crashes echoing across the heavens. In truth, however, the falls hide a secret world. Every 10 years on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, the water stops flowing completely, and a mysterious portal appears on the waterfall, allowing cultivators to enter the hidden world inside. However, those beyond the Xiantian stage are forbidden from entering. Once again, the 5th day of the 5th lunar month arrived. With Lang Pingping's help, Fong Juyo descended from the sky riding on his flamingo and arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Falls. Dressed in pure white, he looked elegant and extraordinarily handsome. The moment he arrived, waves of excitement stirred among countless female cultivators. Heavenly beauties exist only above. Such a rarity rarely walks the human world. This is my destined cultivation partner. A female swordsman dressed in cyan clothes, holding a green sword, her eyes sparkling with delight, cried out in awe. Li Tsuehua, how could such a handsome young man be your cultivation partner? He's clearly the son-in-law of our Zhatian sect. I've already chosen him on behalf of my young lady. A girl with 2 braids tied on her head sized Fong Juyo up and down as she spoke. Lang Pingping smirked, and Fong Juyo shot him an annoyed glare. Next time he went out, he'd definitely wear a mask. If being handsome was a crime, then I'd rather commit it again and again. Not far away, a pair of cold, shadowy eyes glanced toward Fong Juyo, an emerald-robed man in a straw hat, gripping a long saber. When Fong Juyo sensed the hostility and glanced over, the straw-hatted man quickly lowered his head. Humph! Lang Pingping's eyes blazed with piercing light as he cast a cold stare at the hat-wearing man. Master, once you enter the Celestial Falls, you must put on the immortal armor your lady provided. His young master was simply too charming. Wherever he went, he caused the female cultivators to swoon and the male ones to grow jealous. He would inevitably accumulate many enemies. Luckily, before they left, with his help, both the immortal armor and sword had been forcefully bound to him as their master. Once inside the falls, there would be absolutely no concern for the young master's safety. Both the armor and sword possessed weapon spirits. They could automatically protect their master. Even those at the Xiantian level would be instantly destroyed. At midnight, the waterfall finally froze, and a blue portal appeared right in the center of the falls. Without external force or magical tools, one could not reach the portal. This was also a way to filter out the weaker cultivators. Those too feeble entering the Celestial Falls wouldn't gain any fortune, but only meet their demise. Master, I'll send you into the portal. Before Fong Juyo could even react, Lang Pingping gave him a slap on the butt, sending him flying headlong into the portal. F***CK, you black-faced brute, I won't let this go. Lang Pingping replied with a stunned expression. If I'd known, I should have kicked his butt with my foot instead. Damn, why did I slap him with my hand? I gotta go wash my hand in the waterfall. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lang Pingping flipped upside down in midair and flew beneath the waterfall, washing his hands vigorously. The lower-tier cultivators who had yet to enter the portal looked on in shock. This black-faced figure must be an unparalleled expert. They couldn't help but rethink who the white-robed young noble truly was. He must be an aristocrat of the highest rank. Ideas and schemes began to stir among the crowd. Lang Pingping grinned, secretly thinking to himself, Master, I've secretly made you a ton of enemies. Please don't get too ruthless in return. Meanwhile, Fong Juyo, slapped by Lang Pingping into the portal, didn't enter upright. Upon entering the Celestial Falls realm, his body flipped, head down, feet up. Ouch! He sprang up with a somersault, pain shooting through his body. You bastard black-faced freak, you went too far. Just wait until I grow stronger. I'll strip you naked and hang you on the city gate. Fong Juyo scrambled to his feet, discovering himself at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by endless ranges of hills. He had no idea where he currently was. He had zero interest in seeking spiritual herbs or other fortunes. He only wanted to find a hidden valley, retreat inside, and absorb cultivation power to break through to the Xiantian stage and awaken his innate, immaculate chaotic physique. System, can you locate where the hidden valley is? Master, I am a monster-killing equipment drop system, not a find my item system. Thank you. Fong Juyo shook his head. Looks like the dog system couldn't be trusted. He'd have to rely on himself. First things first, he needed to wear the water spirit armor he had hidden under his white robe. Whoosh, whoosh. After changing into the immortal armor, Fong Juyo looked ethereal and refined, as if a celestial being had descended. He looked like a refined immortal, so stunningly handsome that any female cultivator would want to tackle him. Just to be safe, I should change this noticeable white robe and put on a mask. Moments later, a man dressed in black with a black mask appeared. However, the unique aura radiating from him would still drive female cultivators wild. In the end, a firefly always shines brightly wherever it goes. Pulling his bamboo hat lower over his face, Fong Juyo gripped his long sword and slowly walked up the mountain. Xiaoyan, hurry up. I heard there's a spiritual cave on the mountain. and many cultivators are attacking the barrier outside. There must be treasures inside. Wait for me, senior sister. A figure slowly dropped down from a large tree. Watching the direction the two girls had run off in, Fong Juyo looked puzzled. Could it be Sugu? Since he couldn't find Sugu, he might as well follow them and take a look. Perhaps it really was Sugu? Fong Juyo followed them at a leisurely pace, occasionally making comments. The female cultivators of the Tianxian Great World really have amazing figures. Indeed, their bodies are unmatched by ordinary people. Before long, they arrived at the mountaintop. Outside the cave dwelling, more than 10 groups of cultivators were launching attacks against the barrier. The entrance of the cave shimmered with fluctuating energy, appearing close to being breached. Barriers were like that. Either you found a method to break them, or you shattered them with brute force. A group of Hotian and Xiantian stage cultivators naturally wouldn't know much about breaking barriers. After all, this was a low-grade barrier. It could be broken with sheer force. The barrier is about to break. Those who don't wish to participate should leave immediately. Otherwise, leave your lives behind. A gray-robed man, coldly scanning the surrounding spectators, glared with killing intent in his eyes. What gives you the right to monopolize the spiritual cave? A short-statured man wielding a giant hammer shouted angrily. The gray-robed man sneered contemptuously. The large saber in his hand slashed toward the hammer-wielding man like an unstoppable flood, pressing down with mountain-splitting force. The short man raised his hammer to counterattack. Boom. The short man was sent stumbling back 3 steps. Before he could even catch his breath, the gray-robed man's saber slashed at him once again. No. The gray-robed man feinted with one slash, then thrust the blade straight into his heart. The short man fell dead, his life extinguished completely. What gives me the right? My strength. If you don't leave now, I'll send you to join him in death. The gray-robed man coldly stared at the surrounding cultivators. Behind him, several others wearing gray robes, each with a golden cloud pattern embroidered on their clothes, stepped forward. Their expressions were grim, glaring at the gathered spectators. They unsheathed their long sabers, dragging them across the ground, sending sparks flying. The onlookers wore expressions of suppressed fury but dared not speak. Senior Sisterly, why is the Huoyun sect acting so badak? A girl dressed in green wore an expression of disdain. Xiao Yun, the Huoyun sect is a major sect in the Tianyu Empire. We can't afford to provoke them. Senior Sisterly stopped Xiao Yun from speaking further and dragged her away from the mountaintop. In an instant, the cultivators watching reluctantly left, except for one hat-wearing man. Kid, are you asking for death? The gray-robed man, wearing an arrogant expression, stared at Fong Juyo, lifting his long saber horizontally. Fong Juyo lifted his eyebrows slightly, his eyes flashing a cold light as he looked at the overbearing gray-robed man. He spoke faintly. Death? Do you even know how to write that word? Show me how it's written. Chapter 10 Disciple of the Fire Cloud Sect, One Sword to Annihilate the Enemy. The scene outside the spiritual cave froze in an instant, as a group of gray-robed men stared in shock at the black-clad, hooded figure who seemed to have come seeking death. Challenging 10 at the early sky stage and 5 at the peak of the earth stage with only your late earth stage cultivation. This guy looked like nothing more than a walking kill target. Did a foolish cultivator like this really exist in the world? Unless he had been kicked in the head by a donkey, or he was a genius from a top-tier sect, someone capable of fighting above his level. Even if he could fight above his level, could he really take down 15 of us, 10 of whom are at the sky stage? Hooded man, daring to show off before us Fire Cloud sect disciples. Where's your courage coming from? The gray-robed man's robe flared, and the aura of a sky stage practitioner spread outward in waves, pressing forcefully toward Fong Juyo. Yet Fong Juyo sat calmly on a large rock, unmoved, and looked at them mockingly. I guess it's because a female cultivator named Liang Jingru told me I could do it. Would you believe me? Die. The gray-robed man didn't care who Jingru was. Fong Juyo was already a dead man in his eyes. Dragging his large blade along the ground and sparking a trail, he leapt into the air. Zhang Fei, how many sword strokes do you think our senior brother needs to kill that hooded man? Li Quan, you're underestimating the senior brother too much. His fire cloud sword technique is already mastered, reaching the 3rd movement. With his sky stage power, that kid wouldn't even survive 1 move. Li Quan, your estimation is wrong. I think the senior brother could kill him within half a move. Why half a move? Hee, because the hooded guy would be scared to death the moment our senior brother shows half a form of the fire cloud sword technique. Ha ha. The surrounding fire cloud sect disciples burst into mocking laughter. In their eyes, a cultivator at the late earth stage was just a grasshopper no matter how much he struggled. The gray-robed man floated in the air through the use of sky stage aura. Underneath those cunning eyes burned a bloodthirsty glow. His long blade, enhanced by sky stage power, released a 3-foot-long crimson sword aura as it sliced downward toward Fong Juyo. It was unstoppable, its brilliance dazzling. Everyone believed the hooded man would die under their senior brother's fire cloud sword technique, Fong Juyo included. However, Fong Juyo lightly flicked his low-grade immortal sword, Cold Ice Sword, in a casual sweep. A tremendous force soared skyward as chilling cold spread throughout the air. Not good. Mid-air, the gray-robed man's expression changed in alarm. His 3-foot crimson sword aura extinguished instantly. From the blade aura, to the handle, and even to his arm, his entire body froze solid, becoming an ice sculpture. So vivid and lifelike was the frozen statue that, deprived of sky stage energy support, it crashed down from the air. Pung! The statue shattered on impact, leaving the Fire Cloud sect disciples around the area stunned and speechless. This is an immortal sword. Fong Juyo gazed coldly at the frightened disciples of the Fire Cloud sect. Pointing the cold ice sword directly at them, he said, You dare offend us, Fire Cloud sect? Even as death approached, the disciples stubbornly used the sect's name as a threat, as if the Fire Cloud sect was a life-saving straw to him. Fire Cloud sect? A trash sect no one has ever heard of. And you think I would be afraid? Even if you're disciples of the Lingyun Hall, you must die today. As Fong Juyo finished speaking, the 14 remaining men flew forward with their swords raised, leaping into the air and charging toward him. Humph! Just as quickly as the words were spoken, Fong Juyo lifted his cold ice sword and swung it once, releasing the power of icy cold. Snow began to fall from the sky, pure and crystal clear, exquisitely beautiful. Yet hidden within this beauty lay merciless slaughter. As each snowflake gently descended, the 14 figures in midair instantly froze solid into icy statues. Penetrating into their lungs and internal organs, their veins and meridians, their bodies froze entirely from the outside inward. Their terror and fear were frozen within. They crashed to the ground and shattered into countless fragments. 14 disciples of the Fire Cloud sect were reduced to ashes, leaving no remains. Though Fong Juyo appeared mighty and majestic, his heart was racing with panic inside. As a cultivator at the late Earth stage, wielding an immortal sword drained his spirit energy rapidly, like a tide, nearly emptying him completely. His body weakened, almost falling down, and he quickly fished out a spirit restoration pill, swallowing it hastily. He resheathed the cold ice sword, sat down cross-legged, and began recovering. Master, you have slain the Fire Cloud sect's early sky stage senior brother. A basic rate of 0.8 fixed gain is applied. Since you defeated an opponent a cultivation realm higher, you gain a 10-fold increased drop rate bonus. Finally, you activated a 1,000-fold reward bonus. Conversion to cultivation points, 8,000. Master, you have slain 4 Fire Cloud sect disciples of the early sky stage. With a 10-fold bonus for defeating those a major realm above, the average reward multiplier is 100x. Conversion to cultivation points, 3,200. 10 disciples at the peak of the Earth stage, average 50x drop rate, converted to cultivation points, 800. Total cultivation points gained, 14,016. Fong Juyo wore a stunned expression. In just a few days, he had converted 14,016 cultivation points through the enemy killing loot system. Could it be that he was about to break through to the Shinten Jing already? Moments later, with the effect of the supreme grade spirit restoration pill, his lost spiritual power was fully replenished. Fong Juyo's face lit up with excitement. He glanced at the Fire Cloud sect's seal, which had already been weakened by 90%, and stood up, walking toward the cave entrance. After observing for a while, he summoned a supreme grade spiritual fist set, put it on, and smashed it into the cave's barrier. Pung! The cave entrance shook violently, like a level, for earthquake, causing stones to fall from above. Soon, the tremors ceased, and a 2-meter-wide hole appeared clearly before him. Fong Juyo pushed aside the boulders blocking the entrance, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, a barrier automatically formed behind him, and countless vines began sprouting out, spreading until, from afar, the cave entrance was no longer visible at all. The entire cave seemed to vanish. Those trash from the Fire Cloud sect dare to monopolize the empty valley? They're asking for death. A group of women dressed in red, swords in hand, leapt from the foot of the mountain, moving swiftly through the jungle like the wind. Before long, they reached the mountaintop, and the sight before them stunned the entire group. The peak was entirely covered in vines, appearing like a green ocean. Forget about the empty valley. They couldn't even find the cave entrance they were supposedly seeking. How could it be gone? The group wore expressions of shock. This scene was completely different from what the green-robed girl had described. That's not right. I clearly followed the Fire Cloud sect disciple all the way to the mountaintop. So how could it just vanish? A young woman dressed in red swung her sword at the vines. A flash of fire cut through, slicing the vines into countless pieces. Yet what lay beneath was still more vines. There was no trace of a cave entrance. It seems like the empty valley has hidden itself automatically. What a massive opportunity missed. This fate-defying blessing was simply not meant for our heaven-shaking gang. The group took one last glance at the mountaintop before swiftly leaving the area. Inside the cave, Fong Juyo had no time to look for treasures. He immediately searched for a spiritual spring area and began the grand task of channeling his cultivation points into his body. System, let's go. I want to break through to the Shinten Jing. Master, I suggest you dissipate your current spiritual energy and rebuild your foundation from scratch. Your current cultivation points are more than enough to allow you to break through from the Yinqi Jing all the way to the Shinten Jing. Fong Juyo furrowed his brows, puzzled. Why? Have you ever read the secret manuals of the Great Luo Holy Land? I'm not even an official disciple of the Great Luo Holy Land, so how could I have the privilege to access its secret manuals? Fong Juyo mocked himself. Even as Fong Potion's grandson, as long as he hadn't awakened his innate talent and joined the Great Luo Holy Land, he had no right to study its secret techniques. All his cultivation methods were obtained by Feng Bru and Nan Gong Shui from outside treasures found in hidden realms. Master, you truly are pitiful. As the grandson of the Holy Lord of the Great Luo Holy Land, you can't even access the sect's secret techniques. Since it's like this, I'll give you a quick explanation. Each cultivation stage is divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. But beyond the peak lies an ultimate stage. Reaching that stage allows you to challenge opponents in an entire major realm above you. What? Fong Juyo's expression turned to shock. He had never heard that beyond the peak existed an even higher stage. Nowadays, people usually broke through directly to the next realm after reaching the peak. It had been this way for tens of thousands of years. Even his parents had advanced directly from peak to the next realm. Now, do you know why many divine body cultivators struggle to ascend to the higher heaven during the tribulation stage? Could it be because they never broke through to the ultimate stage in their earlier cultivation stages? Fong Juyo asked with hesitation. That's only one aspect of it. To progress faster beyond the tribulation stage, one must either break through the ultimate stage or possess extraordinary innate talent. System, aren't you just a system for defeating enemies and obtaining loot? How come you know about the ultimate stage? Fong Juyo wore a puzzled expression. This system seemed to know more than it should. Anything related to equipment, techniques, or cultivation lies within my all-seeing scope. You're so proud of yourself. Chapter 11. Awakening of the innate flawless chaos body. Phenomenon shocks the heavens and the 10 directions. Above the Lingshan inside the Hollow Valley Cave, dressed in black robes, exuding ambition and vigor, Fong Juyo followed the system's instruction and released all the spiritual power he had cultivated, instantly dropping his cultivation to 0. The piercing pain of releasing one's spiritual power was hundreds of times worse than the pain of scraping bones to heal wounds. Scraping bone affected only the muscles and meridians beneath the skin, causing pain in the Jingu. However, dispersing one's core cultivation meant expelling all the spiritual energy stored in the dantian, accompanied by the withering of meridians and a gradual decline of all internal organs. No ordinary person dared to easily disperse their cultivation to begin anew. Fong Juyo, who had previously exuded vigor and elegance, now bore no resemblance to a refined young gentleman. His body was completely drained, devoid of strength and vitality. Collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath. System, quickly pour cultivation energy into me. Host, the process of infusing the body with cultivation points has begun. Qi drawing stage, 10/20/40/80/100. Breakthrough to the ultimate of Qi drawing stage. Later heaven stage, 100/200/400/800/1000. Breakthrough to the ultimate of later heaven stage. Innate stage, 1000/2000/4000. Advance to the late stage of the innate realm. Remaining cultivation points, 4,266. Suddenly, Fong Juyo's dantian began to replenish, and his entire body overflowed with newfound strength. Under the infusion of cultivation energy, he did not stop running the family martial cultivation technique, the Divine Illumination Sky Method. The Divine Illumination Sky Method reached the third level, matching the realm he had attained. Fong Juyo opened his eyes. His deep, ink-black irises and silvery white pupils seemed as clear as a pool of water, glittering like stars when they turned. Suddenly, a crack echoed from within. Fong Juyo felt as if a chain had broken within his body. A delightful sensation surged through his limbs and meridians, flooding his entire body, and his blood boiled. Suddenly, a pure, radiant light emitted from his body, wrapping him as if in primal chaos energy, and his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Inside his dantian formed a separate world containing a thread of primal chaos energy. Each rotation cleansed all impurities from his body instantaneously. His entire body seemed as if returned to the womb, where each breath he took was now primal energy. His bones transformed into Ligu, radiant and colorful, emitting dazzling brilliance. The blood inside his body, nourished by the Ligu, shifted from red to gold, transforming from mundane flesh to a sacred vessel. Countless patterns of Tao were inscribed upon his white bones, as if his whole being was enveloped and nourished by the Tao, brimming with boundless potential. After 72 continuous hours of evolution, elevation, and metamorphosis, a flawless, perfect body floated above the Lingqian, shining like an incomparable treasure, radiating brilliant light. At last, Fong Juyo's innate flawless chaos body had awakened. The innate flawless chaos body was newly formed. Fong Juyo opened his eyes. That gaze could sever through eons, traverse the river of fate, as if the 9 heavens and 10 directions, the 3,000 worlds, were all within his grasp. A beam of Uli light pierced from within the cave world, rising as a massive luminous column, breaking through the starry skies, and vanishing into the void. Dang! The resonant bell chime echoed across the 9 heavens and 10 directions, spreading throughout the 3,000 worlds. Across the void of the 3,000 worlds, the first chime of the bell rang out. Terrifying Taoist sovereign power evolved deep within the endless starry river, outlining a sovereign sword piercing through eons. Wave after wave of oppressive energy, bearing the aura of cosmic destruction, immediately penetrated the souls of countless beings across the 3,000 worlds. This, could it possibly be? Within the 9 heavens and 10 realms, palace lords and sect leaders gazed deeply toward the edge of the starry river. The bell chime's soul-shaking resonance lingered, refusing to fade. Dang! A second bell chime resounded once again at the edge of the starry heavens. Countless living beings looked up to the sky, where an ancient aura, stretching across eons, spread across the sky, manifesting as a golden throne. A vague figure sat high above upon it, surveying the 9 heavens and 10 directions, the 3,000 great worlds below. Could it really be? Atop the peak of a certain sect's sacred mountain, an ordinary-looking elder displayed an expression of shock and immense fear. Dang! The third chime rang out within the hearts of the countless beings across the 3,000 worlds. At the peak of the sky, at the edge of emptiness, was the gaze of a pair of eyes etched deep into the starry river. One glance, and time turned backward. One blink, and stars fell. When countless beings were still seized by fear, the fourth bell chime rang out. Dang! Above the heavens, infinite lightning and thunder rained down. Over the 3,000 worlds, a darkness spread across the sky. The immortal tribulation lightning thundered. The chaotic lightning heralded an apocalypse. Following that, the 5th, 6th, the 8th chime of the bell sounded across eternity. Above the sky of the 3,000 worlds stretched auspicious light for 30,000 miles. Endless miraculous signs intertwined, manifesting simultaneously. Purple aura came from the east for 30 myriad miles. Rosy clouds illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 directions. The 5 sacred beasts knelt on the ground, 9 dragons pulling a carriage wandering through myriads of worlds. Mystic tunes, celestial melodies, and heavenly flowers rained down. Buddha images and divine statues received worship across worlds. Dang! The 9th bell chime rang out again. 7 giant characters appeared in the void, innate flawless chaos body. At that moment, across the 9 heavens and 10 directions, the palace masters of celestial palaces, Tao palaces, and sects, the supreme prodigies of the 3,000 worlds, all trembled in response. Countless mighty cultivators began calculating with fingers clenched in mystic formations. Suddenly, a pair of emotionless eyes appeared in the void, and with a single glance, countless mighty cultivators spat blood and collapsed on the ground. The innate flawless chaos body has been born. It must be eradicated. Countless celestial palace decrees, Tao palace edicts, and sect orders spread across the 3,000 worlds. The birth of the innate chaos body will certainly suppress the ancient generations. The entire world will become its enemy. Not for other reasons, but because it is the nightmare in every cultivator's heart. No one is willing to bow beneath the innate chaos body. In the Xintian Great World, the elders and living fossils from the 5 sacred lands looked toward the sky, faces filled with horror. Such terrifying phenomena far exceeded the level of the Tao bodies countless times over. The innate flawless chaos body, the new emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 directions. This is not a blessing, but a calamity. On the sacred mountain of the Great Luo Holy Land, a solitary and proud figure stood atop the peak, lightning flashing in his eyes. A decree from the celestial palace fell from the sky, gently landing in his hands. Glancing down, the words on the decree were horrifying. Innate flawless chaos body, execute on sight. Fong Pati sighed softly, and his body slowly vanished. At the same time, the 5 great holy lands and even first-tier forces received secret orders from the Supreme Heaven. Across the 3,000 worlds, a covert assassination order targeting the innate flawless chaos body was initiated. Anyone who killed the innate flawless chaos body would receive a reward of a divine weapon of the lower emperor rank and become a palace heir of the celestial palace, Tao palace, or sect. Faced with such a huge temptation, the entire 3,000 worlds went into an uproar. Not a single soul would turn down the opportunity to rise overnight as a palace heir or Tao heir. However, locating the innate flawless chaos body was harder than ascending to heaven. No one knew where it was. With such a rebellious talent, facing the entire world in enmity, only an arduous, rebellious path against fate, usurping destiny, and challenging heaven itself awaited. On this path, countless outstanding geniuses, mighty cultivators, and living fossils would become stepping stones for his ascent. Fortunately, Fong Juyo chose to break through within a secret realm, so the phenomenon of his breakthrough wasn't discovered by others. Otherwise, he would certainly die. Even if the Great Luo Holy Land tried to protect him, the Holy Land would merely add countless corpses to its history, and Xintian Great World's premier power would become history. And he would die without even a grave to call his own. Beyond the heavenly waterfall, the spectacle in the sky moments ago had frightened the butcher Lang Ping beyond measure. That powerful aura felt somewhat familiar, though he couldn't remember who it belonged to. It carried the intent of the heavenly Tao, even a hint of mastery. He never once thought of linking it to Fong Juyo, much less dared to imagine he was the source. A person with such an outrageous talent would become the enemy of billions and billions of people. Chapter 12. The heavens guard the body, the divine ability of a step spanning the distance. The cave surged with spiritual energy. Countless pure streams of spiritual power from the Valley Fulong surged into Fong Juyo's body. Beneath his eyes, cosmic stars flickered, reflecting both the battlefield of corpses and seas of blood. He gazed across the universe, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It seems like my body has undergone some change. Fong Juyo stared at his crystalline-like body and looked inward. In his Dantian area, a miniature world appeared, within which floated a wisp of primordial chaos essence. A shocking thought suddenly came to his mind. He had initially attained the primordial flawless chaos body, unlocking the Heaven's Bodyguard ability. When under extreme attacks, as long as they don't exceed the Tao Merge Ascension realm, the Heaven's Bodyguard would activate automatically. This divine defense ability forms a protective shield using the power of the heavens to defend against enemy attacks, turning him into an indestructible cockroach. Though once his spiritual energy ran out, that was a different story entirely. As his cultivation improves, the Heaven's Bodyguard will grow stronger, even being capable of withstanding attacks from woody emperors. In addition, he naturally possessed the divine ability of a step spanning the distance, an absolute treasure for both escaping danger and killing enemies. However, with his current spiritual energy, he could only use it once at most. Unless absolutely necessary, this technique could not be used carelessly. Misuse could plunge him into eternal damnation. Divine abilities were symbols of supreme cultivators. One must reach at least the Tao Severing Ascension realm to even attempt to comprehend such a technique. Even reaching the Tao Severing Ascension realm didn't guarantee you could understand a divine ability. It was a technique ranked alongside the laws of heaven. Fong Juyo, still at the peak of the primordial realm, had already comprehended a divine ability. If word of this got out, how many people would be terrified? But for him, the only drawback was that it wasn't an offensive type divine ability. The power of a divine ability was related to one's physical constitution and cultivation level. As long as he reached the minor stage, major stage, peak stage, and eventually perfection, who across the 9 heavens and 10 lands could oppose him? A look of ecstatic joy spread across Fong Juyo's face, his heart burning with excitement. System, can my primordial flawless chaos body break through using cultivation points? Master, anything related to cultivation can be achieved through cultivation points. Breaking through the primordial flawless chaos body will require a bit of scary cultivation points. Be mentally prepared. Reaching the minor stage will require 100,000 cultivation points. The major stage needs 10 million. Reaching the peak requires 1 billion cultivation points, and achieving perfection needs 100 billion cultivation points. What? The system's words completely shattered Fong Juyo's worldview. Requiring 100,000 cultivation points for the minor stage? That he could work toward. 10 million cultivation points for the major stage? Does that mean I have to massacre an entire world? And the peak stage needing 1 billion cultivation points. That had become an utterly unreachable dream. System, you're not joking, are you? Master, do you think the primordial flawless chaos body is some cheap cabbage? It is ranked first among the 3,000 worlds under the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What does flawless mean? It means a constitution with no flaws, an innate chaos body, breaking through each stage requiring hundreds of times more resources than a standard chaos body. Master, don't you think about the divine abilities gained with each breakthrough, not to mention the powerful physique. Even if you spend all night satisfying hundreds of women, you still won't fall. Fong Juyo carefully thought it over. There was no flaw in that logic. Just the initial formation had given him the Heaven's Bodyguard and the ability of a step spanning the distance. If he reached the minor stage, what could he become? Excitement spread clearly across his face. Fong Juyo rose to his feet and disdainfully glanced at the Jifin Ice Lotus near the Spirit Spring before heading, without hesitation, toward the exit of the Shugu Valley. Where's the cave? The path? Why is it gone? As he arrived at the cave entrance, the exit was nowhere to be seen. An expression of shock filled his face. Could it be that entering the Shugu Valley was easy, but leaving it difficult? It couldn't be like that, surely? Maybe a specific mission had to be completed before the exit automatically reopened? Thinking carefully, Fong Juyo turned back and came to the Spirit Spring. With a light leap, he landed on the Shuko, leaning down to pluck the Ice Lotus. He was about to throw it into his storage ring like garbage when the system spoke up. Master, you can place it into your Dantian world. It may have some miraculous effect. The Dantian world? You aren't telling me it will eventually become a chaotic world. Before his reincarnation, Fong Juyo had been a novel addict, deeply infatuated with things like the chaos world. He was obsessed with legendary chaos treasures, like the most ancient lotus in history or the world's first sword grass. I can only laugh, master. You really dare to imagine things. The secrets of the Dantian world, you will naturally understand in the future. Seemed like the system was a stubbornly aloof entity. Using his divine consciousness, he placed the ice lotus into his Dantian world. What he didn't know was that once the ice lotus entered the Dantian world, the wisp of primordial chaotic energy seeped into the lotus itself. In an instant, the lotus emitted brilliant light, illuminating the entire Dantian world. The ice lotus began emitting one wisp, then another, producing a full 10 wisps of primordial chaotic energy. Fong Juyo continued to explore deeper into the Shugu Valley. Moo! A roar of a beast rang out, seemingly coming from the southern part of the valley. Fong Juyo's face lit up with surprise. No matter how powerful the beasts in this one-star secret realm were, none could surpass the Shinten Jing. If that were the case, then all these beasts before him would be no more than younger brothers. System, will killing beasts give me loot drops? Killing enemies includes cultivators, beasts, magical beasts, ghosts, evil spirits, and even ordinary humans. Right, as long as they are living beings, or souls, they can drop equipment. Great then. At this moment, Fong Juyo no longer looked like a refined young noble, but rather a greedy young master. In the southern part of Shugu Valley, there was a pond where a giant water buffalo lay. That's right, a giant water buffalo. Except, this buffalo's horns were golden, its body was brown. It looked nearly identical to the common water buffalo used for plowing fields in the human world. Right now, it was lazily lying in the pond, flipping its muscular body here and there, occasionally shooting out 2 bolts of lightning from its horns to zap the spirit fish inside. With a single flap of its front hoof, the fish flew automatically into its mouth, making a smacking sound. Suddenly, the buffalo felt a chill from behind. It turned its head in surprise, then fixed its eyes firmly on Fong Juyo. Its drool hung out, its eyes sparkled, and it stuck out its 30-centimeter long tongue. Moo! A giant water buffalo? Fong Juyo's first impression of the creature in the pond was simply that of a water buffalo. He looked confused. The giant buffalo was clearly unhappy with Fong Juyo's name for it. This great water buffalo. Huh, I spit at that title. I am the Buwang, the Buffalo King. Do I look any less handsome than a common water buffalo? Suddenly, the 2 golden horns of the giant buffalo pointed directly at Fong Juyo. To Fong Juyo's surprise, the horns began crackling with electricity. Crack! 2 lightning bolts crashed down. Damn it, buffalo, you have no buffalo morals. The free and easy steps activated instantly, a blur flashed by, and the lightning missed its mark. The buffalo was stunned. Where had the human gone? Did my lightning just vaporize him? Its ox-like pupils widened as it looked around, unable to spot Fong Juyo anywhere. Moo! Letting out a sound of pride, it seemed satisfied, the only regret being that it hadn't eaten that human. The buffalo swished its tail and resumed its relaxed posture in the water. Suddenly, it felt something off. It felt a bit heavier. It recalled that the water weeds had not sunk much earlier, but now they were sinking even more than a section. It twisted its head backward as hard as it could. In its huge oxen pupils, it spotted that annoying figure. He was actually riding on its back. Unforgivable. Moo! With a sudden dive, it plunged into the pond. Yet Fong Juyo simply kicked off his feet, floating midair with a playful look as he gazed down at the buffalo below. Big Bun Buffalo, are you doing this out of love? Your meat is so tender, I'll be able to make beef hot pot later. Enraged, the buffalo began thrashing the water with its legs, and shockingly, it flew into the air, charging forward like a mad bull through the sky. Huh, interesting. A flying water buffalo. With another free and easy step, the buffalo missed again. But this time, its force was too great, and it smashed into the wall beside the pond. Sparks flew. Its head spun dizzily. Boom. The wall trembled, and the buffalo crashed down heavily into the pond, sending splashes of water flying everywhere. Chapter 13. The First Sword Grass, the Wordless Heaven Book. After using the Xiaoyao steps at the peak of the Shinten Jing, the speed was comparable to the early stage of Du Ji Jing. A series of illusions swept across the water surface, provoking the angry Dango into letting out a series of furious moos. The enraged Gassengo unleashed several bolts of lightning in succession, each striking a false image. Alright, big water buffalo, this young master is done playing with you. As the words fell, Fong Juyo took out a supreme spiritual sword and swung it forward. Countless swirling sword shadows, the whirlwind sword shadows, rained down onto the water and pierced into the body of the Bafu. Puchi. Several streams of blood erupted, instantly dyeing the pond red. The Dasengo stared at Fong Juyo in disbelief, its eyes dim and speechless, trying to say something but failing to utter a sound before kicking its legs and floating on the water surface. It seems my whirlwind sword shadows have increased their power manifold. Looking at the spiritual sword in his hand, Fong Juyo murmured softly. He hadn't expected that reaching the later stage of Shinten Jing would make his sword techniques so unexpectedly powerful. What he didn't know was that as his cultivation improved, both the sword techniques and body techniques naturally became stronger. Even more importantly, the enhancement came from his Shintan flawless chaotic body. Fong Juyo stared at the slain water buffalo in the pond and smirked. He wasn't sure whether the Big Inthu was Yaosu or a Visub, though in a one-star secret realm, there probably wouldn't be so. With quick efficiency, Fong Juyo used the spiritual sword to slice the Dasingvu into dozens of pieces. A pair of golden bull horns, capable of emitting lightning, seemed decent enough, so he collected them into his Duntan world. In an instant, the golden horns sank into the summit of a mountain in the Duntan world. The chaotic space emitted countless lightning strikes that poured into the horns. The once ordinary golden horns underwent a complete transformation. 2 inscriptions of thunder Dao engraved themselves onto the horns. Surrounding the horns, the space was filled with endless lightning, crackling noisily, as if it were the end of the world. However, Fong Juyo had no idea of all this. His interest had already shifted to braising beef in an iron pot. After cleaning up, he set up a stove by the pond and started cooking the beef. Earlier, in Luo City, he had bought plenty of spices suitable for braising beef, which proved to be perfect now. An hour later, a pot of fragrant beef was ready. Hungry and eager, Fong Juyo grabbed chopsticks and bowls and began feasting. The Da So, being a Yao So at the peak of Shen Tianjing, contains spiritual energy comparable to supreme medicinal herbs. Upon entering the body, its energy transformed completely into spiritual energy, seeping into every limb and cell. Ah, this beef is indeed tender and chewy. Host, successfully slayed 1 ASO. Based on a drop rate of 0.8 and a multiplier of 0.8, the cultivation value is merely 0.64, negligible and unrecorded. Fong Juyo nearly choked as he feasted. He couldn't gain cultivation points by killing a creature of a lower realm than himself. System, what if we calculate in terms of gear drop rate? Host, with a drop rate of 18.9% and a multiplier of 10 times, you'd only receive high-quality equipment. For creatures 2 cultivation tiers below the host, both equipment drop rate and experience gain decrease by 1 rank, and so forth. Fong Juyo instantly froze. Was this saying he could only battle opponents at his level or stronger from now on? The equipment drop rate was not the main issue, but the fact that killing lower-tier cultivators awarded less than a point of cultivation energy made the system utterly exploitative. This system was truly the pits. It forced him to fight above his rank. Fong Juyo couldn't help shaking his head. Going at this rate, he'd soon find the entire world against him. Well, enough thinking about it. The immediate priority was to find the exit to get out of the Shigu. A secret realm's opening only lasted a month. If he couldn't get out in time, there would be real trouble. Who knew when the next opening would be? In the northern part of the Shigu, Fong Juyo discovered a vine with 5 small blossoms on it. Casually, he chopped it up and tossed it into his untanned world. The moment it entered, the vine transformed astonishingly. From its original 2-meter length, the vine grew wildly, quickly spreading throughout the entire valley. Primordial chaotic energy seeped into the vine. The 5 small flowers blossomed from bud to bloom. After flowering, 5 tiny gourds formed and hung from them. The sight was shocking, and even more shocking was the aura of 5 different Adal residing on these tiny gourds, still immature Dao, but still Dao. In the eastern part of the Xingu, there stood a garden. Within the garden grew a single grass plant. Strangely, all other flowers kept far away from it, afraid and reluctant to be close to it. It stood alone and proud in the garden's center. Occasionally, it emitted a flash of white light, while sword chi weaved throughout the space around it. Fong Juyo's eyes lit up. Could this plant be a treasure? Just as he reached out to touch it, the emitted sword chi nearly sliced Fong Juyo's hand. It nearly cut my hand. Very impressive indeed, little grassy one. Fong Juyo carefully uprooted it from the base and tossed it into his Duntan world. What he didn't know was that after entering the Duntan world, the grass found a mountain to settle on. A strand of primordial chaotic energy seeped into its body. The grass grew 3 inches taller, and a beam of white light burst from it, forming a radiant pillar that pierced through the chaotic void. In the western part of the Shigu, a boulder was surrounded by dark red soil. The surrounding area was eerily silent. Could it be that I'm meant to take this boulder? Fong Juyo stepped forward using Shukung's Sanbu, teleporting onto the boulder. He examined it carefully, but found nothing particularly unusual about it. Suddenly, several small snakes emerged from the soil, darting toward Fong Juyo like lightning, desperate to sink their fangs into him. Fong Juyo looked momentarily stunned, but his actions were far from hesitant. Using the Xiaoyao steps, he left behind several afterimages, smoothly drawing his spiritual sword and unleashing the whirlwind sword shadows. Dang, dang, dang. The small snakes were as hard as iron, and sparks flew as the attack struck their bodies, causing no damage whatsoever. Fong Juyo's face showed shock at the incredible defense these tiny snakes possessed. Yet even more shocked than Fong Juyo were the 3 little snakes themselves. Possessing lightning-fast speed and unbreakable bodies, they still couldn't harm this human. Both sides stopped for a moment, eyes locked. The snakes flicked their red tongues, thinking about their next attack. Fong Juyo considered whether he should use his immortal sword to instantly eliminate all 3 snakes. They temporarily remained at peace, each side secretly planning. Suddenly, the 3 small snakes attacked from 3 different directions, spraying 3 streams of differently colored poison, red, yellow, and blue, into the air. Not good. Without hesitation, Fong Juyo drew the Frost Immortal Sword, slashed lightly into the air, instantly freezing the space. Both the snakes and the toxic fumes they had released were instantly encased in ice. Immediately afterward, the Frost Immortal Sword executed the Whirlwind Sword Shadows, sending a single sword beam slicing across the void, cutting all 3 snakes in half in an instant. Their remains crumbled into dust and sank into the brownish-red soil. A shocking scene unfolded. The moment the 3 little snakes were killed, their blood flowed upward in 3 crimson threads and seeped into the boulder. After absorbing the snake's blood, the boulder instantly began glowing brilliantly. It seemed as though something inside the boulder was growing. A stone book slowly floated into the air, emitting dazzling radiance. However, it only contained 2 blank pages, the wordless heaven book. The stone book seemed almost sentient, gently flying toward Fong Juyo and landing in his hands. Fong Juyo curiously examined it, but found it completely devoid of any writing, unaware of what kind of book it was. After playing with it for a while and failing to make sense of it, he casually discarded it into his Inten world. As soon as the stone book entered the Den world, the entire Den world trembled violently, and countless echoes of Tao resonated throughout. The stone book, as if responding to a call from infinite emptiness, hovered above the sky of the Den world. For massive characters flickered on and off its surface, unclear and indistinct. Suddenly, a tremor erupted from the center of the Shigu, startling Fong Juyo, who was standing in the western part of the valley. His expression immediately changed. Chapter 14. The Primordial Chaotic White Pagoda. In the center of the empty valley, a treasure pagoda appeared, standing 3 chi tall, its body pure white. It floated in midair, emitting waves of soul pressure. Fong Juyo, arriving fashionably late, looked shocked. This thing looked a bit like Li Jing's pagoda of the Heavenly King, but upon closer inspection, the differences were striking. This pagoda seemed hundreds of times more exquisite, as if it had been sculpted by a master artisan. It even emitted faint pulses of soul pressure. Was it perhaps a great treasure? Was it deliberately waiting here for her to claim? That must be it. Fong Juyo reached out her hand to seize it, but it seemed to have a will of its own, dodging her grasp. The moment her palm closed around it, the pagoda vanished into thin air, reappearing above Fong Juyo's head. Spatial teleportation. This thing could actually perform the Chinyu Great Shift? Fong Juyo refused to believe it. Activating her free and easy steps, she dashed forward, leaving after images, once again attempting to grab it. But the moment she seized it, it disappeared again. The white pagoda reappeared directly in front of her, as if mocking her, violently shaking its body. Little white pagoda, you're too naughty. Be careful, or I'll seal you in a toilet for 10,000 years. Her words seemed to provoke the pagoda into action. It released a series of radiant circles of light, sealing the space around her. Fong Juyo's expression shifted in alarm. This pagoda could even immobilize space itself? She had gone too far. She should have tried befriending it instead of trying to snatch it. The white pagoda started spinning, releasing massive amounts of energy from within, as if it could pierce through the sky and shatter the stars. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of white light and shot toward Fong Juyo. What the heck? You're serious about this? The immense energy drained the spiritual essence from the entire cave, leaving only the white pagoda roaring forward with heaven-piercing momentum. Fong Juyo, trapped in the space seal, could only watch helplessly as it came barreling toward her, desperately crying out in her mind. Oh no, this is the end of me. Suddenly, the heaven canopy defense flared to life, forming a transparent protective dome around Fong Juyo. Boom! The white pagoda struck the barrier and was sent flying 10 zhang away, slamming heavily into the wall and leaving a huge crater behind. The pagoda displayed a remarkably human reaction, shaking off the dust from its surface, as though frightened, and eyeing Fong Juyo nervously. Wow, the heaven canopy defense was actually triggered. Oh wow, the Taoist power embedded in the heaven canopy defense seemed to resonate with the white pagoda. The black aura around it vanished without a trace, as if it had become a shy child, slowly drifting over, encircling Fong Juyo gently. A faint smile spread across Fong Juyo's face as she attempted to persuade it once more. Little white pagoda, why don't you come with me? I'll show you the outside world. The white pagoda hovered motionless above her head, seemingly in deep thought. Moments later, it slowly descended onto Fong Juyo's hand. Looking at the tiny white pagoda in her palm, Fong Juyo smiled in amusement. If it had been this simple all along, she wouldn't have insulted it earlier. She wondered about its quality. Did it even need to acknowledge a master? Suddenly, the pagoda's light faded away. It now appeared dull and unremarkable. The Taoist aura within the tower vanished as if it had fallen asleep, offering no response at all. Had it exhausted all its spiritual power earlier? Hey, little white pagoda, wake up. Otherwise, I'll spank your butt. No matter how hard Fong Juyo tried to command it, it remained utterly inert. Could it be? I've picked up yet another piece of junk. Fong Juyo shook her head and tossed it casually into her inner world of the Dantian like garbage. As soon as the white pagoda entered her inner world, its body emitted a brilliant light, emitting waves of profound Taoist resonance. The stone book in the sky shimmered with endless Taoist rhythms. The vines on the ground lit up the 5 tiny gourds with dazzling lights. The golden horn atop the mountain unleashed a storm of heavenly lightning, spreading across the peak. The grass at the valley exuded a piercing sword intent, leaving a long scar in the void. And the ice lotus at the foot of the mountain transformed the area into a frozen tundra, exuding a chilling Tao of ice. 10 strands of primordial chaotic energy, nurtured by 6 miraculous items, generated an additional 60 strands of primordial chaotic chi. At that moment, at the location where the white pagoda had originally floated, a portal appeared out of nowhere. Fong Juyo's eyes brightened as she contemplated briefly before stepping into the portal. Seconds later, she emerged outside the empty valley. As she turned to look back, there was no trace of the valley at all. It was now clearly a poolside within the heavenly waterfall's secret realm. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the moment the empty valley transmitted her out, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the vast void. As Fong Juyo was still reflecting on these events, several voices chatting drifted from the pool. Seniorly, soaking in this spiritual spring makes my skin feel so much smoother. Junior Yi, according to the records of the heavenly waterfall secret realm, the spiritual spring purifies impurities in the body, strengthens the Tao foundation, and apparently even improves a woman's figure. Really? I don't mind skipping the strengthening part. I just want to be as tall and graceful as Seniorly. A few girls' garments were scattered near the edge of the pool, and glimpses of undergarments could be seen. Several pale white bodies floated on the water's surface, and even generous expanses of snow-white skin could be seen. Fong Juyo's face slightly reddened, and he turned around to leave. However, it seemed heaven had played a joke on him. Perhaps he had walked too quickly, or perhaps out of reluctance, he accidentally stepped on a branch by the shore. Crack. It wasn't a loud sound, but to female cultivators, it was perfectly audible. Who's peeking? A harsh voice came from the pool, clearly expressing current anger and a hidden trace of killing intent. Fong Juyo froze awkwardly, his face reddening beneath the mask. But he couldn't let them discover him. He leaped forward gracefully without leaving a trace, stepping lightly over branches and vanishing into the darkness along the shore. Figures with pale white bodies surfaced from the water, offering a stunning glimpse of skin, but unfortunately, Fong Juyo had no luck to witness. A woman with star and moon eyebrows and an oval face now wore an angry expression. Looking at the retreating figure, her pupils carried a trace of killing intent. Damn thief. If I ever find out who you are, you're dead. Arms crossed over her chest, an apparently average-looking woman turned red-faced and shyly looked at the angry one. Seniorly, did he see everything? Do we have to marry him now? The woman with star and moon eyebrows glared at the flat-chested girl and rebuked angrily. Yi Xiaoxiao, is your brain as flat as your chest? Are you going to marry a peeping Tom? Yi Xiaoxiao showed a wronged expression, too scared to meet Senior Li's gaze. Nearby, several junior sisters wore uneasy expressions, quietly gathering closer. Yet all of them had better figures than Yi Xiaoxiao. At least they had actual curves. Senior Li, the girl called Yi Xiaoxiao stammered, unable to continue. Senior Li, don't blame Xiaoma anymore. She just joined the bang recently and still clings to mundane thinking. Another tall, imposing woman actively stepped in to mediate, fearing that if Li Qingqing erupted in anger, all of them would suffer. You all remember that pervert's figure clearly. This lady won't let him get away with it. With a wave of her hand, 10 jets of water over 10 meters high sprang from the pool, transforming into raindrops that splashed back into the water. The female juniors showed shocked expressions. They hadn't expected Li Qingqing's power to have grown again. Based on her previous display, she should have already reached the peak of the Shinten stage, just a tiny step away from Tupo Duji Jing. Far from the pool, Fong Juyo flashed an expression of helplessness. He hadn't even seen anything, yet was accused of being a peeping Tom. Truly, mud had gotten into his pants. Whether it was shit or not, it looked like it now. On the rough and winding mountain path, the light was extremely dim. Dressed entirely in black, Fong Juyo appeared particularly eerie beneath the dark trees. As he reached a towering tree, a displeased voice came from behind the tree stump. "Masked guy, hand over your storage ring. I'm robbing you." Chapter 15 Disciple of the God-slaying Hall, cut them all down with a single sword. The indistinct outline of mountains resembled a drowsy fairy, draped in gossamer-like veils, silently affectionate and gazing wordlessly. Under the canopy of towering trees, however, a few unwelcome visitors arrived. Fong Juyo lifted his gaze. Several rough men, bearing broadswords and longswords, slowly emerged. Their eyes shimmered with greed, all fixated on the thumb of Fong Juyo's left hand. Fong Juyo paused. A few bandits at the peak of the Shantianjing realm. Damn, killing them wouldn't yield much cultivation value anyway. Other than staining his sword with blood, it'd be worthless. Well, maybe they could at least drop a few high Tertian grade weapons. He could sell them at the Divine Armory Pavilion. Do you want my storage ring? Do you know what treasures are inside? There's seemingly several million Jiping spirit stones, a few immortal grade artifacts, dozens of spirit weapons, and some other treasures. Do you want them? Fong Juyo spoke like a shopkeeper hawking divine arms, calmly elaborating each item to the greedy bandits. The greedy bandits were instantly stunned, their greed intensifying, their breath quickening. One could even feel their current excitement. Boss, let's go for this. After looting him, we brothers might break through to Shantianjing. Once reaching Duji Jing, we will surely receive special training from the temple. A scar-faced man advised the muscular giant beside him, his eyes flashing a sliver of ruthlessness. Boss, I agree with Brother Scar. Killing this fat sheep will make us rich. He even has immortal grade weapons. There must be immortal level cultivation techniques too. How far would we forego if we became Dandao Jing experts? An emerald-robed man stared greedily at Fong Juyo while chiming in. Big boss, let's do it. Startled, the giant wasn't against his subordinate's suggestion, but could a person carrying immortal grade treasures really be ordinary? Would they end up not only failing to steal the chicken, but even losing the rice? Still, he thought, with 4 experts at the peak of the Shantianjing, could he possibly stand a chance against us? Killing him would be as if heaven and earth knew nothing. Even if his background found out, who were they afraid of? They were disciples of the God-slaying Hall. Upon thinking this, a trace of killing intent surfaced at the corner of the giant's lips. Masked man, just die obediently. Attack. The 4 drew out their blades and swords, unleashing sword techniques and saber arts to slaughter Fong Juyo. Blades formed a dense shadow, sharp and chilling, cascading down like a waterfall from the celestial sky, splashing into countless waves. Swords aimed at his chest, swirling fiercely. Sabers split the sky with a force like splitting Mount Hua, pressing down with a weight of 1,000 jin. Yet in the moment before the blade struck, his heaven-spanning guard activated. A white aura shimmered around Fong Juyo. Upon contact with this barrier, the weapons rebounded with powerful force. The blade snapped instantly, shattering into pieces. The 4 bandits' faces changed in horror, looking at the white aura around him, their hearts chilled. This seemed like the legendary divine elephant Dao body, an innate constitution forming an incredibly strong defense around the body. Not only would peers fail to penetrate, even opponents several tiers higher might struggle, unless waiting until his spiritual energy exhausted. You possess a power-based Dao body. Scarface grew fearful. Dao body cultivators were elite disciples from first-rate sects, emperors in waiting. Those like them were not even worthy to carry their shoes. Correct. Pity, there's no prize. You tried to rob me, so now, killing you poses no burden. Fong Juyo quietly gazed at them, twirling the spiritual sword in his hand. The 4 exchanged glances. Swinging their weapons once again, they charged toward Fong Juyo. Heaven-splitting strike. Sword aimed at the central planes. Blood red falls when blade falls. No mercy in sword. They unleashed their innate ultimate techniques, attacking Fong Juyo from 4 directions simultaneously. Swish. Fong Juyo slightly moved his body. 4 afterimages appeared, tilted at a 45-degree angle slicing through, leaping into the air, twisting and rolling, or space shifting. Boom! 4 beams of light burst from the ground, missing their targets. As they were about to turn around for another move, a black shadow swiftly passed by. As they heard the words, whirlwind sword shadows, the 4 stood frozen, expressions horrified. They saw each other's throats had gained thin red lines. Poochie. Heads flew into the air, blood gushed like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The 4 heads, filled with regret and terror, rolled into the foot of the tree, eyes wide open. Host, eliminated 4 Shintinjing peers, 10x lucky value activated, 10x drop rate triggered, cultivation value gained, 320, total cultivation value, 4,586. Fong Juyo retracted the spiritual sword in his hand. Stepping across the fading sunlight, he gradually walked toward the mountain, his shadow on the ground stretching longer. On the final day, Fong Juyo arrived at the gathering point, hearing people murmuring and gossiping. Did you know? All 15 members of the Fire Cloud sect who entered have completely disappeared. Impossible. The 1-star secret realm is the safest cultivation sanctuary. How could they suddenly disappear? They must have offended someone and got wiped out. Who's so ruthless to exterminate 5 early members and 10 peak experts from the Fire Cloud sect? Forget the Fire Cloud sect. Don't you know that the 4 bandits were also killed? What happened? The 4 bandits were at the peak of the Shantianjing. Within the entire Heavenly Falls secret realm, they've always walked with their chests out. I heard they were also disciples of the God-slaying Hall. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Fong Juyo's face slightly twitched. So what if the Fire Cloud sect was a second-tier sect? Who would know it was me who did it? Even if they found out, would they dare to confront me openly? Fong Juyo didn't respond. Alone by himself, he stood silently off to the side. Yet his demeanor was simply too outstanding. His tall and slender frame barely concealed under the black robe. Friend, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bloodsword, from the Return Tower. As Fong Juyo was deep in thought, a voice came from the side. He looked up, seeing a young man around 20 years old, dressed in a blue robe with a thin face, staring at him intensely. Any business? Fong Juyo gave a slight sneer, clearly not interested in this sudden conversation. May I ask how to address you, friend? Bloodsword continued chatting, regardless of Fong Juyo's indifferent expression. Fong Juyo gave a glance, casually replying, Juyo. No name, no sect, just a free man. Bloodsword's eyes flashed with slight confusion. A man so refined and dignified definitely could not be an ordinary disciple from any minor sect. Moreover, he could faintly sense a hint of danger from him. Brother Juyo, I salute you. Bloodsword saluted with a bow, stepping closer to Fong Juyo. Brother Juyo, have you heard? The little princess of the heaven-shattering gang, Li Qingqing, is searching for a peeping Tom in the secret realm. Many men dressed in black were severely beaten by them. The moment Bloodsword finished speaking, Fong Juyo's body involuntarily trembled. A trace of awkwardness flashed across his face. Fortunately, he wore a mask, otherwise, he would have been exposed. Were those girls the ones I accidentally saw? Could things really get that coincidental? Fong Juyo thought inwardly. I haven't heard of that. Why would they target men in black? Fong Juyo asked in feigned ignorance. Bloodsword's eyes sparkled, suddenly switching from his cool demeanor to a cheerful one. Brother Juyo, the story goes that the heaven-shattering gang's little princess and several of her junior disciples were bathing in the spiritual spring when a man in black spied on them. She swore to find him, rip his pants off, and hang him on the city wall of Luo City. Upon hearing this, Fong Juyo instantly felt chills down there. This woman doesn't sound like someone decent. So brutal. What kind of organization is the heaven-shattering gang? Their name sounds pretty wild. Fong Juyo had never heard of them before. He only knew the 5 Great Holy Lands and the 8 top-tier sections. Anything else was completely unknown to him. You've come to the right person, Brother Juyo. Bloodsword glanced at Fong Juyo and continued. The heaven-shattering gang suddenly appeared. They claim to be the 9th top-tier sect, and their power isn't any weaker than the other 8 major sections. They walk a line between righteousness and evil, calling themselves villains among the righteous and saints among the wicked. In my opinion, it's a kind of freedom and boldness. I quite appreciate the heaven-shattering gang style. It's rumored their leader is at the peak of the heaven-transcending tribulation realm, only a hair's breadth away from ascending to the supreme heaven. Chapter 16. Li Qingqing searches for the peeping Tom. The Bloodsword chattered endlessly about the history of the Zhatian sect. Fong Juyo couldn't help but frown slightly. Never had he imagined that the Zhatian sect could be so powerful in the Xintian Great World, dominating an empire and an entire sea region. They were even capable of rivaling the 8 top sects. He involuntarily became intrigued by them. Brother Bloodsword, where is the Zhatian sect's young miss, Li Qingqing? Li Qingqing. Bloodsword gave a slightly lewd smile. Juyo brother, Li Qingqing is the little princess of the Zhatian sect, the only daughter of Li Chunfeng. She's beautiful beyond compare, like a Xuanhe celestial lady, living up to her name, enough to charm an entire nation. To be honest, I've long admired her. I'd even willingly drink her foot-washing water. Fong Juyo wore an expression of astonishment. No wonder Li Qingqing was so formidable, being the daughter of the leader of the Zhatian sect. Seeing Fong Juyo lost in thought, Bloodsword felt nervous. Fong Juyo's tall build and unique charisma was hard for most women to resist. Juyo brother, you're not interested in Li Qingqing too, right? Let me say, I truly admire your fine appearance and noble demeanor, but you really don't need to compete with me for this opportunity. Once I win her heart, I'll acknowledge you as my older brother. How does that sound? Fong Juyo paused for a moment before slightly lifting the corner of his lips. Rest assured, I won't take that opportunity from you. I'm not at all interested in her. Suddenly, a chill surged from behind, intermingled with a trace of fury. Turning around, both men immediately froze. Not far away stood a remarkably beautiful woman. Her slender phoenix eyes gleamed like stars, her delicate nose delicate and exquisite, her rosy cheeks blushed faintly, her small lips red and plump like cherries, her oval face flawless. The long red dress highlighted her elegant grace. However, her sword was already drawn, and her gaze fixed coldly upon the two. Behind her, 5 women and 15 men all stared at Fong Juyo and Bloodsword with obvious hostility. You in the black mask, come out here now. A furious roar exploded across the area, causing numerous cultivators to turn toward Fong Juyo. Most of the male cultivators watched with schadenfreude, sizing up Fong Juyo. The female cultivators looked at him with worry. Fong Juyo frowned slightly. His favorable impression of her vanished instantly. Meeting her glare calmly, he stepped forward slowly, his gaze emotionless as he looked at the furious Li Qingqing. Miss, you're shouting so loud. Need I offer you a piece of Jinziho throat candy to soothe your throat? Chua. A silence fell over the crowd as shocked expressions emerged. Even Bloodsword beside him was stunned by Fong Juyo's words. Li Qingqing's expression changed abruptly, growing colder. Although she didn't understand what the Jinziho throat candy was, it was certainly not a compliment. Are you the peeping Tom? Her voice was icy cold, like snow lotus blooming in the 9th heaven, mixed with anger and killing intent. Fong Juyo looked at her calmly, sweeping his gaze up and down, causing the furious Li Qingqing to blush slightly. Do you have anything worth peeping at? Chua. The onlookers watching the scene were left stunned. How dare he? A peerless beauty with an alluring figure, the kind who could make countless women on the street ashamed to the point of suicide, and he dares to say she's not worth watching? Had he grown so bold as to ignore the stars in her eyes, or gone blind as to become immune to beauty? Li Qingqing, who had originally only been angry, now seemed like a furious tigress. She raised the sword in her hand, as if wishing to pierce several holes through Fong Juyo. Master sisterly, let me handle him. Daring to defame our little princess of the Zhatian sect, you're asking for death. A man dressed in Zhatian sect clothing, brimming with fury, stepped slowly forward, dragging his sword along the ground, leaving a long trail of sword light. Li Qingqing's rage instantly cooled. She shot a cold glance at the man behind her, making him shudder to the scalp before he quickly retreated. Sir, I must have mistaken you for someone else. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Li Qingqing raised her fists in respect toward Fong Juyo, slightly bowing forward, her front opening slightly, revealing a patch of white, generous cleavage. All that registered in Fong Juyo's mind were two words, so big. Her sudden change of attitude left everyone momentarily stunned. Even Fong Juyo appeared momentarily puzzled. If someone shows you an inch of respect, naturally, you should return a foot of courtesy. Fong Juyo also raised his fist respectfully and said, I accept your apology. I hope you won't make the same mistake again. Not everyone is as kind or as graceful as I am. Li Qingqing's body trembled slightly, whether from Fong Juyo's words or because he truly was the peeping Tom. A strange glimmer passed through her eyes before she turned back to the ranks of the Zhatian sect. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed before the crowd, and slowly a portal appeared before everyone. One by one, the cultivators orderly stepped through the portal, leaving the heavenly waterfall secret realm behind. The man in the bamboo hat gazed at Fong Juyo's retreating figure, a flash of killing intent briefly flickering in his eyes. But when Fong Juyo turned his head back, that murderous aura had already vanished. Fong Juyo shook his head slightly, then stepped through the portal and exited the heavenly waterfall secret realm. Just as he came out, he saw the human slayer Lang Ping floating in midair. Huh, young master, how did you manage to break through to the Lei Chen Tin Jingjingjik? He reached out and grabbed Fong Juyo. He felt the power within Fong Juyo's body had skyrocketed to the peak of the Shintin Jing, even possessing a tremendous strength surpassing ordinary peak Shintin Jing cultivators. Hee, I found a void valley and went in. My body got flooded with spiritual energy. Fong Juyo casually made up an excuse. Lang Ping naturally didn't believe him completely, but it was the young master's secret, so he didn't ask further. The two walked across the void and arrived at the edge of the heavenly waterfall. At this moment, countless cultivators were stepping out of the portal one after another. Far away, Bloodsword waved enthusiastically. After Fong Juyo gave a slight nod, Bloodsword went directly to the location of the returning Spirit Pavilion elders. Young master, if there's nothing else, I'll take you back to Luo City. Lang Ping whistled into the air, and a flamingo descended from the sky. After the two boarded the spiritual beast, they departed from the area. Li Qingqing gazed at Fong Juyo's distant figure, her beautiful face momentarily revealing a displeased expression. A hoarse, aged voice rang in her mind. Qingqing, you are no match for the masked man. Though his cultivation level is publicly known as Lei Chen Tinjing, his actual combat strength is even more terrifying than you imagine. I could sense a terrifying power lurking inside him. Li Qingqing's expression slightly changed. Naturally, she fully trusted the old monster within her. Teacher, was that man the one who peeped at me? The old woman inside remained silent for a moment before replying. Qingqing, from my perception, he was merely passing by the spiritual spring by accident. He didn't specifically come to spy. Moreover, he gave me a sense of threat. I suspect he possesses a body of the Great Tao. Li Qingqing lifted her beautiful eyes, frowning slightly into a V shape as she continued asking. Does his physique surpass my Star Tao body? Truly a proud woman, pride showed in every aspect. The old woman thought for a while before hesitantly replying. Perhaps he is of a body of the natural Tao or a similar constitution. My suggestion is that you, Qingqing, should befriend him or even take him as a cultivation partner. There's a chance your child may possess a chaos body or a rare innate constitution. Li Qingqing's face turned rosy red, the blush extending all the way to her earlobes. She lightly stomped her foot in embarrassment and complained, I would never be with a pervert. The expression on her companion standing nearby turned strange. What was wrong with the young miss? If she were angry, why would she stomp the ground? Meanwhile, as soon as Fong Juyo returned to the Luo Divine Weapon Pavilion, manager Lin Heir anxiously appeared at the entrance. Seeing Fong Juyo arrive, he hurriedly ran forward, his large belly bouncing up and down like a jumping basketball. Master Fong, big trouble has come. The Yaoshi Sungdeed has sent a letter breaking off the engagement with Miss Xiao. Chapter 17. The Divine Daughter from the Jade Pond Holy Land cancels the engagement. Cancel the engagement? Fong Juyo instantly stiffened. When had he ever become engaged? I've lived for 18 years, but I don't remember anything like this at all. Fong Juyo looked toward Lang Ping, who was secretly smiling. Master, this was arranged 18 years ago by the Holy Lord and Moc Hai from the Jade Pond Holy Land. Lang Ping explained. Fong Juyo rubbed his forehead and took the so-called letter of disengagement from Lin Heir's hands. Opening it, he saw written clearly. This letter is from Di Ying, Divine Daughter of the Jade Pond Holy Land, notifying Fong Juyo, grandson of the Great Luo Holy Lord, that she will arrive at the Jade Pond Holy Land to discuss matters concerning the cancellation of the marriage contract signed 18 years ago. Fong Juyo furrowed his brows and began to contemplate the letter. Lin Heir and Lang Ping exchanged glances, their faces filled with worry, fearing that Fong Juyo wouldn't be able to withstand the blow of having his engagement cancelled. Is Di Ying the newly awakened Divine Daughter of the Jade Pond Holy Land? Lin Heir retrieved another document from his storage ring, an intelligence report from the Exine E Pavilion concerning newly emerged divine sons and divine daughters of the 5 holy lands, and handed it to Fong Juyo. Yes, master, this is the information about new divine sons and daughters emerging from the holy lands, collected by the Exine E Pavilion. Fong Juyo slowly unfolded the document, which introduced several recent figures who had suddenly awakened Tao bodies, divine bodies, and sacred bodies across the 5 holy lands. Among them, Di Ying ranked first, bearer of the Great Dream Tao body. Her cultivation speed was at least twice that of ordinary cultivators. Rumors said that her Great Dream Cycle technique could drag others into dream realms, a technique that was almost impossible to guard against. Even Chinyu of the Great Luo Holy Land, with her formless Tao body, had to take a back seat to her. Lin Heir, send word through the Exine E Pavilion to the Jade Pond Holy Land. I've never acknowledged Di Ying in the first place. What does her title of Divine Daughter have to do with me? If she wants me to sign the cancellation of our engagement at the Jade Pond Holy Land, who does she think she is? Let her crawl over to Luoqing herself. I'm the one who decides whether to break the engagement, not some insignificant woman squawking orders around. A fiercely arrogant voice rang out from Fong Juyo, who clearly held no regard for Di Ying whatsoever. Lin Heir was stunned. Was Master Fong really planning to turn the heavens upside down? Lang Ping's eyes gleamed with sharp light, completely agreeing with his young master's words. The Jade Pond Holy Land, hearing that his young master had failed to awaken any special talent, had hurriedly come to break off the engagement, completely disregarding the dignity of the Great Luo Holy Land, treating the young master as if he were just a blade of grass to be trampled at will. Did they really think it would be that simple? At this moment, Fong Juyo's figure exuded a peerless might that caused both men to naturally feel reverence toward him. Not for any other reason, but for a man's unbowed spirit, for that burning pride in one's heart. What difference did it make if they were holy lands or divine daughters? To Fong Juyo, they were merely things that could be destroyed. Fong Juyo ignored the invitation from Di Ying, divine daughter of the Jade Pond Holy Land, and publicly slapped her in the face right in front of everyone. The news spread like wildfire across the Xintian Great World. One stone stirred up countless ripples. Whether out of curiosity or concern for Fong Juyo, people rushed toward Luoqing, not for any other reason, but to witness the outcome of this unprecedented and astonishing rejection of a marriage proposal. In the palace of the ninth prince of the Chinyu Empire, Prince Qin Bufan read the message in his hand with loud laughter, a wide smile replacing the gloom of recent days. He had been imprisoned by the emperor of the Tianyu Empire for sending men to track Fong Juyo and had only recently been released. His hatred toward Fong Juyo grew stronger every day. Even in his cell, he had plotted revenge. Naturally, he couldn't dare to provoke Fong Juyo openly under the Great Luo Holy Land's protection. Still, using other Holy Land's forces against Fong Juyo wasn't beyond possibility. As long as he could devise a plan to eliminate Rensha, Fong Juyo's guardian, then Fong Juyo himself would be easy to manipulate. Someone, Your Highness, prepare the wind-soaring bird. I intend to pay a visit to the Jade Pond Holy Land. At this moment, in the Jade Pond Holy Land's Divine Daughter Pavilion, two maidservants, Hua Manue and Qin Xiangyi, paced back and forth anxiously inside the chamber. When they first received the news, they nearly fainted. A trashy cultivator from the Great Luo Holy Land dared to publicly reject the divine daughter Di Ying in front of the entire world. It was as if he didn't even regard the Jade Pond Holy Land with the slightest respect, let alone their mistress, divine daughter Di Ying. When will the divine daughter come out of seclusion? We're going mad waiting. Manue, the mistress will emerge soon. After all, she's been in retreat for 15 days already and should have broken through from the peak of the Shinten Jing to the early stage of foundation building. Just as they waited anxiously, the doors of Di Ying's retreat slowly opened. A woman with a face as delicate as peach blossoms, dressed in a white dress, stepped out slowly. She was undeniably one of the top beauties, though those cold eyes marked her as someone devoid of mercy. Master, the two maids quickly bowed. I already know what you are discussing, Di Ying said coldly. That Fong Juyo dares to make a mockery of me publicly? What audacity! I will personally pay this trash a visit. I want to see for myself how he dares reject the engagement in front of the entire world. Dada. A servant from the Jade Pond Holy Land rushed over hurriedly and bowed respectfully upon seeing the divine daughter. Divine daughter, the ninth prince of the Tianyu Empire wishes to speak with you urgently. Di Ying's eyebrows lifted slightly, her eyes flashing with sharp light. Let him come in. At once. The servant turned and walked toward the reception hall. Soon after, Qin Bufan, dressed in fine brocade, entered. Greetings, divine daughter. Qin Bufan offered a polite bow. May I ask what brings the ninth prince of Tianyu to seek an audience with this divine daughter? Di Ying asked indifferently. In her eyes, besides the other four holy lands, practically no other power was worth her attention, let alone a mere imperial prince. Facing Di Ying's aloofness, Qin Bufan's eyes briefly flashed with displeasure. However, for the sake of his grand revenge plan, he suppressed his irritation. Fong Juyo has publicly rejected the engagement, showing no respect to the Jade Pond Holy Land, and even less to you, divine daughter. I came specifically to offer my counsel. Di Ying's eyes gleamed with a hint of disdain. Deep in her heart, she disliked dealing with deceitful and cunning people, but she was curious to hear what strategies this imperial prince might offer. Let's hear it then. Di Ying still spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Divine daughter, my strategy is like this. Di Ying's cold gaze flickered slightly with interest as she looked at Qin Bufan, secretly disgusted. So all imperial princes are cunning and sinister inside. However, he did help me solve a big problem. Their goals coincided. Di Ying and Qin Bufan continued discussing the detailed plans. Meanwhile, Fong Juyo entered the Tianyu Challenge Pavilion again. Qin Shi nearly dropped to his knees in terror upon seeing him. When he finally understood Fong Juyo had not come to trouble him, but instead intended to challenge the early foundation building stage in Chenghejian, he nearly had another heart attack. The last time, Fong Juyo had challenged the early postnatal stage. Only a month had passed, and now he wanted to challenge the foundation building stage? Such rapid progress was simply terrifying. Was this so-called failed genius of a holy land, heir actually a myth? Doubt crept into his mind, and concern for Qin Bufan stirred within him. Eventually, under Fong Juyo's threat, Qin Shi allowed him to participate in 10 matches of early foundation building Sunkajan. Sure enough, just as expected, Fong Juyo won all 10 matches in a row. The Tianyu Challenge Pavilion earned over 10 million low-grade spirit crystals in a single night thanks to him, the only consolation for the Challenge Pavilion. Just as Fong Juyo stepped out the gates of the Tianyu Challenge Pavilion, the system's announcement voice arrived as usual. Host, you've killed 10 foundation building early cultivators, gained 10x fortune value, triggered a 100,000x drop rate once, and 100x drop rate 9 times, accumulating cultivation points. 807,200, total cultivation points. 811,700. Host, you've already met the breakthrough conditions for foundation building. Would you like to undergo body infusion to break through? Fong Juyo smiled slightly, thinking to himself. Breaking through to the early foundation building required only 10,000 points of cultivation. If he just killed a few mid-stage foundation building enemies tomorrow, wouldn't he directly ascend to late foundation building? System, proceed with the body infusion. I'd like to see how powerful early foundation building really is. Host, initiating system cultivation infusion. Postnatal, 8,000/10,000. Breakthrough to peak postnatal extreme. Foundation building, 10,000/20,000/40,000/80,000/100,000. Breakthrough to foundation building extreme. Divine treasure stage, 100,000/200,000. Breakthrough to mid-stage divine treasure. Remaining cultivation points, 243,000. Soon after, Fong Juyo felt the two locks within his body shatter. Foundation building marked the symbol of a mid-tier cultivator, bestowing a lifespan of 200 years. Divine treasure cultivators reached the peak of mid-tier, extending their lifespan to 300 years. Truly, beginning from foundation building, each breakthrough into a higher realm brought a metamorphosis in lifespan and vitality. Foundation building cultivators, as mid-tier experts, could fly through the air, command wind and rain, and summon various techniques for attacks. Divine treasure stage cultivators were the cream of the crop among mid-tier experts. Shattering mountains and cutting rivers were no longer difficult feats. In a small kingdom, a foundation building expert was an absolutely powerful figure, revered by the royal court. And a divine treasure stage expert could even dethrone an emperor himself. However, Fong Juyo had broken through 3 entire cultivation stages, from early postnatal all the way to mid-stage divine treasure, in just over a month. If this were discovered, it would surely cause an uproar. Looks like after handling Di Ying's engagement issue, he needed to find a way to travel through some of the forbidden life zones to avoid being targeted secretly by hostile forces. Chapter 18. The Challenge from Gai of the Ethereal Palace. The next day, the Divine Weapon Pavilion of Great Luo was extraordinarily lively. Countless cultivators crowded into the pavilion. Many just watched without buying anything, filling the place to the brim and disrupting normal business operations. Clack, clack, clack. A man dressed in cyan robes strode in, carrying a long sword. Handsome in appearance, his eyes, however, were filled with arrogance. With his nose held high and a look of disdain, he seemed to look down on everyone. The bustling Divine Weapon Pavilion immediately fell silent. Cultivators hurriedly clasped their fists in greeting. Brother Gu. The cyan-robed man nodded slightly, muttering in praise. Truly worthy of being disciples of the Ethereal Palace. Even our presence alone is enough to outshine that trash from the Great Luo Holy Land. As he spoke, Gu Gai cast a glance toward Lin Heir, the unhidden contempt making Lin Heir's heart quiver slightly. He thought inwardly. So he really came here for young Master Fong. How could a sect like the Ethereal Palace from the second floor of the cultivation hierarchy dare act so brazenly in an establishment belonging to the Great Luo Holy Land, without secret backing? It was clear that whoever was behind this wanted to provoke young Master Fong on purpose. What brings the elite disciples of the Ethereal Palace to the Divine Weapon Pavilion of the Great Luo Holy Land? Lin Heir, as the manager of the Great Luo Holy Land's pavilion in the Chinyu Empire, naturally couldn't allow the dignity of the Holy Land to be compromised, so he responded in a dry but firm tone. Gu Gai arched his eyebrows and cast a scornful glance at Lin Heir. Have your useless master's son, Fong Juyo, come out. I challenge him. As soon as Gai finished speaking, the disciples present echoed in unison. Fong Juyo, come out. The thunderous voices of the crowd reverberated through the entire Divine Weapon Pavilion of the Great Luo Holy Land, audible even in neighboring streets. In no time, the Divine Weapon Pavilion was surrounded by 6 layers of curious spectators inside and out, all gathered to witness the moment the useless young master, Fong Juyo, would be publicly humiliated. At this moment, Fong Juyo, seated in meditation in the backyard, slowly opened his calm eyes and a faint, contemptuous smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Noisy. Gai, are you seeking death? A voice coalesced into a thread, cutting through the backyard and erupting within the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The air grew explosive, and Fong Juyo shot into the sky, floating gently down to stand at the entrance of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The spectators' expressions turned astonished. Wasn't he supposed to be useless? How was he able to hover midair, even briefly? Could Fong Juyo have broken through to the foundation building stage? They dared not even think of the core formation or divine treasury stages. Few could achieve those ranks even after centuries of cultivation. Generally, once one awakened their innate body constitution at age 18, the Tao Foundation would be laid before age 30. For extraordinary geniuses who consolidated their foundation early, it would be right after awakening their constitution that they'd rise to prominence. Breaking through to foundation building at 20, core formation at 30, such individuals were 1 in 100 million prodigies, capable of dominating a holy land or an entire era. As for Fong Juyo, nobody even considered that he might have broken through to foundation building, let alone core formation. Endless questions filled the minds of the onlookers. Up on the second floor of the Spring Courtyard Pleasure House, a window was quietly nudged open, revealing 2 sets of shadowed, sinister eyes peering downward. Within the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Gai, who had been so arrogant, suddenly grew cold, and with his fellow disciples, stepped outside the pavilion. The 2 young men, each a talent among dragons and phoenixes, locked eyes. To Gai's shock, Fong Juyo was just as the rumors described, graceful, noble, and strikingly handsome, a youth truly peerless beneath the heavens. Fong Juyo, someone like you isn't worthy of even looking at Di Ying. Kneel down yourself, confess before everyone that you're not good enough for her, and I'll let you off. Gai's words stirred waves among the crowd. Everyone was stunned. A second-rate sect like the Ethereal Palace taking up arms on behalf of Di Ying from the Jade Pond Holy Land? Where did he get this courage? Do you think Fong Juyo will be humiliated by Gai? After all, Gai is a mid-stage foundation building expert. Gai is more than just a mid-stage foundation building expert. He also possesses the giant sword god body, and excels in sword techniques. Don't you guys know? Gai is one of Di Ying's admirers. He once swore before the world he'd never marry anyone but her. Pity that beautiful face of Fong Juyo. The title of the #1 young master of the Great Luo Holy Land is about to become history. The onlookers murmured and speculated, nearly all siding against Fong Juyo. Nobody believed he could win. After all, without awakening, one could hardly break through the pre-heavenly realm, and Gai was 2 major stages above him. That was a deep abyss, an unsurpassable chasm. Haha, Gai, your skills at fawning over others truly know no peer in the Shintian world. I must admit defeat. However, who exactly gave you the audacity to behave so boldly before me, as Di Ying's lapdog? Fong Juyo glanced coldly at Gai and said these words, surprising the watching crowd, and even Gai himself. Even more arrogant than Gai himself, and speaking words that would drive Gai to rage. Sure enough, their fears materialized. Gai's face turned dark with anger. The Ethereal Palace disciples around him glared furiously at Fong Juyo, launching into loud curses and insults. Fong Juyo, you waste discarded by Di Ying. Dare you still speak so recklessly here? A toad still dares to dream of mating with a celestial phoenix. Do you still have any shame left? Senior Gu, beat him severely. Let him be melted down and reforged. Swish. Gu Gai unsheathed the gaping spiritual sword in his hand, a trace of mockery flickering across his lips. Fong Juyo, the taste of being abandoned by a woman must be bitter, right? Come to think of it, you, the #1 young master of the Great Luo Holy Land, were actually cast aside by Di Ying, the imperial daughter of the Jade Pond Holy Land. Your Fong family possesses 3 divine body constitutions across 3 generations, yet you were born a waste. Truly pathetic. Besides showing off with words, what other talents do you have? Show some courage, like a real man. Duel me. If you lose, kneel on the ground and beg Di Ying to break off your engagement. How about that? Fong Juyo cast a cold smile and said, to see a dog lick to such extremes amazes even me. I wonder what promise Di Ying made to you. A secret affair? Or are you just one of her followers? Or perhaps another one of her male concubines? As Fong Juyo's words fell, the entire hall fell into silence. On the upper floor of the spring courtyard pleasure house, a handsome young man clenched his teacup so hard it instantly turned to powder, scattering across the floor. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, completely unprepared for Fong Juyo's fierce counterattack, showing absolutely no reverence for Di Ying, who would call his own fiancée a wanton woman. Gai's face turned alternately red and green, unable to bear Fong Juyo's humiliation as one of the princes of the ethereal palace. He was furious, his sword emitting a flash of white light, and roared, Fong Juyo, you dare insult this prince of the palace. You're asking for death, just you? You really believe that because that wanton woman tossed you a bone, she has acknowledged you? You're being sold, and still helping her count the money. However, today you've offended this young master. Even if you're a standout, I'll make sure you die here. To remove any suspicion from others, Fong Juyo unsheathed the low-tier immortal sword, Cold Ice Sword, and a chill filled the air, causing the surrounding cultivators to instinctively step back one jog. They exchanged astonished glances, actually pulling out an immortal sword to suppress someone. Gai stiffened momentarily, his lips twitching slightly, his murderous intent growing stronger. Do you think by drawing an immortal sword, this prince will be helpless? Fong Juyo submit. Swish. The ethereal sword technique moved like a dream, like a phantom, weaving a net of white sword light descending thread by thread. A soft, delicate sword chi spread in the air above Fong Juyo, yet he was not naive enough to assume it was only for show. Illusion and reality were only surface impressions. Beneath them lay boundless murderous intent. As soon as the Xiao Yao steps activated, Fong Juyo transformed into a blur of shadows, vanishing from his spot. The descending sword threads erupted into an explosion. The surrounding cultivators watching the spectacle were astounded. Had it been them, they would have already been pierced. Gai revealed a flash of surprise. This person actually evaded his ethereal sword technique. At the same time, he became intensely curious about Fong Juyo's steps. Fong Juyo smiled faintly. After reaching the divine treasury stage, the Xiao Yao steps truly displayed their meaning of freedom, moving like the wind, shadowing like a ghost, extremely difficult to trace. Gu Gai, if you cannot even subdue a castaway from the Great Luo Holy Land, what qualifications do you have to be Di Ying's lover? Chapter 19. Gu Yi killed, disciples of Pyamyao Palace wiped out. Fong Juyo's words were as sharp as a dagger, each one aimed to provoke. He mocked Gu Yi time and again, while walking alongside Di Ying, provoking the handsome young man on the second floor of Yichuan courtyard to the point of burning rage. Qing Bufan dared not look directly at her face. The pressure she exuded made him shudder inwardly, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Yet, a faint, barely noticeable smile flickered across his lips. Outside the divine weapon pavilion, Gu Yi was nowhere near the composed image of a Pyamyao Palace prodigy. His face darkened, the sword in his hand glowing with a chilling blue light. The 3-foot spirit sword stood upright before him. Driven by spiritual energy, 5 sword beams erupted in a fan-like spread, raising their heads with deadly intent, glaring fiercely at Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo, if I let you walk away unscathed today, I, Gu Yi, would be unworthy of being a disciple of Pyamyao. Pyamyao sword technique. Kill. The sword beams, fueled by rage, shot forward in a fan shape, creating loud crackling noises in the surrounding space. Though elegant in appearance, these 5 sword beams contained a murderous intent capable of moving heaven and earth. Fong Juyo activated the free and easy steps to quickly increase the distance. With her Ice Frost Immortal sword lightly raised, she recited, Whirlwind Sword Shadow, emerge. In an instant, a sword beam surged skyward, like a spinning windmill, exuding terrifying coldness as it surged forward to meet the incoming Pyamyao sword energy. Pung! After a deafening explosion, the Pyamyao sword energy vanished into thin air, and the entire space was consumed by an icy chill. The freezing sword intent descended along the path of Gu Yi's attack, freezing the very air, as a massive blue ice column crashed down from the heavens. Not good. Gu Yi's expression changed dramatically. He had already sensed the terrifying cold energy. If struck, he would surely become a frozen statue. He had no time to ponder why his strength had suddenly surged so drastically. All he wanted was to escape the range of that freezing sword intent. Pyamyao ascending sky step. A shadow leapt backward, step by step. After 5 steps, he escaped the freezing range. At the exact spot where Gu Yi had stood before, a blue ice block formed, covering an area of about 5 square meters, instantly frozen into a pillar of ice. Sir! Everyone involuntarily inhaled sharply. They had not expected Fong Juyo's use of the Ice Frost Immortal Sword to unleash such horrifying power. Gu Yi, having narrowly escaped the attack, wore a grim expression. He had completely underestimated Fong Juyo's power. No, everyone had underestimated her. This was no late foundation refining stage. This was clearly at the foundation building stage. That immortal sword in his hands posed a major threat. Damn it! Who could have guessed that the Great Luo Holy Land would bestow an immortal sword upon him? It was practically bullying. Fong Juyo deliberately suppressed his power to mid-stage foundation building, making it seem equal to Gu Yi's. No one had seen through it. The disciples of Pyamyao Palace wore expressions of disbelief. The genius everyone admired, the proud palace disciple with the giant, sword divine body. Within only a short exchange, Gu had already fallen into a disadvantage. Could Gu brother really be defeated by Fong Juyo? At this voice, the disciples of Piao Palace turned grim-faced, worrying deeply for Gu Yi. How could he, a proud genius of Piao Palace and one of the 4 palace prodigies, be humiliated like this? Gu Yi's face twisted with fury as he spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the blade of his spirit sword. Instantly, the spirit sword released a dazzling red light and hovered above the crowd. His long hair scattered, as if a demon had crawled from the depths of hell. Glaring intensely at that composed figure of Fong Juyo, he roared, "Fong Juyo, even if I sacrifice my cultivation, today you will kneel before me." The disciples of Piao Palace felt a growing sense of unease. Brother Mu, Gu brother used his essence blood to unleash the Piao sword technique, the divine sword seal. Won't it damage his root cultivation? A young, innocent-looking Piao Palace disciple asked a senior fellow with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, visibly concerned. Gu brother activating the divine sword seal exceeds the limits of the foundation building stage. Even if he defeats Fong Juyo, his power will drop instantly to the mid-late prenatal stage. It's not worth the cost. Brother Mu spoke out of concern for Gu Yi, but a flash of excitement flickered in his eyes. On the second floor of Yichuan courtyard, both Qin Bufan and Di Ying revealed slight grins upon seeing this. Gu Yi had finally unleashed his ultimate technique. She had heard of the Piao sword technique before. It was one of the palace's most prestigious martial arts. Rumored to be unrivaled throughout the Xintian world, it contains 6 moves in total, each corresponding to a cultivation stage, from prenatal to transcendence. Imperial daughter, Fong Juyo is sure to perish under Gu Yi's divine sword seal. Qin Bufan tightened his fists, smiling as if he were about to avenge a long-held grudge. Di Ying's gaze was hazy, like faint mist, briefly flashing a hint of mockery. Fong Juyo may be weak, but he's Feng Potion's grandson. How could he die so easily? Have you forgotten the bloodthirsty Lang Ping? Qin Bufan, caught in the momentary euphoria, instantly stiffened. He had nearly forgotten the existence of that mysterious figure who once brought the entire Tianyu Empire's royal court to submission and sent him to jail. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. Di Ying cast a more contemptuous glance at Qin Bufan and sneered. Although Lang Ping is strong, it doesn't mean no one can subdue him. Let's just wait and see. Di Ying no longer looked at Qin Bufan, shifting her gaze toward the battlefield where the two were fighting. Piao sword technique. Divine sword seal. Kill. 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 A hoarse roar burst from Gu Yi's mouth. His Jifeng Jan, in his hand, seemed to come alive, suddenly flashing with flames, radiating dazzling brilliance as it floated into the air. One sword beam, 2 10. 10 red sword shadows surged into the sky, and above the void, it seemed as if a layer of red clouds had been overlaid, giving people an oppressive, heart-chilling sensation. Then, a dense rain of swords fell from the heavens, turning into red streaks flashing down like lightning, determined to pierce Fong Juyo into a sieve. Fong Juyo pretended to panic, waving his hand as his Jifeng Shenjia slid onto his body. Instantly, he looked as if draped in a mortal aura, radiating white light. Whirlwind sword shadow kill. He pushed off with his feet, soaring straight into the air. Stepping into free and easy steps, he unleashed the whirlwind sword shadow against the divine sword seal's energy in the sky. Dang, dang, dang. Fong Juyo, with his underhanded technique, charged straight through, freely roaming within the rain of swords. The falling red sword beams landed on the protective barrier of his Jifeng Shenjia and vanished without a trace. Fong Juyo descended like lightning, dashing toward Gu Yi. His shadow streaked past, sword chi forming a rainbow. No. After unleashing his ultimate technique, Gu Yi was left in a severely weakened state, utterly unable to resist. Gu senior brother. 1. 2. Everyone rushed forward except for senior brother Mu, who remained still on the ground. However, how could their speed match Fong Juyo's free and easy steps? The swirling, whirlwind sword shadow slashed downward, piercing through the top of his body. In a flash of lightning, Gu Yi instantly exploded into a shower of blood raining down. No. The Piao Palace disciples who had just arrived screamed in unbearable agony. Their beloved senior brother Gu was obliterated before their eyes. Fong Juyo's gaze was like a sharpened iron chisel, icy coldness piercing the soul. He stood beside the blood rain like a demonic god, overlooking the heavens with arrogance. Fi, Tenshan. The surrounding spectators were stunned, completely taken aback by the result. Was this the trash of the Great Luo Holy Land? An undeveloped waste? If even that was considered trash, then what were the rest of us cultivators? Less than trash? Worship, jealousy, it was all clearly written on their faces. However, some individuals revealed their true colors. Fong Juyo, you dare to kill senior brother Gu Yi of Piao Palace? You're seeking death. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of more than 10 swords leaving their scabbards echoed. Over 10 long swords flickered with sword arcs flying toward Fong Juyo. Foolish. With a wave of his Ice Frost immortal sword, an icy whirlwind swept through the air, releasing a freezing energy that instantly froze those swords midair. Then, more than 10 enraged Piao Palace disciples turned into ice sculptures within moments. Scatter! At Fong Juyo's command, the 10-odd ice statues shattered instantly into powder, scattering across the ground. This incredible display shook the onlookers once again. Piao Palace disciples at the peak of prenatal and early stage of foundation building had been completely frozen and destroyed in a single move. So terrifying. So merciless. Chapter 20, Slaying the Heaven's Pride, triggering a 1,000,000x drop rate. The crowd of cultivators surrounding the area, both near and far, fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into thunderous applause. Wen Juyo, I support you dumping Di Ying. She isn't worthy of you. Marry me instead. Ugly wench, do you really think Finga would ever look at you? Juyo, I'm Senior Yin from the Twin Cultivation Sect. I'll be waiting for you tonight at the Twin Cultivation Inn. Who said Wen Juyo is a nobody? I'm the first to disagree. Can someone who kills a divine body wielder in one blow really be considered a nobody? The gathered cultivators chattered non-stop, their noise spreading for 10 miles. Hiding at the back, Wood's senior brother had already changed out of his Piao Palace robe and blended into the crowd, applauding loudly like the rest. His eyes showed no grief at all, only a subtle hint of secret delight. At the second floor of the Yichuan courtesan house, Di Ying, who was originally cold as ice, now had an even chillier gaze, like celestial froth from the ninth heaven, so frigid it chilled the soul. Qin Bufan's eyes flickered with fear, and more than a little concern. Wen Juyo's strength had exceeded his expectations, even overturning his previous understanding of him. Was the Luo Holy Land possibly spreading false information, luring hostile forces into a trap to eliminate them all at once? Instantly, Qin Bufan started drifting into fantasy, but as soon as he stole a glance at Di Ying, his fear began to dissipate. Master, having slain the Heaven's Pride Gu Yi, you've triggered the first kill of Heaven's Pride, 1,000,000x lucky drop rate. Master, would you like to drop equipment or convert the gains into cultivation energy? Wen Juyo was overjoyed at once, with a 1,000,000x boosted drop rate. Surely a Supreme Emperor Divine Weapon will drop. This was something surpassing the Tixian continent itself. However, the emergence of a Supreme Emperor Divine Weapon would inevitably attract the attention of Tixian continent, and ultimately become a scalding hot potato. Reflecting deeply, it seemed more pressing to enhance his cultivation base. Relying on external power was always an inferior path. Only by strengthening oneself did true power reside. Convert into cultivation energy. Having a Supreme Emperor Divine Weapon appear suddenly would certainly invite great calamity. First kill of Heaven's Pride Gu Yi, Foundation Building Middle Stage, 0.8 conversion rate calculated at 1,000,000x multiplier. Cultivation energy value, 800,000. Total cultivation energy, 1,043,000 points. Master, do you want to advance your cultivation realm or strengthen your innate flawless chaos body? Wen Juyo pondered, then said, enhance the innate flawless chaos body first, and then use the remaining for cultivation advancement. Master, deducting 100,000 cultivation points for enhancement of the innate flawless chaos body. Congratulations, Master, you have reached the initial success stage of the innate flawless chaos body. Suddenly, Wen Juyo felt a world-shattering change within his body. His Dantian world had grown tenfold in size. One grass plant, one vine, one pagoda, a pair of ox horns, one stone book, one lotus flower, all began radiating white light. 10 strands of primordial chaos chi had increased to 100 strands. The 6 wondrous objects, nourished by the primordial chaos chi, had their Tao patterns deepen. One grass plant pierced the void with radiant light, showing signs of breaking the heavens. One vine, 5 gourds, each containing its own microcosmic world, exuding ripple after ripple of Tao laws. One pagoda, its internal world began evolving, forming numerous vivid scenes. One pair of ox horns, their thunder contained the Tao of chaos lightning. One frost lotus, exuding icy chill, an ice Tao path spiraled upward. One stone book, emitting Tao sounds growing from faint to crystal clear. His body exuded a draconic aura, roaring thunderously within. His bones turned crystal clear, flashing with lily brilliance. His internal organs, meridians, limbs, and every bone had been enhanced to their pinnacle, impervious to blades or swords, immune even to sword chi. Only sword intent could possibly penetrate his bodily defenses. His blood transformed from golden to a darker golden hue, each drop rivaling a supreme immortal medicinal essence. His blood transformed from golden to a darker golden hue, each drop rivaling a supreme immortal medicinal essence. The completed form of the innate flawless chaos body had completely transformed his physique. His strength now rivaled a young dragon's. One punch could shatter mountains and divide rivers. More importantly, 3 divine techniques had arisen from the partially perfected innate flawless chaos body. Divine attack talent, 100-fold stacking buff. Activating this talent grants a 100-fold increase in attack power. Each punch, sword strike, blade slash, spear thrust, all could benefit from a 100-fold attack boost. Within the divine treasury realm, 100-fold stacking buff may only be used 6 times per day. After depleting those 6 uses, spiritual energy would be entirely drained. If the enemy is not slain, he himself would become vulnerable and captured. Divine soul talent, absolute defense. This talent allows complete immunity against soul attacks below the heavenly tribulation realm. Upon reaching the heavenly tribulation realm himself, he would gain immunity to soul attacks below the supreme emperor realm. Wen Juyo no longer had to worry about facing soul attack experts in the future. New divine ability, Divine Heaven's Thunder. Calling upon the Divine Heaven's Thunder could obliterate powerful enemies, erasing both soul and flesh. This ability could even threaten experts of the heavenly tribulation level, although at his current state, he couldn't even summon half of its full power. To summon the Divine Heaven's Thunder required at least the nascent foundation realm. This physical transformation brought Wen Juyo closer than ever to standing at the peak of the Zentianda world. Lightning flickered in his eyes, and his entire aura had completely transformed. The surrounding cultivators wore astonished expressions. Wen Juyo had undergone earth-shattering changes in just a short moment. One word surfaced in their minds: enlightenment. Heavens above. Is Wen Juyo defying heaven? We were all deceived by the Luo Holy Land. He must be a supreme Tao body, definitely hidden by the Luo Holy Land's heavenly suppression techniques. Now the pool of Heaven's Holy Land's imperial daughter, Di Ying, will be utterly humiliated. She's unworthy of Wen Juyo. The chatter of the onlookers didn't rouse Wen Juyo, who remained immersed in the process of body refinement. Master, you have 943,000 cultivation points remaining. Do you wish to undergo refinement to break through your cultivation realm? With so much cultivation energy at his disposal, not using it would be a shame. Having already revealed his strength, he was destined to become a thorn in the eyes of hostile forces. Plus, his parents had once offended many top-tier sects, including the Holy Lands. Master, refining cultivation energy now. Divine Storage Realm, 400,000 points. Late Divine Storage Realm. Remaining cultivation points, 543,000. Suddenly, tremendous power surged from Wen Juyo's body, forming a mighty aura above the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The surrounding cultivators quickly backed away in fear. He's enlightened again. He must have broken through to a higher cultivation stage. Holy crap, Wen Juyo is beyond heavenly. I can assure you, he can suppress an entire era. All the heavenly prodigies are nothing but juniors before him. With such a talent within the Luo Holy Land, who could possibly rival him? hidden within the crowd. Would senior brother from the Piao Palace had a flicker of fear in his eyes. He'd personally witnessed Fong Juyo kill their sex heir, followed by 2 successive enlightenments. Unconsciously, he took a few steps backward, desperate to escape, and vanished in the blink of an eye. System, what about the drop rate from other Piao Palace disciples? Master, eliminating 10 Piao Palace disciples at the peak of the prenatal realm is negligible. Eliminating 5 Piao Palace disciples at the foundation building early stage with 0.8 calculation and 10x drop rate yielded 40 cultivation points. It seems I must target heavenly prodigies specifically. However, even heavenly prodigies offer merely a 5% drop rate at a 100x multiplier. How many prodigies must be slain before triggering a 1,000,000x drop rate? Fong Juyo couldn't help shaking his head. Evidently, only killing those above his cultivation level could rapidly increase his power. After reaching the late divine storage realm, his divine perception extended to 10 kilometers. Just a slight scan revealed everything around him, including with senior brother's recent escape. However, he held absolutely no interest in such trash. Fong Juyo raised his head, glancing slightly toward the second floor of the Yichuan courtesan house. Their eyes met. 6 eyes in total, startling both Qin Xiaofan and Ding so much they nearly collapsed to the ground. Those eyes, ablaze with lightning, were terrifying, like divine thunder from the void. A trace of mockery surfaced on Fong Juyo's lips as he spoke. 2 patrons on the second floor of Yichuan courtesan house, please come to the Luo Divine Weapons Pavilion. Fong Juyo saw Qin Bufan clearly. As for the other disguised woman dressed as a man, though her identity remained unknown, from her aura alone, she was certainly no ordinary person. Swish. All eyes immediately turned toward the Yichuan courtesan house beside them. Qin Bufan and Di Ying's faces turned ugly with embarrassment. Chapter 21. Fong Juyo breaks the engagement. Signs of a conspiracy. How much sorrow can a person bear? As if the heavenly maiden of the Yangtze Holy Land had ascended the pleasure house. Before the eyes of the crowd, 2 figures flew down from the Yichuan courtyard, expressions filled with displeasure, landing not far from Fong Juyo. Hehe. Qin Bufan, the 9th prince of the Tianyu Empire, actually bringing a woman to a pleasure house. I must say, you've broadened our horizons. Truly admirable, truly admirable. Fong Juyo's mocking voice prompted the onlookers to burst into laughter. Qin Bufan wished he could find a crack to hide in. Although visiting a pleasure house was considered fulfilling basic physiological needs for a prince, bringing a woman there was naturally going to stir up endless speculation. Di Ying's usually cold face flushed slightly now, her eyes flashing with a trace of fury and hatred. Huh. Fong Juyo noticed the killing intent and raised his head, casting a glance with slight confusion. Miss, you who visited the pleasure house, do we have a feud? You? Fong Juyo kept repeating the words, visited the pleasure house, which infuriated Di Ying even more. Juyo, the imperial brother, and I were merely discussing matters inside the Yichuan courtyard. Where does this visiting the pleasure house come from? Seeing Di Ying's expression worsening, Qin Bufan responded quickly. Haha, a man bringing a woman to discuss things without choosing a tavern but a brothel. Fellow cultivators, do you believe that? No sooner had Fong Juyo finished speaking than murmurs arose among the crowd. We do believe. They were discussing matters between bodies. Huh. No, they were discussing matters concerning wetness and lubrication. Huh. Di Ying stomped hard, sending a powerful wave of energy into the ground, instantly knocking down many of the mocking cultivators, who scattered in disarray. If you dare spread lies again, my Yangtze Holy Land will wipe out your entire clan. The icy glares from Di Ying chilled the onlookers' bones. Combined with her revelation of her identity, many immediately clamped their mouths shut. Fong Juyo glanced sideways, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. Yangtze Holy Land indeed holds great authority. Seems this pleasure house visitor is someone important from there. May I ask, dear customer, what's your noble name? With Fong Juyo's playful words again ringing out, those who had just fallen silent burst into laughter once more. You? Di Ying was almost seething, and beside her, the palace maid Qin Xiangyi scolded loudly. Dare you, Fong Juyo, show such disrespect to the imperial daughter of Yangtze Holy Land? Who gave you the courage? Fong Juyo's eyes flashed like lightning, startling the arrogant maid Qin Xiangyi, who involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, suddenly gripped by fear of him. I've never seen an imperial daughter from Yangtze Holy Land visiting a pleasure house. It's my first time, truly admirable. If the fengqi of Yangtze Holy Land is so unrestrained, it seems male cultivators across the Xintian Great World have benefits coming their way. Unable to endure Fong Juyo's humiliation any longer, Di Ying stepped forward. Fong Juyo, silence yourself. This imperial daughter is Di Ying. I have come today to formally dissolve the engagement set 18 years ago. Please don't deflect conversations, drawing ridicule from the entire cultivation world. Calming herself, Di Ying redirected the attention to the engagement matter, turning defense into offense, which greatly excited the watching crowd. Fong Juyo was momentarily startled. Could this little vixen actually be the one promised to him 18 years ago by his parents? He didn't know before, and even if he had, he wouldn't marry her. Who would dare marry such a cold-hearted woman? As for that engagement made 18 years ago, sorry, I've never heard about it, and I refuse to acknowledge it. Di Ying's face darkened. Wasn't that supposed to be my line? You stole my words. How despicable. No matter whether this engagement exists or not, I have never considered Yangtze Holy Land's imperial daughter Di Ying. Even if I were to marry a beast, I wouldn't choose this girl who visits brothels. With these 2 lines, Fong Juyo ignited the entire crowd of observers. These words were ruthless, openly rejecting the marriage and degrading her to be worse than a beast. The expressions of all the watching cultivators toward Di Ying completely changed. You arrogantly declared to break the engagement, yet Fong Juyo kept slapping you in the face relentlessly. What's an imperial daughter? To Fong Juyo, you aren't worth even a beast. The awe-inspiring way Fong Juyo handled it stirred up admiration among the onlookers. This was no longer mere humiliation. It was trampling Di Ying underfoot and grinding mercilessly. You, Fong Juyo, I swear upon the heavens, in this life, I shall never rest until I destroy you. Swish. Di Ying slashed her sword, cutting her sleeve in 2, splitting it entirely. Then how about you die now? Would Fong Juyo leave behind someone who kept lingering thoughts of vengeance toward him? A sage once said, "Kill the danger while it's still in the cradle." The cold ice immortal sword was raised. A chilling coldness spread through the air, as if the entire sky had been frozen, and the scene momentarily came to a halt. Fong Juyo moved. A lingering shadow flashed past. Whirlwind sword shadows spun into action, seemingly about to strike Di Ying. Di Ying's expression turned to terror, locked in place, completely unable to move. Her pupils reflected a glint of sword light, as a trace of hatred flickered through her eyes. She had just broken through to foundation building, yet she couldn't withstand a single move from his sword technique. Everyone believed Di Ying was about to die by Fong Juyo's blade, including Di Ying herself. Reckless, a powerful aura descended from the sky. When the sword chi was less than 5 centimeters from Di Ying, it halted. An old woman, yes, an old woman with an icy expression, slowly descended from the sky, interrupting Fong Juyo's deadly strike on Di Ying. Fong Juyo furrowed his eyebrows. Where the hell was my bodyguard Ping Ping? Fong Juyo, you've got quite the nerve daring to kill the imperial daughter of the Yaozi Holy Land. The cold old woman glared at Fong Juyo, layer after layer of soul pressure crashing down like waves across the sky. Fong Juyo was forced backward 3 steps, nearly falling to the ground. He steadied himself, looking at the old woman with obvious displeasure. The icy old woman flickered with slight surprise. Remarkably, he hadn't collapsed under her soul oppression. What's the matter, old woman? Are you going to bully the young with your strength? No wonder your status has fallen so low among the 5 great holy lands. Top-down corruption indeed. Fong Juyo still wielded his sharp tongue, instantly darkening the old woman's face. Vile wretch, it seems today I must teach you a lesson on behalf of the Dafu Holy Land. The old woman swung her palm from afar, and a palm impact chi surged forth like a storm. Just as it was about to strike Fong Juyo, a scythe-like Death Reaper's blade shot down from the heavens. It not only interrupted the palm impact, but also sent the old woman reeling backward 3 zhong, a thin line of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. A dark shadow suddenly appeared at the scene. Those emotionless eyes were like a demon emerging from hell, causing the old woman's scalp to crawl. Di Ying felt as if her body had fallen into an abyss. Old hag of oblivion, what gives you the right to discipline my young master? Are you a dog servant of the Dafu Holy Land, or have we raised a beast in it? My young master spoke truly. Your Yaozi Holy Land is exactly top-down corruption. In your youth, you couldn't seduce me, and now you try to tempt my young master. How utterly shameless. Ping Ping Lang, with 3 sentences, made an unforgettable scene. Every cultivator present wore astonished expressions. Fong Juyo's eyes sparkled. This was the first time he realized how charming the dark-faced oddity could be. Especially when he was cursing. He looked as handsome as a god. Why hadn't he noticed this before? The old woman named Ju burst into furious rage, nearly exploding with anger. Drawing her sword, she looked ready to fight at a moment's notice. Butcher Ping Ping, how dare you? Ping Ping Lang sized up Ju from head to toe, giving her a critical appraisal. In your youth, you couldn't get this old master to reciprocate your love. You didn't have to cry yourself to sleep every day rubbing your little cucumber. Now it's all sagging like a sack. Such a waste. Chapter 22. Lang Pingping vs the Guardian of the Jade Pond Holy Land. Silence. The onlooking cultivators were completely silent. Lang Pingping's words left them struggling to contain themselves, eager to laugh, yet unable to do so. The female cultivators glanced at their modest figures and bashfully lowered their heads. However, Mei Ju was furious, her face twisted with rage as she lifted her long sword. Human Slayer, I shall never forgive you. Swoosh. She slashed 3 sword blossoms in succession and cried, Jade Pond Sword Cannon, 100 Flowers Annihilation. In an instant, 1 sword blossom multiplied into 3, 3 into 9, rushing toward the Human Slayer. The sword blossoms emitted a powerful aura, splitting the surrounding air with crackling sounds. Within a 500-meter radius, floral shadows blotted the sky. These were flowers of death. The sword chi was the very essence of death. Humph. With a wave of his hand, the Human Slayer summoned a giant scythe-like weapon. He gently cleaved the incoming sword blossoms, and it seemed as if the sky itself was split open. A powerful blade essence transformed into a grim reaper scythe. It spun 360 degrees in midair, reducing all those seemingly invincible sword blossoms to nothingness. Then, the Human Slayer roared, Grim Reaper Scythe, reaping the universe. In his hands, the scythe transformed into a massive blade of chi, as though cutting through the heavens, extinguishing the stars. No. Mei Ju's expression turned terrified. Facing the Human Slayer, she couldn't even resist. Both were guardians, both at the early stage of Tribulation Crossing, yet their strength was incomparable. In other words, complete defeat. At this critical moment, Di Ying gritted her teeth, pulled out a divine talisman, and threw it. It transformed into a mighty barrier of chi, just barely blocking the scythe's blade. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The nearby brothels, taverns, and shops were instantly reduced to nothing under the blade's chi. Cultivators who failed to react were killed instantly. Sensing danger, the surrounding cultivators fled ahead of time, escaping the unmatchable blade aura. However, Mei Ju and Di Ying didn't fare much better. Although the talisman blocked the direct strike, the impact of the shockwave still left them seriously injured. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, their faces filled with terror as they stared at that peerless figure. The Human Slayer Lang Pingping showed no signs of aging. Even though he no longer walked the cultivation path, legends of him remained in the cultivation world. In his youth, wielding only one scythe, he stunned the cultivation world with a single appearance. At the age of 50, at the Hidden Spirit Realm, he annihilated a 4th-tier sect, killing 100,000 people, becoming a slaying legend. At 100, at the Violet Mansion Realm, he single-handedly challenged a 3rd-tier sect, wiping out 10,000 experts at the Violet Mansion level and 100,000 at the Hidden Spirit level, forcing them to surrender. At 200, at the Nascent Soul Realm, he faced 10 prodigies head-on, injuring 8 and killing 2. As a result, he was wanted by numerous powers in the Shintian world. At 400, breaking through to the Void Insight Realm, he challenged the Genius ranking, killing 10 straight opponents, wanted by first-rate forces and the 3 Holy Lands. At a critical moment, he was saved by Feng Buhui. With Feng Buhui's help, he turned the tide and killed the 500 pursuing experts, solidifying his title as Human Slayer. Since then, he joined the Great Luo Holy Land and disappeared from the cultivation world, becoming Fong Buhui's right-hand man. Mei Ju, old witch, dare you really dare provoke me again? Each word was an insult. Mei Ju, old witch, so much so that she trembled with rage. But she was no match for the human slayer, only helplessly seething. Young master, you really don't want to consider Diying as your wife? Such a divine beauty, refusing her only to let others take her, doesn't seem very efficient, does it? A real man may have several wives and concubines. As the saying goes, let the red flag at home stand, and colorful banners flutter outside. Indeed, I learned that from you. Diying's face turned instantly crimson, the redness creeping to her ears. Yet, the killing intent in her eyes did not subside at all. The fight was over, and Lang Pingping playfully stared at Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo shot a wordless glare at Lang Pingping, then scoffed. Say, you black-faced freak, I don't even know this woman who frequents brothels, so please don't mess with fate's red thread. I certainly don't want a green hat. Besides, I'm unworthy. After all, I'm an awakened useless. How can I compare to someone from the Jade Pond Holy Land? So harsh. His mouth was sharper than even the human slayers. The observing cultivators all turned their eyes toward Diying. At this moment, the proud divine daughter Diying wished to bury herself in a crack, and her hatred for Fong Juyo reached its peak. The human slayer Lang Pingping simply laughed out loud, slapped Fong Juyo's shoulder, and shouted at Mei Ju and Diying. My young master is an unawakened failure. As for the Jade Pond Holy Land's divine daughter Diying, aren't you even less than a failure? Lang Pingping took out a marriage certificate from his ring and handed it to Fong Juyo. This was an engagement contract signed by your grandfather and Moc Hai, the patriarch of the Jade Pond Holy Land, long before you were born. Deal with it however you want. Lang Pingping handed the decision over to Fong Juyo. Diying stared anxiously at the marriage certificate in Fong Juyo's hand, looking somewhat worried and fearful. Although she had persuaded the Holy Land's patriarch to cancel the marriage arrangement with Fong Juyo, this still involved the dignity of the Great Luo Holy Land. Previously, it was because Fong Juyo was an untalented failure without awakened gifts. But now, far from being talentless, he was a monstrous prodigy. Inside, she felt some disappointment, regret, but mostly resentment and hostility. Whether the engagement stood or was broken, the decision must come from her. Fong Juyo stared at the engagement certificate in his hand without even glancing at its contents, then threw it into the air. With a flick of his spiritual sword, he unleashed the whirlwind sword shadow. In an instant, the symbol of the relationship between the two holy lands was completely obliterated. Fong Juyo glanced sideways at Diying and said coolly, Diying, today I, Fong Juyo, formally cancel our engagement. I give you freedom to chase your own skies. I'm done. Diying stood frozen, as if the sky had collapsed. The marriage contract, which she had intended to personally tear, was instead destroyed by him. That proud heart of hers was mercilessly trampled into the dust, her heart shattered. Under those crimson eyes, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, humiliation swirling through her mind. Fong Juyo, I hate you. I, Diying, swear to the heavens that even if I must go to the ends of the earth, I will personally kill you myself. Diying cast a final glare at Fong Juyo, a gaze filled with a hatred capable of annihilating the world, then turned and walked away into the crowd with her maid and servant. Heh, Diying, my advice to you is to remain a regular at brothels and stop daydreaming about impossible things. If you want revenge, bring it on. Just see if your Jade Pond Holy Land can bear the consequences. Dare to scheme behind my back? I'll reduce your Jade Pond Holy Land to ruins, leaving you with no place to hide across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Fong Juyo's contemptuous voice rang from behind. Diying's body trembled slightly, but after a brief hesitation, she continued walking into the crowd. Soon after, she disappeared from the main street of Luo City. By the riverside stood Diying, upright and defiant. The tears on her face had vanished, replaced with an icy mask. Mother Mo, activate the plan immediately. Execute it now. Diying's voice carried a bloodthirsty tone. Yes. At the Great Luo Divine Arms Pavilion, Lin Heir and Xiao Cui waited respectfully, never expecting that today, Master Feng would demonstrate overwhelming strength once more, restoring the dignity of the Great Luo Holy Land. Like a celestial being, a potential war god, Lang Pingping was extremely satisfied with Fong Juyo's performance today. Resolute and ruthless in action, unmoved by the Holy Land's reputation, regarding beauties as mere skeletons. Such a man was destined for great achievements. The young master's actions were even more reckless, violent, and arguably more impressive than Lang Pingping himself in his youth. The fiery gazes of admiration from the others made Fong Juyo feel uneasy. He smirked and said, Hey you black-faced freak, Lin Heir, Xiao Cui, stop staring at me like that. It's creeping me out. Please, don't fall in love with this legend, because I'm just that, a legend. Chapter 23. Fong Juyo acquires the sword art, one sword, carefree. While others were joking around, back at the Lingyun Peak of the Great Luo Holy Land, Nangong Shue's mind became restless. The news brought back by the human slaughterer had shocked her greatly. Her beloved son had not awakened his talent during the awakening ceremony, yet now he had already reached the foundation building initial stage. If she knew that Fong Juyo had now advanced to the divine treasury late stage, she would probably be stunned beyond words. In just a few months, he had completely transformed, even more terrifying than Chinyu, a disciple of the sword god ancestor. Could it be her son's body has been taken over by an ancient demon? Not regret. Do you think you were secretly awakened his talent? A mother's love is like a needle and thread, a wanderer's clothes stitched with care. Though Fong Juyo was far away from the Great Luo Holy Land, away from Nangong Shui and Fong Buru, their concern for him had not lessened in the slightest. Even Nangong Shui had secretly shed tears, deeply worrying about Fong Juyo. Fong Buru put down the book in his hand, glanced at Nangong Shui, and said, A dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix. What kind of child could descend from us two? As for whether he has awakened or not is not important. At least now he's stronger than staying within the Great Luo Holy Land. Nangong Shui was momentarily stunned. What Fong Buru said made sense, yet she remained worried about Fong Juyo. Report to young Master Feng, news from Luoqing. At that moment, a voice came from outside, and a disciple from the affairs hall named Lin Chong stood at the door, holding a message sent from Luoqing. ZZZT. In the blink of an eye, Nan Gongshui moved like lightning. After a lingering afterimage, the letter in Lin Chong's hand had already vanished. Lin Chong nearly fell to the ground in fright. Such ghostly movement skill, combined with her surging aura, made her not seem human, but a celestial immortal descended from the heavens. Nan Gongshui opened the letter, and the contents shocked her again. Fong Juyo publicly rejected the marriage proposal from the sacred daughter of the Jade Pond Holy Land, Diying, in front of the entire world. Fong Juyo killed the young master of the ethereal palace and several disciples in front of the Great Luo Divine Weapons Pavilion. Diying's guardian Miju attempted to intervene, but was stopped by the human slaughterer. Nan Gongshui's expression changed instantly, as she roared furiously. So the Jade Pond Holy Land dares to bully my son? They seek death. Fong Buru grabbed the letter and, after reading it, wore an expression of astonishment. When did Yuer become so powerful? What talent has he awakened that he advanced to foundation building in just a few months? For cultivators, advancing one major realm normally took at least decades, sometimes even 100 years. This had already become an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. To break through two major realms within months was nearly impossible unless he was a monstrous genius or had been possessed. Could it be that Yuer really was possessed? Nan Gongshui glared, scolding fiercely. Fong Buru, you were the one possessed. With the human slaughterer Lang Ping by his side, who could possess him? Yuer now has made enemies of the Jade Pond Holy Land and the Ethereal Palace. He will face countless assassination attempts. I must go to the Chinyu Empire. No one will harm my son. Anyone who dares harm my son will have to repent in hell. An immense killing intent spilled out, spreading across the sky above Lingyun Peak, sending the disciples there into terror. In the main hall of the Great Luo Holy Land, Feng Patian held a message from Luocheng in his hand. Looking up at Lingyun Peak, he spoke into the darkness. Situation, Shi Min Shueji, deploy the Black Armor Army. Whoever dares to threaten my grandson will be executed. Yes, Holy Lord. The voice vanished into the darkness. In the backyard of the Great Luo Divine Weapons Pavilion in Luocheng, Feng Juyo sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating the Divine Illumination Divine Art. After several cycles, the Divine Illumination Divine Art had reached its 5th layer, Divine Treasury stage, matching his current cultivation realm. Now, using the Heavenly Distance Divine ability, he could teleport up to 1,000 kilometers away, with the energy inside him supporting this move 6 times daily. With the Celestial Dome protection, his increased cultivation made him immune to attacks from cultivators at the Heavenly Tribulation stage, even capable of withstanding 6 attacks from an early-stage Heaven-severing expert. With his 100-fold attack talent buff, in his experiments, he could defeat cultivators at the Zen Kingdom Peak stage, even Yuan Shin stage experts. Of course, according to his current Divine Treasury late-stage strength, the 100-fold attack buff could only be used once or twice before all the spiritual energy within his body would be completely drained. As for absolute defense, even experts at the Heaven-severing stage could do nothing to him, and he was completely immune to soul attacks. Against evil spirits or ghost cultivators, he could easily counterkill. It seemed that his offensive techniques were slightly lacking. He really needed to find the system to exchange for some cultivation arts or battle techniques. System, I have 500,000 remaining cultivation points. Can I exchange for a cultivation technique or battle art suitable for me? Master, the principle of exchanging for cultivation techniques or battle arts is the same as cultivation points. With 500,000 points, you cannot exchange for supreme tier cultivation arts, but you can obtain a supreme tier battle technique. Confirm exchanging for a battle technique. Master, the supreme tier supreme battle techniques available for exchange with 500,000 cultivation points are Sword Art, 1 sword, carefree, consisting of 7 forms. Minimum cultivation realm required is Divine Treasury. When fully mastered, 1 slash can destroy countless great worlds. Sword Art, peerless under heaven, 7 forms in total. Minimum cultivation realm for comprehension is Divine Treasury. When fully mastered, 1 slash can cut down countless great worlds. Fist Art, palm seal the world, 7 forms in total. Minimum cultivation realm for comprehension is Divine Treasury. When fully mastered, 1 punch can shatter countless great worlds. Spear Art, spirit roams the 8 wilds, 7 forms in total. Minimum cultivation realm for comprehension is Divine Treasury. When fully mastered, 1 thrust can overturn countless great worlds. Master, which battle technique would you choose? By the way, as long as you transform and learn battle techniques and movement arts, they will be instantly understood, and when reaching the corresponding realm, the next form will be unlocked automatically. Fong Juyo was stunned. These battle techniques were just too powerful, supreme tier martial arts. The entire Xintian Great World didn't possess anything like them. With these techniques and his 100-fold attack buff, he'd be even more confident about developing safely. However, each of the martial arts was so powerful that he desired them all. System, can I buy on credit in exchange for all 4 battle techniques? Master, sorry, this system does not provide credit. Please make your choice. This system was just too inflexible. You'd end up without friends like this. Fong Juyo thought for a moment, and finally spoke. I choose the Sword Art, 1 sword carefree. Master, 500,000 cultivation points deducted, remaining, 43,000 points. Peerless Supreme Tier Martial Art, 1 sword, carefree, is being converted and loaded. 1 sword, carefree has finished loading. Please, Master, inspect and accept. Suddenly, the Peerless Supreme Tier Martial Art, 1 sword, carefree, appeared within Fong Juyo's spiritual sea. The first move of 1 sword, carefree felt as if it had been refined through countless trials for tens of thousands of years. Finger transformed into sword, a light flick sent a thin sword beam piercing through 10 city blocks, leaving a tiny hole through countless buildings. What surprised everyone the most was that the sword beam from 1 sword, carefree sliced off the front buttons of 5 dancing girls' robes, causing their skirts to instantly slip down, revealing their pale naked bodies. Those drinking customers, stunned at first, soon erupted into thunderous cheers. The women quickly covered their chests with both hands and turned to run back to their rooms, leaving behind stunning views of their bare backs. However, Fong Juyo was completely unaware of all this. He had merely emitted a small amount of sword energy. As they say, sword energy as terrifying as this was especially effective at cutting off courtesan sleeve buttons. Just as Fong Juyo was recalling how his finger had turned into a sword, a red palanquin suddenly appeared in the air. It weirdly floated above the rooftop and came to a halt. Streams of red ribbons poured out from the palanquin, descending toward the courtyard, directly heading toward Fong Juyo's room. Which demon dares to come here? Seek death. Human slaughterer roared furiously. Then the death scythe soared into the sky. Instantly, what had been a night dimmed by stars was now engulfed in a black veil. The earth trembled, and all living beings trembled with fear. A single death scythe transformed into a white light, slicing upward along the red ribbons. An explosive boom echoed from the sky. The red ribbons were reduced to dust, and the scythe's killing aura plunged into the red palanquin, instantly turning it into nothingness. Giggle giggle. Human slaughterer Langping. I've been looking for you for a long time. Countless voices reverberated through the courtyard, impossible to determine from where they came. You cowardly woman hiding in shadows, show yourself now, or be careful I smash you with my golden staff tonight. Floating above Fong Juyo's roof, the human slaughterer Langping stood proudly, encircled by layers of black chi, like a demonic god risen straight from hell. Chapter 24. The four beauties of the demon den arrive. The Chinyu imperial family watches indifferently. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Suddenly, four red figures appeared in the air, dressed the same, looked the same, moved the same, equally seductive. The four alluring women lifted their red skirts, revealing four pairs of pale, long legs. Ren Tu Langping's expression changed slightly, his eyes acquiring a trace of seriousness. The four beauties of the demon den. Are you certain you wish to make enemies with our Great Luo Holy Land? Dang. The woman in red on the east side giggled, her voice sweet and enchanting. Almighty butcher, if you simply submit to Mo Jiao Jiao, my three younger sisters will all be yours. Our four sisters shall serve you together. You shall enjoy the ultimate blessing of having everything a man could desire. Ren Tu Langping's eyes flickered with a murderous gleam, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. Mo Jiao Jiao, your incultivation techniques using male energy are ineffective on me. I advise you to leave immediately, or else I shall make you regret your actions today. Mo Jiao Jiao twisted her body seductively, striking a tempting pose as she smirked. Almighty butcher, are you really going to be this cruel to us four sisters? Aren't you thinking about your little master? We four sisters are experts in the 108 techniques of lovemaking, guaranteed to boost your cultivation and bring you to paradise. The Death Reaper's scythe in Langping's hand gleamed red, a hint of murder thickening at the edge of his lips. Prostitutes open to any man, don't disturb my Taoist cultivation. Today I shall slaughter you to prove my Tao against demons. The Death Reaper's scythe danced in Langping's hands like an eye-opening, rushing toward the four beauties of the demon den. Under the red light, killing intent filled the air. Under the blade, sword energy burst forth. The earth surrendered to darkness. Demon gods roamed in all directions. When the scythe appeared, all creatures trembled. Almighty butcher, how cruel you are. The red silk ribbons in the four beauties' hands flew across the sky, forming a tight net that locked in the incoming sword energy. Softness overcame hardness. The fierce sword energy vanished into the ocean of red ribbons, instantly dissolved by the gentle red energy. Giggle, giggle. Mr. Butcher, if you keep this up, I might have to spank your bottom. Your little master is so charming and elegant. I've been aching for him. If you refuse, I'll just have to drag him back to be a male concubine in our demon den. Giggle, giggle. Obscene words spread far and wide, and countless cultivators, fearing the reputation of the four beauties of the demon den, dared not step forward to stop them. Now, the Chinyu imperial family chose to sit back and watch the fight unfold, unwilling to support either side as they silently calculated their own gains. Were they not afraid of being pursued by the Great Luo Holy Land afterward? Qin Ming, the Chinyu emperor, glanced with a flash of sharp light from his eyes at Qin Bufan below, and asked calmly, Child, are you certain that tonight, the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Piaomiao Palace will act? Father, I'm sure. Qin Bufan steadied his thoughts and continued. After all, it was I who secretly pushed this plan forward and meticulously orchestrated it. The Great Luo Holy Land won't find any evidence to connect this back to them. Regardless of who wins or loses, no blame can be placed on our Tianyu Empire. Good. Emperor Qin Ming fiercely slammed the dragon table, an air of might surging from him. So the four beauties of the demon didn't think I'm harmless unless I show my power? Lang Pingping's black robe flared up, immense spiritual power surging into the Death Reaper's scythe in his hand. Eyes glaring at the four demonic women, he shouted, Death's judgment. He slashed towards the four women. In an instant, 10 scythe-like sword energies appeared across the dark sky, exuding an aura as deadly as that from the abyss, tightly locking onto the four women. Not good. Mo Jiao Jiao, Mo Tianjiao, Mo Diqiao, and Mo Renjiao's faces turned pale. After wandering in the cultivation world for so many years, how could they not have heard of the legendary reputation of Rin Tu Lang Pingping? Originally, the four together could go anywhere in the world unchallenged. They had no regard for Lang Pingping at all. However, when he unleashed his signature move, Death's Judgment, they realized how wrong they were. How terribly wrong. Red Lotus Formation, unite. Rather than sit idle awaiting doom, they chose to join forces in resistance. With a furious shout from Mo Jiao Jiao, the four women hurled out their tokens and simultaneously performed their magical incantations. Above their heads, four crimson lotuses formed into a massive red umbrella. Crackle! As the sword energy from Death's Judgment descended, the red umbrella shimmered with a red glow, and a protective barrier appeared above it. 1, 2, 4 waves of sword energy, like thunderbolts from the hands of Death himself. No! Lindarin, save us! A cracking sound came from the protective barrier above the umbrella, and then the sword energy struck the massive red canopy. Death's Judgment surged forth with unstoppable force, piercing straight into the bodies of the four women. In an instant, they were gravely wounded. Suddenly, 1, 2, 8 white figures appeared around the four women, catching them with grace. Cold eyes turned toward Rin Tu Lang Pingping. Lang Pingping's face turned cold, filled with rage as he glared at the 8 newcomers, men with veiled faces. Lin Pingji, the leader of the 8 white-clad figures, sneered as he looked at Rin Tu Lang Pingping. Lin Pingji, are you certain you want to get involved in this mess? Lin Pingji tugged at his white sleeve slightly, and calmly gazed at Ren Tu Lang Pingping. Ren Tu Lang Pingping, I advise you to hand over Fong Juyo. You cannot possibly resist us, the hidden. Wait. Fong Juyo leaped forward, and stood beside Lang Pingping. He eyed the 8 white-clad men with confusion. Black-faced freak, what kind of insignificant organization is this hidden? How dare they be so arrogant? The Chinyu imperial family dares to let an assassin organization run wild. What audacity they have. Chinyu imperial family, aren't you afraid of regime change? Fong Juyo's voice condensed into a sharp line, piercing straight into the palace. Qin Ming's mighty figure slightly trembled. Secretly, he sighed. What a uniquely peerless Fong Juyo. Then, his voice transmission arrived. Master Fong, it's not that our Chinyu imperial family is standing by idly, but we truly cannot come to your aid at the moment. A group of imperial assassins has infiltrated the palace. I'm in the middle of combat. Please understand. Fong Juyo was taken aback. A faint scorn curled at the corners of his lips. Good one, Qin Ming. Good one, Qin Bufan. Just wait. Once I deal with this assassination attempt, I will make you regret today's actions. A disobedient dog is never a good dog. A dog daring to bite its master must be killed without hesitation. Fong Juyo, you don't still think someone will come to help you, do you? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you the truth. We have deployed experts in all 4 directions of Luoqing. You are already a trapped turtle in a jar tonight. Surrender and kill yourself. The leader of the hidden exuded extreme arrogance, as if he regarded neither the Great Luo Holy Land nor the Fong family with any fear or respect. Fong Juyo lightly rubbed his straight nose and patted Ren Tu Lang Pingping's shoulder, asking curiously, Black-faced freak, can you handle these 8 pieces of trash in front of you? If you can't, our master and servant will become ghosts under their swords tonight. Ren Tu Lang Pingping's body slightly shuddered as he helplessly said, Little master, it seems our bond of master and servant has come to an end. When will you repay the protection fee you owe me? Fong Juyo opened his eyes wide and snapped angrily. Black-faced freak, as someone from the Fong family, protecting me is only your natural duty. How could you dare to ask me for a protection fee? You should go to my mother Nan Gongxue or my father Fong Buhue for it. Then you have to pay me 100 million Jifeng spiritual crystals as protection fee now, or else I'll quit and walk away. Ren Tu Lang Pingping withdrew his Death Reaper's scythe and began to haggle, a sight that left the 8 hidden organization members shocked and the injured 4 beauties of the demon den utterly confused. No way, could they be deliberately stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements? Lang Pingping, the leader of the hidden, unsheathed his sword and sneered. Fong Juyo, Lang Pingping, you think this childish act of yours can delay time? You're truly both fools, stupid and naive. Kill. Fong Juyo raised his star-like eyebrows and hurriedly shouted. Wait a second, Lin Pingji, you reacted way too fast. My account with the black-faced freak isn't settled yet. I request that you members of the hidden kindly wait for 10 more minutes. In 10 minutes, I promise to surrender myself into your hands and let you earn credit for the Yaoqi Holy Land. Does that work for you? Chapter 25. One sword to soar unrestrainedly, stars falling from the sky. Lin Pingji sneered contemptuously at the lamb awaiting slaughter. How do you know our employer is Yao? Lin Pingji stiffened instantly. Assassin organizations must not leak information about their employers. Otherwise, who would dare do business with Yin in the future? He never expected that Fong Juyo had easily blown his cover. The fate of Yin that followed was destined to become a tragedy. Fong Juyo patted Lang Pingping's shoulder and laughed. Dark-faced fellow, I said that Yin was definitely hired by the Jade Pond Holy Land to kill me, and I was right. I wonder if Yin is a genuine assassin organization, or a killer group secretly supported by the Jade Pond Holy Land. Fong Juyo's words were stunning. Not only did Lang Pingping gasp in surprise, even the 4 beauties of the Devil's Cave, who had been supporting Yin, changed expression slightly. The 8 members of the Yin organization trembled slightly. Whether it was because Fong Juyo had hit the nail on the head or due to rising anger, no one could tell. Fong Juyo, no matter how skillfully you speak, today you shall die without fail. Kill. Lin Pingji was afraid. He feared that Fong Juyo might once again babble nonsense, causing real suspicion that Yin was connected with the Jade Pond Holy Land. Then even if the Holy Land wasn't guilty, it would now seem guilty. Swish. 8 white figures vanished as though they had never existed. Fong Juyo certainly didn't believe they'd run away out of cowardice. When an assassin group kills someone, they merely hide themselves and strike from concealment with certain death. They would never confront someone head-on. Master, be careful. After speaking, Lang Pingping's eyes flashed red. The scythe of death in his hand spun rapidly around Fong Juyo and his vicinity. Above the Shenzhen pavilion, the night sky suddenly fell silent, leaving only scattered stars and the master and servant alone. Swoosh. From a distant location came 4 arrows, trailing long white glows, flying directly toward Fong Juyo's forehead. Daring to die, Lang Pingping fiercely slapped his palm, and just as the arrows reached the courtyard, he smashed them into dust with one blow, scattering countless powdery particles. Not good. Master, get down quickly. It's the Yinming powder. Yinming powder was a special material that, when dispersed, formed a fog within a 5-kilometer radius. Anyone who inhaled it would immediately fall into a deep sleep. It was an unrivaled auxiliary tool for city sieges and covert kills. However, Yinming powder only existed in legends. Its production was extremely low, and people were generally unwilling to waste it. Unexpectedly, for the assassination of Fong Juyo, they had actually used such an expensive resource. Truly, the Jade Pond Holy Land meant business. Just as the words were spoken, Fong Juyo grabbed Lang Pingping and activated the mystical ability called Inch and Mile, instantly vanishing from the spot. Swish. 8 sword shadows precisely fell on the exact spot where they had been, and the powerful sword chi instantly turned the courtyard into nothingness. Where'd they go? Lin Pingji, wearing a mask, stared wide-eyed in shock. At that moment, Fong Juyo and Lang Pingping reappeared 1,000 kilometers away, near the east mountain of Luo City. Dark-faced fellow, you're too heavy. I used such an amazing movement technique and only managed to run 1,000 kilometers. Lang Pingping looked at Fong Juyo in surprise, puzzled. Are you sure that was a movement technique you used? Fong Juyo awkwardly scratched his nose and replied. That's not important. What matters is to escape our lives quickly. Who knows? Swish. A dark figure slowly stepped out of the night, carrying a huge saber on his shoulder. followed by dozens of cultivators at the Divine Storage and Purple Mansion realms. Fong Juyo, Lang Pingping, Yang Tianji, have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Tianji was a wandering cultivator famous for wielding a golden-threaded large ring saber. His most renowned battle occurred a century ago when, within 200 kilometers of the Tianya Pavilion, he cut down Xiaoyu, a prodigy of Tianya Pavilion, in 8 strokes, creating a huge uproar, after which Tianya Pavilion issued a killing order on him. Even when 10 supreme experts at the core formation early stage pursued him relentlessly, he still managed to kill his way out of a death trap, despite himself being only at the peak of the core formation stage. From that point on, he became a famous warrior shining throughout the Xintian Great World. Unexpectedly, this time chasing Fong Juyo, the Jade Pond Holy Land had actually bribed such a ruthless killer. Lang Pingping's face darkened. The previous battle had cost much of his inner spiritual energy. Facing Yang Tianji, he couldn't be certain of victory. Yang Tianji, are you sure you want to make enemies with the Great Luo Holy Land? Yang Tianji slammed his golden-threaded big saber into the ground, sending sparks flying. Butcher, don't try to scare me with the Great Luo Holy Land. Fong Juyo isn't even their disciple, an outcast, a piece of garbage expelled from it. Such a contemptuous tone made Fong Juyo's fist crack audibly. You think I'm harmless just because I haven't struck yet? His hatred toward Diying and the Jade Pond Holy Land surged further. In that case, today I shall personally kill this arrogant brat. After signaling Fong Juyo, Lang Pingping rushed toward Yang Tianji. They couldn't delay any longer. They didn't know how many reinforcements were still approaching from behind. The scythe of death soared toward the heavens while the golden-threaded big saber shone golden. Lang Pingping and Yang Tianji clashed in combat, fighting fiercely from the earth into the sky. This side, 20 Divine Storage Realm cultivators dragged their long sabers, leaving trails of fire across the ground, charging toward Fong Juyo. Meanwhile, the remaining few at the Purple Mansion realm watched as if attending a play. They were convinced that 20 experts at the peak of Divine Storage Realm would capture Fong Juyo, the outcast from Great Luo Holy Land, without much trouble. Fong Juyo's calm eyes became brighter, sharper now. Every flicker was like a lightning bolt, seemingly producing a swishing sound. The 20 Divine Storage Realm experts raised their sabers, eyes filled with disdain, some leaping, others sweeping horizontally, and a few chopping downward. 20 blades of chi slashed in tightly from all directions. What was once a pitch-black night was now illuminated by the slashing blades, under the light of which lay 20 pairs of icy eyes and the infinite killing intent from their hands. The air beneath the saber chi cracked, creating an eerie, spine-chilling sound. Fong Juyo stepped back using his wandering steps, vanishing with several afterimages from his original spot, exactly where the 20-blade slashes landed. Boom! The earth shook violently, as if hit by an 8-level earthquake. Instantly, 20 massive cracks appeared on the ground, intersecting each other. Evading the attack, Fong Juyo's eyes trembled for a moment but quickly regained composure. Since you all want me dead, tonight I shall stain Luo City with your blood. Fong Juyo slowly drew out the frost ice immortal sword. The chill it emitted seemed to freeze the very sky itself. He raised his hand, took a stance, and the sword moved. The first technique of one sword to wandering freely, light, erupted instantly, like a ray of starlight wandering deep in the Milky Way. Beautiful to the eye, yet actually capable of shocking heaven and earth, and bringing spirits to tears. That faint ray of starlight rapidly transformed into countless beams of starlight, appearing above the heads of the 20 swordsmen. Not good. This wasn't merely starlight or beams of stars. It was the unstoppable pressure of falling stars. Fong Juyo, you dare. Yang Tianji, who was locked in battle midair, suddenly changed expressions. He had already sensed the terrifying might of the starlight. His disciples wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Desperate to descend and rescue his 20 divine storage disciples. But then, how could the butcher allow him to get his way? A figure stood in front of him, and the scythe of death swung into action once more. Do you wish to save him? Forget it. Today you must die here. Red saber chi swirled around his body, wildly attacking Yang Tianji. Down below, the 20 trapped beneath the starlight wore expressions of horror. They couldn't dodge at all. The starlight arrived as expected, piercing through their heads. 20 different screams sounded simultaneously, then vanished into nothingness under the onslaught of the starlight. Fong Juyo was startled himself. The first technique of one sword to wandering freely, light, had unleashed such immense power. Those 20 were experts at the peak of the divine storage realm. More importantly, he hadn't even activated his 100-fold attack buff. Looks like supreme-level top-tier martial arts truly were powerful. 5 swordsmen over there, come offer me experience. Chapter 26. The Dalkur from the Purple Mansion realm is so powerful, he kills until you wish for your grandma's house. The night was dark and windy, the stars dim. The surrounding air instantly solidified, silence pressing in from all sides, and the faint starlight seemed to swallow people into an abyss. The remaining 5 Dalkur from the Purple Mansion realm were stunned. He actually killed 20 of their divine treasure companions with just one sword move. The falling starlight made their hair stand on end. What kind of sword technique was this? Could it be that even a discard from the Great Luo Holy Land was this terrifyingly powerful? At this moment, Fong Juyo, who held his sword across his chest, revealed a satisfied smile, and in his mind, the system announcement kept echoing. Master, 20 divine treasure peak kills, 2x minor realm bonus, 100x average drop rate activated. Cultivation points obtained, 3,200. Total accumulated points remaining, 52,000. Master, the 5 Purple Mansion enemies ahead. Defeating an opponent 1 realm higher triggers 10x luck, possibly even a 1,000x bonus drop rate. Fong Juyo, how dare you? 5 enraged Purple Mansion experts, charged with lightning speed, raising their long sabers. The saber chi surged forward like a giant wave, like a dragon awakening. 3 chi of saber aura, brilliant and dazzling, slicing through the road with a question. 5 slashes unleashed 5 saber auras, but what fell was a skyful of saber energy. Wherever eyes looked, the air was split into nothingness, making a crackling sound. The first move of the sword of unrestrained freedom shone again. This time, Fong Juyo unleashed a 100x attack buff. The previously dim starlight now seemed like the purest starlight. Silken beams of falling starlight resembled the Milky Way pouring down. Right now, night turned into day, illuminating the entire Luo city. Everyone looked towards the east, shocked expressions all around. The 8 hidden organization members, seeing this, dashed forward without hesitation. Everywhere the starlight touched turned into emptiness. No! The saber aura vanished without a trace under the cascade of the Milky Way, along with the bodies of the 5 Purple Mansion experts. Fong Juyo gazed at the scene in silence for a long time. Finally, he managed to blurt out one sentence after struggling. What the hell, this is just too crazy. Using the sword of unrestrained freedom twice in a row consumed half of his spiritual energy. It seems these ultimate moves should be reserved as trump cards. Otherwise, he'd be dead before he could break through the encirclement. Ah! Just as Fong Juyo was feeling moved, blood rain began to fall from the sky. Yang Tianji had been slaughtered by the human killer, Lang Pingping. A flash of red light and Yang Tianji was instantly obliterated into nothingness. Chua! Lang Pingping appeared beside Fong Juyo, but his steps seemed unstable, clearly exhausted from overexertion. Young master, when did you become this powerful? It took me ages to kill Yang Tianji, yet you eliminated Divine Treasure and Purple Mansion cultivators with just 2 moves. Are you even human? Lang Pingping looked him up and down suspiciously. Young master, you're not possessed by an old demon, are you? Fong Juyo rolled his eyes and said dryly. Can't I just be Wudi? What do you mean, possession? If that old demon dares to possess me, I'll make him my spiritual food in minutes. Do you want me to stick an explosive foo on your ass again? Lang Pingping patted his chest and sighed. Good thing there's no old demon in your body. I'm relieved now. Chua! Lang Pingping's body tilted sideways, nearly falling to the ground. Fong Juyo caught him in one swift move, his face briefly showing worry. Hey, black-faced ghost, don't scare me like this. AI, when one gets old, even fighting 2 battles drains all one's strength. Lang Pingping took out a top-quality spiritual recovery pill from his ring storage, swallowed it without time to calm down, and then pulled Fong Juyo running quickly toward the valley. He had already sensed the ripple in the void. He didn't know how many more assassins were chasing them. After the 2 had run several hundred meters, several beast demons fell from the sky. More than 100 black-robed men appeared before Fong Juyo, all wearing masks. However, their strength was somewhat frightening. Most were from the Purple Mansion realm, and 10 of them leading the group were nascent soul cultivators. Following them, the 8 hidden organization members came from the Shikong, gently landing on the ground. Lang Pingping's face turned serious. He glanced at Fong Juyo suspiciously. Young master, didn't your stepmother leave you any ultimate weapons? Fong Juyo hesitated for a moment, answering solemnly. Not really. She only left me a sword capable of cutting the Tao, saying I can self-destruct the weapon in a crisis to kill even a Heaven Tribulation Peak expert. Seriously? The corners of the 8 hidden organization members' mouths twitched involuntarily. They couldn't help but doubt the truthfulness of what Fong Juyo said. Swords that cut the Tao weren't cabbage. They were the treasure artifacts of every holy land. Each of the 5 great holy lands only possessed 1 or 2 of them. How could such a sword ever be given to a cast-out wastrel? Fong Juyo, stop lying. Surrender now or face complete annihilation today. Lin Pingji had been utterly startled by Fong Juyo's previous movement technique. If not for the sudden daylight emerging in the east, he wouldn't have even spotted Fong Juyo and Lang Pingping's figures. Lin Pingji, why bother chasing after me when you could go play with your junior sister instead? Firstly, let me declare, I'm not into men, and certainly not interested in you. To be honest with you, the Zhandao Divine Sword in my hand will make you forget your mother's surname. Believe me. Fong Juyo pulled out a Zhandao Divine artifact from his ring storage. The powerful aura it emitted sent chills down everyone's spine. As soon as this sword appeared, the surrounding space seemed locked, spreading a tremendous pressure. More than 100 Purple Mansion experts wore expressions of terror. Lin Pingji, especially, was so frightened that he leaped back 10 zhang. Has the Great Luo Holy Land gone mad? Giving a Zhandao Divine weapon to a useless wretch? Everyone had a big question mark over their heads. Lin Pingji, dare you chase after us again? Be careful lest I let the Zhandao Divine sword self-destruct. Everyone got scared and froze on the spot, nobody daring to step forward. Seeing this, Fong Juyo grabbed Lang Pingping and used the Ji Qi Tianya ability. A white flash passed, and both disappeared from sight, not leaving even a trace of aura. Lin Pingji's face changed abruptly. He pulled out a transmission stone from his ring. An elderly voice came from inside. They fled northward. They are 1,000 kilometers away from you now. Lin Pingji waved his hand furiously. Chase. The beast demons flapped their wings and flew northward. North. Beside a stream. Fong Juyo was panting heavily. Using the Ji Qi Tianya ability twice in succession had exhausted his body. His spiritual energy was nearly drained. If pursued again, the danger would be severe. Ren Tu sat cross-legged on a rock, meditating. Fong Juyo devoured spirit recovery pills like candies while surveying the surroundings anxiously. The enemies rode flying beasts. They'd quickly catch up here. Carrying Lang Pingping as a burden was truly a headache. How much sorrow can one bear? Like a stream flowing endlessly downward. Fong Juyo rubbed his forehead, unable to devise any solution. Facing over 100 assassins, even Ren Tu couldn't fight off so many hands. If only he had an entire legion, then who would dare provoke him? Goo goo goo. Handsome young man, are you lonely? From above the valley suddenly came a mocking voice. Fong Juyo looked up, seeing no figure, but the woman's voice continued. Handsome young man, if you call me one elder sister, I will help you resolve tonight's crisis. Fong Juyo was stunned, his eyes flickering with thoughts. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dear older sister hiding in the shadows, don't you look so frightening that you dare not show yourself? Fong Juyo's words echoed across the valley, provoking another loud laugh from a hidden woman. Goo goo goo. Handsome young man, you're that eager to see your older sister already, huh? Your elder sister here is a peerless beauty, celestial and charming beyond compare, loved by all upon sight. Chapter 27. Once the Black Armor Army marches forth, who in Xintian can challenge them? Part 1. In a secluded valley, deep blue flowers bloom, indifferent to where they come from. Suddenly, a white-robed figure falls from the sky. She's like a woman stepping out of a painting, her phoenix eyes sparkling like autumn waters, like cold stars, like precious gems, shimmering with pure light. Her oval face is plump with collagen, as if water could be squeezed from it, seemingly glistening with dewdrops, revealing a delicate and bouncy texture. As for her figure, graceful would be an insult. Only the perfect body of a devil in a comic could describe her perfection. Her bare jade-like feet are like the most precious treasures in the world, unforgettable. Fong Juyo was stunned. Was this woman from the Xintian world? No, she should have come from the supreme heavens. Lang Pingping opened his eyes, took a glance at the woman, showed a look of surprise, then closed them again. Beautiful older sister, may I ask for your honorable name? Fong Juyo regained his composure. He didn't sense any killing intent from her, but rather a pleasant aura. He started joking playfully. Giggle giggle, little lord, I really like how you called me. It's the first time someone calls me beautiful older sister. Shouldn't you call me fairy older sister instead? Fong Juyo pretended to be shocked, patted his chest, and exclaimed joyfully. Although I hate to admit it, your looks truly deserve the title fairy, but fairy older sister feels too distant, too ethereal. I think beautiful older sister sounds much closer. The white-robed beauty smiled with lips closed, giggling, her body swaying slightly, giving Fong Juyo a feast for the eyes, while secretly, he muttered in his heart. Sister 3060, you're too merciless. Little lord, my name is Situ Shueji. Remember it? Fong Juyo nodded. He found this sister, whose tone was in sharp contrast with her figure, quite fascinating. Shueji sister, what do you plan to do to help me? Fong Juyo came straight to the point. Situ Shueji blinked, a glance full of charm, which left Fong Juyo speechless for a moment. She bit her lip and gazed at Fong Juyo with tender affection, then giggled. How about I make them never return? Fong Juyo froze, puzzled. Just by yourself? Giggle, do you think your Shueji sister can't wipe them out alone? Situ Shueji showed no trace of killing intent, as if she were discussing romance instead of impending violence. Fong Juyo looked her up and down, then grinned. I think it might be hard. After all, how can you, a delicate lady, withstand an attack from over 100 experts? Situ Shueji moved in an instant, arriving beside Fong Juyo. Her delicate, jasmine-scented hand touched his face. She gently pinched it and smiled enchantingly. Little lord, I really like your handsome face. Why don't you consider taking me in and make me your official wife? Fong Juyo awkwardly rubbed the cheek she had touched, still faintly fragrant. Shueji sister, I'm still young. I can't even fall in love yet, let alone think about marriage. Are you really not afraid of those over 100 experts? Situ Shueji waved her long sleeve. A powerful force surged forth, striking a distant rock that instantly exploded into dust with a loud bang. No matter how many ants there are, can they defeat an elephant? Fong Juyo showed a surprised expression. This Situ Shueji sure was proud. Well, if things go bad later, he could always use the Inchen Mile divine ability again to save them. Swish. A ripple appeared in the void. Lin Pingji arrived with 7 members of the hidden organization, followed closely by a swarm of spirit beasts flying in. They gathered over the canyon, blocking out the sky, forming a surrounding formation in the air above. Facing the sudden appearance of this white-robed woman, Lin Pingji revealed a trace of surprise, mingled with greedy desire. Young lady below, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please leave, otherwise, you may be accidentally harmed. Situ Shueji looked up slightly, her gaze indifferent to Lin Pingji's greedy stare, a hint of mockery flickering across her lips. They want to kill my little lord, yet you're asking me to leave. Cross-eyed, I think you're telling a joke, and it's not even a good one. Fong Juyo felt warm inside, yet still puzzled. Why would a complete stranger suddenly help him? Could it be she's really after his good looks? Fong Juyo stole a glance sideways. Situ Shueji was decent-looking, barely acceptable in his eyes, but becoming his woman wasn't going to happen that easily. Lin Pingji's face turned savage. Originally, he had intended to take her as his concubine, but now she proved ungrateful, then she could die. It seems you have chosen the wrong path. In that case, you may as well accompany them in death. Kill. Over 100 figures descended from the sky, sword energies filling the heavens like doomsday, circling overhead, horrifying and terrifying beyond words. Situ Shueji suddenly changed her playful demeanor, exuding an aura of sanctity and untouchable majesty, like a seasoned general who had fought countless battles. She raised her sword toward the sky and shouted, Black Armor Army, where are you? Swish. From deep within the valley's dense forest, a formation of soldiers emerged. A barrier shattered with a loud crack, followed by a series of echoing responses rippling across 100 miles. Here, 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 good. They dare kill my little lord. What say you all? Situ Shueji's voice resounded once again through the valley. Kill, kill, kill. Terrifying killing intent coalesced into tangible form, making the airborne spirit beasts shudder. These were no ordinary soldiers. 800 at the Violet Mansion realm, 100 at the Yuan Shun realm, and 100 at the Hollow Void realm. This was no mere imperial force, but clearly an elite legion cultivated by a supreme faction, an army of cultivators, not common soldiers. Lin Pingji in the air turned deathly pale, a wave of fear rising from his heart. By all logic, he stood at the early Ascension Tribulation realm. Few had ever posed a threat to him, yet the presence of the army below gave him a chilling premonition. Bloodthirsty, invincible, this oppressive aura of slaughter sapped one's strength by a third the moment it locked onto its target. Black armor soldiers, leave not a single enemy above. Kill. The moment Situ Shueji finished her order, the Black Armor Army burst forth from the forest atop fire-forged birds, charging straight toward the airborne assassins. 50 soldiers formed a squad, creating 20 groups of the Black Armor Sword formation. The awe-inspiring array shot through the heavens like a spear piercing the Milky Way, screaming through the sky. 1,000 blades tore through the sky, densely packed like locusts swarming across the horizon, an utterly terrifying sight. Seeing this, the assassins in the air immediately lost their courage. Who would dare stay? They rode their flying beasts, attempting to flee in haste. Yet their speed was no match for the Black Armor Sword formation. A giant sword several kilometers long rose slowly from the formation of 50 Black Armor soldiers at the center, then swiftly descended toward the escaping assassins. No! Locked onto their target, sword chi tore across the heavens, as if slicing open a gash across the sky. Pung pung pung. Countless assassins, together with their beasts, exploded into a crimson rain midair, falling into the valley below until the entire stream below turned completely red. In mere breaths, the over 100 assassins were wiped out clean, leaving only the 8 hidden organization members behind. As they prepared to retreat, 1,000 black armor soldiers surrounded them from all 4 directions, sealing off all escape routes. The black armor sword formation hovered ominously above their heads, 1,000 killing intents locking onto their dantian, waiting only for the final order. In that instant, they would be turned to dust by sword chi. The hidden organization began to panic. They were not facing ordinary men, but 1,000 grim reapers, ones that hunted only supreme experts. Situ Shueji flipped a strand of flowing hair, gazing affectionately at Fong Juyo, giggling softly. My little lord, should I boil the hidden organization, or steam them? Chapter 28. Black Armor Army. Who dares to challenge Xintian below? A mysterious canyon, an enchanting night. As soon as Shimin Shueji's Black Armor Army emerged, the assassin organization was instantly wiped out, leaving only 8 lambs awaiting slaughter. Shueji, tell the brothers to take it easy. Disable all of them, but leave the final kill to me. Hee. Fong Juyo had his eyes on the last strike for a better drop rate. Shimin Shueji hesitated for a moment, then smiled like a blooming peach blossom, leaving Fong Juyo mesmerized. He muttered inwardly, this enchantress is too tempting. I must stay away from her. Giggle giggle, good man. Dear sister will grant your wish. Black Armor Army, listen to my command. Yes. Disable the 8 hidden organization members. Let them live. You can torment them as you like. Swish. The sword formation in the air stirred. One by one, flying swords shot up into the sky, forming a heaven-covering and earth-locking formation, sealing all 8 hidden organization members inside. 1,000 flying swords flowed ceaselessly, attacking from 1,000 different directions. Although these 8 men possessed early-stage Heaven Tribulation Realm cultivation, theoretically capable of easily crushing Nascent Soul or Purple Mansion cultivators, they faced no ordinary foes. These were freaks forged through years of brutal combat in death zones. They had fought together for countless years, their teamwork flawless and impeccable. They moved as if extensions of each other's limbs, far surpassing the simple sum of 1 plus 1. Centered around the hollowing Void Realm Black Armor Sword formation, their combined power from Nascent Soul and Purple Mansion comrades multiplied 1,000-fold. It equated to 100-fold the power of a peak hollowing Void cultivator, enough to slay even a middle-stage Heaven Tribulation expert. There was once a saying across the Xintian Great World, when the Black Armor Army marches, who in Xintian can rival them? 1,000 sword chi danced through the air, occasionally morphing into dragons, swords, or cauldrons. In an instant, heaven and earth changed hues, the stars dimmed. Boom! The ravine cracked and mountains crumbled. 2 great peaks vanished under the sword energy. Shimin Shueji gently waved her delicate hand, summoning a protective barrier over Fong Juyo and Lang Pingping. The dragons made the 8 men howl in agony. The swords pierced their bodies full of wounds. The cauldrons crushed their bones. Exhausted and struggling to defend themselves, the 8 could not withstand the power of a 100-fold peak hollowing Void Realm for even half a quarter hour. Sword chi pierced tendons, shattered arms. 8 disarmed cripples remained. Soon, the 8 were delivered before Fong Juyo. TSK, Lin Pingji, you're dying for the Jade Pond Sacred Land, but why won't they come to save you? Just imagine, what if I kill all 8 of you? Would the Jade Pond Sacred Land spit out a mouthful of blood? Slap, slap, slap. Fong Juyo's lightning-fast hands left palm prints on their faces. Anger, hatred, murder intent, they were all etched on their faces. Boy, Fong Juyo, what's there to be proud of? Kill or cut, do as you please. But don't humiliate us. One of the hidden organization members roared in fury. What did you say? You're allowed to chase and kill me, but I can't slap your face? Since when is that the rule? Slap, slap, slap. Fong Juyo raised his hand again, slapping one after another. It was perhaps the first time in Xintian Great World history that early-stage Heaven Tribulation experts had been slapped by a spirit seal cultivator. Each hidden organization member bore pig-like swollen faces, glaring at Fong Juyo with killing intent so strong they wanted to flay his skin, strip his tendons, and drain his blood. Fong Juyo, if you are a real man, stop humiliating us. Just give us a quick death. Looking at Lin Pingji's lifeless fish eyes, Fong Juyo's anger flared. My ice sword is thirsty for blood again. Alas, it will drink the blood of 8 Heaven Tribulation experts this time. His figure moved. The whirlwind sword shadow fell. 8 Heaven Tribulation experts, now devoid of spiritual energy, bore thin lines across their necks. Moments later, 8 heads soared skyward. The gushing blood was instantly frozen by the chilling aura. Decisive and ruthless, no hesitation. Shimin Shueji watched with sparkling eyes. Collecting 8 Heaven Tribulation experts' heads, joy surged in Fong Juyo's heart. Naturally, the system's reward came as scheduled. Host, defeating 5 early-stage Purple Mansion enemies triggered 10x luck, activating 5x 100x drop rate. Cultivation value obtained, for 1,000 points. Host, defeating 8 early-stage Heaven Tribulation enemies triggered 40x luck, activating 7x 100x drop rate, and 1x 100,000x drop rate. Cultivation value obtained, 102,400. Current cumulative cultivation value, 183,000. For ease of calculation, system will display whole numbers from now on. Thank you. Fong Juyo couldn't help rolling his eyes at the system, even begrudging the decimal points. System, do you think killing people is easy for me? Still calculating the decimal points. Host, want to talk like that? Tell me, did you personally defeat these 8 Heaven Tribulation experts? Even the system had looked down on him. Fong Juyo wore an expressionless face. Little Longjin, after killing the hidden organization, you seem unhappy. Do you want to vent in your big sister's arms? Shimin Shueji giggled. Aye. Fong Juyo helplessly shook his head. Being teased by Shimin Shueji constantly was not normal at all. A sharp gleam flickered in his pupils as he began suspecting Shimin Shueji's identity. Shimin Shueji, did you come here sent by my grandfather? Shimin Shueji's body slightly trembled. Secretly she thought, my little Longjin is too smart. He even made that connection? Giggle giggle, little Longjin, you're imagining too much. I've been longing for your body for a long time. How about tonight? You and I sharing a blanket together. Let big sister fulfill her duty. What do you say? Fong Juyo's face instantly turned red. Shimin Shueji's words were too vulgar. He couldn't handle it. Shimin Shueji, can you bear to have sinister thoughts toward an underage boy? That's a crime, you know? I urge you to be a good person. Shimin Shueji pursed her lips and giggled again. Underage? Little Longjin, your way of speaking is quite original. It gives big sister even more wicked ideas. How about trying the feeling of a whip? Fong Juyo's face changed dramatically. Could it be that Shimin Shueji was also a transmigrator? Shimin Shueji, who are you? Shimin Shueji was utterly baffled, not understanding a word Fong Juyo said. A look of shock appeared on her face. Little Longjin, what language are you speaking? Could it be from a life Jinxiu? No, that can't be right. This general has fought in the life Jinxiu for many years and has never heard such a language before. Fong Juyo slapped his forehead, his face filled with disappointment. He had thought he encountered another transmigrator like himself. Xiao. Shimin Shueji looked up into the sky. The gentle expression on her face disappeared, replaced by a cold one. There was now a murderous glint in her eyes. Stinky rats, come down for me. A furious roar echoed continuously above the creek valley, simultaneously awakening the meditating Lang Pingping. Shimin Shueji, this is getting interesting. A masked black-robed figure stepped out from the void, followed closely by 4 red figures, none other than the 4 beauties of the demon hole. However, surprisingly, behind the 4 beauties followed 8 experts at the peak of Hollowing Void Realm. The masked black-robed figure, estimated to be at middle-stage heaven tribulation, emitted an unusual soul pressure, definitely incomparable to ordinary middle-stage heaven tribulation experts. The 4 beauties of the demon hole were early-stage heaven tribulation experts. Together, their combat power barely matched that of a middle-stage heaven tribulation expert. As for the 8 peak Hollowing Void experts behind, they looked like corpses, exuding thick death chi. Each one was comparable to an early-stage heaven tribulation expert. Chapter 29, a soul-steering weapon? Scared away the experts. The masked man didn't deny nor admit it. Situation over. Shimin Shueji, surrender to me. Become my Dao companion, and I might consider giving Fong Juyo a proper burial. The casually spoken words came from the sky, as if he believed he had already won, filled with sheer disdain. Giggle giggle, you want my beloved's life? And even hope my darling wears a green hat? Mo sang, you've lived 10,000 years, did they go to waste on a dog? Don't let Shimin Shueji's pet names fool you. Despite her affectionate words, her actions remained respectfully formal. She hadn't even held Fong Jiyu's hand. Humph. The masked figure gradually lost patience. His eyes narrowed slightly, 2 sharp glances of killing intent flashing. If that's the case, then all of you shall die. An enormous golden hand, as if emerging from the depths of the Milky Way, lit up the valley below, even revealing the D-smiles of the 4 beauties of Demon Cavern. Before the golden hand had even descended, the earth began to tremble, the surrounding giant trees instantly turned to nothingness, and a powerful oppressive force descended from the heavens. The golden hand drew closer, 500 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Mo sang, you're asking for death. The irresistibly seductive Shimin Shueji now was undoubtedly a female war goddess. Cold, ruthless, bloodthirsty, and an endless surge of killing intent gushed forth. Her long white dress danced in the wind. Beneath her exquisitely beautiful body was a courageous soul. Her spear shot forth like a dragon, battling the world. She moved. The white long spear in her hand transformed into a white dragon, soaring into the sky. Facing the golden hand head-on, she aimed to pierce the sky and shatter the heavens. 2 mid-stage Ascension Realm forces met in the air, and the confrontation between Mo and Dun officially began. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud soared skyward. The earth shook and mountains trembled. Countless mountains below collapsed, rivers were cut off, and dense cracks appeared across the land. Ascension Realm cultivators, indeed, were worthy of having survived the heavenly tribulation. Their produced strength surpassed nuclear blasts. Fortunately, this was the high-level Xintian Great World. If this battle occurred on the blue planet, the ripple effect of the 2 fighters would certainly destroy it. The white spear returned to Shimin Shueji's hand, and the masked man in the air also halted combat. Both sides seemed to stop fighting in tacit agreement. The masked man's body slightly trembled, never expecting Shimin Shueji's combat power to be so formidable. At the same mid-stage Ascension Realm, both were capable of defeating cultivators at late-stage Ascension Realm. From their previous exchange, he had actually been at a disadvantage. However, to him, this was trivial, because he had brought a major secret weapon. Even if someone at the peak of Ascension Realm showed up, they wouldn't be leaving. Shimin Shueji, I admit you're quite good. Only quite good. You don't honestly think you can still protect Fong Jiyu? The masked man pulled out a divine talisman, emitting a heaven-shattering and earth-destroying aura. Shimin Shueji momentarily showed a look of seriousness. Damn it, Mo sang. Jiran had obtained the Sha character divine talisman from the fairy burial grounds of the Great Luo Holy Land. Each offensive divine talisman could threaten even late-stage Ascension Realm, or even those at its peak. Fong Jiyu watched the masked man perform for quite a while, thinking he was merely a piece of clay to be crushed at will. He curled his lip and spoke. Hey, Birdman up in the sky, you don't really believe that scrap of paper can threaten me, do you? You've got the guts to throw it down and see how I destroy your divine talisman. Shimin Shueji froze. She stared at Fong Jiyu in disbelief. Indeed, her gaze held shock and more puzzlement. Lord Slayer Ping Ping suddenly had an epiphany, smacked his thigh, and loudly shouted. Little master, quickly bring out the Dao sundering divine weapon given by the mistress, and blow that Birdman in the sky to death. The masked man trembled, as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever. A Dao sundering divine weapon? Do you actually think Dao sundering divine weapons are as common as cabbages? The masked man abruptly stopped mid-sentence when he saw Fong Jiyu pull a sword from the void, radiating a heaven-shattering and earth-destroying power that even gave him a sense of existential threat. His expression drastically changed. How could he possess a Dao sundering divine weapon? Each holy land only possessed 1 or 2. They were supreme treasures, the last defense of each sacred ground. How could a discarded outcast possibly have this? Fong Jiyu lifted his head, revealing a faint smile, twirling his Dao sundering sword a couple of times. Masked man, want to see the fireworks from an explosion of the Dao sundering divine weapon? The masked man's lips twitched slightly, a flash of fear flickering in his eyes, and the 4 beauties from Demon Cavern weren't much better off. They felt like they'd stepped in dog poop tonight. first mercilessly beaten by Lord Slayer Ping Ping, and then threatened by the Dao Sundering Divine Weapon. If they'd known this would happen, they definitely wouldn't have accepted the Yaoshi Holy Land's request. Now, they were plotting their escape. Given the choice between survival and death, normal people would surely choose the former. The masked man clenched his fists tightly, watching as certain victory was overturned by Fong Jiyu's Dao Sundering Divine Weapon, a trace of unwillingness flashing through his eyes. Run! Everyone cast a glance at the Dao Sundering Divine Weapon in Fong Jiyu's hand, and then vanished into the void one by one. Shimin Xueji revealed her charming smile, eyes sparkling with excitement. She licked her lips and said eagerly, "Little Longjin, you actually have a Dao Sundering Divine Weapon? Why not let your big sister play with it for a few days? I'll use it to hunt down that birdman Mo sang." Not only her, even Lord Slayer Ping Ping wore an envious expression, drooling with desire. Fong Jiyu was so embarrassed he could dig out a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with his fingers alone. As he handed the Dao Sundering Divine Weapon to Shimin Xueji, she nearly kissed him out of excitement. "You're really letting me borrow your Dao Sundering Divine Weapon?" Fong Jiyu couldn't help rolling his eyes. "If I really had a Dao Sundering Divine Weapon, would I have let the masked man leave? How come all of you suddenly dropped to 0 intelligence?" Shimin Xueji, examine it carefully first. Shimin Xueji, who had been elated moments ago, immediately frowned in displeasure. This was clearly not a Dao Sundering Divine Weapon. It was nothing more than a low-grade immortal sword infused with the aura of such a weapon. However, its appearance and aura made it almost impossible to distinguish from the real thing. One could only say the person who crafted this sword was exceptionally scheming, achieving a level of authenticity indistinguishable from the original. "Little Longjin, you're so naughty, learning how to deceive people now." Lord Slayer Ping Ping smiled while watching Fong Jiyu, then patted his shoulder teasingly. "Little master, do you have more? Give me a few to play with. I want to scare some bad guys too." Fong Jiyu shook his head and refused outright. "You, blackface freak, could scare people even without a Dao Sundering Divine Weapon. This one was obtained only after I begged and pleaded for ages. Want one? Don't even dream about it." He retracted the Dao Sundering Divine Weapon and stored it in his storage ring. 100 kilometers away from the valley, the masked man met with Di Ying and Mo Qin, who arrived with a group of mysterious experts. Mo sang, are Fong Jiyu and others dealt with. Mo Qin flashed a brief look of confusion, noticing no joy in Mo Sang's eyes. "Deputy Director Mo, Fong Jiyu possesses a Dao Sundering Divine Weapon, and we were forced back." Mo Jiao, seeing Mo Sang's displeased expression, stepped forward to explain. "What?" The expressions of Di Ying, Mo Qin, and others drastically changed. With a Dao Sundering Divine Weapon, who in the entire Xintian Great World would dare provoke Fong Jiyu? Di Ying's eyes flashed briefly before smirking coldly. "Uncle Sang, you've been tricked by Fong Jiyu. If he truly possessed a Dao Sundering Divine Weapon, would he have let you leave?" Realization suddenly dawned upon Mo Sang and the others. Furious, their faces turned crimson with rage. "Good one, Fong Jiyu. You dare mock me like this? Watch me reduce you to ashes. Back to the valley." Chua. The group grandly soared back toward the valley. As they approached, Mo Sang was stunned. Fong Jiyu and his group had actually fled? At this moment, his storage ring began vibrating again. Mo Sang took out the transmission stone, and an aged voice came through. "Fong Jiyu and others have headed toward Feng City. My divination techniques have reached their limit today. After this, you're on your own." Chapter 30. Blood flows like a river in the void. Kill. 1,000 black armor soldiers escorted Fong Juyo to Fengsheng, instantly making him feel proud. All the way, Fong Juyo couldn't stop himself from trying to recruit people. "Brother, have you ever considered switching sides? Join my command, and I'll give you a lower-grade immortal sword as a reward. Brother, I see great potential in your bone structure. Come serve under me, and I'll grant you a soul-destroying cultivation method. This one here." Before Fong Juyo could finish, Situ Shueji grabbed him and pulled him away. Fong had gone too far, actually trying to steal her subordinates right in front of her. "Shueji, look, you've got 1,000 black armor soldiers. Just lend me 100 for some fun. I'll even offer a soul-destroying divine weapon as collateral for borrowing them. What do you say?" Fong Juyo wasn't giving up and began bargaining again in front of Situ Shueji. Situ Shueji raised her beautiful eyes, her lovely gaze making his heart race. He licked his lips and smiled. "If you want the black armor soldiers, I can give them to you anytime." Fong Juyo's face lit up with joy. "Seriously?" Situ Shueji's face turned rosy, filled with an unusual excitement. "More genuine than a pearl. Just become my little husband, and the black armor army will be my dowry. What's there to hesitate about giving them to you?" Fong Juyo stiffened instantly. Sure enough, everything came with a cost. Since when did I become the Tang monk's meat that even this demonist Situ Shueji wants a piece of? Fong Juyo shook his head, looking at Situ Shueji with exasperation. "Can we change the condition? This one is too heavy. Even if I agree, my parents and grandfather might not approve." Situ Shueji's eyes sparkled as she cut in with a smile. My little husband, as long as you agree, I will handle your parents and grandfather. How about that?" This. Fong Juyo was speechless. He dug a hole and buried himself in it. "I'm still a minor. Let's talk again after I turn 1,000, or maybe 10,000 years old." Little. Both Situ Shueji and Lang Pingping turned their gazes to the rear, their expressions turning grave. Mo Sang's group is catching up. Black armor army, prepare yourselves. Yes. In the span of a breath, the black armor army scattered out, surrounding Fong Juyo in the center. They formed 20 black armor sword arrays, with Situ Shueji commanding the sword formation while Lang Pingping stood at the front. The battle was about to begin. Whoosh. Mo Sang and the 4 beauties of the demon abyss appeared before the group, followed by a 500-strong team, all at the pure spirit or nascent soul stage. However, the most terrifying were the 10 figures behind Mo Sang, early-stage heaven tribulation experts. Fong Juyo was immediately puzzled. Tonight's heaven tribulation experts seemed to be sprouting like cabbage. Could it be that all the heaven tribulation experts in the Xintian Great World have arrived? Previously, even the sight of a pure spirit cultivator was rare. Now they were chasing after him, which meant it couldn't have just been the Jade Pond holy sect mobilizing hidden forces. Other holy sects and top-tier sects must have joined in as well, determined to end his life. His Shantan perfect chaos body had not been revealed. Why were they all hunting him? Was it because he experienced an awakening in Luocheng, broke through to the divine treasury stage, and drew enmity from some factions? Mo Sang stared coldly at Fong Juyo, murder flashing in his eyes. Fong Juyo, reveal your soul-destroying divine weapon. Let's see how powerful it truly is. After being mocked by Fong Juyo, Mo Sang couldn't wait to flay him alive. No one had ever dared to play games with him. TSK. Little Mo Sang, did you cultivate your cultivation into a dog? Can't even tell the difference between a real or fake soul-destroying divine weapon. Shame on you for being Di Ying's father. Fong Juyo deliberately brought up his connection with Di Ying to provoke Mo Sang. No matter what tricks Mo had in store, Fong would simply deploy his Heaven Vault protective body. It rendered all attacks useless anyway. You insolent little bastard, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 500 soldiers behind Mo Sang formed a sword shield formation. A white light flashed, and a massive sword shield formation appeared in the sky. The two sides faced off from a distance. On one side, 1,000 black armor soldiers formed the famed black armor sword array. On the other side, the 500-strong divine shield team formed a sword shield combination, unparalleled in guarding against heavenly powers. Boom, boom, boom. The squad raised their shields with their left hands and gripped their swords in their right. 500 beams of light intertwined in the sky, creating a terrifying swirling sword force in the void. From afar, it looked as if a river of swords were patrolling across the skies, fearsome and dreadful. Black Armor Army, activate the Black Armor Sword Arrays. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 40 groups of sword formations merged together, resembling a white divine dragon from above. Like the Milky Way drifting through the cosmos, it hunted across the 10 heavens and 10 hells. Kill. 1,000 sword auras slowly rose into the sky, lighting up the night like day. The starlight poured down from the heavens, enveloping the 1,000 black armor soldiers in its radiance. In an instant, the sword chi, after being strengthened by the Black Armor Army, floated like poetry and song, sounding the chi of conquiving the 8 wilds. The dragon of sword chi, composed of thousands of layers of attack, roared forward like a killing storm. Fong Juyo felt his blood boiling. This was truly a spectacular battle scene, a first for him, like a maiden riding in a bridal sedan. He wasn't the least bit frightened. His heart pounded rapidly, and his blood surged wildly. One day, he would lead his own legion, charging to the ends of the Milky Way, conquering the universe. The light illuminated the sky as sword chi pierced through the heavens. Pung! 1,000 sword chi, transformed into the chi dragon, surged into the sword shield formation, and an enormous explosion rang out. The sword shield formation instantly collapsed, and was on the verge of total destruction. 8 mysterious figures simultaneously threw out 8 secret treasures, which transformed into a mystical turtle-shaped energy barrier, blocking the next 1,000 waves of sword chi. Damn it! The 8 mysterious enemies and the 4 beauties of the demon abyss launched a joint attack. Change formation, sword roaming the 8 wilds. Situ Shueji remained calm and composed, determined to keep the heaven tribulation experts outside the sword formation. If they managed to break through, the situation would become disastrous. Every attack by the Black Armor Sword Array consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Despite their majestic and imposing appearance, the Black Armor soldiers could not withstand repeated use of the formation. Their bodies trembled slightly, indicating they probably could only unleash the sword array twice more before collapsing in defeat. The enemy's 12 heaven tribulation experts had also noticed this weakness, which was why they had joined forces to attack. Secret treasures scattered across the sky, forming an energy shield that enveloped the 8 mysterious figures and the 4 beauties of the demon abyss, who continued to unleash their signature battle techniques. Thousands of threads and ties. Black appearance, great art. Above the sword formation, countless red ribbons spread out, each brimming with terrifying power. Any contact meant certain death. Innumerable dark miasmas coiled above the sword formation, transforming into demons and evil spirits that devoured the chi dragon. The once mighty sword array gradually weakened and dimmed. With the enemy's secret treasures protecting them, Fong Juyo's sword chi was repeatedly blocked. Lang Pingping, witnessing this, charged out of the sword formation like a messenger of hell walking through the dark night. Death God's judgment. In an instant, the sky returned to darkness once more, with thick black curtains dimming the stars. A scythe of death descended from the darkness. Red and eerie energy spread over the heads of the mysterious figures and the 4 beauties of the demon abyss. Lang Pingping's figure flickered in and out of existence, like a ghost lurking around the enemy. Oppressive, unbearable, especially for the 4 beauties of the demon abyss, who had long sensed the invincible aura of the human butcher. Suddenly, a red death scythe appeared above their heads. No! A crackling sound erupted, and the energy shield released by the secret treasures shattered instantly. A single crimson blade of killing intent divided into hundreds, then thousands, slashing downward. The power of the blade swept across the heavens, striking the 4 beauties of the demon abyss with irresistible might. Pum! The 4 instantly turned into a shower of blood, scattering into the air. From the rupture of the energy barrier to the complete annihilation of the 4 beauties of the demon abyss, less than a single breath of time had passed. The 8 mysterious figures had just charged forward, but they had no time to save the 4 beauties. You fiendish butcher, you're asking for death. Chapter 31. Fong Juyo, unleashing great slaughter, endless battle, killing. The butcher stained the sky once more with his death god's judgment, ending the lives of the 4 demonesses from the formidable Goku. His massacre, however, truly sparked the chaotic battle. After multiple uses of the Black Armor Sword formation, the Black Armor Army had nearly depleted their spiritual energy. Likewise, the enemy's Divine Shield squad had also exhausted most of their energy after several waves of attacks. Yet, the enemy's absolute combat power was significantly stronger than that of Fong Juyo's side. Mo Sang and the 8 mysterious figures on the enemy side versus Fong Juyo's 1.5. Shiman Shueji counted as 1, and the butcher only as half. In the recent combat, the butcher had already lost 2/3 of his immortal energy, and as a late-stage tribulation cultivator, he could only replenish it with immortal pills. Normally, tribulation cultivators would retreat to places filled with immortal energy to train. The spiritual energy in the Xintian Great World meant nothing to them. But this time, the Yaozi Holy Land had activated hidden power, and the cost of hiring these tribulation experts must have been enormous. The butcher clashed with the 8 mysterious figures. A scythe of death, accompanied by black aura, spread through the sky. Relying on this darkness, the butcher narrowly evaded the sword attacks from his opponents. The butcher slashed heaven with his blade, each move and cut revealing his deep understanding of swordsmanship. Though he resisted the 8 attackers' sword intent and seemed evenly matched, he was actually barely holding on. The 8 also sensed the butcher's deficiency in spiritual energy and decided to prolong the fight, launching attacks in shifts, waiting until his spiritual power was completely exhausted when the butcher's end would come. Shimin Shueji furrowed her brows. She couldn't wait any longer. They had to kill Mosang and support the butcher, otherwise their side would be destined for defeat. Dear master, guard the black armor army well. I shall go meet that young fool Mosang. Before Fong Juyo could refuse, she instantly appeared before Mosang and drew her white long spear without hesitation. The two immediately engaged in battle. Fong Juyo looked upon the battlefield. They had to deplete the enemy's fighting strength, or else once the butcher fell, their entire force would collapse. Brothers of the Black Armor Army, quickly recover your energy. I'll go and destroy the enemy's Divine Shield Squad. Master, Fong Juyo had already used the Xiao Yao step and launched himself toward the Divine Shield Squad. Kid, so you've come to die. Seeing this, the Divine Shield Squad revealed expressions of surprise. If they could capture or kill Fong Juyo, tonight's work could end early. Kill. Without waiting to recover their spiritual energy, they formed their sword shield formation and charged. In an instant, a giant sword appeared in the void, darkening the sky and stirring up raging winds and clouds. This shocked the battling butcher and Shimin Shueji, both deeply alarmed. How could Mosang and the 8 mysterious figures let him escape to receive aid? Mosang, if anything happens to Fong Juyo, your Yaozi Holy Land will be erased from the Xintian Great World. Shimin Shueji's eyes were like celestial ice, cold enough to terrify, while her innate battle technique unleashed a furious barrage. Shimin Shueji, you better worry about yourself first. The two became blind to anything but each other, striking with deadly intent, without pause. Meanwhile, the butcher glanced at Fong Juyo and immediately attacked again. Each time, he did not use his full strength, secretly using the black aura to restore his depleted power. The void seemed to tear open, leaving a long rift as the giant sword, full of sword intent, descended upon Fong Juyo. One sword, Xiao Yao kill. Dim starlight lit up, countless stars poured down, transforming into a galaxy overwhelming the sky. The giant sword was instantly frozen in midair, unable to descend any further. Then, countless stars like pearls dropped onto a jade plate, transforming into sword energy and raining down. Terrifying star force, invincible star sword energy appeared before the Divine Shield Squad's eyes, carrying endless killing intent. No! Under the falling power of the star sea, who could resist? Starlight pierced the bodies of the Divine Shield Squad, turning them into nothingness in an instant. It was as if the members of the Divine Shield Squad had never existed, completely erased, not even their souls able to escape. Not bad. Fong Juyo was very satisfied with this battle. Although the 500 members of the Divine Shield Squad had already been weakened previously, they were still experts at the Zifu and Yuanshan stages. The two sides fighting in the void halted simultaneously. The butcher showed a satisfied smile. Indeed, his young master hadn't disappointed him. Fighting beyond 2 cultivation stages, if he wasn't a legend, then who was? Shimin Shueji, however, wore a stunned expression. Her master's combat power was just too extreme. One sword annihilating 500 experts of Zifu and Yuanshan levels? How was that possible? Could it be that the young master was an unparalleled genius? The sword technique he had just used seemed extremely powerful, excessively so, in fact, even making her sense a slight danger. Could it be a sword technique surpassing the saintly realm? Mosang's face changed dramatically, completely unprepared for Fong Juyo's terrifying power, slaughtering 500 experts at the Zifu and Yuanshan stages, all while at the Divine Storage stage himself. Has anyone in the Xintian Great World ever done such a thing? No, no one ever had. Even the legendary King Fong Buhui, Fong Juyo's father, known as the greatest figure in the Xintian Great World, had never accomplished this. Once, during his late Divine Storage stage, Fong Buhui fought his way out of an encirclement by 200 Zifu stage cultivators, killing 150 of them with one sword and one body, becoming a legend of his time. Now, that legend of the father had been surpassed by his son, who had even killed 100 Yuanshan stage experts among the 500. Such a feat was simply incomparable to what Fong Buhui had ever achieved. A tiger father begets no dog son. Each generation surpasses the last. Families like the Fongs should never exist in the Xintian Great World, or else they would pose greater threats to more holy lands and first-rate sects. 8 elders, stop playing around. Kill Fong Juyo now. The two sides, who had just paused, clashed again. The 4 oldest among the 8 elders, number 1, 2, 3, and 4, immediately surrounded the butcher, releasing powerful sword intent without holding back. The remaining 4, numbers 5 to 8, left the battle and headed straight for Fong Juyo. Not good. Young master, run quickly. The butcher screamed out in anguish. During this time together, he had come to regard Fong Juyo as his nephew from the bottom of his heart, watching every bit of his growth. For Fong Juyo, he would willingly sacrifice his life. But this time, it was truly dangerous. If anything happens to young master Fong Juyo, I'll exterminate your 8 elders' village. The butcher became completely enraged, unwilling to allow anyone to harm Fong Juyo. Death God descends. In an instant, the night sky turned red. Elders 5 to 8 glanced back, their eyes revealing terror. However, they didn't turn back to aid their older brothers. Instead, they unleashed sword intent and charged toward Fong Juyo. Only when Fong Juyo was dead could this ambush be successfully completed. They had already reached a point of no return, no room for hesitation. Even if they did hesitate, would the Great Luo Holy Land ever forgive them? 4 sword intents erupted, the sky filled with howling gales, transforming the entire world into a sea of sword chi. Above the heavens, a swirling ocean of sword energy formed. 1 blade, 2, thousands of sword chi poured down, rushing straight toward Fong Juyo. swift as lightning, light as startled geese, determined to turn Fong Juyo into nothingness. Yet to their shock, at the moment the sword chi descended, the Heaven Dome defense activated. A white light radiated from Fong Juyo's body, forming an energy shield that blocked the sword attacks. Elders 5 to 8 stood there stunned. The 4 of them, unleashing their most powerful heaven-seizing sword formation, had just been blocked by his mere body shield. How could it be possible? A divine storage stage cultivator withstanding the heaven-seizing sword formation from 4 tribulation experts, completely overturning the power hierarchy of the Xintian Great World. Such a monstrous genius. Could he be from the Supreme Heaven? Or even from the Immortal Palace? The 4 elders were momentarily stunned, while Fong Juyo himself knew better. He was nearly out of spiritual energy. Without energy support, the Heaven Dome defense would vanish. The consequences would be unimaginable. However, standing in midair with a proud posture, he gave them no clear indication of his condition. For elders, retreat now, and this young master shall overlook your earlier offense against me. Otherwise, this place will become your grave. Chapter 32. My mother is fierce, rampant flames. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate once again. The 4 elders stood 100 meters away from Fong Juyo, unwilling to move closer. If he were to unleash an even stronger force of stars again, they couldn't guarantee their safety. Just as Fong Juyo was facing them off, the system's reward notification appeared in his mind once more. Master, you have eliminated 500 members of the Divine Shield Squad, including 400 at the Zifu realm and 100 at the Yuanshan realm. Among the Zifu realm enemies, 5 individuals with a 100,000x drop rate, 395 individuals with a 100x drop rate, plus a 10x luck multiplier. Total cultivation points converted, 716,000. Among the Yuanshan realm enemies, 5 individuals with a 100,000x drop rate, 95 individuals with a 1000x drop rate, plus a 20x luck multiplier. Cultivation points converted, 1,920,000. Total cultivation points remaining, 2,819,000. Master, would you like to advance your cultivation level, or exchange for an ultimate grade cultivation technique, or perhaps a battle skill? Fong Juyo's face lit up with excitement. After some consideration, he realized that advancing to the early stage of Zifu realm was within reach. Previously, the divine Zhaodian art bestowed by his mother was merely a middle-tier heavenly cultivation technique, far inferior to an ultimate grade 1. With his rapid advancement, heavenly techniques were no longer sufficient for his needs. System, I want to exchange for an ultimate grade cultivation method. Master, selecting an ultimate grade supreme technique will cost 1 million cultivation points. Options are as follows. Stellar Heaven Sutra, a method that cultivates using star force, spirit energy, and immortal chi, can be cultivated up to the peak of the ultimate realm. Upon mastery, the cultivator's dantian will transform into a sea of stars, and the chi within the body will be 10 times greater than those at the same level. Natural Heaven Sutra, a method that cultivates with natural force, spirit energy, and immortal chi. It can be cultivated to the pinnacle of the ultimate realm. Upon mastery, the body will become a natural world, and the chi or immortal chi within will be 10 times greater than those at the same stage. War Heaven Sutra, a method that cultivates with war chi, killing intent, hatred, spirit energy, and immortal chi. It can reach the peak of the ultimate realm when mastered. Upon mastery, the body will become a battlefield world, and the chi or immortal chi within will be 10 times stronger than that of peers at the same stage. Fong Juyo was stunned by the ultimate techniques listed by the system. The source of power for cultivation didn't matter to him. What excited him madly was the tenfold capacity at the same level. If he mastered one of these, he'd be able to easily crush enemies in the future. And he wouldn't need to worry about restrictions from immortal chi when advancing into the heavenly ascension realm. All 3 heaven sutras were excellent and suitable for him. However, as he had become more and more exposed, his future enemies would only get stronger. After weighing his options, he decided to go with the War Heaven Sutra and later exchange for an ultimate ranked spear technique. System, I'll exchange for the War Heaven Sutra and the spear technique, the divine journey across the 8 desolate realms. Master, 1,500,000 cultivation points deducted. Remaining cultivation points, 1,319,000. War Heaven Sutra, comprehending. War Heaven Sutra, Shinsong realm matched. The divine journey across the 8 desolate realms, comprehending. The first move of war, completed and matched. Fong Juyo felt the previous Zhaotian art vanish entirely. The War Heaven Sutra began to circulate through his body, filling his dantian and every limb with 10 times the chi at his current realm. The entire process only took a few breaths. The 4 elders, who were trying to test him, were once again stunned. Fong Juyo seemed like a completely different person now, his spiritual energy seemingly endless, even stronger than before. For old men, still want to fight? If not, go back home and hug your wives and sleep. Fong Juyo grinned, causing the 4 elders to hesitate to make a move again. Who knew if he had more up his sleeve? At that moment, the void trembled, and a group of white-clothed figures wearing masks appeared. 50 of them in total, the weakest among them at the Zifu realm, with 5 at the early stage of heavenly ascension. Fong Juyo was taken aback. Holy crap, it was like the heavenly ascension realm cultivators were free, popping up one after another. A sense of unease rose in his heart. Overwhelming killing intent surged toward Fong Juyo from all directions. So it was really him they were after. Would he need to use one sword, roaming freely? Effective against the 45 at the Zifu and Yuanshan realms. But those 5 at the heavenly ascension realm were no easy opponents. Damn it, they wouldn't even give this young master time to grow stronger? Fong Juyo, kill yourself now. Otherwise, we will kill the butcher and Simon Shueji, said a man wearing a blue Fong mask, his voice low and stern. Brave indeed. Who dares threaten my son's life? From thousands of miles away, a sharp voice echoed through the air, familiar and warm. In an instant, Nangong Shui broke through thousands of miles, appearing beside Fong Juyo. She looked at her son with deep affection. My child, are you alright? Fong Juyo's eyes filled with emotion. He wanted to embrace his mother tightly, but kept his young master demeanor and refrained from rushing to her. Instead, he pouted and said, You came a bit later. Your son might have already been gone. Instantly, Nangong Shui's tender face turned icy cold. Flames blazed in her eyes, and with just a glance, it felt as though one had stepped into a flaming world. Burning heat. Terror. You masked brats, you dare to threaten my son's life. Nangang Shue's voice was cold, yet the air itself ignited. Simon Shueji and the butcher stopped fighting and returned to Fong Juyo's side. They looked at Nangang Shue with deep admiration. Nangang Shue rarely appeared in the Xintian Great World, so no one truly knew how powerful she was. However, as subordinates of the Fong family, Simon Shueji and the butcher understood very well. Fong Buhui was hailed as a legendary king within the Xintian Great World, yet even this mighty ruler couldn't stir even a ripple in front of his wife, Nangang Shue. Once, Fong Buhui had been proud beyond measure, treating the geniuses of the Xintian Great World as trash. He crushed one prodigy, saint's chosen, and emperor's heir after another, remaining undefeated. Yet when he finally reached perfection in cultivation and was about to return to the Great Luo Holy Land, he encountered Nangang Shue, a mysterious woman, whose origins and background remained unknown. He regarded her as a divine being and swore to marry her, but Nangang Shue completely ignored him. After relentless pursuit on his part, he finally enraged her. They had a match, and to everyone's shock, Fong Buhui, who was hailed as a king, was effortlessly defeated in only 3 moves by Nangang Shue's divine Feng Wang technique. That was also the first time Shintong techniques had ever appeared in the Xintian Great World. However, after Fong Buhui's persistent pursuit, Nangang Shue eventually gave in, and later on, Fong Juyo was born. Now standing at the peak of the Heavenly Ascension realm, Nangang Shue's aura caused the expressions of the 14 enemies, those at the early and middle stages of Heavenly Ascension, to change drastically. She stood quietly, yet the entire sky instantly dimmed. A layer of pressure built up and crushed down upon them, an awe-inspiring and fearsome presence beyond match. Her eyes shifted slightly, and in an instant, flames erupted on the bodies of the 45 cultivators. In a blink, they were burning. The 45 experts at Zifu and Yuan Shin realm burst into flames under the triple true immortal fire and were reduced to ashes in a single breath, vanishing into the air. Madam Fong, we failed to recognize your might. Please spare us. We are willing to offer compensation. Mo Sang immediately surrendered, unable to muster the slightest resistance against Nangang Shue. In the face of absolute power, not to surrender was to invite death. Compensation? Tell me, how much do you think my son's life is worth? Nangang Shue's eyes flickered with fire as she looked at Mo Sang and the rest like they were already dead. This, I am willing to compensate with a supreme immortal sword. I only beg you to spare us. Mo Sang's eyes flickered with pain. A supreme immortal sword was one of the finest divine weapons in the Xintian Great World. Other than the 5 holy lands, even a single supreme immortal sword was considered a supreme treasure of a top-tier sect. A supreme immortal sword? Do you really think I need you to compensate for that? Once you're all dead, everything will belong to me anyway. A mocking smirk surfaced on Nangang Shue's lips, daring to harm her child. Nothing in the world could stop her wrath. Mo Sang stole a glance at the 8 masked newcomers and began plotting to capture Fong Juyo as a hostage, forcing Nangang Shue to back down. Otherwise, they would all die tonight. Nangang Shue, even a rabbit bites when cornered. Do you really wish to see both sides destroyed? Chapter 33, Nangang Shue annihilates 14 experts at the Tribulation Ascension realm. The void momentarily grew quiet, silent enough to instill fear, enough to shatter one's courage. A sneer appeared at the corner of Nangang Shue's mouth. Mutual destruction? A rabbit fighting back? Do you really think the 14 of you can? Do you even deserve that? With a wave of her hand, the vast emptiness was instantly frozen, as though stars were falling, layer upon layer of gravity, surging down. The bodies of the 14 experts at the Tribulation Ascension realm crackled ominously. They wore expressions of terror. Nangang Shue's power exceeded their expectations. Casually waving her hand could dominate an entire world, sealing off a portion of the void. Then, the previously scattered 14 individuals were all compressed together. Their faces twisted in pain as shrieks of agony filled the air. Nangang Shue, aren't you afraid of igniting a battle among the holy lands of the Xintian Great World? Mo Sang shouted through unbearable pain, attempting to threaten. Holy war? Who dares oppose the Great Luo Holy Land? I will slaughter them all. A pair of fiery eyes flared from Nangang Shue, and a flame of samadhi fire dropped into the trapped void. In an instant, the samadhi fire spread like wildfire, burning furiously as all 14 Tribulation Ascension experts were engulfed in flames. No, the hissing of flames made one's scalp crawl, plunging them into despair. Amidst this terrifying roar, against the all-consuming samadhi fire, it became a solemn march of death. Fong Juyo wore an expression of shock. Mother, you're almost not human. You are my goddess. Rin Tu, Shimin Shueji, and even the Black Armor Army all wore expressions of awe and admiration, their hearts surging with excitement. Such a lady of the house, peerless in Xintian, who could rival her? After a few breaths, the screams from the void gradually faded away. The newly emerged soul in Biro had not even managed a grand teleportation before being completely burned to ashes. Nangang Shue, you will regret this. Only Mo Sang's final threat echoed in the void. Nangang Shue turned around, looking at Fong Juyo with deep affection, her beautiful eyes brimming with parental longing. My child, you've suffered. Fong Juyo chuckled, smirking. Mom, you didn't come all this way just to save me, did you? Nangang Shue gently patted Fong Juyo's head. Who would have thought that within just a few months after leaving home, he had stirred up such chaos? If she had arrived just a little late, her own son might have been lost. Looking at Shimin Shueji and Rin Tu, gratitude flickered briefly in Nangang Shue's eyes. Thank you for taking care of Juyo these past days. Milady, it was Rin Tu's duty. Lady, it was my responsibility. After a brief exchange, they flew toward Fengcheng. Soon after, Mo Qin arrived with Di Ying. The two wore shocked expressions. Di Ying, follow me back to the Yaopul Holy Land immediately. Unless you break through to the Tribulation Ascension realm, you must not oppose Fong Juyo again. Mo Qin said seriously, her voice filled with fear. This. Di Ying briefly showed a vicious expression. She never imagined Fong Juyo would survive again. He had become her heart demon. Unless Fong Juyo perished, she could never ascend past the Tribulation Ascension realm beyond the hollowing stage. Without waiting for Di Ying's approval, Emo Chin grabbed her and vanished from the scene. Fengcheng, pinnacle immortal in. Nan Gongxue lovingly gazed at Fong Juyo. So many words stirred within her heart, but when she looked at her son, she didn't know where to begin. Mom, you want to ask about my cultivation base, right? Seeing her hesitant expression, Fong Juyo proactively confessed. Juyo, let me inspect you. Before Fong Juyo could object, Nan Gongxue's palm shot forward, a powerful force swirling through his body. In the next moment, Nan Gongxue's eyes flared with fire, as if one had fallen into a divine flame of the Brahma heaven, terrifying beyond measure. Good thing my Juyo wasn't possessed by an old monster. But, your power rising this rapidly, leaving home as a Xingtianjing Chuchi, now reaching the spirit deposit realm final stage? Son, you didn't happen to consume a Bangyao of Dundao level cultivation pill, did you? Confusion filled Nan Gongxue's eyes. She simply could not explain Fong Juyo's frightening advancement speed. Fong Juyo rubbed his forehead, repeating the prepared explanation again. Mom, it was when I entered the Tianpu secret realm. I don't know what thick liquid I drank, but it felt like chains inside my body shattered, and I quickly advanced to my current realm. Nan Gongxue froze. She did not believe Fong Juyo's words. In the cultivation world, there was no miraculous nectar that could enable sudden and rapid cultivation breakthroughs. Even forbidden dark sect techniques could never achieve such speeds. It utterly defied cultivation logic. Even heaven-favored geniuses had to begin from awakening, requiring at least 2 decades to reach the spirit deposit realm at their fastest. And her son had done it in just a few months. Had her son awakened the innate Tao body? Otherwise, there was no explanation for how fast he had broken through. You two, do you really think I'm some novice in cultivation? Fong Juyo awkwardly rubbed his head. There was no way he could say, I have a system where killing enemies grants me equipment. Even less could he admit he was the innate flawless chaos body. That wasn't just a matter of scaring people. It would make him a public enemy of the entire Xintian Great World. These secrets would remain buried within him. Mom, actually I've awakened the innate Tao body. Fong Juyo spoke another terrifying body constitution, startling Nan Gongxue, who stared at him in disbelief. Just a few days ago, Juyo, you really awakened the innate Tao body? Fong Juyo's answer made Nan Gongxue beam with joy. She didn't dwell on how Fong Juyo had awakened or where. None of that mattered. What mattered was that the saintly lineage had produced not just 4 Tao bodies. It was terrifying. The Xintian Great World had hundreds of billions of people. In 10 billion, it was hard to find even 1 Tao body. And yet within the Fong family of Great Luo Holy Land alone, 3 Tao bodies had emerged. Could it be the bloodline power of the Fong family from the upper realm was this strong? Or was it because her Nan Gong family's immortal blood had empowered future generations? My son is truly remarkable. No wonder you cultivate so fast. You must have one of the highest ranked innate Tao bodies. At least you're not the innate flawless chaos body. Otherwise, your father and I would have become the enemies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Fong Juyo's body slightly trembled, a strange expression flickering in his eyes as he questioned. Does the innate flawless chaos body really exist? Isn't that just a legendary constitution? Nan Gongxue looked at Fong Juyo, and after a moment's thought, responded. Not long ago, the innate flawless chaos body awakened. The heavens and earth displayed strange omens across the 9 heavens and 10 earths during its awakening. This constitution is not allowed to appear in the 3,000 great worlds. It threatens the interests of certain powerful figures. Now, all the Supreme Shan palaces, Dao palaces, and even sect lineages across the heavenly realms have issued orders for its immediate elimination. Fong Juyo feigned surprise, but his heart was in complete chaos. Thankfully, he hadn't revealed his actual constitution. The innate flawless chaos body was extremely elusive. No, even the Supreme Emperors might not be able to identify Fong Juyo's body constitution. Thankfully, he had been prepared. Otherwise, he would have become the public enemy across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the entire 3,000 great worlds. However, this also sounded an alarm for him. With his current advancement speed, breaking through 2 cultivation levels in one fight, he was bound to attract the attention of certain powerful forces. Especially those hidden enemy forces that would love to take advantage of his weakness. Mom, is the innate flawless chaos body really that terrifying that all the Shan palaces are after it? Fong Juyo asked, feigning curiosity. If you had seen the omens of its awakening, you wouldn't ask that question. Nan Gongxue recalled the strange omens from the day the innate flawless chaos body had awakened. A chill passed through her heart. The ringing of ancient tripods 9 times shook across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, reverberating across the 3,000 great worlds. An extraordinary sight unseen in eons foretold its destined rule over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She had even imagined it being her own son, though she dared not dwell on the thought. The innate flawless chaos body was the supreme ruler. It also meant infinite calamities. Juyo, will you return with me to the Great Luo Holy Land? Nan Gongxue gazed with hope in her eyes. She feared Fong Juyo would be assassinated again. Only within the Great Luo Holy Land would he be safest. Fong Juyo shook his head, declining. Though the Holy Land is great, that's not the path I seek. I wish to enter the Forbidden Death Zone and walk the path of a peerless warrior. Chapter 34. Slaying toward the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Nan Gongxue wore a shocked expression. Her son's decision had come as a complete surprise to her. That once obedient and well-behaved baby now had his own thoughts, and he actually wanted to enter the Forbidden Zone of Life? She couldn't help but feel worried. Are you sure you want to take this path through the Forbidden Zone of Life? Fong Juyo stared seriously at his mother Nan Gongxue and nodded. Although the Holy Land can shelter me from the storms, it is not what I want, nor is it the path I wish to take. If I remained in the Holy Land, I probably wouldn't have broken through the later heaven stage until now. Fong Juyo added. Nan Gongxue looked troubled. As her only descendant, she didn't wish for Fong Juyo to take such a dangerous journey. Mortality in the Forbidden Zone reached as high as 90%. Those who could survive and emerge from it would inevitably become dominant rulers in their own right, destined to become great and mighty figures in the Xintian Grand World. But the key was that you had to make it out alive. Inside, there were numerous demons and countless forbidden entities. One small mistake could result in death, one's path completely erased. The factions inside were chaotic and intricate, with the 5 holy lands having little influence. They couldn't extend their reach inside. The system within had its own structure and completely disregarded the authority of the 5 holy lands and 8 great sects. Within those lands, to survive, you had to kill ceaselessly every single day. One could say the true strong cultivators were those who had endured trials within the Forbidden Zone. There were countless opportunities and immense risks. Perhaps one day you might find a celestial weapon in the forbidden territories, but perhaps another day, you may be destroyed by some forbidden entity. Nan Gongxue glanced at Fong Juyo's determined expression and finally nodded. I won't object to your going to the Forbidden Zone of life, but you must promise to stay safe. Let Situ Shueji and the man butcher accompany you in. Fong Juyo was taken aback, then shook his head. Mom, I'm going in to train, not to play around. I refuse to go in with those two. Nan Gongxue shuddered slightly, a flicker of discomfort flashing in her eyes. After a moment's thought, she took out a storage ring and handed it to Fong Juyo. If you don't want companions, then at least take these celestial swords and armor to protect yourself. Fong Juyo didn't even look, quickly declining. Mom, outside help is limiting to my growth. At this moment, celestial swords and armors held little significance for Fong Juyo. These items could all be obtained through the system by killing enemies and looting their dropped equipment. He also wanted to see how much potential lay dormant within himself when placed under ultimate pressure. Again and again, Fong Juyo shattered Nan Gongxue's perception of him. Her son had changed completely in the few months he had been away from the Great Luo Holy Land. Had she not personally verified his identity, she would have doubted whether this was her own child. Alright then. However, before heading to the Forbidden Zone, we must pay a visit to the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Those who dared plot behind the scenes against my son will pay a bloody price. Nan Gongxue seemed transformed, like a celestial empress from the 9 heavens, or an even fiercer empress of the demon world, her powerful aura piercing straight into the heavens, sending waves of fear through the cultivators of Feng City. The man butcher and Situ Shueji glanced upward at that overwhelming presence and exchanged astonished looks. Such a mighty aura from Our Lady. Could it be that she intends to settle accounts with the Yaoqi Holy Land? The next day, with just a snap of her fingers, Nan Gongxue summoned the 9-headed fire phoenix from the sky, an ancient 9-headed celestial beast that pulled the phoenix carriage as it slowly descended. My lady, please board the carriage. The fire phoenix, speaking in a human tongue, its brilliant red feathers glowing intensely, left the crowd speechless. Legends spoke of a dragon-drawn coffin borne by 9 dragons. Unexpectedly, the lady of the household actually had a carriage pulled by a 9-headed fire phoenix, though perhaps not as grand as one drawn by 9 dragons. In the Xintian grand world, none could rival the spectacle of a 9-headed fire phoenix carriage. Nan Gongxue's journey aboard the 9-headed fire phoenix carriage was an audacious display, enough to chill the blood of certain powers. Situ Shueji, send the black armored army back. This time, the 4 of us will pay the Yaoqi Holy Land a visit. I would like to see what kind of satisfactory explanation Moci Hai can offer me. Woo! The fire phoenixes cried out, lining up in a triangular formation as the phoenix carriage slowly ascended. The red glow that filled the sky attracted the gasps and marvels of countless people across Feng City. Mom, what's flying in the sky? A 3-year-old girl asked, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Heir, that's a fire phoenix, a descendant of the legendary phoenix, a celestial beast raised by the top holy lands. An elegant young woman in green robes replied, her expression tinged with envy. Mom, the fire phoenix looks so majestic. When I grow up, I want to ride one too. The little girl continued, flashing a bright and innocent smile. The young woman in green gently stroked the girl's face, laughing gently. Heir, unless you join one of the 5 holy lands when you grow up, you probably won't get to ride a fire phoenix. The girl clenched her tiny fists and nodded. Mom, when I grow up, I will definitely join a holy land and ride a fire phoenix to come pick you up. With one flap of its wings, the fire phoenix soared 30,000 miles into the sky, like a streak of red light vanishing beyond the horizon. The sight of a 9-headed fire phoenix pulling a carriage instantly spread across the entire Xintian grand world. Innumerable top sects turned their eyes toward the Yaoqi Holy Land. Was the Great Luo Holy Land about to go to war with the Yaoqi Holy Land? Everyone was eagerly anticipating the confrontation between 2 top-tier powers. Such a clash hadn't occurred in 10,000 years. The victor would swallow the other whole, while the defeated would leave behind mountains of corpses. Moci Hai, come out and face me. A furious roar echoed from the horizon, swirling above the holy land of Yaoqi. Moments later, the 9-headed fire phoenix pulling the phoenix carriage hovered outside the grand formation of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The members of Yaoqi Holy Land, sensing a grave threat, gathered at the main gate, staring upward at the floating 9-headed fire phoenix and Nan Gongxue. Great Elder Dongfang Bai wore an expression of rage, glaring furiously at Nan Gongxue. Nan Gongxue, how dare you act so recklessly? Do you think the Yaoqi Holy Land is your personal garden? Leave immediately, or I shall use the power of Yaoqi Holy Land to exterminate all of you. Nan Gongxue's beautiful eyes flared with fury as a faint scornful smile curled her lips. She gently waved her hand. In the void, a gigantic palm condensed into form. Then, it came crashing down with a force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Not good. Dongfang Bai's face changed completely, utterly unable to resist the massive palm descending from the skies. Terrified, he roared in fury. Quickly, activate the sacred formation. Suddenly, a protective barrier appeared above the Yaoqi Holy Land, just in time to intercept the incoming palm. Boom! The barrier trembled slightly before returning to normal. Moci Hai, if you refuse to come out again, do you truly believe I won't unleash my divine abilities and shatter your cowardly shell? As Nan Gongxue's words echoed, an astonishing sight appeared in the void. A massive phoenix descended from the heavens, its body ablaze with roaring flames. The sky itself turned to nothingness under the phoenix's searing fire. A terrifying pressure spread across the heavens and lands, ready to reduce the entire Yaoqi Holy Land to scorched ruins. Phoenix divine ability. The disciples of Yaoqi Holy Land were filled with horror. Divine abilities weren't ordinary skills mastered by peak Transcendence Realm experts. The power of these abilities far surpassed any ordinary battle techniques. Every major divine ability possessed the might to obliterate the world. They could not even begin to imagine whether the Yaoqi Holy Land would even exist after enduring the attack of the Phoenix divine ability. Even though they all knew the Holy Land was guarded by divine weapons capable of slaying heavenly beings, they still couldn't be sure if they could withstand the devastating divine ability. Feng lady, stop. An old man clad in white robes appeared in an instant at the main entrance of the Holy Land, his expression grave as he stared at Nan Gongxue. The nine-headed fire phoenix slowly landed near the main gate of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Nan Gongxue, Fong Juyo, and the others stepped gracefully out. Moc Hai, I have always respected you as a senior figure in the Yaoqi Holy Land, but why did your Holy Land plot against my son behind my back? Moc Hai's lips twitched slightly, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes, though he maintained a polite tone in his words. Feng lady, our Yaoqi Holy Land has focused solely on cultivation and comprehending the Tao, avoiding itself from the struggles of the cultivation world. Please investigate carefully before making false accusations. Nan Gongxue's eyes burned with fiery intensity, and she let out a cold, mocking chuckle. Moc Hai, you even dare to break an engagement. What else are you not capable of doing? If you don't hand over the real mastermind today, I swear I'll reduce your Yaoqi Holy Land to ruins of ash. A sharp, chilling voice erupted into the ears of everyone, followed by a flame of true fire descending from the sky, igniting the ground before the gate. Nan Gongxue, do not act so brazenly. Chapter 35. Fong Juyo levels the heavens pool Holy Land, crushing the pride of its geniuses, slaying the enemy. Chua, chua, chua. 5 living legends emerged from their retreat, instantly arriving at the front gate. With their arrival, the heavens pool Holy Land exploded into an uproar. This is Master Puxiu, the so-called progenitor of the Tao of illusion and reality. This is Master Lingxue, unrivaled in the snow Tao techniques throughout the Xiantian Great World. Wow. This is Master Divine Blade, the very ancestor known as the one slash that shatters the heavens. Heavens. This is Master Puhua, whose boxing technique has known no equal. Heavens above. Master Mofan himself has appeared. You who dare defy our heavens pool Holy Land. Nan Gongxue, will you not yet kneel? The 5 living legends opened their sleepy-looking eyes, radiating a cold, emotionless gaze. Nan Gongxue, how dare you? A junior, act so recklessly in our heavens pool Holy Land. Today I shall discipline you in place of Feng Pathian. Master Mofan gently waved his palm, summoning a colossal fist from the void. It descended with a devastating aura capable of shattering the earth. Brash. With a gentle wave of his long sword, Nan Gongxue unleashed a sword might that traversed galaxies, accompanied by an overwhelming sword intent. The fist was instantly obliterated upon impact with the sword pressure. Master Mofan's expression shifted in shock. He never imagined that a junior could possess such supreme combat prowess throughout the Xiantian world. He no longer had confidence that he could defeat Nan Gongxue. He cast a glance at the other 4 living legends, as though reaching some kind of unspoken alliance. Excuse me for interrupting. Fong Juyo smiled slightly, looked toward his mother, flung his sleeve, and stepped forward. The 4 living legends, Master Mofan included, hesitated momentarily, but did not stop him. Seeing his mother wreak havoc and suppress the heavens pool Holy Land greatly, Fong Juyo realized that if this continued, they'd be greatly outnumbered. The ultimate outcome wouldn't be favorable. Therefore, he took the initiative to step forward. A charming smile graced his face, causing the male disciples of heaven's pool Holy Land to pale in comparison, like common toads gazing upon a celestial steed. Fueled by envy and jealousy, countless male disciples of the Holy Land shamefully lowered their heads. I am the main protagonist of today's event. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Fong Juyo, son of Nan Gongxue and Fong Buhui, and grandson of the sacred Lord Fong Pathian of the Great Luo Holy Land. The entire conflict arose from your heavens pool Holy Land princess retracting the marriage proposal. Do you acknowledge that? Fong Juyo got straight to the point. The elders looked toward Holy Land sovereign Moc Hai, who gave an awkward nod. We do. Mofan replied. If the cause is the princess's broken engagement, then there must be a reasonable resolution to mediate this conflict. What say you, Master Mo? Mofan stroked his long beard thoughtfully and asked, how would you propose we resolve this? Fong Juyo's eyes lit up as he looked toward the disciples gathered in the crowd from heaven's pool Holy Land. As this conflict began among juniors, naturally it should be resolved among juniors. I have a suggestion, let's hold a life and death battle. No matter the result, neither Holy Land shall seek vengeance. We dissolve the grudge and close this chapter. How does that sound? Nan Gongxue shuddered, glancing toward the human slayer, who nodded slightly. Her heart swelled with anticipation. Mofan's eyes flickered sharply as he observed the Holy Land's disciples, all brimming with battle intent. He readily agreed. Agreed. Now, which cultivation realm of disciple do you intend to choose? Well then, is the Holy Land's princess dying here? I'd like to fight her in a life and death duel. As Fong Juyo finished speaking, the heavens pool Holy Land's disciples burst into rage. You dare challenge the Holy Land's princess to a life and death duel? Are you worthy? Fong Juyo, you sure do boast. The princess is not someone you can challenge so freely. I shall fight you in her place. SSSHHH. More than 100 disciples rushed forth in unison, all male cultivators. Fong Juyo blinked his eyes and smiled. You wretched, inferior lot actually believe you're worthy opponents for me. He raised his middle finger skyward, then rotated it downward. Though no one knew what this gesture meant, from Fong Juyo's expression, it was clearly an insulting motion. Fong Juyo, you brat. I am a true disciple of heaven's pool Holy Land, and I challenge you to a life and death duel. A white-robed disciple at the peak of foundation building roared with anger as he stepped forth. Fong Juyo's eyes barely concealed his contempt. A foundation-building cultivator dare to challenge him? You're not good enough. Find someone else. I will only accept a duel from disciples of Purple Mansion or Yuan Soul Realm, and ideally ones with sacred bodies, divine bodies, or Tao bodies. All others need not waste their lives as cannon fodder. You, the foundation-building disciple seethed furiously, insulted beyond restraint. One's uncle may endure it, but one's aunt certainly won't. He unsheathed his long sword, swiped it in a flourish, and charged toward Fong Juyo. Without even glancing at the attacking disciple, Fong Juyo casually swung the cold ice immortal sword in his hand. The whirlwind sword shadow flashed past, The blade of the disciple shattered inch by inch, and fresh wounds appeared across his chest, throat, and both hands. You, Pu Chi. Spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, the disciple collapsed to the ground in bitterness. Mo Fan, Mo Sihai, and others frowned deeply. How could Fong Juyo's ordinary sword technique cause such devastating damage? When had his cultivation realm actually reached the late divine Volching? Senior Mo, there's no need to let these cannon fodder come and throw their lives away. Fong Juyo said indifferently, glancing toward the furious disciples of the Heaven's Pool Holy Land. Those of the Purple Mansion and Yuan Soul Realm, come forth and meet your end. His arrogant and disdainful voice echoed across the entire Heaven's Pool Holy Land, enraging the disciples with sacred bodies so much that their veins bulged. SSSHHH. 8 disciples from the Purple Mansion realm leaped forth one after another, all possessing sacred bodies, and powerful ones at that. Brat Fong Juyo, you dare be so conceited. Let your grandpa Xie Bingtian destroy you. Xie Bingtian rushed forward first, charging fiercely at Fong Juyo. Heavens! It's actually senior brother Xie Bingtian. It said he possesses the Wutong's sacred body, whose greatest strength is regeneration. As long as you can't kill him instantly, he can outlast even the great disciples with Dao bodies. What else can I say? Senior brother Xie Bingtian's greatest strength lies in endurance. It's rumored he can keep fighting without falling for a long time. Upon seeing Xie Bingtian step forward, and noting that he was of the mid-Purple Mansion realm, many disciples began to doubt Fong Juyo's chances. Xie Bingtian's sword Qi became a rainbow, his figure flashing everywhere in the sky. His Heaven's Pool sword technique had reached mastery level and could rival ordinary late Purple Mansion realm experts. Mo Sihai spoke respectfully to the ancestor. Ancestor, Xie Bingtian is also a promising talent. He will surely enter the celestial palace of the Supreme Heaven one day and become a mighty expert. Xie Bingtian is indeed commendable. Mo Fan nodded slightly. Xie Bingtian's talent, sword technique, and comprehension were all excellent. Naturally, he could easily kill Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo die. Xie Bingtian longed to cut Fong Juyo down with a single stroke and become a hero of the Heaven's Pool Holy Land. Sword Qi like silken threads filled the sky as Xie Bingtian imagined Fong Juyo's corpse crumbling into dust. Worthless. Fong Juyo gently raised the cold ice immortal sword in his hand and roared. One sword, carefree. Instantly, heaven and earth darkened. Fugen changed. 1, 2, 10 suns blazed across the sky, burning like a song of fire. Heavenly flames descended. Wave after wave of radiant light transformed into divine fire, instantly igniting the silken threads of sword Qi overhead. One sword, carefree. When performed at night, stars fall from the sky. When performed in daylight, the suns blaze across the heavens. No! A fierce and overbearing inferno enveloped Xie Bingtian's head, instantly setting his whole body ablaze. Screaming in agony, he turned to ashes. When Mo Sihai saw the blazing sun appear in the sky, he already knew that Xie Bingtian had lost. He had been about to rescue him, but caught sight of Nan Gongshue's icy stare. If he dared make even a move, he would definitely suffer her lightning attack. Mo Fan and the 4 living legends wore grim expressions. The legendary useless Fong Juyo had actually summoned a blazing sun with a single sword slash and turned sunlight into radiant attack. His combat power far exceeded the capacity of ordinary Purple Mansion disciples. The 7 disciples with sacred bodies stood there exchanging helpless glances. If even Xie Bingtian had been instantly cut down by a single slash, what hope did they have? No one dared to step forward. Mo Fan and Mo Sihai's expressions turned black with fury. Just as they were about to scold someone, Fong Juyo spoke first. Fine then, all 7 of you from the Purple Mansion realm may come at me together. No need to make me waste my strength killing you one by one. My hand might get sore. Chapter 36. The 7 divine bodies join forces. A single shot equals instant death. Nan Gongshui ignored the Yaoshi Holy Land and challenged it single-handedly. Meanwhile, Fong Juyo, alone, crushed the proud disciples of the Yaoshi Holy Land, pressing their so-called divine bodies into the dirt. People like Mo Fan and Mo Sihai, ancient experts who had lived through 10,000 years, had long surpassed worldly desires, but Fong Juyo's arrogance touched even them, igniting a slight intent to kill. Whoever among you can defeat Fong Juyo, this old ancestor will personally take as a direct disciple, bestowing upon each a Shan's sword. The original hesitation on the faces of the 7 disappeared as excitement flickered in their eyes. So what if Fong Juyo was powerful? They would unite, and together, how could he resist? To become a disciple of old ancestor Mo Fan was a tremendous honor, rivaling the treatment given to the emperor's sons and daughters. A slight smile curled at the corner of Fong Juyo's mouth, but it wasn't from the thought of their 7 versus 1 attack formation. Rather, a voice had sounded within his mind from the system. Ding! Master, the Tansai Xie Bingtian has been destroyed. A 10-fold luck value has been activated, triggering a 100,000% drop rate. Would my master prefer to redeem cultivation points or equipment? This time the system actually offered a choice question. After he had learned the divine soul projection technique, he still hadn't found a suitable long spear or halberd. Had the system noticed this and specifically brought him equipment? System, I want to redeem the equipment from the drop rate. Preferably something like a divine spear. Ding. Master, your cultivation stage is at the late spirit storage realm. Referencing the mid-rank spiritual weapon, with an 80% drop rate calculation, you may select from the following low-rank divine weapons of Dao severing quality. White light sword, low-rank Dao severing, thin and long, accompanied by a dazzling effect, causing the enemy to briefly lose sight for 1 second. Blindness of the consciousness. Nail clipper, low-rank Dao severing, broad and long, accompanied by a bleeding effect, making the enemy bleed continuously for 5 seconds, bleeding their lifeblood. Silver ring staff, low-rank Dao severing, big and small, accompanied by a dizziness effect, causing the enemy brief dizziness for 1 second, dizziness in the soul. Little golden spear, low-rank Dao severing, round and long, accompanied by a tearing effect, causing brief tearing for 1 second, tearing the bones. Shock showed upon Fong Juyo's expression. Low-rank Dao severing divine weapons were so fierce. However, these names felt odd. Could the system be messing around on purpose? System, did you name these Dao severing divine weapons? Ding. Master, These are randomly generated names from the system. Please don't waste time questioning them. Make your choice now. Fong Juyo frowned slightly. All 4 Dao-severing divine weapons were extremely impressive. He wanted them all. However, divine soul projection required the use of a spear. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose the little golden spear. System, give me the little golden spear. Ding. Master, the little golden spear has now been placed into your storage ring. Seeing Fong Juyo standing there motionless, the 7 mistook it for disdain towards them, making them furious as they roared. Fong Juyo, you dare openly challenge our AWAKEN Holy Land. Today, don't blame us for bullying you with greater strength. The honor of the Holy Land must be protected by us. You must die, Chua. The 7 encircled him in a big dipper formation, each drawing forth swords, long blades, bows, and arrows, charging toward Fong Juyo. The sky turned stormy. The previously sunny day darkened under thick clouds. Above the AWAKEN Holy Land, night fell as a sieve-like appearance emerged in the heavens, and the 7 stars of the Big Dipper lit up. Following this, 7 beams of stellar light descended, landing precisely on the weapons of the 7 warriors, making their 7 divine artifacts shine brilliantly. Empowered by stellar forces, the power of the 7 instantly multiplied 7-fold, further increased by the power of the Big Dipper formation. Their combat effectiveness had multiplied by 14 times. Obviously, they didn't wish to share the fate of Xie Bingtian. They sought to kill him decisively, completely obliterating Fong Juyo. Heavens! Elder Brother Mingjing actually summoned the Big Dipper formation. We're definitely safe now. With the Big Dipper formation and the stellar power, their combat power should be at 14 times now. They could even defeat an early nascent soul realm elder brother in a group fight. Let Fong Juyo be arrogant. This time he will definitely be slaughtered. The disciples of the AWAKEN Holy Land started murmuring excitedly, none betting on Fong Juyo. Before such absolute power, Fong Juyo was merely a speck of dust. Master lady, don't worry, we must have faith in young master. Ren Tu saw Nan Gongshui with a worried expression and reassured her from the side. Yes, my lady, no need to worry about Juyo. He wouldn't fight a battle without confidence. Nan Gongshui pursed her lips and thought silently. You're not his parents, of course you don't worry. Moc Hai and several living fossils like Mo Fan watched the battle unfolding on the battlefield expressionlessly, their tired eyes flickering with the confidence of certain victory. With Xixing force, the power of countless stars fell toward Fong Juyo, aiming to crush him into ashes. However, Fong Juyo looked vigorous and spirited. He reached into his ring and pulled out a tiny, golden spear. The disciples of the AWAKEN Holy Land instantly began to mock him. Ha ha ha, my god. Fong Juyo is going to use his tiny golden spear against Senior Brother's Big Dipper formation. Can't be that small and short, right? Fong Juyo, surrender already. Playing with small spears leads nowhere. A real man should wield a mighty weapon. Moc Hai and others' expressions darkened instantly. Unlike those disciples, they had keen eyes. This was no tiny spear, but an ultimate divine weapon of annihilation. He actually drew out a true Dao-severing divine weapon. Just a small spear? Big Luo Holy Land had actually given Fong Juyo a Dao-severing divine weapon. Their hearts turned uneasy. The 5 of them turned to look at Nan Gongshui and found even she was confused. When had her son obtained a Dao-severing divine weapon without even his mother knowing? Fong Juyo stood tall like a war god. With his little golden spear in hand, he gently thrust it at the Big Dipper formation, reciting, soul wandering through 8 directions, fight. A wave of battle intent surged straight into the sky, forming a domain of warfare that locked all 7 inside. The once unstoppable Big Dipper formation instantly slowed down, as if sinking into mud, moving slower than a snail. Sword chi, blade energy, arrows, all stopped, seemingly frozen. Every attack failed. The 7 men wore horrified expressions as their hearts sank, screaming in panic, it's over. In the empty air, a golden spear descended from the heavens, turning into countless streams of spiritual dragons. The dragons flashed by, piercing through their bodies. Then came a crackling sound from within. 7 screams rang out. From the outside, they appeared perfectly fine, but inside, their bones had already turned to dust. The 7 human skins slowly collapsed to the ground, horrifying the disciples of the AWAKEN Holy Land beyond words. Can it be that no one from our Holy Land can stop this demon Fong Juyo? Morale plummeted among the disciples, replaced by furious and disappointed expressions. Even the 8 divine bodies, the Holy Land's greatest hopes, had been crushed under Fong Juyo, and he was only at the late spirit storage realm. Mo Fan had now formed a firm intent to kill. If this child wasn't eliminated, he would surely become a great danger to the AWAKEN Holy Land. He exchanged a glance with the 4 living fossils. Without a word, the 5 reached an unspoken agreement. They would eliminate Fong Juyo first, even if it meant provoking retaliation from Fong Patian. Just as they were about to act, a crack appeared in the sky. Fong Patian and Fong Buhui, followed by the golden armored army, slowly emerged. Brother Mo, I heard the AWAKEN Holy Land is sparring with my grandson. As his grandfather, I suppose there's no issue with me watching the match. Fong Patian remained calm, looking indifferently down at everyone below. Fong Buhui, well aware of the etiquette, took out a dragon-patterned throne chair. The old man sat down without hesitation. Grandson, continue. Your grandfather is here watching you perform. Today, your old grandpa is your strongest backing. Even if heaven collapses, I will support it for you. Mo Fan and Moc Hai felt as though they had swallowed flies. Is the Fong family really going all out against our AWAKEN Holy Land? We've already lost 8 divine bodies, equivalent to losing 8 future masters who could reach the early nascent soul realm. Their hearts bled with grief, longing to pierce Fong Juyo with a single finger, but they dared not. Chapter 37. Slay one divine prodigy. Subdue the AWAKEN Holy Land. Both sides paused in cheat, and a fierce battle began brewing within the Holy Land of AWAKEN. Fong Juyo stood before the gate, exuding an air of supreme dominance, heavily oppressing the AWAKEN Holy Land. His thin lips, his sword-like eyebrows slanting into the strands of dark hair falling from his temples. His handsome profile had flawless contours. At this moment, his aura of heroic glory was gone. He had become a nightmare for disciples of the AWAKEN Holy Land. The male disciples wished to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Female disciples held not only hatred but also admiration and appreciation. Besides his father, Fong Juyo, he was the second person who dared to challenge the Holy Land, and by far the most arrogant and domineering one. Ding. Host, 7 Jalji slain, 10x luck value activated, 6x 10,000% drop rate triggered, 1,000,000% drop rate triggered. Will you redeem cultivation points or equipment? Huh, again? A trace of devilish smile appeared at the corner of Fong Juyo's mouth. Is this system pushing me to the peak today? System, how many cultivation points are there? And what about equipment drop rates? Ding. Host, equipment drop rate calculated at 80% probability, 1,280,000x points available. Can redeem a low-grade sword of Dao cutting. Host, calculated at 0.8x cultivation value, 1,280,000 cultivation points. Total accumulated, 2,599,000. Fong Juyo fell into thought. Using Sword of Leisure, it's better to exchange for the white light sword which can blind enemies with a mental attack. But now I'm still at the later God's Vault realm. Enemies would become more and stronger. Someday a superpower house might chase me down for death. Perfect unblemished primordial chaos body cultivation is still not enough. After considering for a while, he made a decision. System, use the cultivation points for physical infusion. Ding. God's Vault realm, 800,000/1 million. Physical infusion to peak God's Vault realm completed. Remaining cultivation points, 799,000. At once, Fong Juyo felt a warm current flowing inside his body. He broke through from the later stage to the peak and finally reached the realm's limit, matching the battle power of early Purple Mansion realm. He could easily defeat any cultivation level within the Purple Mansion realm. Most importantly, he hadn't even used the 100x attack buff. Otherwise, he could punch them to death with one blow. Fong Patian in the air revealed an astonished expression. Had his grandson just achieved an enlightenment? How had he broken through from late God's Vault realm to the peak? Of course, they didn't know about the realm's limit. Otherwise, they would have been scared half to death. Senior ancestor, Fong Juyo seems to have advanced to the peak of the God's Vault realm. Mochi whispered, eyes flashing with shock. What a monstrous talent. Why wasn't he a disciple of our Yaoshi Holy Land? People like this shouldn't even exist. Mo Fan's pupils flared with twin arcs of lightning, now filled with intent to kill. Is D-Sang currently in seclusion? Mochi trembled slightly. D-Sang possessed mid-nascent soul realm cultivation at under 100 years old and was among the strongest disciples of the Yaoshi Holy Land. Reporting to senior ancestor, D-Sang is currently secluded in the Shane Cave of the Yaoshi Holy Land. It is said he intends to break through to the later nascent soul realm. Mo Fan's gaze was sharp, revealing a vicious air. Let D-Sang step forward for battle. It was an order carrying the Holy Land's honor. Mo Fan placed all his hopes on D-Sang. He firmly believed D-Sang would win. Even if he lost, it wouldn't cost him his life. After all, he was at the nascent soul realm and could project his soul hundreds of miles back to the Holy Land Soul Hall. At worst, he could possess a new body and be reborn. Good. Mochi gave orders to the elders nearby. Both sides then waited. Soon, a tall and slender man wearing the robes of the Yaoshi Holy Land slowly approached, his eyes shimmering with the chi of the vast sea. Wah! It's actually the divine prodigy D-Sang. This time, Fong Juyo should be finished. A disciple gasped in surprise, although his tone lacked conviction. Fong Juyo's performance had left a deep and indelible impression on them. That invincible presence had firmly rooted itself in their hearts. Li Fan, remove this should. D-Sang is at mid-nascent soul realm, 2 realms higher than Fong Juyo. Even if he is monstrous, can he really fight 2 realms above? But just now, Fong Juyo crushed 7 algae from the Purple Mansion realm working together. Even the Big Dipper formation was destroyed. That's true too, but I believe senior brother D-Sang. All the murmurs of discussion around caused D-Sang's dark eyes to grow sinister, his gaze fixing coldly on Fong Juyo. D-Sang, kill Fong Juyo, and I will grant you a chance to enter the 3rd class immortal grave, plus a mid-grade immortal sword. Mo Fan's voice floated over. A surprised smile briefly lit the sinister D-Sang's face before he nodded eagerly. Senior ancestor, rest assured, I will personally cut Fong Juyo down. The Yaoshi Holy Land isn't a place that trash can challenge. Looking at D-Sang, who seemed already assured of victory, Mo Fan's face cleared of its gloom and a long-forgotten smile appeared. Fong Juyo looked at D-Sang indifferently without speaking. He didn't take this opponent seriously at all. Fong Juyo, how do you want to die? D-Sang's dark eyes flickered with coldness, a disdainful expression appearing on his face. Fong Juyo twirled the little golden spear in his hand, answering with an irrelevant question. Do you have a Dao-cutting divine weapon like my little golden spear? No Dao-cutting divine weapon, yet you still call yourself a divine prince. Such a poor Yaoshi Holy Land. Not even its divine prince owns a Dao-cutting divine weapon. Fong Juyo's string of mockery infuriated the disciples of Yaoshi Holy Land. Even the expressions of elders like Mochi and Mo Fan became displeased. In midair, Fong Patian burst into laughter. Brother Mo, perhaps your Yaoshi Holy Land should keep up with the times too. A divine prince should at least be equipped with a Dao-cutting divine weapon as standard. Mochi's lips twitched slightly while thinking secretly. Are Dao-cutting divine weapons cabbages now? The Yaoshi Holy Land has only one, and it's even an auxiliary Dao-cutting divine weapon. D-Sang's once sinister eyes now burned with rage. If I don't kill you, I will no longer be human. Fong Juyo pointed the little golden spear at the sky, his face showing a mischievous grin. Then you can just be an animal then. Die. With a finger raised by D-Sang, the long sword behind his back flew into the air. Immediately, it split into numerous blades, turning into thousands of sword beams, sweeping across the sky like a devastating storm. The sword beams blotted out the heavens and shook the earth, terrifying in strength and shocking in all directions. Dense and chaotic sword beams, like an army of soldiers in formation, charged at Fong Juyo filled with boundless fury. Nan Gongshui and Fong Buhui looked anxious, cold sweat forming on their palms as they worried. Even the ever-calm human butcher's expression subtly changed. He didn't know whether the young master could withstand the attack of 1,000 sword beams. After breaking into the nascent soul realm, one can wield sword techniques, and many sword cultivators chose this path. Its immense destructive power made it ideal for battling multitudes. Fong Juyo remained expressionless, and under the enhancement of spiritual energy, his small golden spear instantly expanded into a 2-meter-long golden spear, glowing with power. A mighty energy surged from the golden spear, roam beyond the 8 directions, and fight. Swinging his spear and spinning upwards, he charged straight into the swarm of flying swords and sword beams. With a single spear strike, he pierced through the Milky Way, casting countless golden rays downward. The white sword beams, upon touching these golden rays, crumbled and dispersed. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, the space transformed into the domain of the golden spear. Any flying swords turned into dust. Fong Juyo soared skyward, his body upheld by golden light, like a divine warrior from ancient legends. Di Sang, who was performing 10,000 swords returned to the origin, changed expression. His technique had reached the 5th layer, yet it had absolutely no effect on Fong Juyo. No, I will never allow this. I am the divine prince. I will become the great emperor in the future. Who, after spitting out a few drops of essence blood, Di Sang's face turned deathly pale. As golden snow covered his sword, he roared loudly. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. 6th move, kill. Not good. Mo Sihai's face changed suddenly. Di Sang had forcefully executed the 6th move of 10,000 swords returned to the origin, a move that exceeded his current physical capacity. It could severely damage his foundation, making it impossible for him to advance into the tribulation realm. Fong Patian frowned tightly, showing deep concern. He never expected Di Sang to use his essence blood to activate the 6th movement of 10,000 swords returned to the origin. He wondered whether Fong Juyo could survive this assault. Chapter 38. Roaming the 8 desolations. Battle, terrifying as such. The sword in Di Sang's hand became 1, 2, 10,000 sword auras, rushing toward Fong Juyo once again. It seemed as if the Milky Way had poured down from the heavens, a white torrent cascading below. More like a 10,000 zhang blaze, shining through the sky. Fong Juyo's black eyes, when still, were like crystal clear spring water, when glancing, like flowing stars shimmering. He stood there, tightly gripping his small golden spear, thrusting it upward toward the sky and shouting loudly. Roaming the 8 desolations. Battle. In an instant, winds and clouds shifted, sun and moon dimmed. A golden spear light transformed into a golden dragon, rushing head-on against the falling sword auras. The divine dragon swung its tail and swallowed the sword energy with its mouth. Paisi. Sounds like biting echoed faintly. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy in the sky vanished without a trace. Puchi. The sword aura backfired. Di Sang spat a mouthful of blood. His long sword stuck into the ground, and he fell to one knee. The battle was not yet over. Fong Juyo wielded his small golden spear and descended from the sky, aiming straight at Di Sang's head. Just as Di Sang seemed certain to die under Fong Juyo's golden spear. Stop! Mo Fan and the other 4 living fossils joined forces to strike out with a palm imprint. The wind split the sky, and Fong Potion's expression suddenly changed. You old fool, Mo Fan, are you asking for death? Fong Patian, Fong Buhui, and Nangong Shui rushed toward Mo Fan and the other 4 living fossils, but their speed was no match for the 4 elders. No heir. With a heart-wrenching scream, Nangong Shui cried out. She could hardly imagine Fong Juyo surviving under the attack of 4 living fossils. Pung! A shockwave shook the earth and moved mountains. Several great peaks before the Yaoshi Shengdi instantly turned to nothingness. A shield brightened around Fong Juyo's body, and all 4 living fossils' attacks landed on the heavenly protective barrier around him. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Fong Juyo's mouth. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Fong Juyo's small golden spear pierced through Di Sang's stunned head like a flash of light. After the scream faded, Di Sang's bones were completely shattered into dust, leaving only a piece of human skin on the ground. Seeking death, the 4 living fossils finally recovered from their shock, but it was already too late. Di Sang had been killed before their very eyes by Fong Juyo. This was not only an open challenge to the Yaoshi Shengdi, but also a slap across its face. As the 4 were preparing to eliminate Fong Juyo, a giant cauldron fell from the sky, followed by the booming sound of the dinging. Everyone at the Yaoshi Shengdi felt dizzy and disoriented, even as if their divine consciousness had been sealed. Who dares to harm my grandson? Fong Patian held the cauldron high, looking down arrogantly at the world, making the Yaoshi Shengdi disciples tremble with fear. It's actually a spirit-cutting divine weapon, the Demon Melody Cauldron. Mo Fan, Mo Sihai, and others took it as a severe threat. They had not expected Fong Patian to bring the Demon Melody Cauldron for Fong Juyo. Was he really planning to start a war with our Yaoshi Shengdi? Fong Patian, do you really intend to wage war against our Yaoshi Shengdi? Mo Sihai glared furiously, veins popping on his arms, his sword glowing with white light. Fong Patian sneered. My grandson challenged the outstanding talent of your Yaoshi Shengdi. Did he violate any rules? Mo Sihai hesitated, shook his head slightly, not willing to admit in his heart, but eventually giving in verbally. No. Then why did you go back on your words after my grandson challenged Di Sang fairly and killed him? Why did 4 living fossils openly team up to attack my grandson? Where is your pride? Faced with Fong Potion's reprimand, Mo Sihai, Mo Fan, and the other 4 living fossils immediately turned red with shame, while more than 10,000 disciples of Yaoshi Shengdi wore embarrassed expressions. It was a fair challenge, rules were made beforehand, and lives were at stake. Yet the elders and ancestors of Yaoshi Shengdi broke their promises. Would this not provoke mockery across the world? A flash of killing intent momentarily appeared on Mo Fan's calm face. How dare a junior reprimand him like this? Tolerating such an offense was simply intolerable. Ancestor, Mo Sihai gave him a meaningful glance. It was not worth starting a war with Yaoshi Shengdi just for Di Sang, especially since there was no justification for it. Mo Fan reluctantly nodded, looked at the other 4 living fossils, then turned and vanished beyond the gates of the Yaoshi Shengdi, unwilling to remain there any longer. The follow-up affairs would naturally fall to Mo Sihai. Brother Fong, today's matter was indeed our Yaoshi Shengdi's mistake. And seeing that your grandson has suffered no harm, may I suggest we end this here? What do you think? Mo Sihai humbled himself to mediate. After all, war between the 2 sides would bring benefit to neither, and only give the other 3 Indong opportunities to exploit one after another. Brother Mo, Peace is possible, but my grandson was threatened by 5 living fossils. How do you plan to compensate for that? Feng Potion's tone softened slightly, but he had no intention of allowing the Yaoshu Shengdi to escape lightly. Mo Sihai's lips twitched slightly, thinking inwardly. Damn you, Feng Patian, you sure know how to drive a hard bargain. I wonder how Brother Feng hopes to be compensated. A mid-grade immortal spear. Mo Sihai stiffened instantly, his face darkening. It was as if Feng Patian had just carved flesh from his own body. This, Brother Feng, your demand is truly too harsh. My Yaoshu Shengdi absolutely cannot accept this. Feng Potion's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam, and he sneered coldly. Brother Feng, you must remember how Diying schemed and chased my grandson for thousands of miles, only to be attacked by 5 living fossils from your Shengdi. Do you really want me to recount all of this in detail? Mo Sihai slightly trembled, an expression of discomfort flashing across his face. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. This is a mid-grade immortal spear. I hope the conflict between Luo Shengdi and Yaoshu Shengdi can now be resolved, never to be mentioned again. A mid-grade immortal spear was handed over to Fong Juyo. Mo Sihai waved his hand and quickly led the disciples away from the entrance. A barrier illuminated, and the entire Yongdi was cloaked in immortal mist, resembling a paradise. You didn't bring shame to our Luo Shengdi, Juyo. Feng Patian smiled with kindness and pride, highly satisfied with his grandson. Grandfather, I'm still not good enough. I still can't crush someone at the tribulation crossing stage. Feng Patian, Feng Buhui, Nangong Shui, and others immediately froze with stunned expressions. Was this pride or self-satisfaction? Ha ha, my grandson has the will to step upon heaven itself. Grandfather supports you. Come back to our Shengdi with me. I'll make sure your name echoes across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Feng Juyo looked at his grandfather, father, and others, then shook his head. Although the Shengdi is a good place, it is not the path I choose to walk. Feng Juyo looked at his grandfather, father, and others, then shook his head. Although the Shengdi is a good place, it is not the path I choose to walk. I want to enter the life-prohibited zone and challenge myself. Feng Patian, Feng Buhui, and the others showed astonished expressions, then smiled with satisfaction. Good. Grandfather supports you. Your father supports you too. No one tried to persuade him to stay, and they all respected Feng Juyo's decision, which surprised him deeply. When you go to the life-prohibited zone, take Shiman Shueji and the Black Armored Army with you. Feng Patian added. Feng Juyo shook his head again, stating firmly. Grandfather, I wish to temper myself and do not want to rely on the Shengdi for training. I want to forge my own path, to establish my own great Tao. As Feng Juyo finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the scene. After a while, Feng Patian showed a satisfied smile, repeating, good, good, good. Son, you truly make this old man look at you differently. In just a few months, you've matured as if you'd cultivated for 10,000 years. Did you accidentally consume some Shantin Danyao that made you lose your sense of direction? Feng Buhui patted Feng Juyo's shoulder, and father and son resembled brothers, playfully teasing each other. Old man, why don't you find me a fusion Tin Danyao, so I can find my way again? Feng Juyo gave a cunning look, causing Feng Buhui to laugh loudly. Grandfather, father, mother, Uncle Lang, Sister Shueji, Juyo bids you all farewell once more. Wait for me 100 years from now, when I emerge from the life-prohibited zone and suppress the 8 wildernesses, making our Daingdi the greatest Shengdi across the 3,000 great worlds. Feng Juyo turned and left, faint tears visible in his eyes. He feared that if he stayed longer, he wouldn't be able to leave his parents' embrace and settle down comfortably as a young master of Dao Shengdi. Buhui, do you think Juyo might find a wife in the life-prohibited zone? Nangong Shui, tearfully clinging to Feng Buhui's arms, said with reluctance in her eyes. With Juyo's devilishly handsome face, what girl could possibly escape his charm? Feng Buhui replied. Chapter 39. Entering the forbidden zone of life, falling into a field of death. 1 month later, Feng Juyo arrived at the entrance of the forbidden zone of life, covered in dust from his journey. Cultivators who entered the forbidden zone of life were not allowed to leave before completing 100 years and earning the corresponding title. This was a special law of the forbidden zone of life. For millions of years, no one had managed to break it. Feng Juyo took one last glance at the Shintian world before stepping into the swirling vortex. It seemed like only the time it took to burn a stick of incense had passed before Feng Juyo landed in a vast graveyard. At this moment, midnight had arrived in the forbidden zone of life. The stars flickered weakly, and the sky was pitch black. The burial ground emitted a ghostly blue phosphorescence, and countless exposed white bones could be seen. A few crows cawed continuously, adding an eerie atmosphere to the quiet night. What kind of place is this? Why is it so eerie? Feng Juyo looked around, but found no path leading out of the graveyard. Ding. Host. Defeated Yuan Shinjing Di Sang. Completed a 20-tier breakthrough in combat power. Triggered 10,000% drop rate. Converted cultivation value. 160,000. Accumulated. 859,000 points. The electronic voice of the system finally echoed in his mind. However, Feng Juyo seemed far from satisfied. System, I killed the Emperor's son, a Grand Dao body, and a Yuan Shinjing expert, and I only got a 10,000% drop rate? Are you sure you didn't cheat? Host, try understanding what a 1,000,000% drop rate for killing a Heaven's Chosen means before talking. This system is absolutely fair to all. Feng Juyo muttered *****ing system, silently in his mind, and shook his head. His immediate priority was to leave this graveyard and find a human city within the forbidden zone. It was said that wandering outdoors at night easily led to encountering forbidden entities, and cultivators usually met grim fates. Just as Feng Juyo lifted his foot, a crisp cracking sound came from beneath his step. A skeleton lying on the ground for countless years was crushed into dust. Immediately after, a strange scene occurred in the graveyard. The floating ghostly flames hovering above the tombs suddenly turned their eyes toward Feng Juyo, emitting eerie, mocking laughter. Jia. Feng Juyo froze in place, inwardly muttering. Could it be that I've encountered one of those rare forbidden beings that only appears once every 10,000 years? The ghostly flames drifted midair, gathering into a fire monster covered in eyes. It somewhat resembled a wolf, revealing 50-centimeter long fire teeth, while making strange cackling noises. This confirmed Feng Juyo's worst suspicion. Phosphor monster, please be so kind as to tell me how to leave this graveyard. What the? The floating phosphor monster looked astonished. This human cultivator wasn't even afraid? He actually asked me how to escape? In my domain, you still want to leave? Young man, may I ask if you're dreaming? The phosphor monster made a surprisingly human-like gesture. It raised its middle finger, cackling mockingly. Jia. Fong Juyo stood there frozen, disbelief evident in his eyes. Phosphor monster, excuse me, are you mocking me? Jia. You're mocking me. I'll beat you so badly your mother wouldn't recognize you. Fong Juyo gripped Xiao Jingchong, visibly watching it thicken, grow longer, and widen. Soon, a golden spear, 2 meters long, appeared in his hand. He activated his Xiao Yaobu, transforming into a white streak of light as he lunged at the phosphor monster floating above. Instantly, the phosphor monster scattered into flames. Fong Juyo missed the strike, but it reformed instantly and began to laugh mockingly. Jia, try dodging this. Have some respect. Eat my big stick. Eat my spear. Swirling his spear in the air, he did not use the divine traveling 8 directions technique. Instead, he used a top-tier spirit great spear art, lightning flash lance, known for its speed, capable of launching dozens of attacks before the enemy could react. Just as Fong Juyo charged at the phosphor monster, it formed a massive hand made from flames in midair and reached toward his golden spear. As the spear descended, the enormous hand caught it precisely. Then, like a child playing around, the phosphor monster started slamming the spear around left and right, tossing Fong Juyo in the air like a toy being spun in a giant whirlwind. Shrink. The delighted phosphor monster, seeing its toy disappear, immediately grew furious. Jia. The withered bones buried below the graveyard responded to the monster's call, one by one reviving. Crack. Skeletals twisted their necks toward Fong Juyo. Eye sockets glowing ghostly fire. They picked up bone blades. Some wielded bone swords, thigh bones, arm bones, a myriad of bony weapons. They lined up like an army of soldiers, waving their weapons as they charged toward Fong Juyo. 1, 2. About 10,000 skeletons surged forward like locusts. Fong Juyo revealed a surprised yet delighted look. These weren't just bones. They were EXP points. Knowing I want to sleep, you've brought me a pillow. Well done. I have to commend you. Divine Traveling 8 Directions, Fight. The first move of Divine Traveling 8 Directions, Fight, filled Fong Juyo with increasing courage. Through the sheer power of his battle aura, he unsure-ed the enemy. The once fearsome skeleton army froze instantly, fear flickering in their eye sockets under the murderous intent radiating from Fong Juyo. Despite their large numbers, their strength was merely at the foundation building or divine treasure stages, with a certain level of awareness. Fear of the unknown stopped them from advancing. Suddenly, several golden rays of light fell from the void, like golden meteors crashing into the ranks of the skeleton army. Pung! A series of explosions echoed. Before the skeletons could react, many of them were blown to dust. The phosphor monster became furious, howling wildly, letting out gagaga sounds while emitting a radiant glow that spread over the burial ground. The ghostly fire in the skeleton warriors' eyes burned even brighter, and raising their bone blades, bone swords, femurs, and arm bones, they charged forward at extreme speed. The earth roared, shaking with a rumbling sound. Just like a swarm of locusts passing through, the small grasses and shrubs on the graveyard were instantly reduced to nothingness. The crackling, roaring, and footsteps of the advancing skeleton army sounded like thunder. Fong Juyo narrowed his eyes, his expression sharp as a sword. Xiao Jingchong in his hand pointed toward the sky. He shouted again, Divine Traveling 8 Directions, Fight. Golden beams of light pierced down from the heavens, and a giant golden dragon descended, coiling through the sky. The night was lit as bright as day, the entire burial ground illuminated like a blazing lantern. Everywhere the golden light reached, the skeleton army dissolved into nothingness. The divine dragon roamed across the 8 directions, reducing the skeletons to ash in an instant. Before the eyes of all, those fleeing skeletons disintegrated from head to toe into dust, vanishing into the air. The floating phosphor monster was seemingly purified, letting out sharp shrieks. Gagaga! As the golden dragon pierced through its body, the monster shattered into tens of thousands of floating phosphor flames, scattering across the land. With the skeleton army nearing its destruction, suddenly, a thunderous sound rumbled from beneath the earth. A giant skeletal hand shot out from the ground. Then, a colossal skeletal figure emerged from underground. A towering, 100-meter-high behemoth appeared before Fong Juyo. Wachow, is this a skeleton king? Fong Juyo's face went blank, thinking, are you kidding me? Can I still play this game? First, the phosphor monster. Then, the skeleton army. Now you give me a final boss? So, is this some kind of graveyard dungeon challenge? The aura radiating from the skeleton king seemed terrifyingly strong, its eye sockets filled with raging ghostly fire. Its massive body slightly shifted, making the ground tremble. Gazing down at Fong Juyo from above, it sent forth a consciousness message. Kid, is it you who woke me from my slumber? Fong Juyo opened his mouth wide, disbelief flashing in his eyes. This skeleton king could actually communicate through consciousness. Chapter 40, A Fierce Battle with the Skeleton King. A cold wind blew as the burial ground appeared terrifying and grim. The 100-meter-tall skeleton king stood in the dark like a demon god, seeming capable of crushing Fong Juyo beneath a single step. Lord Skeleton King, I didn't mean to disturb you. Actually, I'm just waking you up to take a piss. Fong Juyo wore a warm expression, shamelessly spewing nonsense. Ka. The bones of the skeleton king creaked. He lowered his head and looked down at Fong Juyo, the ghostly flames in his eye sockets hissing and burning. A deep voice was transmitted directly into Fong Juyo's mind. Little brat, you dare to humiliate this king? I will assimilate you into my guard, making you serve me forever. His bony hand turned into a blade and slashed down toward Fong Juyo, raising a cloud of dust from the ground. A 30-meter-long trench carved by the slash appeared on the chaotic burial ground. However, the moment the bony blade came down, Fong Juyo dodged instantly with a free and easy step, darting behind the skeleton king. He had nearly kicked the bucket. This damn skeleton king seemed to have reached the late Yuan Shin stage. Fong Juyo's eyes turned quickly. System, quickly report the drop rate. I want to level up and eliminate the skeleton king. Ding. Master, eliminating 10,086 skeleton soldiers, 520 spirit treasury stage skeletons, 1,314 foundation building stage skeletons, and 8,252 innate stage skeletons. Total cultivation value obtained is approximately 4,300 points. Cumulative total, 803,000 points. What? I killed over 10,000 skeletons and only gained 4,300 points. Fong Juyo wanted to cry but couldn't. He never expected that killing low-level skeletons would barely satisfy his gains. He was still short 200,000 points for the next level. Lower the difficulty, lower the multiplier by tenfold. Master, look for Purple Mansion and Yuanshin stage gods instead. These life Jinshu certainly have no shortage of them. Fong Juyo naturally understood that already, but after realizing he earned less than a single point on average per skeleton he killed, all his hard work seemed like a fruitless waste. Suddenly, the Skeleton King's head rotated a full 360 degrees, twisting around. Kid, why are you hiding behind me? Taking a piss. Fong Juyo looked up at the 100-meter-tall Skeleton King and smirked. If I were taking a piss, would you like a sip? How about I pee into your ghostly flames? Ka. The Skeleton King was furious. Lifting his left foot, it darkened the sky like a black cloud covering thousands of square meters. Iji Tinya. In an instant, Fong Juyo vanished from sight. When the massive foot came crashing down, it left behind a huge crater thousands of square meters in size, rivaling a deep canyon. Truly terrifying, like a naturally formed 5A level canyon tourist attraction. Huh, where'd this little bug go? The Skeleton King displayed a shocked expression. Despite rotating his head 360 degrees, he still couldn't spot Fong Juyo. The chaotic burial ground was the Skeleton King's territory. Fong Juyo couldn't leave unless the Skeleton King was defeated. The Skeleton King was the sovereign of this place, the core node of the entire formation. Earlier, Fong Juyo had tried the Iji Tinya technique. Upon touching the formation, he automatically bounced back and landed atop the Skeleton King's head, naturally undetected. This little bug wouldn't have fled beyond my territory, would it? One after another, his consciousness waves swept out. The Skeleton King flickered with ghostly flames, clenching his hands together with creaking sounds. Suddenly, he fiercely slammed his palm downward at his own head. Fuck! Skeleton King, you're so sneaky. At the very moment the palm wind came down, Fong Juyo evaded using the free and easy steps again, hearing a hurricane-level wind whistle past his ear. Fong Juyo landed 100 meters from the Skeleton King, pretending to glare at him furiously. Skeleton King, you've broken martial ethics. Beware, I might break your bones later. No, even better, turn you into ashes. Fong Juyo caressed the little golden spear in his hand. This divine artifact, capable of instantly shattering bones, was naturally the bane of skeletons. Little bug, you dare insult me so? I sentence you to death. The Skeleton King leaped high with both feet, aiming to crush Fong Juyo into a pulp. Again, breaking martial rules. Don't you know your smelly foot stench is reaching the heavens? Haven't you washed your feet in 10,000 years? Swoosh. The Iji Tinya technique activated again. He zoomed past the Skeleton King at speeds invisible to the naked eye, faster than light. Pung. Another two massive craters of nearly 10,000 square meters each appeared in the chaotic burial ground. If the Shanghai Deep Pit Hotel were built here, it would definitely become famous across all life Jinshi. Damn it, Skeleton King. I've given you 2 chances. This time, it's my turn to attack. Divine Roam through the 8 wastes. Attack. The void turned golden. The sky above the burial ground appeared as if covered by heavy golden clouds, pressing downward. Suddenly, the wind howled, and golden beams of light poured down. The Skeleton King displayed a terrified expression, as though the golden lights could purify him. He kicked hard with both legs. Countless amounts of soil erupted skyward, forming a cloud of earth elements hovering 1,000 meters above his head. With this earthy cloud cover above, the Skeleton King's terror slowly faded. Yet, Fong Juyo gripped his golden spear and transformed into a golden dragon, charging straight toward the Skeleton King's head. Little bug, you're asking for death. The enraged Skeleton King swung a giant palm down like a sky-covering wave. The golden dragon energy pierced the palm, instantly turning it into powder. No, little bug, I surrender. Fong Juyo pretended not to hear, rushing toward its head and piercing straight through its 2 eye sockets filled with ghostly flames. Oh, Hell King will never let you go. With a final roar, the Skeleton King cried out before death. The colossal skeleton began to disintegrate from the top, crumbling into dust that drifted down like ash. Finally, this monstrous being had been slain. A joyful gleam sparkled in Fong Juyo's eyes. Relying on a 100-fold attack buff combined with the divine roam through the 8 wastes, first strike, he had finally returned the Skeleton King to the earth. He continuously activated the Iji Tinya several times, and now found his spiritual power nearly drained. Without wasting time to ask the system, he sat cross-legged on the ground to recover. Precious spirit replenishing pills were tossed into his mouth, like candy. The powerful medicinal effects surged through his body as spiritual energy. The next day, a ray of morning sunlight poured down, illuminating Fong Juyo's face. His handsome features shimmered with golden light. He slowly opened his eyes, clear, pure eyes glowing with a gentle brilliance. My spiritual energy is finally restored. Fong Juyo stretched lazily, stood up, and froze as his eyes scanned the area. Where's the burial ground? Last night's battle had obliterated the chaotic burial ground entirely. Gigantic craters appeared where graves once stood, flat ground now devoid of a single bone. The entire landscape had become unusually clear, with the foul-in energy of the burial ground replaced by crisp freshness. Ding! Master, successfully eliminated Skeleton King boss. Triggered 100,000-fold drop rate. Cultivation value obtained, 800,000 points. Total accumulated, 1,603,000 points. Standard for advancing to Purple Mansion early stage reached. Master, would you like to increase your cultivation level? Did he even need to ask? Of course he did. This was a life Jinshu, filled with bizarre creatures, vicious monsters, gods, ghosts, and demons. Without higher cultivation power, what was he supposed to play with? Paper planes? Purple Mansion stage, 1 million. Promotion to Purple Mansion early stage completed. A surge of immense energy surged through his body. Another rise in his life's hierarchy. At the Purple Mansion stage, one's lifespan reached 500 years. The new realm signified harmony between heaven and man, and the ability to shatter mountains. A true peak of middle stage cultivation. Reaching this level allowed one to establish sects or dominate empires and kingdoms. Not bad. Reaching the Purple Mansion stage. How far can I go before defeating a tribulation-passing cultivator? Fong Juyo's eyes gleamed with excitement, clearly delighted. Suddenly, he smacked his own head hard. Damn it. Why didn't I use the purple sky divine lightning last night? Isn't that the nemesis of evil spirits? Finally regaining his senses, Fong Juyo realized he had completely forgotten his two major divine skills. Aside from the Iji Tianya speed technique, there was also the purple sky divine lightning, a fearsome offensive ability said to rival divine lightning strikes themselves. Senior brother, do you think there are bion flowers in the burial ground? A soft voice came from far away. Chapter 41, Disciple of Lingji Cave, Peerless Genius with a Myriad Flower Eye. The two entered the Lanzhang without the slightest effort, so much so that they wondered if they had come to the wrong place. Senior brother Wan, is this really the Lanzhang? The scene before them lacked the slightest trace of eerie energy. There wasn't a single grave mound in sight, nor any green plants. It looked more like broken ruins. The man dressed in white wore a sword at his waist and a white crown on his head, making for a quite handsome young gentleman. Yet compared to Fong Juyo, he still fell short. An SSS-ranked beauty, naturally, easily overshadowed an S-ranked handsome man. The man called Senior Brother One showed a look of shock, nearly doubting reality itself. He quickly pulled out a map, examined it for a while, and said in confusion, "Yes, this is it. Senior Brother, look, there's a cultivator over there." His junior sister suddenly cried out. The two glanced over and saw Fong Juyo watching them. "Whoa, Senior Brother, that man over there is so handsome, much better looking than you." The girl became lovesick, eyes wide and fixated on Fong Juyo, her passionate gaze undeterred by the thousands of meters between them. Wan's expression darkened instantly. Here she goes again. This junior sister of his, whom he had spoiled terribly, was acting improperly once more. With a few swift movements, the two landed before Fong Juyo. "This humble cultivator is Wan Huatong. This is my junior sister, Xia Yuha." Wan Huatong greeted with a courteous bow. Fong Juyo returned the gesture. "I am Fong Juyo, honored to meet Senior Brother Wan and Junior Sister Xia." A smile spread across Fong Juyo's face, gentle and refreshing, sending a shock through Wan Huatong's heart. What a refined young noble, easily surpassing the 8 most outstanding young talents of the life-prohibiting zones. "Senior Brother Fong, might I ask if this truly is the Lanzhang?" Wan Huatong revealed a hint of doubt. The map should not be wrong. It had cost him a small fortune at an auction, all for the sake of the mythical BR flower. According to legend, the Beyond Bloom enhances one's soul power and can be refined into miraculous medicines like the Soul Regeneration Pill or the Soul Nourishing Pill. Well, it was the Lanzhang last night. Fong Juyo gave a slightly awkward smile, not having expected that his fight with the Skeleton King would completely transform the Injiangong into a completely changed land. "Brother Fong, don't tell me this is your doing? Could it be you're the legendary Skeleton King transformed?" Xia Yuha flinched with fear, hiding behind Wan Huatong while peeking cautiously at Fong Juyo. Wan Huatong gave an embarrassed bow. "Senior Brother Fong, please forgive my junior sister's rudeness." He pulled her forward, giving her a stern look. "Junior sister, Senior Brother Fong is a human, not a fiend. He is a rare Purple Mansion realm expert." "Heavens, Brother Fong, you are in the Purple Mansion realm? You're almost as strong as my Wan's senior brother. But judging from your appearance, you're no older than 100, right?" Xia Yuha, as if already familiar with him, grabbed Fong Juyo's arm and shook it back and forth. "Correct. I'm exactly 18 years old." No sooner had Fong Juyo spoken than the two froze, disbelief clearly painted across their faces. "Brother Fong, you're only 18? Wait, isn't that younger than me?" Xia Yuha began to count with her fingers in a dramatic fashion, exclaiming shortly afterward, "I'm actually 60 years older than you. My heavens, little brother Fong, you really are young. So thin, so tall, and so young," she added at the end. Fong Juyo's forehead darkened in 3 angry lines, 2 across his eyes and 1 straight down his forehead. 78-year-old senior sister. Xia Yuha gleamed with satisfaction at the title. "Little brother Fong, I like this address very much, senior sister." Huh. Fong Juyo could only stare speechlessly at the carefree Xia Yuha. Here's a mature woman trying to act youthful in front of him, completely unbearable. "Senior brother Fong, my junior sister can be a bit naughty. Please bear with her," Wan Huatong interjected quickly, seeing Fong Juyo slowly losing his composure. "Senior brother Wan, your junior sister is indeed quite charming. She truly is the kind of incomparable beauty whom all admire." Though a complete insincere flattery, these words struck Xia Yuha's ears as the sweetest words in the world. "Really, little brother Fong, am I really that great? Do flowers truly bloom upon seeing me? Do all people truly love me at first sight? Little brother Fong, do you love me?" An instant silence fell over the scene, and Wan Huatong stood dumbfounded, irritation growing inside him. Fong Juyo stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. "You're asking if I love you the moment we meet? This is moving faster than a rocket. I was just humoring you just now, and you actually took it seriously? Heir, enough, junior sister. Have you forgotten why we came here?" Wan Huatong quickly took over the conversation to ease Fong Juyo's discomfort, though secretly, he was nearly bursting with laughter. With a sister of this kind, anyone would find it hard to tolerate her, right? I almost got too enchanted by the handsome Fong Jr. This is Xia elder sister's mistake. After a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes, Xia Yuha continued asking, "Fong Jr., you just said this was the Lanzhang last night, but today it's changed completely? Could it be you actually killed the Skeleton King?" Fong Juyo simply nodded. The two were expressions of shock, so he really had killed the Skeleton King. According to records, the Skeleton King at Tadang had strength rivaling the peak soul formation stage, which was something no ordinary cultivator could handle. It would at least require an early-stage ascendant realm expert of the human race to defeat. Wan Huatong had merely come here first to check whether the Beyond Flower existed, then return and gather a group of experts to fight it. Never did he expect it had already been destroyed by a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Could this person be a disciple from a supreme sect, perhaps an emperor's heir, to transcend 1 major realm and 7 minor ones? Did such individuals even exist in the life-prohibiting zones? Senior brother Wan, Fong Jr. is amazing. He's even stronger than you. Why don't you two have a duel? Whoever wins gets me as their biggest fan. Xia Yuha's face flushed red, fluttering her eyes in an adorable way, already daydreaming again. Cultivator Fong, you really surprised me. Might I ask which sect you belong to? Wan Huatong once again clasped his hands in salute. He believed it was better to befriend a genius like this rather than make him an enemy. From talking with him for half a day, one could tell Feng's speech and manner were unlike those of any ordinary sect disciple. Surely he must be someone of imperial heir status from a supreme sect. Cultivator Wan, I am not a human from within the life-prohibiting zones. I come from the Xintian great world beyond. Once again, the two were stunned. Could it be that all the prodigies from the outside world were this powerful? Feng Jr., you've once again exceeded my expectations of you. How about joining our Lingji Cave? Our Lingji Cave is one of the 8 supreme sects of the life-prohibiting zones. My senior brother Wan here is known as one of the top 8 peerless geniuses of the zones, nicknamed the Red Dot of Central Plains. Xia Yuha blinked her bright eyes, filled with longing and expectation. To be honest, I came here to the life-prohibiting zones for cultivation trials, and I know nothing about it. I wonder, Cultivator Wan, if you could kindly share some information about this place. Wan Huatong smiled slightly, secretly beginning to form a scheme in his mind. He felt no jealousy toward Fong Juyo. Quite the contrary, he had formed a good impression and now wished to become friends. So he began slowly explaining all about the life-prohibiting zones. What Fong Juyo heard about the life-prohibiting zones was far more complex than what Sidu Shueji had described to him. This place was vast, no one knew just how vast. The main concentration of human activity was in the central region, rich in resources, filled with spirit veins, and developed over hundreds of thousands of years through the efforts of previous generations. The 8 major cities were controlled by 8 supreme sects. The 24 satellite cities were jointly managed by 36 other sects. These 8 main cities and 24 satellites were spread throughout the central region, working together to resist the attacks of forbidden forces, forbidden creatures, and evil demons. Outside the central region lay the 8 forbidden zones, located in the east, south, west, and north directions. These were lands filled with countless opportunities, yet also countless calamities. They were both a paradise for treasure-seeking cultivators and a graveyard for those with ill fate. At night, forbidden energy descended, awakening countless monsters and demons, and giving birth to countless elite creatures. In short, the life-prohibiting zones. Extremely dangerous. Incredibly terrifying. Utterly evil. Chapter 42, A Sword Strike to Annihilate the Genius Tang Chu, the Doomed Humanoid Abomination, Part 1. The 3 of them chatted away, carrying on a lively conversation. Gradually, Fong Juyo became familiar with the situation here and learned the survival laws of human cultivators. At night, one must not leave the city. The forbidden power descending from the Jinshu would cause human cultivators to mutate and transform into monsters. Unless, of course, the cultivator could resist the forbidden power. Fong Juyo, being an anomaly, possessed an innate immaculate chaotic body that was immune to these so-called forbidden forces. For an outsider cultivator to leave this life prohibition zone, one must stay for 100 years and obtain the title of Murder God before being allowed to be transported out by the Badao force of the life prohibition zone. Otherwise, one would have to remain for another century. Fong Juyo listened to their conversation and felt the life prohibition zone resembled a giant vessel for raising venomous insects, using countless forbidden beasts, evil spirits, demons, and such to strengthen and ultimately select the strongest among human cultivators. One friend, has anyone in the life prohibition zone broken through to the ascension realm and ascended to the supreme heaven? Wan Huadong paused in thought before replying. Those grand elders who reach the peak of the ascension realm will enter a place called the Ascension Cave on the 9th day of the 9th month every 99 years to undergo the final purification ritual before ascending. However, no one knows for sure if they actually ascend after entering the Ascension Cave. Fong Juyo felt a slight tremor. Why couldn't cultivators here simply shatter the Shikong and ascend into broad daylight? Why must they go to the Ascension Cave? One friend, can cultivators from the life prohibition zone leave here for the Xintian Great World? Wan Huatong shook his head and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a mysterious pattern on his arm, resembling both a cage and a flower. Anyone born within the life prohibition zone bears this mark on their arm. We cannot leave unless we reach the peak of the Ascension realm and ascend from the Ascension Cave to the upper realms. Fong Juyo's expression turned to one of astonishment. Just as he had suspected. Deeply, he felt pity for the people here. For an entire life confined to this place, battling against forbidden beasts and demonic fiends day after day, where was the peace and serenity in their lives? Compared to them, he indeed had it far better. Fong Juyo accepted Wan Huadong's invitation, and the 3 left the Ganong, heading toward one of the major cities, Spirit Silencing City. Spirit Silencing City, named after the Spirit Silencing Cave, was home to millions of cultivators, with no ordinary humans present. The latter could not survive inside the life prohibition zone anyway. From the outside, Spirit Silencing City looked like a dark tortoise crouching between 4 vast mountains, guarding the passage linking it to Sunset City. The city walls rose hundreds of feet into the air, lined with countless defensive mechanisms. Blood stained the walls, filling the air with a heavy scent of iron, shocking those who passed by. The city guards, holding special long spears, patrolled the ramparts, eyes scanning the distance for signs of monstrous attacks. Within the city, however, was a completely different world. Prosperous shops were scattered like stars, bustling with endless crowds, bringing a glimmer of vitality to this smoke-choked metropolis. 2 dogs, did you hear about it? Hear what? Tang Chu, one of the 8 heaven-endowed geniuses, has defeated 10 top experts in a row here in our Spirit Silencing City, boldly declaring that Wan Huadong should bow to his feet. So arrogant, Tang Chu dares provoke our heaven-endowed genius Wan Huadong. You don't know? It's said Wan Huatong is hiding and refusing to accept the challenge. No way. Wan Huatong is the top genius of the Spirit Silencing Cave, known as the Red Dot of Central Plains. He ranks among the top 5 young cultivators in the entire central region. More like Red Dot of Butthole than Red Dot of Central Plains, coward. Wan Huatong's expression turned pitch black. Xia Yuhua completely exploded in fury, scolding the gossiping cultivators beside her. You 2 babbling mouths, do you want me to break your legs? The sudden voice frightened the 2, causing them to look at each other in confusion. Upon lifting their heads, they instantly felt their hearts go cold. It was the fiery little pepper of spirit silencing cave, Xiaoyuhua. We're sorry. Xia Daoyu, you two spreading nonsense. Do you want me to throw you both outside the city to be fed to evil spirits? No, we won't do it again, we won't. The two scampered off, leaving behind Xiaoyuhua's angry words. One senior brother, go give that freak Tang Chu a good beating. Daring to lord himself around in our spirit silencing city. My uncle may be able to run, but my auntie won't run. Fong Juyo frowned slightly and corrected. Well said, what a commoner could run, who couldn't run? Xia Daoyu, did your Su teacher teach you how to speak? Xia Yuhua rolled her eyes and shouted, whatever. It means the same thing. I, Miss Yuhua, just can't tolerate that petty guy Tang Chu. Well, talking bad about me behind my back, little pepper, you sure have nerve. A mocking voice came from behind them suddenly. They turned around and saw a man wearing red clothes with fully painted lips and meticulously drawn eyebrows. To be precise, it was a cross-dressing eunuch man walking toward them with exaggerated feminine gestures. Fong Juyo almost vomited 3 gene of bile upon seeing this. It was his first time encountering such an eccentric man in the cultivation world, and naturally, he burst into laughter. Ha! Hostile gazes immediately shifted to Fong Juyo. Tang Chu, about to fly into a rage, suddenly had his anger extinguished when he saw Fong Juyo's charming and dashing appearance, which nearly blinded his titanium eyes. He gasped in admiration. Young master, allow me to introduce myself. This humble little lady is Tang Chu, and I've been fortunate to meet you. He put on an overly effeminate expression and swayed his hips. Fong Juyo instantly froze, while Xiao La Jiao Xia Yuhua burst into uncontrollable laughter. Brother Fong, why don't you accept Tang Chu into your harem? Where did this she-male come from? Get lost. Fong Juyo snapped furiously, provoking an immediate change in Tang Chu's expression. He extended a slender finger like an orchid blossom and spoke in a coquettish voice. Young master, you mustn't talk about me like that. Fong Juyo's eyes turned icy cold, a glint of killing intent flashing through them. If you don't leave immediately, she-male Tang, today I'll cut off something important. Wah, you're bullying this helpless little lady. Young master, how can you be so cruel? Tang Chu feigned wiping tears before swaying his waist provocatively again. That was truly Tang Chu weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom. Fong Juyo radiating murderous intent to the heavens. Fong Juyo drew his cold ice immortal sword, an icy chill spreading outward. Tang Chu, who had been acting theatrically, returned to his normal self and revealed a mocking smile. Young master, are you sure you want to fight with little lady? Fong Juyo stared coldly, disdain flickering in the corner of his eyes. You damn she-male disgust me. Perhaps I should help you switch genders again. Tang Chu finally lost his temper. He stamped his foot, and countless cracks appeared in the ground beneath him. Young master, you've hurt little lady's heart deeply. Today I must conquer you. You shall be mine. Tang Chu licked his lips, his eyes filled with intense desire. He had fallen in love with Fong Juyo at first sight. The more defiant and handsome a young man was, the more he liked them. He swore to bring all handsome men into his private chamber. Coming here to challenge Wan Huatong was just phase 1. His ultimate objective was to add the graceful Wan Huatong to his collection of conquests. But now Fong Juyo had barged in and stunned him like a divine apparition, making him forget all about Wan Huatong. Wait! Wan Huatong, the host, stepped forward. Tang Chu raised his eyebrows, smirking. Master Wan, does young master also wish to fall into little lady's arms? Uffed. Xia Yuhua couldn't stand it anymore and burst into uncontrollable laughter. My heavens! Miss Tang Chu, how greedy can you be? Not only do you want my Fong brother, but you even have your eyes on my senior brother Wan now. May I ask, brother Fong could be your harem king. Can't my senior brother Wan become your harem queen? Tang Chu's eyes lit up, exclaiming joyfully. Little Pepper, you really are my dear sister's military strategist. What a great suggestion. Fong master, you shall be my empress from now on, and Wan Huatong, you will be my royal concubine. Wan Huatong glanced at Fong Juyo, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Master Fong, will you handle this, or shall I? Fong Juyo frowned deeply. These people spoke in such suggestive ways. Leave him to me. I want to eliminate this dead she-male before he spreads any infectious love disease. Fong Juyo's eyes flared with rage. He had decided to kill this detestable she-male who dared to set his sights on him. There was only one possible ending, death. Hee. Fong master, you've made little lady angry, and now I'll have to spank your little bottom. Tang Chu smirked, and without hesitation, his red longsword produced a blossom of peach blossom sword energy, soaring into the sky. Instantly, crimson clouds filled the sky. It seemed as though they had entered a ghostly realm. Innumerable red petals slowly descended, each one as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Tang Chu's crimson cloud of peach blossoms filled the air, covering an area of 500 square meters with terrifying intensity. Chapter 43, One Sword to Exterminate the Heaven's Pride. Tang Chu, the dead transgender demon. Petal by petal, peach blossoms fell. The rosy fragrance was intoxicating. The red petals danced in the air, each one exuding a murderous red aura. Fong Juyo smiled slightly. Although the attack came like a storm covering the sky and earth, what could it do against his absolute power? Even if Tang Chu was at the peak of Yuanshin realm, what could he do? Fong Juyo unsheathed the cold ice immortal sword and gently waved it towards the red clouds. One sword of freedom light. In an instant, the red clouds in the sky vanished without a trace. 10 suns simultaneously appeared in the sky, causing an astonishing phenomenon. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The cultivators in Lingji City were frightened, expressions of horror appearing on their faces. Countless beams of intense sunlight fell like threads, and the petals under their light bath quickly turned into dust. The sword aura in the air halted just 1 foot away from Fong Juyo, unable to proceed even a step further before being instantly annihilated by the falling beams. Tang Chu's expression suddenly changed. Even now he could still feel the terror of the light. A red umbrella materialized in the void, opening itself and floating above his head. When the sunlight struck the umbrella, it produced a hissing sound. Within moments, the red umbrella turned to ashes. This time, Tang Chu could no longer stay calm. Fong young master, how dare you destroy my precious red cloud umbrella? I won't let you off. With both hands raised, countless red cloth strips transformed into red dragons attacking Fong Juyo. His body entirely disappeared. Fong Juyo looked around but could no longer find him. All he saw was an ocean of countless red cloth strips rushing towards him. Watch me use the second move of one sword of freedom, darkness. The cold ice immortal sword rotated above his head. Instantly, an area spanning 5 kilometers was transformed into complete darkness, so pitch black that no figure could be seen. Master Wan, what kind of technique is Fong brother using? It's terrifying. One moment the sun, the next eternal darkness. It should be a move beyond the heavenly ascension realm. The transgender demon Tang Chu is going to suffer. Under the light of Wan Huadong's artifact, Xiaoyu remained visible and unaffected by the duel. However, Tang Chu hiding beneath the red cloths suffered greatly. Fong Juyo's second move of one sword of freedom. Darkness not only twisted space, but also created a darkness where a sword strike came silently and unseen, only noticeable when it was directly in front of you. Suddenly, a streak of white light flashed by, as if the sky had been ripped open. The expressions of the cultivators in Lingji City became full of terror. Heavens, is he going to tear apart the heavens? This sword capable of breaking the sky, truly unrivaled in the world. The light flashed through the darkness like lightning, faster than the speed of light, making their skin crawl as they plunged into abyssal fear. Sweat broke out on Tang Chu's face hidden under the red cloths. His pupils only reflected that terrifying streak of white light. Following immediately, the red cloth strips turned into nothingness. The light vanished into the darkness, only to reappear and strike again from within it. No! Red Cloud Sword Art. The red sword in Tang Chu's hand unleashed his strongest sword technique in his life, the Red Cloud Sword Art. Thousands of red sword auras formed a red sword shield above his head. An enormous red sword shield floated above him. The white light coming from the darkness struck the shield, visibly turning into nothingness. It was absorbed into the top of Tang Chu's head. The peerless heaven's pride, under the exposure of the white light, slowly dissolved into nothingness. His eyes revealed regret. The sky returned to normal, but Tang Chu had already vanished. Xiaoyu and Wan Huatong revealed astonished expressions. Innumerable cultivators looked at Fong Juyo with terror. With one sword strike, the red clouds were shattered. With another, Tang Chu was exterminated. That was Tang Chu, one of the 8 heavens' pride within the Forbidden Life Zone, known as the top prodigy of the Sunset Valley, dominating the younger generation there. Xiaoyu calmed her heart and revealed a delighted expression. Fong brother, you're so powerful. I didn't expect that beneath your slender frame, you hide such a formidable battle power. The corner of Fong Juyo's lips twitched. That Xia girl's mouth was too venomous. Wan Huatong revealed a trace of concern, warning him. Fong fellow cultivator, you have eliminated the heaven's pride of the Sunset Valley. You've invited a huge trouble. Tang Chu's elder brother is Tang Yan, the youngest enforcement elder of the Sunset Valley. He broke into the heavenly ascension realm 1,000 years ago, and it's said that he's already at the middle stage of the ascension now. Tang Chu was the imperial disciple of the Sunset Valley, hailed as the most promising disciple. His master is the living fossil Changyang, who has lived 15,000 years already, having reached the peak of the heavenly ascension realm. This person is extremely protective of his disciples. Fong fellow cultivator, I suggest you join our Lingji cave. Then the Sunset Valley cannot openly retaliate against you. Wan Huatong was genuinely impressed by Fong Juyo's talent and combat prowess. If Fong Juyo was able to kill Tang Chu, how much more so himself? If Fong Juyo joined the Lingji cave, the whole balance of power among the 8 top-tier sects would change. Among the younger generation, no one would stand against Fong Juyo. As long as he continued growing and broke through into the heavenly ascension realm, who in the entire Forbidden Life Zone would dare challenge the Lingji cave? They would dominate resource allocation absolutely. Fong Juyo shook his head and rejected the offer outright. Senior Wan, I appreciate your kind intention, but I haven't tested yet whether I can instantly kill an expert at the heavenly ascension stage. The heavenly ascension stage was his source of experience points. How could he show fear? Wan Huatong and Xiaoyu exchanged surprised looks. Did he actually want to confront an expert at the heavenly ascension stage? The two gave him an exasperated expression. An expert at the heavenly ascension stage had already undergone the tribulation. They were known as half-immortals capable of wielding part of the forces of nature. They could overturn rivers and mountains with a single palm. For cultivators below this stage, it was an insurmountable peak. Experts at the heavenly ascension stage could easily wipe out those at the Yuanshan stage, let alone those at the Zifu stage. Dear Fong, your combat power can crush any heaven's pride, but against someone at the heavenly ascension stage, you stand no chance at all. Please consider joining our Lingji cave. Xiaoyu wore a concerned expression. Although she had only known him for a day, Fong Juyo's temperament and character surpassed many experts of the heavenly pride level. Who allowed you to recruit disciples outside? An impolite voice came from a distance. Clack clack clack. A group of disciples dressed in the attire of Lingji cave approached, led by an elder whose face was gloomy and eyes filled with ill intent. When Wan Huatong and Xiaoyu saw this, they hurriedly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Elder Song. Humph. Elder Song glanced at Wan Huatong and Xiaoyu before shifting his gaze to Fong Juyo. A sneer formed on his lips. Young man, you dare to kill the heaven's pride of Sunset Valley in our Lingji city. How bold of you. Fong Juyo frowned slightly and gazed coldly at the approaching Elder Song. What? Do you mean my killing a person from Sunset Valley falls under your jurisdiction? Or are you actually a disciple of Sunset Valley despite claiming to belong to Lingji cave? Elder Song's face changed dramatically, and his old face revealed a ferocious expression. Rude. Chua. Behind the elder, the disciples swiftly drew their swords, ready to seize Fong Juyo. Wan Huatong and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their expressions subtly changing. They rushed forward to stop them. Junior brothers, lower your weapons. Fong fellow cultivator is my friend. He knew all too well the consequences of offending Fong Juyo. Making him an enemy would spell disaster for Lingji cave. Someone capable of crushing the heaven's pride could ruin their sect if he grew stronger. He could not afford to have Fong as an enemy, only as an ally. Wan Huatong, stay out of this. Step aside and don't interfere with my enforcement of discipline. We must hand over any criminal threatening the stability of the 8 great sects to Sunset Valley for handling. Elder Song spoke with an air of righteousness, causing Wan Huatong's expression to darken. Elder Song, are you determined to act unilaterally? Elder Song sneered, casting a look of disdain toward Wan Huatong. What? Is the Imperial Heir one trying to interfere with my duty as the enforcement elder? Are you saying my grandfather Song's shirt doesn't exist? Seize the criminal. A flash of killing intent passed through Wan Huatong's eyes. I'd like to see who dares. The disciples ready to act hesitated instantly, glancing back and forth between Elder Song and Wan Huatong, uncertain of what to do, looking at each other in confusion. Ding. Host, successfully exterminating the Imperial Heir Tang Chu, surpassing the limit by 10 tiers, triggering a luck drop rate of 10,000 times. Cultivation value gained, 80,000. Total cultivation value accumulated, 683,000 points. Fong Juyo smirked slightly. He hadn't expected that killing Tang Chu would yield only a 10,000-fold bonus. Senior Wan, let me handle this. I don't want to harm the relationship among your sect's seniors and juniors. Fong Juyo stepped forward, standing calmly in front of Elder Song, a faint and mysterious smile appearing on his face. Chapter 44. Refusing the invitation from Lingji Cave. Song Ren grinned widely and said, Brat, you're pretty smart. Just follow this elder law enforcer quietly, and you'll be spared unnecessary suffering. Fong Juyo shook his finger, glanced at Wan Huatong, and laughed. Brother Wan, if I kill this twisted freak Song Ren, would your Lingji Cave send people to hunt me down? Wan Huatong stood frozen, completely stunned by Fong Juyo's words. Fellow Taoist Fong, don't you know Song Ren is an expert at the early stage of heavenly tribulation? Even I have to retreat 3 steps. How could you dare to kill him? Do you even think you can? Xia Yuho wasn't any better. She stared at Fong Juyo with her mouth wide open as if seeing a ghost, surprised that he actually dared to challenge an expert at the heavenly tribulation stage. Song Ren's face displayed a bloodthirsty smile. Ha ha ha, boy, did I hear right? Did you just say you want to kill me? A trash cultivator at the nascent foundation stage dares to kill a supreme expert like me at the early heavenly tribulation stage? Have you got infantile paralysis and are still half asleep? Fong Juyo drew out the little golden spear. His powerful aura astounded the crowd. A glint of greed flickered in Song Ren's eyes. This was actually the Dao-cutting divine spear. Although he couldn't use it, he could exchange it for the Dao-cutting divine sword. Boy, hand over that little spear in your hand. This elder law enforcer will not pursue your crime of killing then. Wan Huatong exchanged a glance with Xia Yuha, who immediately vanished from sight and started moving toward Lingji Cave. Song Ren merely glanced sideways, uninterested, not bothering to stop her, and fixed his eyes greedily on the little golden spear in Fong Juyo's hands. You want my little golden spear? Sure. Wait until you're dead. I'll burn it for you. The spear, originally just a few inches long, instantly stretched to a 2-meter-long golden long spear, evoking envy from the crowd. Greed deepened across Song Ren's face. At the same time, he was utterly enraged by Fong Juyo's casual talk of killing him. Seeking death, Song Ren lifted his hand towards the void. A crackling sound echoed through the air, followed by a thunderous roar. Immediately afterward, a massive white palm descended from the sky, rushing straight toward Fong Juyo. The surrounding disciples scrambled to retreat, with even Wan Huatong stepping back to 5 kilometers away. Even before the palm landed, the surrounding buildings began creaking ominously. Luckily, protective formations were in place. Otherwise, under the residual force of this palm alone, everything would have turned to dust. Just as Fong Juyo prepared to unleash divine wander through the 8 wildernesses, blood, a gourd flew out from the city. It absorbed the palm print with a single gesture into the air, and the imprint vanished into thin air. An old man with white hair walked on the shikung, descending step by step like an immortal, emitting white radiant light from his body. Seeing this, Wan Huatong immediately clasped his fists together and said, Greetings, master. The white-haired elder gave a slight smile and looked at Song Ren while scolding angrily. Song Ren, why are you causing trouble within the city? Why do you bully my disciple's friend? Song Ren forced a smile and said indifferently, This young thief publicly killed Tang Chu, the prodigy of the Sunset Valley, inside Lingji City, and is thus a great enemy to our Lingji sect. As an elder law enforcer, I must carry out the law impartially, capture this murderer, and hand him over to Sunset Valley to demonstrate the amity between our 2 sections. The white-haired elder spoke calmly. Let this matter drop here. Young friend, would you mind paying a visit to Lingji Cave? Fong Juyo smiled faintly. I was just about to suggest that. A stream of immortal chi wrapped around Fong Juyo and Wan Huatong, and they instantly vanished from the street. Chief Elder Song this? The disciple in charge of enforcement showed a look of embarrassment, turning to ask Song Ren. Song Ren's expression darkened. He tightly clenched his fists, the sound of cracking joints echoing. A shadow flickered across his face. Report this matter to Tang Yan. Let me see how Bai Jingji handles this. Song Ren waved his sleeve and left in displeasure toward Lingji Cave. Inside Lingji Cave, in the residence of Wan Huatong. At the upper seat sat Bai Jingji, Wan Huatong's master. Below were seated Fong Juyo, Wan Huatong, and Xia Yuha. The group sipped on immortal wine and began conversing. Young friend Fong, are you from the Xintian great world beyond our borders? After sipping some immortal wine, Bai Jingji asked. Senior Bai, I do indeed come from the continent of the Xintian great world. Fong Juyo admitted honestly, with no intention of concealing his origins. Even with countless fearsome figures in forbidden regions, for him, this actually brought advantage. Killing enemies and gaining equipment? How could he not enjoy that? No wonder you're a monstrous talent from the outside world. Truly remarkable. Several centuries ago, there was once a woman who also came from the Xintian great world. She led 1,000 people into the death forbidden zone, battled against the demons and monsters, exterminated tens of thousands of forbidden creatures, making the evil demons and monsters retreat in fear. Fong Juyo recalled Shimin Shueji's image. Shueji, the sexy leader in black armor, who constantly called him little husband. Senior Bai, was that woman named Shimin Shueji? Bai Jingji shook his head and stroked his several-inch-long beard. She wore a mask, and no one knew her real name. She had only one title, Yellow-Osha. She led 1,000 subordinates, forming a strange grand formation capable of effortlessly crushing evil spirits and demons. She led her forces to defend those minor cities 100 times in succession, repelling over 10,000 attacks from forbidden creatures and wiping out millions of evil spirits. Eventually, she gained recognition from the Ba Dao of the Life Forbidden Zone, and heaven bestowed upon her the title, Demon Hunting King. Fong Juyo was slightly startled. According to Bai Jingji's description, this figure seemed to perfectly align with Shimin Shueji. Mei Shangdao Shueji was so formidable, truly worthy of being the leader of the Black Armored Army. Wasn't she always wanting to warm his bed? Maybe, after he left here 100 years later, he could make her fulfill her promise? By then, it would be his coming-of-age ceremony. 118 years old, definitely past the infant stage. Young Master Fong, have you ever considered joining Lingji Cave and becoming a candidate for the Imperial Disciple? Then you could ensure the life forbidden zones. Bai Jingji gazed at Fong Juyo with hopeful eyes. Losing a cultivator of such talent was truly a pity. Fong Juyo gently put down his cup, glanced calmly at Bai Jingji, and bowed slightly. Fong Juyo is grateful for Senior Bai's favor, but my cultivation methods differ from traditional meditation. Only through slaughter can I rise. I'm sorry, I have no intention of joining any sect. Bai Jingji stiffened, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He actually refused his kindness. A trace of displeasure flickered in his heart. Not his disciple, then his enemy. A strange gleam passed through Bai Jingji's eyes. Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha grew anxious. Little brother Fong, by joining Lingji Cave, you would also receive the cave's protection. In the life forbidden zone, no one dares to challenge Lingji Cave. You naturally wouldn't need to worry about Sunset Valley hunting you down. That's right. Fellow cultivator Fong, if you join our Lingji Cave, we can provide you with any cultivation method you desire. Our Lingji Cave governs several smaller worlds, filled with countless demonic creatures, more than enough for you to gain power through slaughter. Fong Juyo shook his head and refused. I came to the life forbidden zone to experience the extreme of life and death. Walking a path under a sect's protection isn't the road I wish to take. I'm sorry. If I needed sect protection, why not stay at the Great Luo Holy Land, where grandfather could take care of me? But Xia Yuha hadn't finished when Bai Jingji cut her off. Since young Master Fong has made his decision, Xia Yuha, Wan Huatong, stop persuading him. You two arrange lodging for young Master Fong first. In a flash, Bai Jingji vanished from his seat, returning to his cave dwelling. Sitting cross-legged on a straw cushion, his kind facial expression vanished, revealing a sinister, gloomy face. Wan Huatong's talent still isn't enough. Looks like the third clone body must be placed on Fong Juyo. Two shadow clones emerged behind Bai Jingji, one black, cold and emotionless, one white, merciless and devoid of affection. Under Wan Huatong's guidance, Fong Juyo toured Lingji Cave. Indeed, it was a great human sect in the central region. Lingji Cave had as many as tens of thousands of disciples, far surpassing the Great Luo Holy Land. However, the disciple recruitment standards here were lower. Surprisingly, Lingji City, being one of the 8 major cities, accepted anyone with even the weakest spirit constitution, resulting in an uneven cultivation level and somewhat of a sham presence. Could it be that recruiting so many disciples was meant to deal with the forbidden creatures' attacks, using them as cannon fodder? Dang! A gong bell rang throughout Lingji City. Evil spirits are attacking the city. All cultivators must rush immediately to the city walls to defend. Chapter 45. Demons attack the city. The battle begins. On the city wall, many martial artists looked grave. A deafening roar echoed from the distant mountains. Tens of millions of demons marched forward like soldiers in formation, their eyes filled with malevolence and extreme brutality. As this thunderous roar shook heaven and earth, the cultivators stationed in Lingji City felt a tremor in their hearts. Their minds surged wildly, and lower realm martial artists turned pale with terror and anxiety in their eyes. The demons had arrived. Just as everyone was shocked, more roars came from the distance, shaking the heavens and earth. An indescribable tremor rose from beneath their feet, as if the entire ground were quaking and cracking open like an invisible curtain torn aside. Atop the distant mountains, a black demonic shadow twisted, sending out thunderous booms and crackling sounds spreading out alongside the breaking noise. 10 minutes later, hundreds of thousands of bizarre-shaped demons appeared 10 kilometers in front of Lingji City. Winged birdmen, skeleton soldiers wielding bone blades, spiky-furred tigers. Countless demons, filled with crimson malevolence and rage, were determined to capture Lingji City at all costs. As the demons behind howled, the ones in front charged forward. The earth shook and mountains trembled, like the arrival of the apocalypse. Hurry, hurry, hurry! This demon assault surpassed all previous ones both in numbers and strength. They were in a completely different league. The city lord of Lingji City, Xie Guanquan, had a tense expression. As a senior elder of Lingji Cave and concurrently city lord, every defense had seen losses nearing 1 million, each time making his heart shudder with fear. Fellow Taoists, act according to the established plan. Chen Tianba, you will lead 100,000 Zifu realm experts to guard the west gate. Pay attention to protecting the cultivators below the Shanten Jing. Zhao Sihai, you will lead 10,000 Yuanshan realm experts to guard the east gate and intercept the Shunsong realm demons. Lin Hai, you will lead 1,000 Dongsu realm experts as a mobile force to protect our Yuanshan realm and Zifu realm brethren. Experts at the Tribulation Ascension realm, prepare to provide immediate support. Kill. Under Xie Guanquan's command, over 1 million cultivators charged out of the city and engaged the attacking demons in battle. At first contact, the Lingji City cultivators were ruthlessly slaughtered without any resistance. Screams of agony echoed from below the city walls. A mid-Zifu realm expert had just killed a demon of the same level when a demon hiding underground cleaved him in two. A late Yuanshan realm expert charged forward, cutting down 20 Zifu realm and Shinsong realm demons before preparing to retreat. But a birdman at the early Tribulation Ascension realm hiding in the void shattered his skull. Innumerable arrows rained down from the city, mowing down row after row of lower realm demons. However, the fallen demons were assimilated by skeletons, transforming once more into a skeleton army, attacking the cultivators beneath the city walls. In an instant, Lingji City's cultivators suffered more than 200,000 casualties. Meanwhile, the dead demons were revived as skeletons, their combat power still ferocious and relentless, pushing all the way up to the city walls. Reporting to the city lord, a cultivator covered in blood flashed forward and bowed. City lord, bad news. The west gate is nearly breached. There are 100,000 Yuanshan and Zifu realm demons concentrating there. Xie Guanquan's expression turned pale. Looking up toward the sky, he found that all Tribulation Ascension realm experts were already engaged with the demons. There were no more left to send for reinforcement. Just as he furrowed his brow in worry, Wan Huatong, Xiaoyue, and Fong Juyo flew toward him. Uncle Master, let us defend the west gate. Wan Huatong volunteered, which brought Xie Guangquan immense joy. He responded with heartfelt words. Huatong, the west gate is entrusted to you. You must hold it firm. There are still several million Shantanjing and Kotanjing cultivators within the city. Wan Huatong appeared noble and resolute, immediately making a promise. Uncle Master, I guarantee to you, as long as I live, the west gate stands. If I fall, the west gate falls. Immediately afterward, Wan Huatong led Fong Juyo and others flying toward the west gate for reinforcement. At this moment, at the west gate, corpses were piled high, forming a mountain 10 zhang tall before the city gates. Countless Lingji city cultivators had perished, limbs severed and arms scattered, all their lifelong glory dissolving in an instant. Blood stained the city walls. A mountain of bodies had formed. They had fought only to protect Lingji city, only so their wives and children could live better lives inside. Fellow Taoists, hold the west gate. Behind us are our wives and children. Behind us are our parents. Would you step back and let the demons enter the city to massacre our loved ones? No, no. As long as we live, our homes stand. As long as we live, our city remains. Countless cries of battle arose from the city walls. The cultivators, ragged and covered in wounds, fought with all their strength. For the sake of their beliefs, for the safety of their loved ones within the city. Kill. The ranged cultivators atop the city walls fired their final arrows. These were the only tier treasure-grade bows remaining at the west gate. As the arrows blotted out sky and earth, screams of agony rang from the birdmen flying above. Like dumplings falling into boiling water, they dropped one after another. However, just as several thousand Shensong realm birdmen had died, more than 10,000 Zifu realm birdmen flew in. Everyone lost hope. This demon assault was like the demons had gone mad, attacking the walls and gates recklessly without fear of death. The birdmen in the skies provided cover, while the skeleton army surged forward like a tidal wave. No. The cultivators on the city walls shed tears. The west gate was nearly breached. Who knew how many loved ones would be slaughtered? At this moment, a furious roar split the sky. One sword to wander beyond. Darkness shines. In an instant, the sky suddenly darkened. The demons attacking the city revealed a flicker of fear. Crackling sounds burst forth. Above the heavens, countless streaks of falling stars illuminated the sky. Starlight cascaded down, transforming into countless sword auras that rained from the heavens. The skeletons and birdmen attacking the west gate screamed in agony. When the starlight touched their bodies, they disintegrated into dust, vanishing from the land. A graceful figure slowly descended from the skies. Outside the west gate, a 500-meter-wide expanse cleared. Over 100,000 demons had vanished entirely. On the west city wall, the final 100 cultivators were finally saved. Wan Huatong and Xiaoyue wore expressions of shock, while Fong Juyo had just eliminated over 100,000 demons with a single move. Most importantly, he had turned them into fine dust, ensuring they could never revive again. From afar, City Lord Xie Guangquan, who had been commanding the eastern gate, saw the scene unfold, his face filled with astonishment. Muttering softly, he said, "What a magnificent one sword to wander beyond. Fong fellow Taoist, you're truly monstrous." Wan Huatong held back for a while before finally blurting out those words. They had originally thought arriving at the west gate would mean fierce battle, even preparing for the possibility of sacrifice. Fong Juyo had gone so far as to wipe out over 100,000 demons in one stroke, making them feel almost irrelevant. "Fong, dear, is this perhaps your moment of hunting, your shining moment?" Xiaoyue's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo scratched his nose, responding without hesitation. "I'm revealing my cards now. I am a mass attack cultivator." They had expected him to be modest, but instead he was boastful, leaving them both uncertain whether to praise him or praise him even more. "Fong, dear, you're so proud of yourself. How about you go down and clear out all the remaining demons attacking the west gate?" "Alright." Fong Juyo retracted his ice blade sword, swapped it for a mid-tier immortal weapon called the Liuli spear, leaped down from the city walls, and charged forward with the long spear into the distant demonic hordes. This? Xiaoyue was stunned. That was just a fluke remark. How could he take it seriously? There were countless demons down there. Chapter 46. Battle, Three-Tailed Black Wolf General. In a single step spanning 1,000 meters, Fong Juyo instantly arrived at the skeleton army. The skeleton army's general, with blue glowing eyes, raised his bone saber that radiated blue light, and sent out a terrifying consciousness. "Kid, you killed my soldiers and slaughtered my men. I'll make you die." With a slash of the bone saber, the skeleton general surrounded Fong Juyo with countless skeleton warriors. Soon, Fong Juyo was encircled 5 layers deep by the skeleton army, estimated at 50,000 strong, mostly foundation building and spirit storing stage skeleton soldiers. However, there were 5 skeletons whose bodies emitted a faint yellow flame, surpassing the spirit storing stage, reaching the purple mansion realm. "Kill him." At the skeleton general's command, the 5 layers of skeleton soldiers launched a full-scale attack. A thunderous rumbling echoed through the earth. They wielded bone sabers, bone swords, bone hammers, even bone arrows, charging toward Fong Juyo. A dense hail of arrows rained down, determined to pierce Fong Juyo like a hedgehog. Swoosh! A white light darted through the skeleton army. Skeletons swung their bone sabers at him, but every strike missed. Fong Juyo's divine ability, near and far as one, completely concealed his presence, allowing him to move through the skeleton army like light speed. His Luli spear unleashed, godlike roaming the 8 deserts, war. Countless white dragon spear chi descended from the sky, piercing through the skeletons' bodies, turning them into dust, denying them any chance of rebirth or reconstruction. Since Fong Juyo breakthrough to the early Purple Mansion realm, the supreme level spear technique, godlike roaming the 8 deserts, had increased in power, amplified by the supreme cultivation technique, Annihilation Heaven Sutra, within him. Facing the evil skeleton army caused no drain whatsoever, drawing power from battle, absorbing battle energy and evil spirit essence to nourish himself. The white dragon spear chi weaved through the skeleton army, reducing rows of skeleton soldiers to ashes, provoking fury in the 5 Purple Mansion realm skeleton leaders and the nascent Soul realm skeleton general. "Fall back." The remaining 20,000 skeleton soldiers scattered nervously, while the 5 leaders and the general advanced slowly into the encirclement, wielding their bone sabers. Kid, you killed my men. I'll grind your bones to dust. The skeleton general extended his white bone saber, releasing a consciousness scream. Suddenly, the bone saber emitted a red glow, while the other 5 leaders' sabers simultaneously emitted a yellow glow. The 6 rays of light interwove together, led by the skeleton general's red light, forming a hexagonal light net above Fong Juyo's head. Kill. The 6 beams of light descended with world-shattering might, and the surrounding skeleton soldiers quickly retreated out of the encirclement, moving 500 meters away. Humph. Fong Juyo pointed his spear toward the sky, flying upward, his lily spear carrying the murderous intent of godlike roaming the 8 deserts, war, as it ascended. A swirling white dragon of chi surged upward, meeting the 6 beams of hexagonal light. Boom. After a brief stalemate, all 6 beams were extinguished. The skeleton general and the leaders who lost their lights immediately froze. The lights were formed from the ghost fire in their eye sockets. Losing them left the skeletons without souls. How could Fong Juyo miss such an opportunity? The spear turned into a ray of light, slicing through the 6 skeletons, turning them instantly to dust, vanishing at once. Ding. Master, eliminating 100,000 birdmen and skeletons converts to 3 million cultivation points. Master, eliminating 30,000 skeleton soldiers, their realm too low, converts to 3,000 cultivation points. Master, eliminating a nascent soul realm early stage skeleton general, activating 10x luck factor, triggering 10,000x drop rate. Master, eliminating 6 purple mansion realm peak skeleton leaders, activating 6x luck factor, triggering an average 1,000x drop rate. Total cultivation points, 3.714 million. Electronic voice notifications continued to ring in Fong Juyo's mind. Seeing their leaders and general destroyed, the retreating skeleton army scattered frantically. Run away? Skeletons, quickly come into my bowl. Fong Juyo drew his lily spear and charged at the skeleton army. Using the free steps, together with godlike roaming the 8 deserts, war, within less than 2 breaths, all the fleeing skeleton army was annihilated. Just enough to count, another 2,000 cultivation points acquired. Enjoying his rampage, having just destroyed the skeleton army, Fong Juyo rushed toward the base of the 3-tailed black wolves. The 3-tailed black wolves were a powerful clan among evil spirits, each tail representing a unique ability. Human kid, daring to intrude upon our 3-tailed black wolves base? You're seeking death. Fresh from a major slaughter, Fong Juyo faced the wolf general of the 3-tailed black wolves. The wolf general stood nearly 3 meters tall, its huge body radiating menace. Its blood-red eyes exuded chilling intent, revealing rows of more than 10 teeth, each over 20 centimeters long. Most crucially, it could speak. Huh. Fong Juyo wore a surprised expression. Evil spirits that could speak human language were rarely seen. 3-tailed black wolf general, submit to me. Be my mount, and I shall spare your life. This 3-tailed black wolf general at the peak of nascent soul realm was indeed a rare being. Don't underestimate its cultivation level. Its combat and mobility power were off the charts. You dare to ask me, the great 3-tailed black wolf general, to be your mount? You're seeking death. The 3-tailed black wolf roared furiously, its 3 tails rising straight up. Suddenly, it stomped its feet, causing a huge crack to spread across the ground toward Fong Juyo. From beneath emerged countless evil spirits, exuding thick black mist, as if crawling from the abyss itself. Dense and endless, impossible to count. Could this be one of the 3-tailed black wolf's abilities, abyss summoning? As Fong Juyo hesitated in confusion, those summoned spirits began climbing over each other, merging together into a gigantic black wolf. 10 meters tall, every step it took made the earth tremble. It leapt forward and smashed its massive paw down toward Fong Juyo. Humph. With near and far as one activated, Fong Juyo vanished from his original spot entirely. The giant wolf missed, leaving behind a footmark more than 30 meters wide in the ground. Just as the 3-tailed black wolf general felt confusion, Fong Juyo reappeared behind it, raising his lily spear and thrusting it straight toward the wolf's rear. Damn you pervert. Suddenly, the 3-tailed black wolf general felt a chill and wave of murderous intent from behind. At the critical moment, its 3 tails intertwined, forming a mysterious talisman-like shield. Boom! The spear strike created a burst of sparks upon impact. The force sent the 3-tailed black wolf general flying backward over 100 meters, narrowly escaping the spear. Fong Juyo revealed a look of surprise. He hadn't expected the second ability of the 3-tailed black wolf to be forming a talismanic defense shield with its tails. At that moment, the summoned giant wolf launched an attack. With a majestic and terrifying body, it roared as it rushed forward, conjuring countless smaller magic wolves made of dark essence to bite toward Fong Juyo. Die! The spear moved like a dragon, releasing a white chi dragon brimming with destruction. Godlike roaming the 8 deserts, war, combined with a 100-fold attack buff, unleashing full power to annihilate the dark magic wolves before piercing straight into the giant wolf's body. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion sent a mushroom cloud skyward. The ground cracked in all directions, and the invincible summoned Volong was instantly reduced to nothingness. The massive explosion drew the attention of countless cultivators in Lingji City, who all wore astonished expressions. This white-robed friend is simply too powerful. The Heaven Punishment Stage evil experts in the air deeply resented Fong Juyo, their eyes flashing with killing intent as they issued a deadly order. Instantly, numerous evil experts from behind surged toward Fong Juyo at the western gate. The sheer slaughter to ensure from Fong Juyo left the 3-tailed black wolf general scorched and stunned, revealing an expression of disbelief. Before the word was even finished, Fong Juyo vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before the 3-tailed black wolf general, thrusting his spear forward with overwhelming murderous intent and bloody aura. Chapter 47, Suppressing the Evil Black Ape Legion. The long spear pierced through the clouds, taking away the final attachment of the 3-tailed black wolf general. Fong Juyo unleashed the supreme level combat technique, wandering the 8 Wong, blood. The second move, blood, was based on one's own vital energy and could absorb the blood essence of the enemy, replenishing his own consumed strength. The stronger one's blood essence, the more devastating their attacking power, and the faster they could absorb the enemy's blood. As the spear descended, the space around instantly froze. A blood-red dragon spiraled upward, floating above the head of the three-tailed black wolf general. No, the general was terrified. Facing this technique, it was utterly powerless to resist. It felt its own blood essence wildly surging outward, completely beyond its control. The blood dragon coiled above its head, greedily sucking out its refined essence. Thin strands of blood essence floated upward from the general's head, and the blood dragon devoured them furiously. This scene completely horrified the three-tailed black wolf general. No, I'll be your mount. Please spare me. Too late. Fong Juyo rejected its surrender without hesitation. Moments later, the huge three-tailed black wolf general had all its blood essence drained, leaving behind nothing but a wolf pelt and bones. The blood dragon vanished back into Fong Juyo's body. His consumed spiritual power was completely restored, even enhanced. The refined blood and essence, now purified, had no impurities. After absorbing them, Fong Juyo's body had become even stronger than before. He could even feel that his Shintan Wushef Wunding Qi had progressed further from minor perfection to greater refinement. Ding! Host, eliminated a Yuan Shun peak level 3-tailed black wolf general. Lucky value 10x triggered 1,000,000x drop rate. Accumulated cultivation value, 4.516 million points. The system's robotic voice ball made Fong Juyo extremely pleased. Excellent. Truly excellent. My pupils are shaking. You stun me. I seriously doubt you're human at all. You must be a human-shaped magic beast. Xia Yuha slashed over. Her jaw completely dropped as she witnessed Fong Juyo's bravery. That was a Yuan Shun peak 3-tailed black wolf general. Far more terrifying than an early-stage Dejia-level opponent to her. She would be mercilessly slaughtered facing such an enemy. Even her heaven-talented senior brother, Wan Huatong, couldn't rival the 3-tailed black wolf general. Fong Juyo frowned. How had this burden arrived here? Xia Yuha, outside the city is too dangerous. You should return inside. Xia Yuha pouted with dissatisfaction, waving her sword. Fong Didi, I'm at the Purple Mansion Peak, a higher cultivation stage than you. Why should I return to the city? Don't look down on me. Who says women can't be just as good as men? Watch your sister's high-level moves. Fong Juyo didn't feel like arguing with her. With a free and easy step, he appeared by her side, grabbed her hand, and activated his world within an inch ability, instantly appearing on the city wall. He tossed her to Wan Huatong, who was guarding the west gate. Brother Wan, watch her. The wilderness is too dangerous for this idiot Xia Yuha. Before his words faded, Fong Juyo had already vanished from the city wall. Enraged, Xia Yuha shouted angrily. Fong Juyo, you bastard. I'll kill these evil demons right in front of you. As she prepared to jump off the wall, Wan Huatong grabbed her tightly, sternly saying, Junior sister, please stop acting recklessly. These are demons attacking the city now. Staying atop the city wall makes you more useful than being down below. But, with a glare from Wan Huatong's eyes, she quickly shut her mouth, filled with resentment, toward Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo moved through the battlefield like an unstoppable force, pushing back the Skeleton Legion and the three-tailed Black Wolf Legion wave after wave. Suddenly, more than 100 black apes charged forth, each taller than 10 meters, resembling colossal beasts. In just a few leaps, they surrounded Fong Juyo. Humph! Fong Juyo revealed an expression of surprise. The black apes were as sturdy as mountains, possessing immense strength. They were known as the Assault Lords among evil demons. Over 100 of them formed a wall of black, like more than 100 mountains blocking the surrounding light, staring down amusingly at the tiny insect below. Human brat, you dare kill our evil demon legion? You seek death. A black ape with a red tuft on its forehead glared fiercely at Fong Juyo and extended its giant foot downward. A shadow swept by, and a massive foot descended from the sky. Boom! A colossal footprint appeared on the ground, over 20 or 30 meters wide. Huh? Where'd he go? The black ape didn't sense Fong Juyo having been crushed beneath its foot. General, he's behind your back. Other apes warned. The red-crested ape became furious. How dare a mere human climb onto its back? Unforgivable. Ah! With a roar, it rolled sideways, kicking up a cloud of dust. Unfortunately, the earth bore the impact again, bearing a massive ape-shaped crater. In the instant it rolled over, Fong Juyo vanished into thin air using the world within an inch ability, completely escaping the encirclement of the 100th An. Big dumbass, it's time for your young master to unleash a grand move. Fong Juyo unsheathed his Lioli spear, looking down disdainfully at the 100 black apes. Swish! All the black apes turned around simultaneously, stomping their feet. The ground began trembling violently. Kill him! Unleash the Mo Yun Bao Chen. The furious black ape general roared. 100 Vo Yun Bao Chen attacks were launched. 100 fist illusions appeared in the sky, each resembling a giant mountain, crashing vertically downward. The earth trembled, and the surrounding trees instantly turned to dust. Swoosh! Fong Juyo activated his world within an inch ability, vanishing instantly from beneath the fists and reappearing 100 kilometers away. When the Mo Yun Bao Chen landed, the ground instantly transformed into a vast lake. Where's the human insect? He should have been. Not good, General. He's charging toward the two-headed Black Lion Legion. The black apes looked 100 kilometers away and saw Fong Juyo ruthlessly slaughtering enemies, causing countless casualties among the two-headed black lions. Under the Lioli spear, the two-headed black lions bled backwards, their blood essence completely absorbed by Fong Juyo's blood dragon. 1, 2. He killed 100 two-headed black lions, some at the Purple Mansion realm, others at the Yuanshan realm. Fong Juyo was like a war deity, causing the two-headed black lions to shudder in fear, and even their general perished in battle. Ding! Host, eliminated Purple Mansion realm enemies. 100,000 cultivation points awarded. Eliminated Yuan Shun realm enemies. 1 million cultivation points awarded. The system continuously broadcasted in his mind. Fong Juyo fought with growing ferocity. Thanks to the second move of Wandering the Eight Wang, blood, he barely had to worry about depleting spiritual power, using his battle for nourishment combat style to shatter the courage of the two-headed black lions. Suddenly, the 100 black apes charged forward together, filled with fury, their explosive fists shaking the heavens. Kill! The black apes surrounded Fong Juyo, trapping him inside the encirclement. Countless fist shadows rained down, causing heaven and earth to collapse, darkening the sun and moon. After the black apes unleashed their fists, they wildly pounded their chests. Roar, roar, roar. Yet, when the fists landed, a white light appeared. The heaven-dominating defense re-emerged. All the fist attacks were absorbed into it, leaving Fong Juyo completely unharmed. The black apes stared in disbelief. Their Baochen attacks, proud and mighty enough to crush mountains effortlessly, failed to even scratch his protective aura. General, this human kid is a bit strange. General, my palms are cracked. Wah. General, is this human some kind of devil? Why can't we hit him or kill him? Fong Juyo looked at the stunned black apes and curled his lips into a faint smile. Dumb giants, it's your old grandfather's turn now. As his voice faded, the Liuli spear in his hand spun rapidly, generating a gust of wind resembling a tornado blowing toward the black apes. In an instant, the Liuli spear radiated brilliant light, followed by Fong Juyo's loud shout. Wandering the eight Huang, blood. The entire sky seemed to be pierced through. A red blood dragon spiraled in the air above the black apes, staring down at them with a bloodthirsty, greedy expression. Chapter 48, Spiked Black Tiger King, Shameless Ambush. Facing the terrifying blood dragon, the black apes didn't hesitate at all. Their eyes turned red as they roared in unison. Devil ape reincarnated. Instantly, 100 black apes emitted huge illusory shadows of devil apes, each dozens of zhang tall. They opened their eyes, creating scenes as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Countless devilish chi strands wove together, forming a massive black net that wrapped toward the blood dragon. Puchi, the blood dragon, formed from the second move blood of wandering the eight wildernesses, had a powerful absorption effect on all living beings. With the help of Slaughter Heaven scripture, the magnificent devil net was instantly absorbed by the blood dragon. 100 giant devil ape shadows became furious. They stretched out their giant claws to grab the blood dragon, wanting to crush this dragon made of blood. The blood dragon disdainfully glanced at the approaching hand and instantly split into over 100 smaller dragons, wrapping around the devil ape shadow's hand and devouring it noisily. In the blink of an eye, the devil ape shadow's hand was eaten clean, and even the sound of the blood dragon burping could be heard. The 100 devil ape shadows became frightened. When the blood dragon started eating their arms, they cut off their arms to escape and vanished immediately. No, seeing their summoned devil ape shadows flee, the 100 black apes became panicked. Summoning the devil ape shadows consumed nearly half of their devilish chi, leaving no chance of victory against Fong Juyo. Escape? How could Fong Juyo possibly let them escape? They were all his experience points for leveling up. Wander the eight wildernesses, battle. Activating the first move battle of wandering the eight wildernesses, white energy dragons appeared in the sky and fell down to attack the black apes. Hung. After the powerful energy dragons hit their bodies, the black apes were blown away and thrown to the ground. Immediately after, the second move blood of wandering the eight wildernesses was unleashed. Blood dragons spiraled above their heads, crazily devouring their essence. Within 2 breaths of time, the massive black apes were sucked dry, becoming mere skeletons with absolutely no life left. Fong Juyo's spiritual energy became full. After absorbing the white-haired purple mansion black apes at foundation building and nascent soul stages, his Dantian world had expanded more than twice its size, filled with primordial chaotic chi. The 6 primordial objects emitted roaring Taoist sounds while being nourished by the primordial chaotic chi. Ding. Host, 100 black apes eliminated. Cultivation value, 1.232 million points. Total cultivation value, 5.748 million points. Host, you can break through to the mid-stage of Purple Mansion. Would you like to break through now? Fong Juyo thought for a moment. The difference between the mid-stage of Purple Mansion and his current early stage was minimal. He decided to wait until reaching the peak stage or the ultimate state before breaking through, as his combat power would at least triple. Not yet. I'll break through when reaching the peak. Right now, above Fong Juyo's head floated a mass of black clouds, where a black tiger covered with countless spikes was eyeing Fong Juyo aggressively. Earlier, Fong Juyo had annihilated the skeleton army, three-tailed black wolf army, and black ape army, which this tiger had noticed. It had taken the opportunity to leave the battlefield of the Heaven Tribulation expert and quietly sneaked over. His opponent was Elder Songrun, the chief law enforcement elder of Lingji Cave. He not only failed to stop the spiked black tiger, but also refrained from warning Fong Juyo, instead watching the situation unfold with a sardonic grin. Kid, even if you're a genius, you must die. Letting you die at the hands of evil cultivators is considered lucky for you. Indifferently, Songrun watched the spiked black tiger hidden in the dark clouds. Suddenly, Fong Juyo's expression changed drastically as he sensed the killing intent descending from the sky, locking onto him. Not good. A rain of arrows descended from the heavens. Each arrow was formed from black energy, weighing 10,000 jin, even causing the air to vanish momentarily. When the arrows were less than 50 centimeters from Fong Juyo's head, the heaven shield protection activated once again. A barrier blocked the direction of the incoming black arrows, making a ZZ sound before vanishing. The spiked black tiger was stunned. Its secret attack, the core ability Arrow Rain, couldn't even pierce the barrier of a Purple Mansion realm human. Human kid, I underestimated you. A black shadow darted down, and the spiked black tiger appeared before Fong Juyo. Over 5 meters tall, covered in black energy, with a large king character on its forehead, and full of spikes across its body, it looked extremely terrifying. Fong Juyo's face turned serious. From one glance, this spiked black tiger was definitely a king among evil beings. He wondered whether his 100-fold attack buff could even wound it. Where did this black cat come from? Get out of here, go crawl away. Fong Juyo sheathed his Liolage spear and pulled out the cold ice sword, planning to test the second technique, Secret Shadow of Sword Immortal Shao. The second move, Darkness. The spiked black tiger hesitated for a moment, opened its huge mouth, showing rows of sharp teeth dripping with foul-smelling saliva. Human child, you dare insult me, the Tiger King. You're seeking death. The spiked black tiger moved. It raised its claws and struck at Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo was instantly locked in place, immobilized. A giant crimson claw appeared in the sky, glowing red and illuminating the heavens. Not good. Fong fellow Taoist is in danger. Wan Huatong, standing atop the west gate wall, changed expression and began to worry for Fong Juyo. Wan senior brother, will Fong little brother be alright? Xia Yuha, who had stopped attacking and was about to rush forward, was held back by Wan Huatong. Let's hope he survives this calamity, Wan Huatong said in a heavy tone, though secretly he doubted Fong Juyo could survive an attack from the spiked black tiger at the heaven tribulation stage. The giant claw descended. The earth exploded instantly. Countless dust particles flew up, equivalent to a magnitude 9 earthquake. The surrounding land became pitted with craters, and a massive claw-shaped pit appeared. Just as the spiked black tiger was dead, a white light shone from Fong Juyo's body. He stood there unscathed, staring at the tiger with a domineering gaze full of fury in his eyes. Damn black cat. Tonight I'll skewer you and roast you over a fire. Fong Juyo swung his sword at the tiger and chanted, one sword to wander the world, darkness. Suddenly, the sky instantly transformed from day to night, so dark that one couldn't even see his own fingers. The humans and evil cultivators fighting at the west gate ceased their battles. One sword beam, two sword beams, hundreds of black sword chi fell from the sky. Under the boost of the 100-fold attack buff, they all poured down upon the spiked black tiger. Not good. The spiked black tiger's heart filled with unease. It couldn't see the black sword chi in the darkness, but it could sense their approach. Just as it tried to leap into the air and escape, it found the surrounding space sealed, and its body completely immobilized. Devil Tiger Barrier. In the instant the black sword chi descended, an illusory devil tiger in black and white colors surrounded the spiked black tiger. Clang, clang, clang. The black sword chi struck the devil tiger barrier, producing terrifying sounds. Human little. Before the spiked black tiger could finish taunting Fong Juyo, cracking sounds emerged from the devil tiger barrier. The protective shield, which it believed to be invincible, was dismantled under the bombardment of the black sword chi. No. Though it couldn't see the black sword chi, a piercing pain spread across the tiger's body. A pain that tore through its meridians and fractured its tiger bones surged through every part of its body. Constantly shrieking, the giant spiked black tiger turned into a sieve-like body within 2 breaths under the invisible attacks of the black sword chi. A moment later, it stopped breathing. The 100-fold attack buff combined with an ultimate ranked sword technique, and the Slaughter Heaven scripture indeed lived up to their reputation. Fong Juyo had slain the spiked black tiger, surpassing 3 cultivation levels, surprising even himself. He had thought the tiger would deal him at least some minor damage. Unexpectedly, this spiked black tiger proved too weak. It only had a claw attack and the devil tiger barrier. Compared to the king of beasts he imagined, this tiger fell far short. It seemed that in this battle against the evil cultivators attacking the city, Fong Juyo could completely protect himself. Even if they breached the city walls, he could escape leisurely. After all, he had no sentimental attachment to Lingji City. Nevertheless, the spiked black tiger made good barbecue meat. Fong Juyo, following his principle of not wasting anything, collected it into his storage ring. Chapter 49. Evil forces pause attack. Both sides declare truce. The sky cleared once again, though there was no sign of the spiked black tiger on the ground. Song Run, hiding in the sky, showed a shocked expression. Where had the spiked black tiger gone? Could it possibly have been killed by Fong Juyo? How could that be? A flash of killing intent appeared in Song Ren's eyes, as if deciding whether to ambush him from behind. However, the protective barrier Fong Juyo had summoned earlier made him realize he had no confidence in breaking through it. If he attacked a hero of Lingji City from behind, and it was discovered, he would become a public enemy across the entire city. Even if Lingji Bong protected him, it wouldn't be enough to save him. In the end, he loosened his tightly clenched fist. However, Fong Juyo seemed to sense something. He looked up into the sky, and a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he raised his middle finger upside down, and shouted into the sky. Honest and cowardly fool, this young master is waiting for you. Fong Juyo could basically tell who that familiar aura belonged to. Whoever dares to scheme against him from behind will be utterly destroyed. In the white clouds, Song Ren's face turned red and then black with rage. He was so furious he wanted to go down and chop Fong Juyo into pieces. But noticing that Song Ren refused to come down, Fong Juyo continued taunting him. Trash, you wanted to kill me just now, right? Come on, are you too weak to handle it? Unable to endure Fong Juyo's verbal insults, Song Ren furiously drove away on his white cloud, heading towards the battlefield in the sky. On the western wall of Shimen City, Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha wore stunned expressions. Master Wan, Fong Juyo actually killed the spiked black tiger. Xia Yuha's voice trembled as she spoke. It was a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Fong truly is a prodigy of the heavens. Fong Juyo continuously shattered his perceptions. He had never seen anyone at the Zifu realm defeat a cultivator at the Yuan Shun and Dongsu levels, let alone slay a Jiufeng cultivator. Fong Juyo had crossed that vast abyss of power and cultivation level. Of course, they didn't know that Fong Juyo had a 100-fold attack boost, hadn't heard that he was practicing a supreme-level martial technique, and certainly didn't know he was born with an immaculate primordial chaos body. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so shocked. A peerless genius blessed with so many advantages must be capable of defeating stronger enemies. Otherwise, there would be something seriously wrong. Ding. Host successfully killed the Jiufeng spiked black tiger king, receiving a 30x luck bonus, triggering a 100,000x drop rate. Acquired 2,400,000 cultivation points. Total cultivation points, 8,148,000. Fong Juyo's eyes lit up. He could now break through to the mid-stage of Zifu realm. System, help me break through. Zifu realm, 200,000/400,000. Mid-Zifu realm breakthrough completed. Fong Juyo observed the inside of his dantian and noticed it was wider than at the early stage, with a much greater capacity for spiritual energy. His combat strength had increased at least tenfold compared to the early Zifu realm. Now with this power, he should be able to dominate an enemy at the initial Jiufeng stage. A slight smile formed on Fong Juyo's face. Just then, the chaos in the sky intensified. Over 100 Jiufeng-level warriors from both sides fought in the air with earth-shaking intensity, blocking out sun and moon. On the ground, Evil forces were continuously driven back by the city defenders. Fong Juyo took up his Lioli spear and charged into the battlefield again. Now that his power had improved, Fong Juyo alternated his techniques, wandering across the 8 wastes and battlefield of blood. His first move, battle, pierced the bones of the demons, turning them into leather. The second technique, blood, absorbed the demonic essence, turning the enemy into a bag of bones. After entering the battlefield, Fong Juyo exterminated tens of thousands of demons single-handedly. Alone and armed only with his spear, he pushed forward deeply, becoming a nightmare to the evil forces on the battlefield. The western gate was completely defended. The evil forces surrounding the city were pushed back 50 kilometers by Fong Juyo. The ground was covered with the bodies of slain demons, but not one of them remained intact. Seeing this, Xia Yuha and Wan Huatong immediately pulled out their weapons and led the human cultivators to attack. The enemy collapsed like a mountain, and the human cultivators advanced with surging momentum, forcing the demons to flee in panic. The demon army of millions was defeated in an instant, scattering into retreat. Growling, the withdrawal cries of the demons sounded out. The remaining millions of demons escaped over 100 kilometers away and set up camp. Lingji City had won its first major victory, barely managing to hold the city. However, the casualties of the demons this time were heavy indeed. At the 4 gates, southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest, the count of dead demons totaled 8 million. Meanwhile, the human cultivators suffered 4 million losses. Without Fong Juyo's massive slaughter, the number of dead humans would certainly have surpassed the demons. Though the city successfully resisted the first wave of demon attacks, countless sadness and broken families were left behind. Father, we finally held Lingji City. We need you to come back home now. A grieving cry sounded under the city walls as a cultivator in his 30s held the corpse of his father who had died in battle, sobbing bitterly. My son, what am I supposed to do now? An old woman of 100 years old tightly embraced a horrifically disfigured corpse, stroking her son's eyes that refused to close, until she finally fainted away in tears. Evil demons. I, Wan Jingtian, swear that if I do not wipe you all out, I shall no longer be called human. A boy of about 13 knelt at the city gate, gazing at the corpses of his parents, elder brother, and older sister, eyes red with grief, swearing to the heavens. Fresh red tears moistened his eyes. Only by taking the lives of evil demons could the pain he felt ever be soothed. On the city wall, Fong Juyo stood, clad in white, his expression grave. Driving back the evil forces in the first wave of attack did not mean victory over them. Facing nearly 100 million evil cultivators with only 20 or 30 million human cultivators on the opposing side was a dire imbalance in strength. Particularly, the massive shadow on the mountaintop at the beginning had given everyone a feeling of utter invincibility. Fong Juyo did not know whether Lingji Dong had top-tier experts capable of matching such an enemy. Otherwise, Lingji City was surely doomed. What surprised Fong Juyo was why there was no city defense formation in Lingji City at all. With the unending waves of evil demons approaching, how could human cultivators hope to resist? In the slaughter afterward, most of the evil cultivators Fong Juyo killed were at the Shunzong realm, giving him a pitifully small amount of cultivation points. After killing hundreds of thousands of demons, he had only gained 100,000 cultivation points. Fong Juyo couldn't help but shake his head. The system was forcing him to keep fighting stronger opponents, and eventually, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the evil forces. Fong Daoyu, Wan Huatong, and Xia Yuha arrived together. Unconsciously, they now treated Fong Juyo with more respect, even seeing him as a senior cultivator. Fong Daoyu, Xia Yuha, who had been about to call him Fong Di, changed her address, her eyes filled with admiration and a hint of fear. You came. Fong Juyo furrowed his brows and asked, as a city defending against the evil forces, why does it not have a city defense formation? This question had lingered in his mind for a while now. Lingji City, one of the 8 great human capitals, lacked a city defense formation. It seemed a bit unreasonable. Wan Huatong blinked and explained. Fong Daoyu, the 8 human capitals, and the 24 secondary cities all have defense formations, but they are only activated when the race is on the verge of extinction. Why is that? Wan Huatong looked at Fong Juyo before continuing. Maintaining the operation of the formation requires spirit stones. Each city has too few of them. Those at the Decian realm need spirit stones for cultivation, and the city defense formation also needs spirit stones. The evil demons attack in cycles. As spirit stones diminish over time, the formation will only be activated in times of extinction-level danger. Each activation consumes 100 low-grade spirit stones. Fong Juyo stiffened. He hadn't expected activating the formation to require spirit stones. No wonder so many cultivators died each time. Was this the meaning of survival of the fittest? The talented and the strong survived, while the weak became mere cannon fodder. No wonder Lingji Dong recruited so many disciples, even accepting those with ordinary spiritual roots. It was no longer surprising now. TSK, being weak is truly a crime. With a soft sigh, Fong Juyo turned and walked into the city, leaving Xia Yuha and Wan Huatong standing there in confusion. Chapter 50, a counterintelligence scheme, deflecting calamity eastward, with a mantis lurking behind. Fong the hero, excellent. As soon as Fong Juyo entered the city, he was warmly praised by many cultivators. In their eyes, Fong Juyo was a hero who single-handedly slaughtered the evil cultivators and held down a gate alone. His dashing figure became the object of many female cultivators' fantasies. In Lingji City, there was a saying. The ideal cultivation partner is Fong Juyo, a heroic and handsome figure who captivates the ages. Fong Juyo smiled slightly and nodded at the friendly greetings from his fellow Dao companions. Fellow Daoist Fong, I've just made a pot of black ape meat hot pot, free for you to taste. My grilled 3-tailed black wolf meat is at your disposal. Eat as much as you like. The Daoists in Lingji City vied to invite Fong Juyo to their homes, which left him both flattered and surprised. Without noticing, he was pulled into a shop by a tall man. On the 3rd floor of Lingji Inn, 2 pairs of shadowy eyes stared fixedly at Fong Juyo. One was Song Run, the enforcer elder of Lingji Dong. The other was a strange man dressed in green robes. Song Rin respectfully bowed to the stranger. Master Tang Yan, the one down there is the murderer of your younger brother, Fong Juyo. The teacup in Tang Yan's hand was instantly crushed to dust, and a murderous gleam flickered across his eyes. Find a way to lure him outside the city walls. I will personally kill him and use his head to honor my younger brother. After a brief hesitation, Song Ren's eyes flickered and he smiled obsequiously. Master Tang, naturally there's no problem with you personally killing Fong Juyo. Now that the evil sects are attacking Lingji City, why not deflect the calamity onto them? Why not employ a plan that plays the mantis behind? However, Song Ren didn't mention to Tang Yin that Fong Juyo had already slain the spiked Black Tiger King. After a brief exchange, the two decided on a plan to lure the snake out of its cave. Deep into the night, two black-cloaked figures appeared in Wan Huatong's room. A dangerous aura emerged, and Wan Huatong awoke abruptly, his eyes snapping open. Who? The spiked Black Tiger King. As the words fell, a powerful sealing force surged forth, instantly freezing Wan Huatong in place. Immediately afterward, a giant palm came smashing down. No! Wan Huatong was struck unconscious, utterly helpless to resist. The two exchanged a smile, then pulled out some spikes from their robes and placed them on the bed, faking a scene of struggle. Xia Yuha, by the window, was pondering the day's events. Thinking about Fong Juyo's towering figure, her face turned slightly red and warm. Just as she gazed into the night sky, she caught sight of two black-cloaked figures. Behind them trailed a long tail, and atop their heads seemed to rest a tiger's form. Cradling a white-robed figure, they leapt from the rooftop and disappeared into the night. That white-robed figure. It looks like Master Wan. Those two cloaked figures. No, it's the spiked black tigers. Alarmed, Xia Yuha rushed immediately toward Wan Huatong's room. Bang, bang, bang. It's me, Master Wan. There was no response from inside the room. Xia Yuha felt a chill of foreboding, kicked the door down with one kick, and strode in. Wan Huatong was nowhere to be seen inside. On the bed, Xia Yuha discovered a spike from the spiked Black Tiger King, and clear signs of a struggle. No, Master Wan has been captured by the evil cultivators. Xia Yuha's face changed dramatically. With tears in her eyes, she hurriedly rushed toward Fong Juyo's room. Bang, bang, bang. Fong brother, it's me, Xia Yuha. Master Wan has been captured by the evil cultivators. Wah. Bang. Fong Juyo opened the door, seeing Xia Yuha standing tearfully at the doorway, dazed and disoriented, holding a spike from the spiked Black Tiger King. Fong brother, this is the spike I found in Master Wan's room. I saw it with my own eyes. Two spiked black tigers captured Master Wan. Fong Juyo took the spike, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The spiked black tigers would target me, not Wan Huatong. Why attack him? Moreover, how could the evil cultivators have entered Lingji City undetected by the Taoists? Why specifically target Wan Huatong? Not good. This must be a plot aimed at me. They deliberately captured Wan Huatong. Let Xia Yuha see it, trying to lure me in. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Fong Juyo immediately understood. He had just arrived in Lingji City and had no enmities except with Song Ren and Tang Chu. Could the other cloaked figure be Tang Chu's elder brother, Tang Yin? Fong Juyo's lips curled into a cold smile. So, Elder Song, you dare plot against me? You must be bored of living. Xia Yuha saw Fong Juyo standing motionless and became increasingly anxious. Fong brother, hurry and rescue my Master Wan. If you delay, he may die. Fong Juyo looked at Xia Yuha, then smiled. Don't worry, I will bring your Master Wan back, safe and sound. Wait for me. A white shadow flickered and disappeared in an instant. Fong brother, please bring back my Master Wan safely. Xia Yuha clasped her hands together, silently praying. Fong Juyo activated the divine ability, Chinyu, and sensed Wan Huatong's aura, then vanished from Lingji City in the blink of an eye. Xie Guanquan, the city lord, sensed a streak of light flash through the city and revealed an expression of astonishment. Could it be that a supreme expert has appeared in Lingji City? Shaking his head, he began carefully observing the evil sect's movements inside and outside the city. Master Tang, are you certain about placing Wan Huatong into the evil cultivator's camp? In the void, Song Ren's eyes flickered with confusion. Wan Huatong was his junior apprentice, a supreme genius of Lingji Cave, essentially a disciple of the emperor. If the cave master and the living fossils discovered he was behind this, he would not even know how to write the word death. Master Song, nothing ventured, nothing gained. To deceive convincingly, we must play the part convincingly. What if Fong Juyo doesn't take the bait? Tang Yin spoke outwardly with calm reasoning, but inwardly he fervently hoped Wan Huatong would die. His younger brother had perished, Wan Huatong must die alongside him. Depriving Lingji Cave of a heavenly prodigy would be an unequivocal boon to Luri Valley with no disadvantages. Looking at Wan Huatong's unconscious form, Song Ren felt a complex mix of emotions. Thinking about how he had openly protected Fong Juyo, his eyes flickered with ferocity. Fine, I agree. Now you're talking sense. Tang Yin patted Song Ren on the shoulder, and the two disguised themselves as spiked black tigers. Carrying Wan Huatong in their arms, they leapt forward and landed in the heart of the spiked black tiger clan's base. They searched and found a female spiked black tiger, quietly placed Wan Huatong inside, and just as they left the instant, Fong Juyo appeared in the spiked black tiger's room, grabbed Wan Huatong, and reappeared behind Song Ren and Tang Yin. As the two noticed the disturbance and were about to turn around, boom! A thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Immediately afterward, a loud voice reverberated through the camp. Song Ren from Lingji City has come to ambush us. A streak of white light flashed and instantly vanished. At this moment, Fong Juyo had already carried Wan Huatong high into the air. He silently waited for the spectacular show ahead. Wan Huatong slowly regained consciousness, rubbed his head, and upon seeing Fong Juyo beside him, expressed great surprise. Fellow Taoist Fong, why am I here? Fong Juyo smirked. Were you not kidnapped earlier tonight? I just rescued you. Say nothing, just watch the spectacle. Wan Huatong briefly recalled what happened, and his expression turned fearful. He followed Fong Juyo's gaze and looked down at the spiked black tiger clan's camp below. Master Tang, something is wrong. Song Ren and Tang Yin were utterly stunned. They had executed a flawless scheme and had just delivered Wan Huatong into the camp, waiting for Fong Juyo to come and save him. But they had not expected to be discovered so quickly. The explosion had inflicted no damage upon them, yet it had alerted the spiked black tiger kings and their followers. Just as the two prepared to fly away, spiked black tiger kings flew out of the camp and surrounded them. Brat Song Ren, you killed my cousin during the day, and now you dare to run wild in my camp tonight. You're asking for death. After the spiked black tiger king spoke, tens of thousands of spiked black tigers swarmed forth, densely surrounding the pair. Roars erupted with deafening fury. Kill the human cultivators. Eat their hearts. Eat their brains. The thunderous roars of the spiked black tigers shook the skies, causing Song Ren and Tang Yan's faces to pale in terror. Faced with such a massive number of spiked black tigers and 4 spiked black tiger kings, even though they were at the nascent divinity, early ascension stage, they still felt cold sweat crawling down their scalps. Master Tang, what do we do? Song Ren panicked. Failing to frame Fong Juyo, they had now fallen into a desperate trap themselves. Chapter 51, Counterintelligence Strategy. Turning the tide eastward, the Oriole lurks behind. A cruel glint flashed in Tang Yan's eyes as he retrieved 2 talismans from his storage ring. What else can we do? Just stand here and do nothing. Kill. Countless spiked black tigers surged forward under the command of the Tiger King, transforming into demonic tiger shadows that blotted out the sky and earth as they attacked like a tide. The ground trembled and stars dimmed. Both men's hearts rose to their throats. Song Ren drew his long sword and shouted, Spirit Calm Sword Technique, kill. For sword energies interwove and exploded in midair. After annihilating over 100 demonic tiger shadows, another 100 surged forward. With no other choice, Song Ren continued unleashing his ultimate technique, 4 sword energies at once, then another 4, repeating the Spirit Calm Sword Technique 10 times in total, depleting half of his internal energy. He panicked. His powerful move had only destroyed about 100 low-level spiked black tigers. The stronger ones remained unharmed. Master Tang, quickly throw the immortal killing talismans. Seeing the approaching spiked black tigers, Tang Yan threw 2 immortal killing talismans forward and backward. Boom! After 2 violent explosions, over 1,000 spiked black tigers charging forward were turned to ashes. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 leapt into the air intending to escape. However, the moment they took flight, for spiked black tiger kings unleashed their demonic tiger shadows. For dozens of feet high demonic tiger shadows stretched out their massive palms, slapping down toward them. Not good. Both men slashed their swords at the giant hands, which seemed as real as anything. When the blades connected, sparks flew. The palm winds suffered no interference and struck both of them directly. Boom! They were smashed to the ground by the 4 palms, creating 2 huge human-shaped craters on impact. The impact cracked their bones with audible clicks. Several ribs on the left side broke, causing both to break into cold sweat from the searing pain. Song Ren and Tang Yanjian pakchied, staring at the 4 colossal spiked black tiger kings and the tens of thousands of glaring spiked black tigers around them. Their hearts sank halfway. Black spiked tiger kings, we came to your camp unintentionally. Please allow us to leave. Song Ren forced himself to step forward and bowed. You've really got guts, sneaking into this king's territory in the dead of night, and calling it unintentional? Don't you know demons and human cultivators are sworn enemies? If begging for mercy worked, why would the heavenly law enforcers exist? Kill them. At the spiked black tiger king's command, the swarm of black tigers charged again. Song Ren and Tang Yan's faces turned dark instantly. You damn black cat, just wait until I cut off your dogcat head. Tang Yan, a top-tier expert among the younger generation, could hardly swallow this humiliation. His youthful temper flared up as he launched the peerless sword technique of Sunset Valley, sunset across the sky, at the spiked black tiger king. As his sword stroke descended, 3 fireballs appeared in the void, plunging down from above the tiger king's head. Little brat, you're asking for death. The spiked black tiger king suddenly grew more than 3 times larger, leaped, and swatted at the 3 fireballs midair. Boom! A tremendous sound exploded in the sky, extinguishing the fireballs, but scorching the tiger king's paw in the process. Arg! I'll skin your flesh and drink your blood. All 4 spiked tiger kings launched attacks simultaneously. The battle erupted in full. Sword energies flew wildly, shattering the heavens and shaking the earth, darkening sun and moon. In the fierce collision of sword and might, one spiked tiger king, despite sustaining injuries, tore off Song Ren's arm and broke one of Tang Yan's ribs. Such a bloody, desperate battle had never happened to Song Ren and Tang Yan before. Hair disheveled over their shoulders, clothes soaked in blood, both filled with rage, eyes burning red. Spiked Black Tiger King, don't push us too far. If you won't let us leave today, even grievously injured, we will wipe out your entire force. Tang Yan stared at the encircling spiked black tigers. Fachu ta Zoe Chang de Jingak. Drama Queen die. The spiked tiger king genuinely sneered in mockery, again ordering his subordinates to attack. Dong dong dong. Tens of thousands of spiked black tigers summoned tens of thousands of demonic tiger shadows, covering the sky and crashing down. As the two were on the verge of death, Tang Yan retrieved a void teleportation token, his lips twitching with reluctance. This item was priceless, worth as much as a soul-severing divine weapon. Go! At the moment the demon shadows fell, Tang Yan pulled Song Ren away, disappearing on the spot. After a ripple in space, they appeared 50 kilometers away. Exactly where they'd stood, a powerful explosion erupted. The ground caved in, forming a 50-meter deep crater. The two appeared atop a mountain peak, looking at each other with lingering horror. Tang! Swoosh! Fong Juyo appeared before them with the 10,000 flower eye, scaring the two men to collapse on the ground. You, how did you come out? After a fleeting moment of panic, Song Ren sat up composedly and asked, Disciple, are you out here stargazing with Fong Juyo tonight? Fong Juyo and Wan Huatong hesitated, then a mocking smile flickered across their lips. Song Ren, keep pretending. And you beside him, dead fish eyes, keep playing your act. Fong Juyo ruthlessly lashed out, leaving the two seething with rage. Hunbuda, yi ba zhang pai suk him. But that was all they could do, just think. Their spiritual energy was drained to less than 1/10 after the previous battle. With what strength could they confront Fong Juyo now? Master uncle, why did you secretly betray me? Wan Huatong's eyes flickered with fury and a trace of regret. A moment of panic flickered across Song Ren's face. Then he feigned composure and said, Disciple Wan, how could Master Uncle betray you? Don't believe Fong Juyo's nonsense. You know he and I have bad blood between us. A sharp gleam flashed in Fong Juyo's eyes, and he smirked. Song Ren, you really are shameless. Even daring to harm your own disciple. Your strategy to divert the calamity eastward has failed. You couldn't be the mantis-eating cicada. Now you can only be the mantis. Song Ren and Tang Yin both shouted at once. It was you who did it. As soon as they said it, they regretted it. They had practically confessed to diverting the calamity eastward tonight and abducting Wan Huatong without any proof. Disciple, don't listen to his nonsense. Exactly, Disciple Wan. You are my younger brother's good friend. Actually, the brother of a good friend. I wouldn't deceive you. The true culprit behind all this is Fong Juyo. A trace of sadness flashed across Wan Huatong's eyes as he cast a cold glance at Song Ren. Fong Daoyu, I'll leave this to you to handle. With that, he soared into the air and departed. Though he couldn't bring himself to do it, Wan Huatong was no saint either. Disciple Wan. But Wan Huatong didn't even look back as he vanished into the distance. Alright, you two mantises, it's time to settle our scores. Fong Juyo drew the cold ice immortal sword, casually trimmed his fingernails, and looked at the two with a sinister, charming gaze. Song Ren and Tang Yin were terrified beyond their wits. Fong Daoyu, it was merely a small misunderstanding. I swear on my honor, I won't ever trouble you again. Fong Daoyu, my younger brother brought death upon himself. He died well, died beautifully. Thank you for ridding the Tang family of such a disgraceful, rotten piece of trash. To save their lives, the two knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Not long ago, they had been proud early and middle stage transcendence experts. Now, suddenly, they were like captives awaiting execution. But the moment they lowered their heads, a glint of killing intent flickered in their eyes. A cultivator knows when to yield and when to fight. To survive, they would resort to any means. Pity. I've never been a saint myself. Once you've offended me, there are only two options. Die, or die a truly hideous death. As the words fell, the two, still kneeling on the ground, suddenly leapt high into the air, drew their swords, and charged at Fong Juyo with their final strike. Their last spiritual energy fueled their ultimate moves. Spirit silence extinction. Last rays of the setting sun. They grinned with triumph. At such close range, with the ultimate moves of two transcendence experts, Fong Juyo was certainly doomed. But a light curtain suddenly appeared before them, and Fong Juyo seemed to be wearing armor straight from the heavens. The two were stunned. Their swords shattered inch by inch, failing to inflict even a scratch. They watched as Fong Juyo lightly swept his cold ice sword. No, a thin line appeared across both their necks. Moments later, their heads shot skyward, and two streams of blood gushed wildly. You two idiots don't even know your own situation. Sigh. Fong Juyo picked up the storage ring, moved in an instant 100 miles away, and disappeared without a trace. Ding. Master, having slain one middle stage transcendence expert and one early stage transcendence expert, you've earned 30x luck value, triggered a 10,000x drop rate. You've gained 480,000 cultivation points. Cumulative cultivation points, 2,728,000. Chapter 52, Sword Master Yijin Xiaoyao vs. Xie Yuankue, Lingji City. Xiaoyaoan. Friend Feng, is it over? Wan Huatong's eyes flickered with sorrow, mingled with a hint of inexplicable anger. He never expected his own master's junior, Song Ren, would conspire with Tang Yin to betray him. You won't blame me for erasing him, will you? Fong Juyo glanced at Wan Huatong, the corner of his lips slightly curling. Self-inflicted fate cannot be forgiven. A glint of hatred flashed in Wan Huatong's eyes. He decided to no longer dwell on Song Ren's betrayal. Friend Feng, rest assured, this matter will remain only between us. Wan Huatong gave his assurance. His master junior Song Ren's disappearance would rot in his heart alone. The next day, Fong Juyo was invited to attend the Evil Demon Discussion Conference together with Wan Huatong. At the City Lord's mansion, Xie Guangquan lavished endless praise upon Fong Juyo, making countless fellow cultivators envious. Fong Juyo, truly a peerless genius. Yesterday he made the skeleton army, three-tailed black wolf, and spiked black tiger retreat step by step. Praises continued echoing through the hall. Oh, does anyone know where junior brother Song Ren is? Xie Guangquan looked around the room, but couldn't find Song Ren. One of the key high-level fighters was missing. If Song Ren did not participate in today's city defense battle, there would be a serious gap in their high-tier strength. Each individual was crucial to the safety of Lingji City. Fong Juyo remained expressionless, showing no sign of irregularity. Wan Huatong hesitated for a moment, but quickly calmed down without anyone noticing his inner turmoil. Xie Guangquan tapped the table. He realized that there were only 30 high-tier fighters on his side against the evil sect's 40 transcendent stage experts, an alarming difference. A vague sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Looking at Wan Huatong, he anxiously asked, Master Nephew Wan, do you think your master can offer assistance? After a moment of silence, Wan Huatong replied uncertainly, I will try to transmit voice to him, but I cannot promise anything. All the present transcendent stage experts gazed at Wan Huatong with anticipation. If his master, Bailing Jing, participated personally, the battle against the evil cult would be much more assured, for his combat power ranked first in Lingji Cave. After Wan Huatong sent his voice message, an awe-inspiring voice echoed from above the assembly hall. My two avatars will arrive shortly. No need to worry. Everyone was overjoyed instantly. Everyone knew that Bailing Jing's two avatars had already reached late transcendent stage. Combined, they could rival even peak transcendent stage experts. Suddenly, a white shadow and a black shadow appeared in the hall. Their immense aura made everyone take a step back. I am Bailing Jing. I am Heiling Jing. The two cold figures gave off an icy, unwelcoming vibe that created immense pressure among the present experts. Fong Juyo looked puzzled, sensing something sinister from the two avatars of Lingjing. Their oppressive presence silently locked onto him despite them not directly looking at him. Seeing the two avatars of the living legend arriving, Xie Guangquan was delighted. He cupped his fists together. Thank you, Master Bai, for rushing to our aid. This time, Lingji City will surely defeat the evil forces. Heir. The two avatars spoke in unison. Then Xie Guangquan began to deploy the troops. The frontline charge and enemy elimination naturally fell to the Void Nascent stage, Yuan Shin stage, and Purple Mansion stage cultivators, while the Transcendent stage experts, the elite fighters, guarded the sky, ready to provide backup support to the cultivators below. Feng Juyo, Xia Yuhao, and Wan Huatong were assigned to the same group under the command of Xie Yuankue, a Void Manifestation stage peak expert. Xie Yuankue, Xie Guangquan's nephew, 1,000 years old, extremely arrogant. He was hailed as the future successor of Xie Guangquan and the guardian of Lingji City, a classic case of an official's second generation. However, he disliked anyone more talented than himself. Even the genius disciple Wan Huatong was not well regarded in his eyes, let alone Fong Juyo, an outsider. You three have low cultivation. Be observant on the battlefield. Don't expect me to clean up your mess. And if anyone dares to play the hero alone, or play the lone hero, don't expect mercy. Throughout his speech, Xie Yunkui kept staring at Fong Juyo, a scornful smirk curling on his lips. Xia Yuhao, you just stay by my side. You're injured, and it would break my heart. He looked at Xia Yuhao with a greedy, predatory gaze, almost wanting to swallow her whole. The three of them became instantly furious. Xia Yuhao, a fiery little pepper, definitely couldn't tolerate his lewd words and lustful stare. Senior brother Xia, thank you for your kindness. I think I'll be safer next to little brother Fong. I won't trouble you anymore. As soon as Xia Yuhao finished speaking, Xia Yunkui shot Fong Juyo a cold gaze, his lip curling in disdain. Just a piece of trash from the Purple Mansion stage. Can you really protect her? Yesterday was pure luck. If this senior had been there, those skeleton legions and three-tailed black wolves would have been wiped out with a single palm strike. Fong Juyo remained as calm as still water, showing no emotional fluctuation. However, Wan Huatong was already furious. Senior brother Xia, thank you for your concern. The three of us have decided to withdraw from your squad. What? Xia Yunkui stared with his gloomy pupils, unable to believe what had just happened. His lips slightly twitched. Master Nephew Wan, don't think you can act arrogantly just because you're the emperor's heir. Remember, unripe emperors are still trash. Wan Huatong glared coldly at Xia Yunkui. This reckless fool. Did you really think Fong Juyo was a soft target you could squeeze at will? Even Tang Yin and senior Uncle Song Ren were defeated by him, let alone a mere void manifestation stage trash like you. Our paths differ. We cannot walk together. Xia Yunkui, take care of yourself. Wan Huatong, along with the other two, turned toward the door, leaving Xia Yunkui burning with rage. A killing intent flickered momentarily in his gloomy eyes. As they reached the door, Fong Juyo stopped, turning back to glance at the furious Xia Yunkui. Void manifestation stage, how impressive. I'm so scared. I suggest you eat more peaches and nourish yourself well. Fong Juyo smirked with disdain before turning and leaving. You, unable to tolerate Fong Juyo's mockery, Xia Yunkui, at void manifestation stage, roared in anger. Trash, stop right there. Trash calling who trash. Realizing what had just happened, Xia Yunkui became furious, immediately sending a palm strike toward Fong Juyo, attempting to crush him outright. In midair, a gigantic palm condensed into a monstrous shape, darkening the sky over Lingji City. Bystanders wore expressions of shock and began murmuring. Here comes Xia Yunkui bullying people again. His sky-sundering palm is an Shenji combat technique, easily capable of smashing entire mountains. Don't you know? Xia Yunkui's sky-sundering palm ranks among the top 10 combat techniques in Lingji Cave. It's hailed as the #1 palm skill there. That poor fellow is in trouble. Xia Yunkui has already displayed killing intent. The other cultivators were not optimistic about Fong Juyo's chances. After all, a peak void manifestation stage expert could easily obliterate a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Xia Yunkui, you're begging for death. Facing his oppressive hostility, Fong Juyo's anger ignited. He unsheathed his cold ice immortal sword, pointed it toward the sky, and roared. One sword of Xiaoyao Gangmong. Instantly, a mighty wind surged, and the sky above Lingji City darkened as clouds scattered. After the clouds parted, 10 blazing suns emerged, each radiating terrifying energy. It seemed as if the land would dry out and turn into scorched soil. The sunlight rained down like countless fire columns falling vertically from the sky. Not good. Xie Guangquan, presiding over the meeting, suddenly turned pale, anxiously glancing at the living legend, the black and white lenses. The two avatars of Bailing Jing briefly exchanged surprised glances, never expecting Fong Juyo to have such a powerful move. Even they felt slightly threatened. Fortunately, he wasn't Yuan Shin stage, or else they might have had no way to handle him. No need to worry. The two avatars vanished from the assembly hall, instantly reappearing above Lingji City. Drawing their swords, they slashed toward the 10 blazing suns in the sky, shouting, "One sword, sever the heavens. One sword, fell the suns." In an instant, 2 sword beams transformed into a black phoenix and a white phoenix, carrying immortal energy, soaring skyward into the 10 blazing suns. Boom! 10 tremendous explosions rang out, and the blazing suns disappeared from the sky without a trace. Chapter 53. Fong Juyo versus the Skeleton King. Just as a fierce battle was underway, Bai Jing's mirror clone intervened and brought the fighting to a halt. The spectators were left speechless. Whether it was Fong Juyo's one sword to rule the heavens, light, which produced 10 suns across the sky, or Bai Jing's 2 slashes that split the heavens and severed the sun itself, both were clearly techniques of the heaven-sundering realm. A move performed by a Purple Mansion cultivator had required 2 clones of an expert at the late Heaven Ascension stage to neutralize. It was evident just how terrifying Fong Juyo truly was. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim their admiration. Fong Juyo will surely become the #1 expert within the domain of life. One bystander couldn't resist praising. Isn't that obvious? If the living fossil Bai Jing hadn't intervened, Xie Yunkui would probably be reduced to ashes. Another bystander chimed in, even showing disdain for Xie Yunkui's despicable attitude. This matter ends here. No precedents allowed, or else disciplinary measures will be enforced. Imprisonment in the 9 Hells jail. He Jing glared coldly at the two, and, after issuing his warning, both black and white mirror clones vanished. Xie Yunkui's face shifted from green to purple. He wished he could find a crack in the earth to crawl into. He had never expected Fong Juyo to possess such a horrifying ultimate technique. Had the 2 mirror clones not appeared, he would have been reduced to nothingness. He glared at Fong Juyo bitterly, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Fong Juyo, you just wait. After dealing with these evil beings, let's settle this in the abyss. Are you brave enough? Fong Juyo looked up slightly and glanced at Xie Yunkui. Fine. He then turned and followed Wan Huatong and Xia Yuho away. Dear Fong, that move, one sword to rule the heavens, light, was so cool. Would you consider teaching it to Big Sis? Xia Yuho blinked her eyes in admiration as she stared at Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo sized her up and down before smirking. Your talent is on your chest, not in your brain. You can't learn this sword technique. Her excited heart was instantly doused. Xia Yuha's mood darkened rapidly as she roared. Good one, Fong Juyo. Your talent must be located in. Her face suddenly flushed red, and although her lips continued to hurl curses, her heart felt secretly delighted. She thought smugly, my figure is great. Go envy it. Wan Huatong smiled slightly, and shook her head, leading the two toward the happy wanderer inn. Roar! A deafening roar from outside the city pierced the sky, reverberating through Lingji City and making the scalps of the cultivators tingle. All cultivators immediately proceed to the city walls. The evil ones have begun their final assault. A sea of evil beings poured in like a flood, making the earth tremble. Oppressive evil energy blanketed the skies above Lingji City. The evil beings advanced in precise formation, as disciplined as an army in war. On the city walls, experts at the Heaven Ascension stage were stationed at all 4 gates: east, south, west, and north. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Whether or not the city could withstand this assault depended on this battle alone. Many fellow cultivators may perish in this fight. This time, the evil beings might break through the gates and slaughter their families within. This might be their final battle side by side. Yet, no one showed any hesitation, even when faced with evil beings outnumbering them nearly 5 or 6 times. Their homes and families lay behind them, no room for cowardice. The cultivators gripped their weapons tightly and pulled out talismans from their spatial rings. The great battle was about to begin. Fong Juyo followed Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha to the western city gate. Down below, a swarm of skeleton warriors charged forward fearlessly, possessing the talent of rebirth. Kill, kill, kill. The cultivators on the city wall erupted into a frenzy, fighting furiously with their weapons against the advancing skeleton army. A faint smile appeared on Fong Juyo's lips. These creatures were pure experience points for him. Fellow cultivators Wan and Xia, I'll head in first. You two defend the western gate. Fong Juyo stepped forward into the air and instantly appeared 5 kilometers away. This time, he deliberately targeted evil beings of late Purple Mansion stage or above. Only such enemies could help him level up quickly. As for those hellish late Purple Mansion experts, he would avoid killing them if possible. Skeleton General die. This time, Fong Juyo took out his little golden spear, which instantly expanded into a spear over 2 meters long. Swinging the spear, he charged toward the Skeleton General. Human brat, you're seeking death. 2 armies of 5,000 skeletons surged forward. Fong Juyo's vitality, radiating above early Heaven Ascension level, was considered a rare treasure for the skeletons, capable of elevating their strength. Especially the 2 skeleton generals. If they consumed Fong Juyo, there would be a 50% chance for them to evolve into a skeleton king. That would mean reaching the Heaven Ascension realm, and potentially even evolving into a ghost king or ghost emperor in the future. Kill. The skeleton army formed ranks and charged forward, their bone blades and swords slashing through the air. Countless blades and sword shadows advanced like rolling thunder. Oppressive demonic energy loomed over Fong Juyo's head. The little golden spear began spinning, and the slaughter heaven scripture within his body activated automatically, absorbing and converting demonic energy, death energy, and killing intent into his own spiritual power. Roam the 8 Desolations, battle. Against this fleshless army of skeletons, the first move of Roam the 8 Desolations, battle, was their natural nemesis. Cracking sounds appeared above Fong Juyo. Streams of golden energy dragons descended from the sky, diving into the skeleton army. Those skeletons touched by the golden energy dragons instantly disintegrated into nothingness, with no chance of rebirth. Fong Juyo used his A Step Between divine ability, transforming into a streak of light weaving through the skeleton army. Endless golden energy dragons rained down. 5,000 skeletons were completely eradicated in an instant. The 2 skeleton generals were shocked by Fong Juyo's massacre, their eye sockets ghost flames turning red. They raised their bone blades and transformed into 2 white streaks charging toward Fong Juyo. The bone blades flashed, silent bone shadows creeping in, swinging their blades, merciless and fierce. However, Fong Juyo's little golden spear transformed into a giant golden dragon, spiraling upward and striking both bone blades, shattering them into dust in an instant. Then, while the 2 skeleton generals stood stunned, the energy dragons plunged into their ghost flames. Pung! After a series of thunderous explosions, the 2 skeleton generals were instantly reduced to nothingness. Ding! Master successfully eliminated 2 nascent soul stage early stage skeleton generals, earned 10x luck value, triggered a 1000x drop rate, gained cultivation value, 16,000. Total cultivation value, 2,744,000 points. That's it. Fong Juyo was stunned. It actually triggered a 1000x drop rate. He had only received 16,000 points after killing 2 nascent soul stage skeleton generals. Suddenly, a killing intent descended from the heavens, and a glowing white bone blade shot from the void. Not good. In this critical moment, the divine ability, A Step Between, activated. Fong Juyo transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from his spot at light speed. Pung! A deafening boom shook the skies, and a 30-meter-long blade trench appeared where Fong Juyo had just stood. A massive skeleton king appeared, its eye sockets glowing with purple ghostly flames, staring toward Fong Juyo. What the hell? You ugly freak, you actually ambushed me. Are you not even fit to play fair? Fong Juyo briefly felt fear. This proved that he must always remain vigilant on the battlefield, or he'd once again be ambushed by these despicable things. Die, damned human brat. You killed my subordinates, and I will make you die with no grave to be buried in. A soul consciousness was transmitted from the Skeleton King's purple ghost fire. It was currently furious beyond measure. Yesterday, Fong Juyo had killed hundreds of thousands of its skeleton troops. Today, he wiped out another 5,000, and personally eliminated its 2 commanders. The hatred between them was profound and irreconcilable. Fong Juyo flipped up his middle finger contemptuously and retorted, Skeleton King, what are you trying to show off with? If threats were enough, why would Heaven's Tao be necessary? Chapter 54. 3 Ascension Stage Evil Fiends vs. Fong Juyo. The Skeleton King, dozens of zhang tall, extended its 20 zhang long leg and fiercely stomped toward Fong Juyo. It was as if a mountain crashed down, blotting out the sky and sun, a terrifying sight indeed. Zoo. Employing the inch-is-a-mile technique, Fong Juyo instantly vanished from his spot. Boom! The ground shook violently. At the place where Fong Juyo had stood, a footstep dozens of meters long now appeared. You damned insect. I'll crush you to death. The Skeleton King lifted its foot, looked down, but found no trace of Fong Juyo's body. Gaga. Its head twisted 180 degrees, facing its back, yet still found no sign of Fong Juyo. Suddenly, its palm glowing white, it swiped toward its own head. Zoo. Fong Juyo dodged with his Xiaoyao steps, avoiding the strike. With his tiny golden spear, he slashed toward the skeleton's palm. Spirit wandering through the 8 wildernesses, fight. Instantly, a massive spear shadow descended from the heavens, bringing along several dragon-like chi formations. Courting death, the Skeleton King twirled its bone saber, releasing a surge of black chi that formed a black dragon-shaped force to meet the attack head-on. The golden and black chi dragons collided. Boom! A loud explosion roared through the sky, sending up a mushroom cloud. Fong Juyo closed in and pierced through the Skeleton King's palm with his tiny golden spear, creating a huge hole. Ah, damned insect! You've wounded me. I'll turn you into a skeleton slave and burn you with a 9-yo flame every day. Roaring in fury, the Skeleton King screamed toward the sky. Suddenly, under its purple ghostly flames, the evil fiends killed earlier by human cultivators began to revive one by one. Many evil skeletal beasts, skeleton dogs, wolves, tigers, crawled up from underground. Under the Skeleton King's command, they lined up orderly and charged toward Fong Juyo. Boom, boom, boom. The earth began to tremble. Like a tidal wave, the summoned skeletons marched forth, their eye sockets flickering with eerie flames. One skeleton after another stacked themselves into a bone ladder stretching dozens of zhang across. Dozens of zhang away from Fong Juyo, they began mid-air flying attacks, swarming through the air like locusts. Watch me, spirit wandering through the 8 wildernesses, fight. Fong Juyo gripped his spear, spun around. Wherever his spear pointed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Wherever his gaze swept, countless golden spears fell from the sky, carrying the roaring intent of golden dragons crossing galaxies. The airborne skeletons became golden targets, disintegrating into dust upon contact with golden light, vanishing into the sky. 1, 2, tens of thousands of summoned skeletal monsters disappeared. Within a 500 zhang radius around Fong Juyo, a storm of falling black ashes formed a massive circle. Dong, dong, dong. Fong Juyo's devastating slaughter enraged the Skeleton King beyond measure. Its summoned skeleton underlings turned to dust in an instant. Its purple flames wildly raged. Until Fong Juyo was destroyed, it would not stop. Each step it took covered hundreds of meters, crossing the battlefield in a stride. Swinging its bone saber violently, it locked onto Fong Juyo, releasing a saber slash that cleaved the sky. The Shi-Kong tore open, crackling sounds echoing through the heavens. Where the saber slash passed, everything instantly became void. Fong Juyo intended to use the inch-is-a-mile technique, but noticed the surrounding space had been locked. His expression darkened. He sensed 2 evil Ascension Stage fiends jointly sealing the area. At the moment the saber slash struck, a protective armor barrier automatically formed outside Fong Juyo's body. The Tianqiong protective ability had passively activated. Boom! A flash of fire lit, and Fong Juyo remained unscathed. The 3 airborne fiends revealed surprised expressions. The Skeleton King, Sanwei Black Wolf King, and Spiked Black Tiger King, 3 great kings, stepped out from Shing, appearing shocked. Little insect, you actually have a divine protective skill. The Skeleton King's purple flame wildly danced, and its bone saber gleamed brighter. Seeing the 3 walking toward him, Fong Juyo's heart tightened. He never expected the 3 fiend kings would team up against him. 3 evil fiends, you actually have no evil code of honor and gang up on me. A single human cultivator. Fong Juyo gripped his tiny golden spear, stabbed it into the ground, leaning on its shaft, staring at the 3 figures. He shouted verbally while tightening his grip even more firmly on the golden spear. Skelly, leave this insect to me for some fun. Sanwei Black Wolf King, glancing at the ongoing aerial battle above, noticed the humans temporarily held a defensive stance. The time left for Lingji City's cultivators was limited. No, better yet, let me handle it. My Spiked Black Tiger clan's humiliation must be cleansed with his head. The colossal Spiked Black Tiger King stamped its feet. A powerful force surged from beneath the ground straight up to Fong Juyo's thighs. The 3 fiend kings quarreled over who would get to kill Fong Juyo first. Fong Juyo used his 1,000-mile eye and glanced far away. He saw the Skeleton Legion, the Sanwei Black Wolf Legion, and the Spiked Black Tiger Legion already attacking the western gate. Countless human cultivators fell dead one after another. Not good. My experience points. Taking advantage of the 3 fiend kings squabbling over who would kill him first, Fong Juyo activated his inch-is-a-mile technique again. His entire body seemed to step into a teleportation formation, vanishing from under their very noses. Damn it, where'd the little bug go? The 3 fiends argued for a while, then for a moment let their guard down, only to find Fong Juyo gone. In an instant, Fong Juyo reappeared beside Xiaoyue. She was drenched in sweat, her chest soaked through, her majestic mound swaying violently as she fought, nearly blinding Fong Juyo's eyes. Die, damned evil fiends. She executed a moon-slicing crescent blade, like dipping a ladle into the sea. An arc of moonlight blade energy poured down, severing the heads of over a dozen purple foundation stage fiends. Then came, chasing stars and moon, with mysterious, unpredictable blade projections. The skeleton inton surrounding the human cultivators exploded into pieces one after another. Ah, if only Fong Bd were here. While fighting, Xiaoyue couldn't help muttering about Fong Juyo's fierce slaughter. Suddenly, a black mist fell from the sky, condensing into a black water dragon that charged straight towards Xiaoyue's head. Not good. Fong Bd, help me. At the critical moment, Xiaoyue didn't call out to the 10,000 flower pupil. Instinctively, she cried out Fong Juyo's name. A golden dragon surged through the shlong, rushing toward the black water dragon. 500 meters above Xiaoyue's head, the 2 dragons collided in a violent explosion. A white robe, a golden spear, one stride through Shing. Fong Juyo leapt into the air, rushing toward the evil black water dragon. Damned insect, ruining my grand plan. I will assimilate you. The evil black water dragon roared furiously. It secretly plotted assassination of a talent ruined by a mere purple foundation stage human cultivator. It flew into a rage, swinging its massive tail wildly toward Fong Juyo. It tore the surrounding Lingqi into emptiness. The tail, covered in spikes, looked like a several dozen meter long great sword, smashing directly toward him. Humph! The inch is a mile ability activated. Fong Juyo vanished from Shen, instantly appearing on the evil black water dragon's back. Taking advantage of the moment its tail missed, the tiny golden spear in his hand flashed like lightning, executing, spirit wandering through the 8 wildernesses, blood, and pierced into its torso. Ah, damned insect. Stop. In less than a breath's time, the evil black water dragon's essence blood gushed out furiously. Under the transformation of spirit wandering through the 8 wildernesses, blood, it turned into vast quantities of Lingqi, merging into Fong Juyo's body. Die! The Skeleton King, Sandway Black Wolf King, and Spiked Black Tiger King charged over. Damn it! You 3 beasts! You have no shui virtue. You don't deserve to be called evil fiends. Fong Juyo yanked his tiny golden spear free, watching the 3 attacks approaching. Instantly, he vanished from atop the black water dragon. He became a streak of white light, shooting backward toward the main camp of the Skeleton King and the others. Chapter 55. Celestial lightning descends. Primordial flawless Fundun body reaches perfection. The sun and moon lost their light. The void shattered. In Lingji City, experts at the Tribulation Crossing stage were retreating, beaten back by the evil cultivators. Xie Guanquan, the city's commander, had one arm shattered, blood staining his clothes. Jia Simon, the protective sect elder of the Lingji Cavern, bled heavily from his chest with 2 broken ribs. Of the dozens of Tribulation Crossing experts, everyone, aside from the 2 avatars of Bai Jingjing, had suffered injuries. In contrast, on the side of the evil cultivators, aside from the severely wounded Black Rat King and Black Snake King, nearly all of the other 50 Tribulation Crossing evil cultivators remained mostly unscathed. In the void, the decisive battle had begun. The 2 avatars of Bai Jingjing were locked in a ferocious battle with the strongest evil cultivator, Black Ape King. These 2 avatars possessed unparalleled combat strength. Sword chi slashed through the void, severing space itself and destroying stars. Black Ape King's devilish aura surged to the heavens, his defense unrivaled. Punches and kicks shattered the sky, fracturing the Shung. They fought from ground to air, and now into the void. For now, it was impossible to tell who would win. Below, the battle had turned extremely intense. Countless human cultivators died, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of demons. Fortunately, Fong Juyo had charged into the evil cultivators' rear headquarters, preventing millions of demons from simultaneously attacking the city. On the western city wall, Xia Yuha and Wan Huatong were covered in blood, panting heavily as they gazed anxiously at the battlefield 100 kilometers away. Wan's senior brother, can Feng Di defeat the 4 Tribulation Crossing evil cultivators? Xia Yuha twitched his lips, concern clearly written all over his face. It will be difficult. Those are kings among evil cultivators, the formidable Skeleton King, Black Dragon, Free-tailed Black Wolf King, and Thorny Black Tiger King. Wan Huatong bitterly regretted his weak cultivation. He couldn't even fight against evil cultivators at the late hollowing stage, let alone those at the Tribulation Crossing level. As a heavenly prince, he felt he was far inferior to Fong Juyo. Senior brother Wan, look. Wan Huatong followed Xia Yuha's pointing finger, gazing toward the battlefield 100 kilometers away. At this moment, Fong Juyo's eyes had turned blood red. With the enhancement from the supreme grade cultivation method, the Annihilation Heaven Scripture, he grew stronger through battle, feeding off it, his spiritual energy boundless. He was growing stronger with each passing moment. Elite demons like Skeleton, Three-tailed Black Wolf, Thorny Black Tiger, and Black Ape officers were falling around him in droves, either reduced to ashes or drained of their vital essence. In a moment, over 1,000 hollowing stage demonic generals had been slain upon the ground. Dinga. Host, you have gained 10 million cultivation points. Total accumulated, 12.728 million. Host, you have met the conditions for completing the primordial flawless Fundun body. Would you like to break through now? A robotic voice from the system rang in Fong Juyo's ears, bringing unexpected joy. He hadn't expected that after killing so many enemies, his cultivation points would surge by 10 million. I will break through the primordial flawless Fundun body now. Fong Juyo said excitedly. Dinga. Minor completion of primordial flawless Fundun body reached. Breakthrough in progress. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to major completion of the primordial flawless Fundun body. For more details, please review on your own. Suddenly, a massive surge of power erupted from Fong Juyo's body. Crack. The sky abruptly changed color. A bright sunny day had instantly become night. The 4 devils who had been chasing Fong Juyo, Black Dragon among them, revealed astonished expressions. The entire battlefield looked like the end of the world, with stars falling from the sky and galaxies exploding. Celestial lightning roared, countless arcs of lightning beam on over the battlefield. At this moment, cultivators from Lingji City and attacking evil demons all stopped fighting. Inside Fong Juyo's body, in the world of his Dantian, echoes of cosmic laws sounded continuously, and his Dantian world expanded 100 times in size. Primordial Gundun energy spread everywhere. The 6 primordial objects were transforming once more. A frost lotus, filled with cosmic law, radiated cold enough to freeze the 9 heavens. A heavenly book, glowing with text, flashed with thunder and lightning, forming into countless laws descending. A sword grass, releasing sword chi piercing the sky, unleashed 1,000 blades, with sword energy wandering through the void. The 6 primordial mysteries trembled restlessly, fusing with the cosmic law within his Dantian realm. Fong Juyo felt his entire body had undergone a dramatic transformation, like an ancient dragon. With one punch, he could shatter a star. Each drop of blood in his body became as precious as a supreme, divine medicine. His bones turned golden, their rigidity rivaling that of a divine weapon of the Emperor. Golden blood coursed through his entire body, cleansing every muscle, limb, and organ. The primordial flawless Funan body had advanced to the verge of perfection. Only one final step remained. Baptism by celestial lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Innumerable celestial lightning bolts rolled through the clouds. All beings below wore terrified expressions. Whether human cultivators or evil demons, one thought passed through every mind. We're doomed. 81 purple celestial lightning bolts transformed into 81 immortal warriors and generals, rushing toward Fong Juyo with the intent to kill. Heaven-shattering and earth-destroying slaughter rained down from the sky, as if it sought to devour all living beings. Senior brother Wan, it's Fong Bdef undergoing a tribulation. Xia Yuha was deeply startled, his face once again revealing terror. We're doomed, junior sister. Feng's tribulation seems to be a physical one. The 81 divine lightning bolts of a 99 heavenly calamity. It's several times stronger than an ordinary tribulation crossing expert's tribulation, equivalent to the Jianan experienced when a tribulation crossing cultivator breakthroughs to the heaven-severing stage. Wan Huatong's face suddenly changed. For cultivators above the divine body level, when they break through to the completion of their physical body, the heavenly Tao would send down calamities. Ordinarily, it was at most a 3-9 lightning tribulation, unless those heavenly Tao-defying Shinkin Tao bodies, or even Gundun body cultivators, where the heavenly Tao might send down a 6-9 lightning tribulation. Someone like Fong Juyo who faced a 9-9 divine lightning calamity was unheard of. He couldn't even recall reading such a record in any ancient texts. Few had ever survived the 6-9 divine lightning tribulation, let alone the 9-9 world annihilation divine lightning tribulation. In the void, the black and white avatars of Bai Jingjing showed terror in their eyes. Fong Juyo had actually broken through to the perfection of his physical form and summoned the 9-9 divine lightning tribulation. He had never heard of someone at the mere purple palace stage achieving physical perfection. Even Bai Jingjing himself, already a peak tribulation crossing existence, had spent more than 10,000 years refining his body with countless medicinal pills and spiritual treasures before his avatar Tao body barely reached its initial completion. That had already reached the physical limit breakthrough attainable within the life Jin Qi. Yet Fong Juyo had shattered a record set 40,000 years ago. Avarice gleamed openly in his eyes. He must obtain Feng's body. Possessing a fully completed Tao body would certainly make him the supreme ruler of the life Jin Qi. If this child is not eliminated, he shall subdue the life Jin Qi and achieve the ultimate great cause. The Black Ape King spoke in human tongue, offering admiration. Though they were enemies to humanity, in this moment, he could not help but praise Fong Juyo. At the same time, his gaze grew even more murderous. As long as this child remained, none in the life Jin Qi, be they human or demon, could oppose him. Fong Juyo stood proudly amidst the divine lightning, pointing at the 81 transformed divine soldiers and generals, and sneered. Minor divine lightning tribulation, bow before this young master. The 81 divine soldiers and generals were completely enraged. Wielding spears, long lances, and swords, they charged at Fong Juyo. Innumerable rays of divine light poured down. Under the spears, not a blade of grass survived. Beneath the lances, mountains collapsed and lands split apart. Under the swords, the battlefield transformed into a lake. Terrible killing intent filled the battlefield, layer upon layer of divine, sword energy blanketing the skies. 1,000 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter, the 81 divine weapons pierced in. Yet, at the exact moment the 81 weapons pierced in, a celestial dome protection appeared, forming a transparent barrier around Fong Juyo's body. Every attack landed on the shield, where the energy was absorbed into the barrier and then returned into Fong Juyo's body. The immense divine lightning power was being fully absorbed, and Fong Juyo's original late Purple Palace stage cultivation effortlessly break through to the peak of the Purple Palace stage. The 81 divine soldiers and generals, filled with fury, continued their attacks. That celestial dome rotated around Fong Juyo. No matter how hard the divine soldiers and generals attacked, they could not harm him in the slightest. In the end, the 81 divine soldiers and generals vanished into the void, filled with unwillingness. Chapter 56, Emulating Heaven and Earth, Crushing Demons with One Hand. Fong Juyo stood Dao Shurkendi and looked down upon the world with contempt, easily passing through the heavenly tribulation of the Shintan Wundun body's immortal lightning. His Shantan Wusha Wundun body had finally reached perfection and broke through. He unlocked the first offensive divine ability, Fa Tan Shangdi. This ability allowed him to imitate the Qi Shu of heaven and earth, freely transforming his form. For example, becoming a giant dozens of zhang tall, increasing his physical strength and magical attacks 100-fold, easily destroying heaven and earth. Fong Juyo wore a look of astonishment. With such a divine ability, wouldn't those Shimo on the battlefield be crushed like ants? The second auxiliary domain ability, Wadiwei. Through his own spiritual power, he could create an indestructible prison within a range of 50 to 5,000 meters around him, sealing his enemies inside. Enemies within the prison would see their strength halved, and their life force would be drained to sustain the prison's operation. Unless they defeated Fong Juyo, the prison would persist until the enemy perished. If the enemy surpassed him by 2 major realms, Adualao would become ineffective. When Fong Juyo broke through to the Dandao Jing, he would easily be able to seal opponents of the Wen Jing. Whether he could defeat a Wen Jing expert, however, would be a battle for beings beyond immortals. The third soul-attacking divine ability, Dao Xinwen Tan. Through the soul, he would launch a Bo Xing to Dao heart questioning, making the enemy lose their way in the Ba Dao, unraveling their inner will, and completely stripping them of their pursuit of the Da Dao. In severe cases, their Dao heart would collapse, rendering them useless. In mild cases, their Dao heart would stagnate, and they would never break through to higher realms again. This soul-attacking ability only worked against enemies no more than 2 major realms above himself. If the enemy's soul power surpassed his own, it would be practically ineffective. These 3 divine abilities and domains were rewards for breaking through the Shintan Wusha body, and even more importantly, the foundation for Fong Juyo's place in the vast 3,000 worlds. Fong Juyo couldn't even imagine how terrifying it would be to unleash Fa Tian Shangdi and Gadao in conjunction with Sa Tenjing, compounded by a 100-fold attack buff, forcing even those of the Dujie Jing to meet their doom. The Shivo in the air and human experts at the Dujie Jing wore astonished expressions. Compared to the human experts' surprise, the Shivo bore expressions of killing intent. The existence of such a human cultivator meant inevitable nightmares for them once he grew stronger. In the Shukong, the Black Ape King's eyes turned blood red. He could not allow Fong Juyo to exist in this world. Roaring furiously, he commanded, "Kill this human cultivator who has passed his tribulation." The four Shimo, Skeleton King, Three-Tailed Black Wolf King, Black Jiao Dragon, and Spiked Black Tiger King, who had just paused, resumed their assault. Die! The Skeleton King howled toward the sky, emitting a strange, guttural sound. Immediately, the ground trembled, and countless deceased humans and shank buried underground revived. A dense army of skeletons charged toward Fong Juyo in battle formation. The Black Jiao Dragon summoned clouds and fog, radiating a powerful black aura and calling forth swarms of snakes, which blotted out the sky, raining down red, black, and yellow toxic mists. After a howling Alo, the three-tailed Black Wolf King enlarged tenfold in size, turning into a monstrous beast charging directly toward Fong Juyo. The Spiked Black Tiger King, whose forehead's king character glowed with black light, shot spikes like an arrow storm at Fong Juyo. His body also enlarged tenfold, charging toward Fong Juyo alongside the three-tailed Black Wolf King. The earth trembled, the sounds of battle shook the sky. They were just a step away from Fong Juyo, on the verge of launching their attacks. Far Tan Shang Dig. Suddenly, Fong Juyo transformed into a giant dozens of Zhang Tal in an instant. It was as if he touched the stars above and treaded forbidden grounds below. His entire power had multiplied not just 100-fold. With one punch thrown, the space in front of him became vacuum, reduced to nothingness. All flying blades and toxic gases instantly vanished. With one stomp, countless skeleton warriors disintegrated into dust, leaving massive footprints carved into the earth. Experts at the Duje Jing in the sky were speechless, their eyes wide with shock. They had been closely observing Fong Juyo below the entire time, and had never expected him to master such divine abilities. Wasn't this a divine technique usually only learned by high-level immortals? How could he, a cultivator at the Gufu Hochi realm, learn it? Could he possibly be the descendant of some powerful Sensho being? The two clones of White Mirror battling in the Shong wore stunned expressions. Such an outrageously talented Fong Juyo must be his third clone. Their eyes burned with fiery desire, desperate to rush down and subdue Fong Juyo, bringing him back to perform the 3 lives cloning technique. The Black Ape King grew more and more alarmed as they fought. These cursed twins had lower cultivation realms than his own, yet when they worked together, he couldn't even take them down. The black and white clones worked in perfect coordination, without any flaw, always diffusing his violent force. Damned little human brat, you've made me furious. I will crush you with my ass. The Black Ape King furiously pounded his chest. In the Shikong, he conjured up a colossal illusion of himself, charging toward the two clones. Senior brother Wan, look quick. Fong Jr. has turned into a giant. Oh my god, his 8-pack abs look so handsome. Xia Yuhua, who was just about to praise Fong Juyo, instantly became a little fangirl. Wan Huatong was startled by Fong Juyo's divine technique. A cultivator at the Purple Mansion late-stage Gingran could display such an overwhelmingly powerful divine technique. It dropped his jaw. What the hell? Unfortunately, he wasn't well educated, so he could only rely on that one phrase to express himself. The Xiaowo are in trouble now. Sure enough, Wan Huatong's words proved his thoughts right. After Fong Juyo unleashed Fa Tan Shang Deed, he became invincible, unstoppable in battle. With a single leap into the air, every punch and kick he threw out embodied the great power of nature. The ground-level skeleton army was crushed beneath his giant feet, as helpless as ants, completely unable to harm Fong Juyo, even slightly. Above the sky, the Black Jiao Dragon fiercely launched attacks, spitting out lightning. A giant ball of thunder appeared. I dare say the electricity in that thunderball could power a small town of 100,000 people for an entire night. Lightning flashed, sparks crackled continuously. Damn human die. The thunderball launched forward, transforming into a giant light sphere plummeting down. However, before the thunderball reached Fong Juyo's head, his giant hand seized it, instantly freezing the entire thunderball in his grasp. He revealed a sinister smile, then hurled it straight toward the three-tailed Black Wolf King and the spiked Black Tiger King below. Crackle! Boom! A thunderous explosion roared, and the area within 500 meters became scorched land. All charging skeleton warriors vanished without a trace. The once invincible three-tailed Black Wolf King, spiked Black Tiger King, and Skeleton King all sustained varying degrees of damage. The originally pitch-black three-tailed Black Wolf King and spiked Black Tiger King now had hair that looked like it had gone through a fire perm, charred and scorched. The Skeleton King's arm bone had been blown off, leaving him in a disabled state. Damn it, Black Jiao Dragon, do you have any manners? If you can't handle electricity, then don't play with it, or you'll end up hurting your own allies. Black Jiao Dragon, why don't you try using your stinky fart attack instead? The 3 Shimo experts at the Tribulation Ascension stage became extremely dissatisfied, grumbling loudly. Fong Juyo cast a surprised glance, looking down at the 3 tiny figures. The 3 Shimo were muttering to themselves, but their divine consciousness remained locked onto Fong Juyo. Seizing the moment he looked down, the 3 launched a deadly attack together. Swoosh! They vanished from the spot, all soaring into the air, appearing behind Fong Juyo. Skeleton slash, Black Tiger piercing heart, Black Wolf roar, Black Dragon splitting the heavens. The 4 Shima simultaneously unleashed their lifebound combat techniques, rushing in to kill him. Fong Juyo remained calm and composed, a golden spear over 50 meters long suddenly appearing in his hand. After unleashing, Wander the 8 Wildernesses, engage in battle. The spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing through the clouds. 1, 2, 4 golden spiritual dragons charged forward. Under the killing might of these 4 dragons, the 4 lifebound techniques instantly collapsed. Then, amplified by Fa Ten Shang Deed, the golden spear fell like a falling star, howling down toward the 4 Tribulation Ascension Jingshimo. Not good. That overwhelming battle intent was irresistible. The attack's power had already exceeded their limits. The 4 Shima who failed to escape in time were struck by the spear's momentum and smashed into the ground. Before they could even react, 2 giant feet soared down toward them. Chapter 57, Ascending to the Yuan Shin stage, rejoicing in the innate Dao embryo soul. Crack! The Skeleton King instantly turned to dust. The 3-tailed Black Wolf King, the spiked Black Tiger King, and the Black Dragon were crushed into meat paste. As the divine souls of 4 evil cultivators flew out, preparing to escape, a drawing boundaries as prison domain appeared. Their instant teleportation failed immediately. Along with countless surrounding skeleton soldiers, 3-tailed black wolf legions, spiked black tiger legions, and others, they were all locked inside. You let us out. We'll never dare to attack Lingji City again. After slamming the barrier for a while, the 4 Jiajing evil cultivators found it completely ineffective and started begging for mercy. Although they were Yuan Shin forms, exactly resembling their original appearances, they were merely transparent little evil spirits now. Wanna live? That'll cost extra. Fong Juyo was like a mountain pressing upon their hearts, oppressive, distressing, and terrifying. What do you want? Fong Juyo's eyes lit up as he stared at the toes of their Yuan Shin forms and smiled. Hurry up and hand over your ring of space storage. The 4 Yuan Shin forms flickered with pain. Inside those rings were their treasured collections accumulated over tens of thousands of years, essentially the foundation of their cultivation. Without the resources inside, advancing further would be impossible. He who hesitates is lost. Don't you understand that even after living over 10,000 years? Seeing the hesitation in the 4 evil cultivators, Fong Juyo spoke again, afraid that they might self-destruct the rings, leaving him empty-handed. The 4 evil cultivators gritted their teeth and stared at Fong Juyo. We hope you keep your word and let us go. After saying that, the 4 removed their blood seals from the rings and sent them flying toward Fong Juyo. Upon seizing the rings, Fong Juyo scanned them with his spiritual consciousness and could no longer remain calm, grinning uncontrollably. Inside were nothing but special divine herbs from forbidden life zones. Even if they were of lower quality, they were still items ordinary Jiajing cultivators couldn't possess. Besides the divine herbs, there were several immortal artifacts, apparently meant for human cultivators, supportive cultivation arrays, immortal armor, etc. If he ever brought these outside the forbidden zones of life, he would definitely be hunted by the 5 sacred lands and the top-tier forces. Where did you collect these treasures from? Fong Juyo had entered the forbidden zones precisely for training and treasure hunting. Since they were evil spirits from the deep regions of the 3,000 Great Mountains, they must know the locations of treasures like immortal burial grounds. The 4 evil cultivators glared angrily at Fong Juyo. He had stripped them of everything and still wanted to plunder their secret locations. What a greedy human. You don't have to speak. It doesn't matter. I'll make you regret it. Fong Juyo didn't pressure them further, but turned to deal with the underlings trapped within the drawing boundaries as prison first. He resumed his normal size, though the clothes from his previous enlarged form had long been shattered. Looking down, he gave a startled gasp. He was completely naked, not a stitch on, and worse still, something was waving in the wind. A chill ran through him. He clamped his legs shut, hastily retrieving some clothes from the space ring and dressing quickly. Without the support of the murderous Heaven Cultivation Sutra, techniques like heaven imitating methods or drawing boundaries, as prison wouldn't last even a few breaths. Sure enough, the system's products were top-notch. The skeleton soldiers, 3-tailed black wolves, all looked at Fong Juyo with fear, retreating to a corner of the barrier, utterly lacking any will to fight. Even their kings had been reduced to Yuan Shin forms. How dare they face him directly? You are all my experience points. As a noble, I don't believe in waste. I hereby declare, you are all dead. Spear in hand, Wu Di under heaven. The joyful steps turned into a beam of light, weaving through the demonic ranks. The long spear darted around, kill 100 enemies with one thrust. Indeed, in less than 5 breaths, all the fleeing evil spirits were dead inside the drawing boundaries as prison. The 4 Yuan Shin forms shivered in fear, gazing at Fong Juyo in terror. Is this guy even human? This damned evil spirit. Can't he just go somewhere far away? Their hearts were filled with boundless dread. It's your turn now. With a single word, Fong Juyo sealed their fates. The drawing boundaries as prison was starting to collapse. The energy needed to sustain it was waning without the captured spirits. Continuing further would quickly drain his spiritual energy. No, we will tell you where the secret location is. Too late. The little golden spear transformed into a golden ray, slicing out from the void, skewering all 4 in one swift motion. No, their final scream echoed into the sky. The 4 kings among the evil spirits had actually been slain by Fong Juyo. This scene left both the battling evil cultivators and human cultivators in the sky above deeply frightened. A human cultivator at the peak of the Purple Palace stage could actually transform into a giant and unleash a domain technique. Damn it, this guy must be an elite from some immortal palace who came down for cultivation trials. Ding. Host, you have slain 4 early-stage Jiajing evil cultivators, gained 30x luck value, triggered a 100,000 bar, and obtained 9.6 million cultivation points. Host, you have slain 1 million evil spirits, gained 20 million cultivation points. Total cultivation value accumulated, 32,328,000 points. Host, you have already accumulated enough to break through to the early Yuan Shin stage. Breakthrough or exchange for techniques. Fong Juyo looked up at the sky. Those Jiajing evil cultivators wished to devour him, and among the human cultivators, someone began to feel greedy. Even more alarming, he sensed a nakedly greedy divine consciousness from the Shang. Did he still have a choice at this moment? Of course, it was to break through his cultivation. System, I choose to break through to the early Yuan Shin stage. Host, initiating cultivation infusion. Purple Palace stage 10 million. Breakthrough to the peak of the Purple Palace completed. Yuan Shin stage 10 million. Breakthrough to the early Yuan Shin completed. Remaining cultivation points, 12,328,000 points. Suddenly, Fong Juyo shuddered throughout his entire body, and his life force once again underwent a transformation. At the Yuan Shin stage, the lifespan extended to 1,000 years. At this moment, Fong Juyo felt his blood surging like dragons, and his whole body was brimming with power. At his Dantian area, a miniature version of himself appeared, exactly like Fong Juyo, 3 inches tall, radiating golden light. It floated in the sea of elixir, eyes tightly shut, emitting a strong aura of Tao from its body. This seems different from the legendary Yuan Shin body. Host, congratulations on cultivating the innate Tao embryo Yuan Shin. This Yuan Shin body is the strongest in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Its entire body naturally exudes the Dao's aura, which can combine with absolute defense to resist Yuan Shen attacks. Enemies up to 3 cultivation stages below will not be able to inflict even the slightest damage to your Yuan Shen. Against enemies beyond 3 stages higher, it reduces Yuan Shen and Divine Consciousness attack damage by 50%, 30%, and 20% respectively. The innate Dao Embryo Yuan Shen will serve as an ultimate cheat device when comprehending the Dao and mastering divine abilities. After the system's explanation, Fong Juyo nearly went insane. Nai Xiong. His constitution was the innate flawless chaos body, and now even his Yuan Shen body had become the innate Dao Embryo Yuan Shen. So terrifying. Within the life gene Chu, he would surely be invincible. You evil spirits, hurry and come into this young master's bowl. Fong Juyo stared at the evil spirits battling in the sky. He stamped his feet and soared upward, taking one step that covered 10 miles, arriving at the center of the battlefield. One sword of freedom, foam. Holding the cold ice sword, he unleashed the third form of one sword of freedom, foam. In an instant, a tremendous hurricane swept across the battlefield. This was no ordinary natural hurricane, but a desolate wind intermingled with the void's desolation wind from the wasteland. Upon contact, enemies disintegrated into nothingness, truly terrifying. The advancing evil spirit armies were reduced to nothingness by the desolation wind. The battlefield was swept clean as tides of evil spirits vanished, leaving the fighting Jiajing experts in the sky astonished. You dare! The Black Ape King flew into a rage. If Fong Juyo continued killing, the evil spirit army would surely be completely annihilated. The devil apes smashed a palm down onto the battlefield, blocking out the sky and covering the earth, majestic and overwhelming. It didn't care how many evil spirits or human cultivators might perish below. Right now, it had only one belief: to smash Fong Juyo with one slap. Chapter 58. The Great Defeat of the Evil Fiends. Ling Jiqing's bitter victory. Not good. Bai Jing's face darkened in alarm. If Fong Juyo managed to crush him, his last remaining clone would be finished for good. You dare! The black mirror's sword chi poured down like ink, while the white mirror's sword chi surged forward like a radiant river piercing through the heavens. However, after only a moment's resistance, the two clones were still swatted away by the massive palm, continuing its unstoppable, sky-darkening descent. Finished. My third clone. After a flicker of anger flashed across their faces, the black and white clones disappeared. This was a major setback, shattering Bai Jing's dream of uniting 3 clones into one, and effectively severing his path toward breaking free from physical limitations. This was a matter of foundation and destiny. The hatred would last for eternity. Just as the black palm descended, Fong Juyo activated his divine ability, from Te, instantly vanishing into thin air, leaving not even a trace of spiritual pressure behind. However, at the evil fiend's main base 100 kilometers away, he reappeared in a grand display, wielding his golden spear to launch a furious massacre. Within less than 2 breaths, over 20 Yuan Shinjing evil fiends and 5 Dong Sujing masters were eliminated by him. What? Back in the main battlefield below, Fong Juyo turned the tide in his favor. He targeted only those stronger than Yuan Shinjing among the evil fiends. On his golden spear, any fiend pierced was either drained of their vital essence or had their bones crushed. Wails of agony erupted, marking the beginning of Ling Jiqing's counterattack against the fiends. Kill. Charge. The 4-city defense units stationed in the east, south, west, and north surged forward as one. In an instant, the evil fiends were utterly overwhelmed. Whether it was the skeleton army, the 3-tailed black wolves, the thorn black tigers, or the black snake legion, all were being hacked apart by Ling Jiqing's cultivators, losing armor and weapons, fleeing in disarray. Damn it, Bai Jing, you forced me to do this. Blocked by Bai Jing's 2 clones, the Black Ape King raged furiously, his demonic energy surging and a black aura rippling outward from his body. Suddenly, he grew 3 heads and 6 arms, though clearly a rougher version compared to the legendary figures. Yet even in its imperfect form, his combat strength surged by more than 6-fold. He launched a furious attack toward Bai Jing's 2 clones. The twin fists condensed into mountainous, 5-fingered forms in midair, shattering the sword chi and smashing into the 2 clones' bodies. Pung! The black and white clones crashed violently from the skies. 2 large humanoid craters formed on the ground where they landed. Instantly, the 2 clones spat blood from their mouths, severely wounded. Just as the Black Ape King prepared to teleport to Fong Juyo's side and erase him, a figure burst forth from the void. It was the true form of Bai Jing, clad in white robes, as if commanding the entire sky. Black Ape King, do you still insist on putting up a hopeless resistance? Withdraw now. At this moment, Bai Jing, alongside his 2 clones, surrounded the Black Ape King, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. Boy Bai Jing, are you sure you wish to make an enemy of this king? Facing a main body at the peak of the Tribulation Realm, plus 2 clones in the late Tribulation Realm, the Black Ape King remained unfazed. Black Ape King, you led nearly 100 million fiends to assault my Ling Jiqing and absorb the immense life energy of countless beings. It's time to stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for sacrificing my own clones to cut off your very foundation. Bai Jing's eyes were shadowed with menace as he stared fiercely at the Black Ape King. Though he couldn't defeat the Black Ape King outright, he had no choice but to act. He could not bear any harm coming to Fong Juyo's clone, for that would mean the end of his future Dao cultivation. The Black Ape King glanced downward, seeing the evil fiends already on the brink of total defeat. If they continued to be slaughtered by human cultivators, the nearly 90 million evil fiends would all perish here. Fine, we retreat. TT. At the Black Ape King's command, the evil fiends below quickly withdrew like the tide. They came with 90 million fiends, but only 40 million remained after the crushing defeat. This battle was a severe blow to the fiendish forces. Ling Jiqing would now welcome over 100 years of peace and prosperity. After casting one final glance at Fong Juyo below, the Black Ape King vanished into the void, reappearing high above the retreating fiendish army as ripples spread outward. Soon, the fiends disappeared from the horizon. We won. We did it. Countless cultivators from Ling Jiqing shouted in triumph. This hard-won victory felt almost unreal to them, leaving many dazed and in disbelief. Over 10 million lives were lost or injured in Lingjiqing, making this hard-fought victory truly precious. So that's it. Fong Juyo frowned, watching the retreating fiends. All that experience slipping away. Damn, they actually fled. Just as he thought of charging forward with his spear once more. Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha appeared by his side. Fellow Taoist Fong. I, Wan Huatong, have never admired anyone before today. But starting now, you are my idol. Wan Huatong said with utmost sincerity, meaning every word. Fong Juyo never ceased to surprise him. Without Fong Juyo's presence this time, whether Lingjiqing could have held its defenses was still uncertain. The consequences of the city's fall would have been unimaginable. Brother Fong, you're amazing. Especially after your transformation, your muscles bulge like mountains. Xia Yuha's face flushed red, shyly staring at Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo's lips twitched slightly. Xia Yuha, this airhead girl, never hesitated to speak startling words. It would be better to speak less with her. Fellow Taoist Wan, what are the casualties? Wan Huatong looked as if he had become a different person, his eyes flickering with sadness, sorrow reflected in his eyes. At a conservative estimate, more than 9 million cultivators died, and over 2 million were seriously wounded. Sigh. When the city guard reported this number, Wan Huatong was shocked. Each time the fiends attacked the city, countless cultivators lost their lives on the battlefield. He longed for a day when the fiends would stop their invasions. Why couldn't the life Jinshu and the cultivators coexist peacefully? Unfortunately, cultivators battled against heaven, against humanity, against demons, marching against the will of fate, destined for a path full of hardship. Suddenly, a ripple passed through Wan Huatong's sound transmission stone. Disciple, bring Fong Juyo to my immortal abode for a visit. Wan Huatong looked at Fong Juyo and said, Fellow Taoist Fong, my master invites you. Fong Juyo paused, recalling the greedy divine consciousness emanating from the void during the battlefield. He strongly resisted meeting Wan Huatong's master. A living relic who had existed for over 10,000 years, immeasurably deep in cultivation, was also sinister and cunning. Fellow Taoist Wan, I'm grateful for your master's kind invitation. However, I have other matters and must enter the 10,000 mountains. Let us part ways here. Fong Juyo grew cautious. He didn't wish to entangle too deeply with Lingji Cave. He wasn't naive enough to believe that none of the Tribulation Realm masters would target him after witnessing his battlefield prowess. Some might covet his cultivation technique or desire his golden spear, his divine path blade. His path of cultivation wasn't to join a faction and gather resources for cultivation breakthroughs. Thus, he had no particular interest in top powers like Lingjiqing. Fong Juyo's response embarrassed Wan Huatong. A master's command was hard to disobey, and how could he explain this back to his sect? Fellow Taoist Fong, please consider again. The 10,000 mountains harbor countless dangers. Encountering forbidden forces or curses could trap even Tribulation Realm cultivators. Wan Huatong tried to persuade him repeatedly. From the bottom of his heart, Wan Huatong considered Fong Juyo as a friend he valued and wanted to keep in Lingjiqing. Fellow Taoist Wan, thank you for your kindness. My decision is final. Fong Juyo turned and looked at the city, then roared into the sky. Fiends have retreated. Xia Yuankue, come out and fight. His voice echoed above the city, but there was no sign of Xia Yuankue. After witnessing Fong Juyo's battlefield dominance, Xia had hurried back to Lingjiqing's refuge the moment the battle ended. Fellow hero Fong, Xia Yuankue has already returned to Lingjiqing. Your duel may be postponed indefinitely. A voice came from above the city. Wan Huatong cast an apologetic glance at Fong Juyo. Caught between his senior fellow disciple and his newfound friend, he gave an awkward smile. Fong Juyo clasped his hands into a fist, bowed to Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha, preparing to leave. Brother Fong, heading to the 10,000 mountains alone is too dangerous. How about I guide you? On tiptoe, Xia Yuha grabbed Fong Juyo's arm. The soft contact made her face turn red. To make a girl with the peach blossom Dao body diligently cultivate inside Lingjiqing was a real hardship, possessing rare talent, yet more interested in leisure and fun. It couldn't help but make one sigh. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Xia, but I don't like to travel with unnecessary burdens. Fong Juyo pushed Xia Yuha aside, revealing a pained expression as he rejected her. Speechless, Xia Yuha stood there for a moment, then stomped her foot angrily and shouted, You're the burden. You and your entire family are nothing but burdens. In the blink of an eye, Fong Juyo had flown thousands of meters away, disappearing from their sight, while his voice reached their ears. Farewell. Chapter 59, 10,000 Mountain Range. Encounter with a member of the Tianchun Hunting Alliance. Lingji Cave, Bai Jing's mansion. After receiving the mental transmission from the 10,000 Petal Eye, Bai Jing's expression subtly changed. His pupils gleamed with a hint of sinister intent. You little thing, being smart isn't always good. You can't run away, my clone. Bai Jing muttered to himself. Then, he gazed into the darkness and said, Dark Guard, where are you? A voice echoed from the shadows. Dark Guard is here. Lead 5 cultivators at the early Ascension Tribulation stage, and 5 at the middle stage to capture Fong Juyo alive in the 10,000 Mountain Range. Yes, master. A streak of black wind disappeared from the cave mansion, and Bai Jing's face cracked a satisfied smile. The 10,000 Mountain Range was the general term for all the mountains west of the Death Zone. This vast and continuous range stretched endlessly, forming a majestic, unbroken chain for thousands of miles. This place was a paradise for cultivators seeking treasures, but also a hell for those who sought their doom. There were many hidden realms and countless forbidden objects here. Half a month later, Fong Juyo had traversed mountains and rivers, crossed countless dangers, and finally arrived at a vast grassland. Here, the sky was high and the clouds were light. The land stretched endlessly. He couldn't help but recall the poetic imagery of grass sways in the wind, revealing cattle and sheep. However, when he looked around, what Fong Juyo saw was not the pastoral scene he'd imagined, but countless fierce cattle and sheep savagely killing each other. Ding. Master, after half a month of statistics, I've finally compiled your experience gains and cultivation values from the battlefields. Would you like to hear how much cultivation value you've earned? Fong Juyo's lips twitched slightly as he cast a disdainful glance. Cut the chatter, just tell me the amount. Master, you probably didn't expect that you eventually slaughtered 1 million evil cultivators. Unfortunately, many of them were below the nascent foundation stage. Are you disappointed? Eagerly anticipating some good news from the system, Fong Juyo felt his heart drop upon hearing this instead. Total cultivation value earned from killing 1 million nascent foundation level and below cultivators, 100,000 points. Total accumulated cultivation value, 12,428,000 points. What the hell? Fong Juyo almost went mad. Killing 1 million cultivators only earned him a measly 100,000 points of cultivation value. Just as he was feeling frustrated, a ripple appeared in the air above, and 5 figures fell from the sky. Huh. From their attire, these must have been human hunters. On their clothing, the characters Tianshan faintly showed. Could they be members of the Tianshan Alliance Hunting Association, the largest hunting organization among the 8 great main cities and 24 branch cities? Within the Death Zone, many cultivators joined hunting groups in order to earn more cultivation resources. They formed parties to enter places like the 10,000 Mountain Range or other hidden realms to search for cultivation treasures. Solo practitioners like Fong Juyo found survival extremely difficult in such places. It was simply too dangerous. Forbidden forces emerged at night, and they might be killed by forbidden entities at any moment, leading to complete annihilation. The 5 looked up and glanced at Fong Juyo, expressions of surprise flickering on their faces. Then all 5 glanced at the storage ring on Fong Juyo's hand, and a strange gleam flashed in their eyes. Fellow Taoist, we are hunters from the Tianshan Hunting Alliance. My name is Zhang Kuan, and the ones beside me are Li Minghai, Zhang Xiaohua, Go Dan, and Niu Dazhuang. May we ask for your honorable name? The leader of the hunters had a rough appearance and a booming voice. Fong Juyo wasn't familiar with the surrounding areas of the grassland, and this was a good opportunity to inquire. My name is Fong Juyo. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Fellow Taoist Fong, coming alone to the 10,000 Mountain Range is extremely dangerous. Why not travel together with us and explore as a team? Fong Juyo considered briefly, then nodded. Alright. Zhang Kuan was instantly delighted and started explaining the grassland situation to Fong Juyo. It turned out that this grassland was called the Sea of Clouds Grassland, the largest grassland within the 10,000 Mountain Range. Here was home to countless fierce beasts, the most terrifying being the Bailang clan, ferocious tree-like monsters that traveled in packs. These were natural predators of many other beasts such as cow and sheep demons. Besides them, there were also boar demons, rabbit demons, and other relatively weaker demon beasts. Each one possessed extraordinary power. Fully grown demon beasts ranged from nascent foundation to soul formation stages, and even demon kings were present. All of them were deadly threats to them. Under Zhang Kuan's guidance, Fong Juyo reached the cave the group had stayed at previously and planned to spend the night. Humans couldn't stay outside during the night. It was too easy to encounter forbidden entities, so they dared not remain on the open grassland. The group set up tents inside the cave, roasting demon beast meat while chatting heartily. Fellow Taoist Fong, might I ask where you are from? Lingji City. The 5 were stunned. A vague sense of unease stirred in their hearts. Could he be a disciple from Lingji Cave? Who knew fellow Taoist Fong would be a distinguished apprentice from Lingji Cave? I, Zhang Kuan, truly admire you. They all displayed expressions of envy. Fong Juyo shook his head and said, I'm not actually a disciple of Lingji Cave. I simply lived there for a time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuan and the others exchanged glances and revealed a hint of joy, quickly raising their cups to toast Fong Juyo. Their enthusiasm was as if they had met an ancient ancestor. Unable to refuse further, Fong Juyo drank heartily. After a few rounds, everyone had become slightly intoxicated, even though they were all cultivators. None of them used spiritual power to counteract the alcohol. Except for Go Dan who was on guard duty, the others staggered drunkenly to their respective tents and fell asleep. Deep into the night, inside Zhang Kuan's tent, the 5 of them were holding a secret discussion. Brother Kuan, are we really going to go after Fong Juyo? Go Dan was confused. Weren't they just drinking together and calling each other brothers? Why did they suddenly want to kill him? Go Dan, is there something wrong with your head? Why don't you eat a piece of shit and calm down? You idiot, you want to let this fat sheep go? Zhang Kuan ignored Go Dan's clueless question and turned his gaze to the other 3. I don't. Brother Kuan, why kill him cheaply? Let's lead him to. Their voices gradually grew quieter as they spoke. They also feared that Fong Juyo might overhear them. Soon after, they walked out one by one. Glancing at Fong Juyo's tent where he appeared to be sleeping soundly, they all wore a strange smirk before returning to their tents. Fong Juyo opened his eyes wide, and then closed them again to rest. However, a strange, knowing smile appeared on his lips. The next day, the group quickly ate their breakfast before heading deeper into the Sea of Clouds grassland. According to rumors, there was a heavenly tier's spiritual herb here. Consuming it could grant a 10% chance of breaking through to the Ascension Tribulation stage. As members of the Tianshan Hunting Alliance, they naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. Zhang Kuan was openly known as a late soul formation cultivator, but in reality, he was at the early hollow core stage. He practiced breath-concealing techniques and intentionally disguised himself as a soul formation expert. Li Minghai, Zhang Xiaohua, Go Dan, and Niu Dazhuang were all late soul formation cultivators. Judging purely by cultivation level, they all surpassed Fong Juyo, and thus had no fear of him. The reason they didn't simply attack and kill Fong Juyo openly was, of course, due to their own ulterior motives. Fellow Taoist Fong, the Namo flower is 5 kilometers ahead. After we draw away the guardian Yao snake guarding it, you can help us retrieve it. What do you think? Zhang Kuan wore a sincere expression, pretending to be magnanimous. Sure, Fong Juyo agreed without hesitation. As long as we obtain the Namo flower, we'll give you 1/6 of the resources. Zhang Kuan patted his chest again, once more pretending to be noble and sincere. I believe in fellow Taoist Zhang's integrity. Fong Juyo put on a grateful look. The 2 men secretly schemed while exchanging warm smiles on the surface. The 6 of them crept quietly until they were 300 meters away from a small pool. A yellow Namu flower came into view, exuding a thick aura of Shan-Qi. The mere scent caused their hearts to flutter and their spiritual energy to flow more powerfully. At the sight of such a rare herb, everyone inhaled deeply and wore expressions of greed. Fellow Taoist Fong, proceed according to the plan. Okay. Fong Juyo hid in a patch of grass, hiding his spiritual presence. At that moment, Zhang Kuan led the other 4 to the edge of the pool. The 5 exchanged glances before simultaneously launching a barrage of attacks toward the pool. Suddenly, a black snake sticking out its tongue leapt violently from the water. Upon seeing 5 humans daring to come for its guarded Shan herb, it instantly became furious. Its massive black tail, more than 20 meters long, swept forward with a roaring wind. Black eel, come and get me. The five launched attacks while retreating backward, simultaneously insulting the snake. Enraged, the black snake spat black mist from its mouth and soared into the sky chasing the five. Within moments, the five hunters and the single Yao snake were locked in a battle a kilometer away. Above, the sky rang with the clang of swords and blades clashing. Chapter 60. Who is the cicada? Zishao Divine Thunder teaches you a lesson. Fong Juyo dusted off the grass on his body and strutted casually towards the pond. That Naimu flower was like a fairy, waiting for Fong Juyo's arrival, shining with dazzling light. Wherever Fong Juyo's spiritual awareness reached, he detected something unusual. Beneath the pond lurked a red python, ready to launch its fiercest attack the moment Fong Juyo reached for the Naimu flower. Fong Juyo revealed a faint, unreadable smile. Inwardly, he mused. So this is the last trick Zhang Kuan and others left for me? Letting the red snake take care of me while they play the role of the cicada behind? Just two more beasts, thought Fong Juyo nonchalantly. He shrugged, and with both feet he leaped, landing above the Naimu flower. With a gentle swing of his ice sword, the flower flew effortlessly into his hand. Suddenly, the red snake hidden beneath the pond erupted from the water, launching itself toward Fong Juyo, while the black snake, which had been drawn away earlier, also returned to attack from behind. With both snakes attacking from the front and rear, they aimed to swallow this thief in one bite. Fong Juyo, however, remained calm. As the two snakes lunged, he activated his supernatural ability, Yuanji Tianya, vanishing instantly from his spot and reappearing just behind the black snake. You two little earthworms. This immortal sword is no joke. Holding his ice sword high, Fong Juyo raised his arms eagerly, striking a fighting pose. The red and black snakes coiled in the air, tongues flicking out, staring fiercely at Fong Juyo. Their eyes radiated ruthless intent. This puny human cultivator had not only stolen the Naimu flower they were guarding, but now dared to provoke them as well. Both snakes were utterly enraged. The black snake spat out a black cloud and rode upon it. The red snake spat out a red cloud and soared on it. Lightning fast, they charged at Fong Juyo. Deafening sonic booms shook the air, with terrifying auras trailing behind. Fong Juyo turned and again activated Yuanji Tianya, vanishing in a flash, this time reappearing exactly where Zhang Kuan and the other four were hiding. A streak of light flashed past them, causing Zhang Kuan to emit a startled exclamation. Oh! Zhang Xiaohua nudged Zhang Kuan with her generous chest, putting on a coy, sweet expression. Kuan Go, your voice was so sexy just now. It really made my heart flutter. Zhang Kuan pinched her generous curves roughly, his voice dripping with lust. You naughty little filly, you're starting to feel hot again, aren't you? Tonight, let Kuan Gu treat you right, and I'll send you soaring to the sky. Then, he turned to Li Minghai, Go Dan, and Niu Dazhuang and asked, did any of you see a streak of light pass by just now? The three looked confused, shaking their heads and replying, no, Kuan Gu. After all, Li Minghai and the others had only reached the Yuan Shin stage and were naturally unable to sense the glow of the movement caused by the Yuanji Tianya ability. Frowning slightly, Zhang Kuan muttered to himself, could I have been mistaken? Kuan Gu, Xiaohua is feeling a little itchy. Why don't we go into the little thicket for some treatment? Faced with Zhang Xiaohua's seduction, Zhang Kuan seemed slightly unable to resist, as fire stirred inside him. Just as he was about to agree, his rational mind took over. Pinching her hard, he exhaled a breath into Zhang Xiaohua's ear. Naughty little filly, stop trying to tempt Kuan Gu or else I'll take you by force. Kuan Gu, someone. Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish speaking, two clouds of black and red appeared above the heads of the five, parting the clouds not to reveal the sun, but the red and black snakes. Two massive Yaoshu extended their tongues, eyes fixed firmly on the hiding place of the five. The black snake inhaled deeply, nodded to the red snake. Not good. We've been discovered by the snake demons. Zhang Kuan's face turned pale. This was the first time the five of them had tried to seize the Naimu flower and nearly been annihilated by these two snakes. Luckily, Zhang Kuan had thrown the teleportation talisman he had bought at great cost, otherwise they would surely have died yesterday. Now the two snake demons were targeting them again, creatures of the Dongshuho Chi level. With the five of them, there was no way they could match up. Kuan Gu, what should we do? Niu Dazhuang's face was twisted in horror, his sword shaking uncontrollably in his hands. Whatever happens, happens. Fight! Zhang Kuan pretended to prepare for battle, prompting Li Minghai, Zhang Xiaohua, Go Dan, and Niu Dazhuang to draw their swords, flying into the air to attack the two Aosua. However, Zhang Kuan pulled out his last teleportation talisman and secretly activated it, teleporting 10 kilometers behind the battlefield, fleeing alone. Kuan Gu, you bastard. I hate you, Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan, may you die an ill death. Even in hell I won't let you go. Just as the four soared into the sky, Zhang Kuan betrayed them, and the furious four started cursing him bitterly. Unfortunately, there was no remedy in this world for regret. It was their own mistake for placing trust in the wrong person. The two giant snakes swung their powerful tails, roaring as they swept through the air. The four people were locked by overwhelming pressure and unable to move. No. After four agonizing screams, the four were shattered into blood mist, vanishing into the air. When the two great snakes could no longer sense the auras of Fong Juyo and Zhang Kuan, they returned to the pond in dissatisfaction, diving deep beneath the water and hiding once more. 10 kilometers away, Zhang Kuan emerged from the void, a look of regret on his face, muttering endlessly, damn red snake, damn black snake. One day I'll definitely stew you two into soup and drink it. That Fong Juyo is such trash. He couldn't even hold back two snakes. Just as he was cursing furiously, a streak of light shot past again. It scared him so much that his entire body stiffened, and he stood frozen in terror. Who is it? Master Cultivator, please don't toy with little me anymore. I'm poor. I don't have anything valuable to offer you. Zhang Kuan had noticed light streaking past the first time, which brought the two Yaoshu, and now seeing another light streaking by again, he immediately associated it with danger. Jie, Zhang Kuan, I'm here to take your life. That familiar, terrifying voice came from all directions at once, scaring him into drawing his sword, glancing nervously left and right, his entire body trembling. Feng Daoyu, you shouldn't be after me. If you want revenge, go after Li Minghai and the others. It was them who framed you. I was just temporarily teamed up with them. Outwardly, Zhang Kuan pretended to be frightened, but it was just an act. How could a master at the early Dongshi level be easily scared by a mere ghost? Is that so? Feng Daoyu, if I'm lying, may lightning strike me down and never end well. Fulfilling your wish. As soon as Fong Juyo finished speaking, dark clouds gathered in the previously clear sky. Rolling above the black clouds were purple lightning bolts, as if signaling the end of the world. Zhang Kuan was scared out of his wits. A lightning jia? He thought in shock. I'm only at the early Dongshi level. Shouldn't lightning jia appear only for those who are about to ascend? Since when did lying bring lightning? He didn't dare to connect it to Fong Juyo. He had never seen anyone who could summon a lightning jia before. Crack! Lightning flashed among the black clouds, and a divine bolt from the highest heaven locked onto Zhang Kuan. No matter which direction he ran, the heavenly lightning bolt chased him like it had eyes, locking onto him unrelentlessly. A lightning bolt the size of a pillar descended from the heavens, piercing through the sky, and striking Zhang Kuan straight on the head. Ah! A scream echoed through the sky as Zhang Kuan, a cultivator at the early Dongshi level, had his meridians shattered, his dantian destroyed, and even the yuan shun inside his body was blasted into a barely conscious state. He resembled someone who had just crawled out of a chicken coop, his hair standing straight up like it was fried, his originally 30-centimeter long hair stood upright, and he collapsed on the ground screaming in agonizing pain. Ah, why go this far? Betraying your teammates. You must be suffering from at least 10 years of cerebral thrombosis to pull off such a deed. A devilish voice came from in front of him, and a figure approached slowly, someone he had never even imagined seeing in his dreams. You're still alive. Zhang Kuan struggled to lift his head, looking at Fong Juyo in disbelief, a look of total despair spreading across his face. Never expected you to be the true mantis. I, Zhang Kuan, accept my defeat. Phut. After spitting out the last mouthful of vital blood in his life, Zhang Kuan drew his last breath and was gone. Chapter 61. The Wager of Baby Taoist Before Lotus Peak. Fong Juyo picked up Zhang Kuan's storage ring and found quite a few valuable items inside. The most important thing he found was a map of the 10,000 mountains, covering 1/10 of its total area. The red-marked zones on the map were high-risk areas where even a transcendent stage cultivator could perish. The green-marked zones were safe areas where heavenly treasures and medicinal herbs could be found, and even access to special hidden realms was possible. The yellow-marked zones were uncertain zones, where ancient immortal burials might exist, or forbidden forces and forbidden objects could appear. With this map, Fong Juyo would no longer be wandering aimlessly like he had for the previous 15 days. Looking at the map, Fong Juyo became especially interested in the marked location of Lotus Peak. It was labeled as a 5-star hidden realm, meaning that within this green area, there could be immortal herbs capable of cutting the Tao, or even Jikin-level divine herbs. Fong Juyo inhaled sharply. Could he really find a supreme divine herb within this forbidden land of death? The mystery of this life-prohibited zone once again set his blood boiling with excitement. He hoped this place wouldn't disappoint him. Fong Juyo activated the Xiaoyao step and transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing into the horizon. After a while, 10 men in black robes and mysterious masks appeared here. They took out their positioning discs and looked. Needles pointed to a location 100 kilometers away. It seems the prey isn't far from us. Chase. One of the black-robed men whispered lowly. 10 days later, Fong Juyo finally arrived at Lotus Peak. The entire mountain peak was encircled by 5 surrounding peaks, as if 5 green leaves were guarding the central Lotus Peak. Above, immortal mists swirled, and the spiritual energy here was 10 times denser than outside. Lotus Peak stood there like an immortal fairy, dancing gracefully amidst the mist. Fellow Taoist, are you also here seeking treasures at Lotus Peak? A silly voice came from beside Fong Juyo. He cast a sidelong glance and saw a round, fat-bellied man, actually more like a spherical man, asking him, my name is Baby Taoist. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Might I ask for your name? Juyo. Taoist Juyo. Lotus Peak can only be entered at midnight on the night of the full moon. Fong Juyo was taken aback. No wonder he couldn't find the entrance earlier. There was a time condition for entering. Baby Taoist's eyes flickered, and he leaned closer to whisper. Taoist Juyo, I have a mighty pill that suits you well. Fong Juyo frowned slightly and curiously asked, Mighty pill? What is it? Baby Taoist smiled slyly and said with a sneer, Hee, it's a pill that can turn your small bird into a blunderbuss. Fong Juyo gave Baby Taoist a look of disdain. You can keep this junk for yourself. You, with your tiny earthworm. Baby Taoist's words disgusted Fong Juyo. Who would have thought he was actually selling adult pills? Baby Taoist had a face as thick as iron, completely unbothered by Fong Juyo's mockery. Taoist Juyo, if you buy my pills, I'll give you a secret about Lotus Peak for free. How about that? Saying so, Baby Taoist pulled out a large pile of pills from his storage ring. Spring flower and dew pill. Affectionate pill. Old tree entwined roots pill. Fong Juyo's face reddened slightly. As a person from another world, he couldn't help but recall certain adult movie scenes at the sight of these names. Besides these messy pills, don't you have anything normal? Baby Taoist immediately became delighted, his facial muscles nearly squeezing together. Big brother Juyo, you came to the right person. Look at this. Baby Taoist then pulled out yet another batch of pills from his storage ring. Good obedient pill. Say anything I do pill. Evening favor to all pill. Wachow. Fong Juyo held back for quite a while, before finally muttering 2 slightly crude words. This Baby Taoist truly was a bizarre cultivator. Carrying such an absurd number of weird pills was astonishing. Taoist Juyo. I, Baby Taoist, am known as the treasure chest. Whatever you want, I've got it. Baby Taoist looked at Fong Juyo with a proud and smug expression, showing off. Really? Thinking that Lotus Peak wouldn't open for a while, Fong Juyo began chatting casually with Baby Taoist. I never lie to a fellow Taoist. Don't take me for boasting. There's no one in this entire life-prohibited zone who has more treasures than me. Seeing that Fong Juyo didn't seem interested in the pills, Baby Taoist put them away and pulled out spirit swords and precious blades to show off again. I'm looking for a supreme divine weapon. Do you trade for it? Fong Juyo asked mockingly. Baby Taoist was taken aback for a moment. He glanced at Fong Juyo and then thought for a short while. Well, not entirely impossible. But do you have an equivalent supreme level cultivation technique, pill, or immortal herb? Fong Juyo froze on the spot, looking at baby Taoist with disbelief across his face. You can even exchange for a supreme divine weapon? How is that possible? Fong Juyo was secretly shocked. Could it be that he wasn't a cultivator from this life-prohibited zone? Was he an ancient demon from the supreme heaven? Baby Taoist, this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. Juyo humbly admits defeat. Fong Juyo stood there, ignoring baby Taoist. Baby Taoist panicked. His ever-successful sales tactics had actually failed on Fong Juyo. Internally shocked, he thought. Has my lotus mouth technique lost its effect? No. I must sell something to Taoist Juyo and never tarnish the reputation of treasure chest Taoist. Treasure rise. After chanting some nonsense, 3 immortal blades rose and hovered beside baby Taoist. Huh. Fong Juyo's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the fat baby Taoist to possess Jifeng flying immortal blades. Taoist Juyo, what do you think of these 3 Jifeng flying immortal blades? Seeing Fong Juyo examining the blades closely, baby Taoist said proudly. Not bad. A simple not bad stunned baby Taoist instantly. Brother Juyo, these are Jifeng flying immortal blades. 3 of them. SOSO. Fong Juyo replied indifferently. Baby Taoist's lips twitched slightly. These blades were the best, weren't they? For cultivators who had mastered sword techniques or were experts in divine souls, these 3 blades could easily sever enemies. Could it be Taoist Juyo has a divine weapon even better than my 3 Jifeng flying immortal blades? Seeing Fong Juyo's indifference, baby Taoist retorted. I think I might. Fong Juyo's vague reply left baby Taoist frozen in place, eyes widening in doubt. If you really have a divine weapon better than my blades, I'll give you all 3 flying immortal blades. How about that? 1. To save face. 2. He firmly believed there was no divine weapon in the life-prohibited zone that surpassed Jifeng Shenshit. Baby Taoist secretly schemed. But if you don't, Fong Juyo countered. Hee. Then if you don't, Taoist Juyo, once you enter Lotus Peak, you can just fetch me a treasure. How about? Baby Taoist grinned with a sly expression. Just as expected, this stubborn fatty didn't chat with him out of nowhere. He had already planned to have Juyo retrieve treasures from Lotus Peak for him. The more harmless the chubby man looked, the more scheming he was inside. What if we don't make the wager? It might ruin our harmony. Fong Juyo frowned, appearing reluctant, making baby Taoist secretly overjoyed. Brother Juyo, one should live life and gamble to stay healthy. Maybe you'll get Jiping Shenshit for free. Fong Juyo gritted his teeth, looking pained. How about we bet with Jiping Shenshit? Baby Taoist's eyes widened in surprise, even more convinced that Fong Juyo didn't possess any divine weapon surpassing Jifeng Shenshit. Well, if you can produce Jifeng Shenshit, I'll give you a bottle of the lower grade Shendan, spring flower, and dew pill. If you can show me a Tao-severing divine weapon, I'll give you all 3 flying immortal blades in my hands. Chapter 62. Forbidden objects arrive. Tao Heart questions the heavens and kills instantly. Fong Juyo smiled slightly, causing baby Daoren to feel a jolt in his heart. Soon after, baby Daoren wore a look of amusement, anticipating the moment when Fong Juyo would suffer a setback. Fong Juyo gently patted his storage ring, and instantly a small golden spear appeared in his hand. The spear radiated a powerful aura that forced baby Daoren to retreat 3 steps. Baby Daoren, who had originally been confident of victory, now wore an astonished expression. Actually, Fong Juyo really did take out a divine artifact at the chi-cutting stage. In fact, this is just a low-grade divine artifact at the chi-cutting stage. It's not even worth mentioning. It can't compare to you, brother baby. After speaking, the small golden spear in his hand instantly transformed into a golden spear over 2 meters long. Baby Doran's face twitched slightly. F***ck, this was too much of an embarrassment. Not only was it Xiao Jin Chong, but it was also a Rui golden spear capable of freely expanding or shrinking in size. It was even better than many top-tier divine artifacts at the chi-cutting stage. Baby Daoren turned a shade of purple, like a pig's liver, as someone who often played the predator had finally been struck by the hawk. Brother Juyo, you really impress me. I admit defeat. Immediately after, the 3 hovering Feishin blades dropped into Fong Juyo's hands. Fong Juyo glanced at baby Doran's pained expression and secretly felt pleased. He happily received the 3 Feishin blades, though before placing them into his storage ring, he discreetly wiped off the Soyinjiv on them. Suddenly, baby Daoren revealed a painful expression at the corner of his mouth, looking in shock at Fong Juyo. His strength was only at the early Yuanshin stage. No, that couldn't be right. His age was barely 18. What the F***ck? Brother Juyo, is your actual age really just 18? His eyes bulged wide, staring as if seeing a ghost. Even among geniuses, reaching the Yuanshin stage at around 100 years old was considered extremely impressive. Wen Juyo broke that limit by achieving it in only several months after awakening. According to his understanding, such a person shouldn't even exist. Even the mighty, innate Tao body cultivators usually break through around 50. Even legendary chaos body holders would be about 30. Could it be that Brother Juyo has no barriers to break through, and only needs to take pills to progress? Is there any problem, brother baby? Fong Juyo said lightly and calmly. How could there not be a problem? There's a huge problem. An 18-year-old at Yuanshin stage is more terrifying than someone with an innate Tao body. Baby Daoren pulled out a yellowish book and started flipping through it. Not long after, he cried out in astonishment. Brother Juyo, could it be that your constitution is the innate flawless Tao body? Fong Juyo casually glanced in baby Doran's direction. He wouldn't have been surprised without looking, but upon looking closer, he was startled. The book was titled Guide to the Body Constitutions of 3,000 Great Worlds, and recorded the top body types across the great cosmos. The innate flawless chaos body ranked number 1, listed as a legendary ancient constitution. The constitution baby Daoren was pointing out, innate flawless Tao body, was ranked among the legendary types. It was famed as the fastest cultivator. So long as resources were sufficient, advancing cultivation was as easy as drinking water. Its absorption and transformation rates for spiritual energy and immortal chi were 100%, utterly terrifying. According to the record, the fastest time for an innate flawless Tao body to break through to Yuanshin was 20 years of age. Fong Juyo reached Yuanshin at around 18 to nearly 19, nearly matching the pace of an innate flawless Tao body. That was why baby Daoren believed he possessed such a constitution. You understand now the difference between a legendary constitution and others, right? Fong Juyo loosely confirmed the identity to prevent baby Daoren from guessing further toward an innate flawless chaos body, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Baby Daoren was astonished, his face showing envy and reverence. Brother Juyo, from now on, you're my big brother. Brother, let this junior, baby Daoren, pay homage to you. Baby Daoren started kneeling in reverence as he spoke, startling Fong Juyo into hurriedly holding him up. Brother baby, no need for this. No, it must be. Brother Juyo is truly my own older brother now. Baby Daoren grabbed Fong Juyo's hand passionately, shedding a few drops of genuine tears, like a long-lost descendant meeting their ancestor. He almost wanted to make a memorial tablet of Fong Juyo and worship it daily. Damn it, this was truly the legendary innate flawless Dao body. As long as he didn't die early, he was destined to become a supreme emperor of the Dao path, dominating the 3,000 great worlds. Now that he could follow such a giant closely, he was certain he would eventually become an incredibly powerful being, perhaps even a supreme emperor himself. Anyone not an idiot would willingly accept being Fong Juyo's junior. Brother, please accept these treasures as a gift. After all, you will have countless beauties falling for you. Let me ensure you can satisfy hundreds of women every night without ever tiring. Baby Daoren took out various bottles of pills, sky-reaching pill, lubricating rain and dew pill, soul-devouring pill, and shoved all of them toward Fong Juyo. Unable to refuse and touched by his enthusiasm, Fong Juyo had no choice but to accept them. I'll keep these for now. Come find me when you need them, understood? Fong Juyo patted Baby Daoren's back, solid like a wall, and said softly. Baby Daoren curled his lips and smirked cheaply. Big brother, I have more than enough of these treasures. My expertise in tongue techniques doesn't require those. Unbelievable. Baby. After Fong Juyo spoke, he shivered involuntarily, actually calling him baby. I suggest you change your name. Calling you baby feels awkward. Fong Juyo really couldn't accept someone with a big belly being called baby. Baby Daoren pondered seriously for a moment, then suddenly realized. No wonder no female cultivators chase after me. It must be the problem with the name baby. I've decided. I will now be called Duo Bao Daoren. Brother Juyo, please call me Duo Bao baby. I meant to say, call me little Duo Bao. As they conversed, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Duo Bao Daoren had a mysterious background. According to Fong Juyo's guess, he likely wasn't from a life prohibition zone, nor did he resemble cultivators from the Xiantian Great World. It was highly possible he came from another great world. Though he appeared gentle and kind-hearted, deep down he was scheming and calculating. If one was ever deceived by his innocent exterior, they'd surely be devoured completely, without even a bone left. Night fell. A full moon hung in the sky as black mist rose from the earth and mountains, making everything eerie and grim. The two drank spirit wine inside the tent, and indulged in delicacies made from Yaoso meat. Suddenly, a cackling laugh rang out, startling Duo Bao Daoren's face into changing color. He screamed loudly, Juyo, you brother, the FO forbidden objects have arrived. Duo Bao Daoren's legs went numb, collapsing onto the ground, trembling as he spoke. Forbidden objects? Fong Juyo's brows frowned. Why were people here afraid of the forbidden objects? Did they really curse people or drive them insane? Suddenly, a green beam of light pierced into the tent, transforming into a strange creature. It stared at the two, and Duo Bao Daoren immediately hid behind Fong Juyo, his body drenched in cold sweat. Watching the green light hesitate momentarily, he silently pulled out a talisman. Chinyu immortal talisman, arise. A giant cauldron-like light barrier materialized, enveloping Fong Juyo and Duo Bao Daoren within, separating them from the green light. Woo woo woo. After emitting a strange sound, the green light soon attracted 10 more green beams. Some looked like dragonflies, others like toads, all grotesque and weird, each wearing greedy expressions as they stared at the cauldron. More precisely, they stared at Fong Juyo, as if wanting to devour him. Duo Bao Daoren finally relaxed, wiping sweat from his forehead as fear lingered in his heart. Brother Juyo, we're truly unlucky to have encountered the forbidden objects. These things, are these the forbidden objects? Are they really that cruel? Looking at the cute appearance of the green lights, Fong Juyo felt confused. Duo Bao Daoren curled his lips, giving Fong Juyo a "you're an idiot" look, and said, my pupils just had an earthquake. You really don't know how cruel the forbidden objects are. Duo Bao Daoren calmed his heart slightly, his voice full of fear. It said the forbidden objects have various abilities, like curses, rapid aging, albinism, assimilation, and even demonification. The more genius a cultivator is, the more eager the forbidden objects become to fuse with them. Chapter 63, The Attack of Forbidden Beings, Dao Heart questioning the heavens, instant kill. Fong Juyo stiffened instantly. Could it be that forbidden beings were natural enemies of talented cultivators? Why don't these forbidden beings go to human cities to assimilate humans instead? Such powerful forbidden beings, why were they appearing in the wild at night, instead of targeting human capital cities? Fong Juyo wore a look of total confusion. Duo Bao looked at Fong Juyo like he was an idiot. Brother Juyo, you really aren't from a restricted life zone, are you? Could it be that you are? Fong Juyo shot back. Duo Bao looked awkward, rubbing his flat face before explaining. Underneath human cities lie the bane of forbidden beings, goo. If these forbidden beings dare approach the city, they'll instantly be disintegrated into spiritual energy. They fear human cities and dare not appear near them. Goo? A new element? Is it on the periodic table? Duo Bao looked completely bewildered by Fong Juyo's question. What's this periodic table? Some cultivation technique. Fong Juyo stiffened slightly and chuckled embarrassedly. Never mind what technique it is. Can your golden bell shield withstand attacks from forbidden beings? Dang, dang, dang. Outside, 11 forbidden beings launched a frenzied assault, transforming into axes, sickles, and spikes that crashed against the shield with loud bangs. Duo Bao glanced at the 11 forbidden beings outside his golden bell shield and gave a disdainful look. Brother, rest assured, this little gang can't possibly breach my immortal talisman. Even if you gave them 10,000 forbidden beings, they couldn't. Crack. Suddenly, a sound of breaking glass came from the transparent cauldron. One crack, two cracks, a total of 10 fractures appeared. Oh no, these forbidden beings have become intelligent. Startled, Duo Bao pulled out a Jufeng immortal armor and wrapped himself in it tightly, sealing himself inside. Jia. Pong. The immortal talisman barrier shattered, and 11 forbidden beings appeared above Fong Juyo, transforming into various insects that fixed their eyes on him. What the heck? Duo Bao, truly a role model among men. Seeing Duo Bao had sealed himself inside his turtle shell, leaving Fong Juyo alone to face the attack from the forbidden beings, he couldn't help but sneer. Brother, my immortal armor's turtle shell can only fit one person. Please understand. Don't worry. I, Duo Bao, have given you my promise. I will definitely retrieve your corpse. Brotherhood is plastic, but when calamity strikes, each flees for himself. Suddenly, 11 forbidden beings transformed into green lights and charged toward Fong Juyo, accompanied by wailing ghostly howls that made the hair stand on end. Fong Juyo calmly steadied his spirit, watching the descending 11 forbidden beings with a composed expression. 5 meters, 1 meter, 10 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Pum. The moment the 11 green lights fell, Fong Juyo's sole defense ability, absolute defense, activated. A blue aura formed around his body. The 11 forbidden beings shrieked upon impact. Duo Bao poked his fat head out from the turtle shell, scared stiff at the sight. The impact had dissipated half of the green light, making the forbidden beings appear smaller than before. Jia. Seemingly enraged, the 11 beings recombined midair, transforming into a green sword aiming to break through his absolute defense. Little ones, let me show you my ultimate move. Dao Heart questioning the heavens. At the instant before their green sword fell, Fong Juyo's pupils flashed red. The 11 forbidden beings froze instantly, the green sword disappeared, and they reverted to their original forms. You all come from the forbidden zone, from the spiritual energy of the life-restricted zone. After this completely nonsensical interrogation, the 11 forbidden beings swayed, as if half understanding. Gradually, with reverent expressions, they spontaneously began to dissolve. In less than a breath's time, right in front of Fong Juyo and Duo Bao, the 11 ferocious forbidden beings decomposed on the spot, dissipating into spiritual energy inside the tent. Duo Bao stood there like a wooden chicken, looking at Fong Juyo with utter shock. Inside, he screamed, "He can actually destroy forbidden beings? My heavens, could he be the reincarnation of that supreme emperor? Brother Juyo, you're truly my eternal god." He wore a smiling face and started fawning. Fong Juyo shot Duo Bao a disdainful glance. "Little Duo Bao, your praise is too much for me to deserve. You don't know I hold a grudge quite easily. If I'm not mistaken, earlier when danger came, you fled by yourself, which made me rather unhappy." Duo Bao's heart tightened. He had nearly offended a future supreme emperor. What should he do now? His eyes flickered, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Juyo, just now I acted out of instinct. Please forgive me. To make up for my mistake, I'll give you a mid-grade offensive immortal talisman, the return of 10,000 swords. As long as brother throws it, the 81 sword energies refined by a sage beheading cultivator inside will lock onto the enemy and slaughter them fly. It's perfect for when you're surrounded by enemies. It can easily kill experts at the peak of the tribulation crossing realm." A red glowing talisman appeared in Duo Bao's hand. "Hand it over." Fong Juyo snatched it directly. Indeed, it contained the aura of a sage beheading expert, making him once again suspect Duo Bao's true identity. "Fine, I'll accept this sage beheading talisman. Just remember, if you run away again next time, I'll help you lose some weight." Duo Bao smiled awkwardly and replied, "Whatever my brother says. Duo Bao, how about lending me a few immortal armors for protection?" As soon as Fong Juyo spoke, Duo Bao looked at him speechlessly. "You can already defend against forbidden beings with your abilities. Do you really need immortal armor?" "Brother, immortal armor and weapons are vulgar items. How could they match your noble stature? When I become powerful in the future, I'll give you a complete set of emperor-level equipment. How about that?" Fong Juyo glanced at the sly Duo Bao and sneered. "That'll probably take tens of thousands of years. Duo Bao, do you even have such a long lifespan?" "Brother, rest assured, I'm naturally gifted with a fast cultivation speed. Tens of thousands of years are nothing but the blink of an eye for me. I, Duo Bao, will definitely become an eternal existence." Duo Bao patted his round belly and proudly said. Suddenly, a strong light fell onto the lotus peak, radiating brilliance. The mountain looked as bright as day. "Brother, quick!" The two pushed aside their tent and stepped out. There, the full moon hung in the starry sky, its light spanning thousands of miles across the heavens, piercing into the lotus peak. At the foot of the mountain, a blue portal appeared. "Brother, hurry! The portal will only remain for a moment." Duo Bao put on a pair of immortal shoes and kicked off, leaping high into the portal, instantly disappearing. Fong Juyo lightly jumped, transforming into a streak of white light and vanished into the portal. The blue portal shimmered in midair, then vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a group of strangely dressed people emerged from the void, holding axes and iron rods, their chests bare. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Didn't expect someone to arrive first. A huge man in animal hide flashed coldly in his eyes. Only someone worthy can obtain the treasure. He furiously swung his palm at the distance, a giant palm print smashing into a distant mountain. Pung! The massive mountain instantly crumbled into nothingness. Chapter 64. Found the Emperor's divine weapon, yet it refused to acknowledge its master. The Milky Way cascaded downward, stars dazzlingly bright. Dreamlike moonlight bathed Lotus Peak, where 5 subsidiary peaks, like green leaves, embraced the radiant main peak. After stepping onto the staircase, the two of them suddenly appeared at the mountaintop. What they saw dazzled their 24K titanium eyes. Such a hidden paradise could only exist in the supreme heaven. "Brother, which peak are we heading to in search of treasures?" The two looked ahead and saw a stone tablet with 5 protrusions, each full and rounded. Written in bright red characters across the middle were 9 words. "Fate is decreed by heaven. Never strive for forcefully." Fong Juyo didn't quite understand the meaning behind these words and casually said, "Any of the peaks is fine. I don't really care what treasures there are." He spoke calmly, as if everything were trivial to him, indifferent to whatever lay ahead. If he truly wanted to kill enemies, he could just unleash power. He was here merely to take a look. After a moment's thought, Duo Bao Daoist pressed the protrusion of the western peak. Suddenly, a meditation cushion appeared beneath his feet, carrying him swiftly toward the western peak before vanishing from sight. The button he pressed sank in but did not return to its original position. Oh my god, each protrusion can only be used once. This lotus peak is really a trap. Fong Juyo looked at the middle protrusion and pressed it. All of a sudden, a beam of moonlight shone on Fong Juyo, and the nearby stone tablet seemed to awaken. A transparent figure floated out from within the tablet. Young friend, I'm delighted you have come to Lotus Peak as our guest. The old man in white robes smiled warmly. Fong Juyo was taken aback. How come there was a lingering soul hiding inside the stone tablet? Old man, who are you? Young friend, do not fear. I am but a residual soul left behind on Lotus Peak, about to vanish soon. If it weren't for you triggering the activation button on the main peak, I would still be asleep within the tablet. The old man touched his beard gently, speaking earnestly. Fong Juyo hesitated. His arrival here was all because of this spirit's handiwork. Old man, why don't you reincarnate or take over someone else's body? The residual soul smiled gently and said, just a residual soul, no need for such effort. Young friend, are you here to enter the main peak? I'm merely here for a casual visit. Whether I can go in or find treasures there doesn't matter to me. Fong Juyo answered sincerely, prompting a mysterious smile from the residual soul. Young friend, you truly are a transcendental person. In that case, I shall allow you to enter. Fong Juyo was shocked. The old man hadn't started bragging about his glorious history or showing off, as Fong Juyo had expected. This was entirely different from what he had imagined. Old man, are you sure there's nothing more you want to tell me? The residual soul smiled peacefully and shook his head. For a transcendent soul, the heavens forbid disclosure. Fong Juyo felt the atmosphere was off, so he cautiously replied, Old man, I won't go to the main peak. I'll just rest here and leave when Fatball emerges. The residual soul barely managed to smile, lines forming on his face, and without a word, joined his hands. A jade meditation cushion appeared beneath Fong Juyo's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. A displeased voice came from the main peak. That old man, he lacks solely virtue. Young friend, I hope you succeed. After speaking, the residual soul cast a lingering glance at the main peak, reluctant and mournful, before his body gradually faded away into nothingness. Ouch! Lotus Peak sealed all spiritual power, and after being transported to the main peak, Fong Juyo fell headfirst to the ground. Thankfully, he had completed the ultimate pristine chaos body technique, or else he would have been smashed into pieces. That lousy old man. Once I get out, I'm definitely coming back to settle scores with him. Grumbling, Fong Juyo stood up. Was this palace truly the main peak? Before him stood a magnificent palace, golden and splendid, like a celestial palace exuding drifting spiritual essence, lifelike and real. A Qilin-like Pishio guarded the entrance, and a bright vermilion gate stood in the way. Fong Juyo looked behind, but there was no path leading back down the mountain. This entire palace seemed to float in the void. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed heaven itself had conspired to make him take a stroll inside. He pushed with both hands. With a creak, the huge red gate slowly opened. Inside was brilliantly lit, the white jade floors clinking softly with each footstep. Hundreds of intricately carved relief pillars lined the hall, each decorated with exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs. A royal throne stood above, yet it was unoccupied. Was this place once an emperor's palace? Fong Juyo looked around. The grand hall was completely empty. Many questions filled his mind. Walking to the wall, he noticed a side door. Driven by curiosity, he pushed it open and stepped inside. Before him lay a garden, astonishingly filled entirely with heavenly herbs and immortal medicines. Radiating white light, the garden was filled with immortal essence so potent that a single breath left one lightheaded and intoxicated. Counting silently, Fong Juyo realized there were at least 1,000 immortal herbs inside. Struck it rich. Could it really be just my lucky day? Although Fong Juyo didn't particularly care for worldly possessions, who could possibly remain indifferent when faced with 1,000 immortal herbs? With a sweeping wave of his hand, the ancient formations sealing the garden shattered piece by piece, dissipating after being sealed for who knows how many years. 1,000 immortal herbs were instantly absorbed into his storage ring. These herbs should be enough for Old Lady, Old Master, and the others to break through to the sword-cutting Dao stage. Fong Juyo passed through the garden toward the artificial rocks, where a cave dwelling came into view. Even before drawing close, he could sense a frigid chill radiating from within, as if it came from the very heavens. The ice-breaking immortal sword inside his storage ring began trembling involuntarily, seemingly eager to escape. Fong Juyo waved his hand, summoning the ice-breaking sword into the air. The sword, vibrating rapidly with obvious excitement, darted straight into the cave dwelling. Hey, Xiao Bingbing. To his astonishment, the ice-breaking sword, which had always accompanied him, actually abandoned its master. With a surprised expression, Fong Juyo followed it inside. The cave dwelling wasn't large, only a few hundred square meters, but it was fully equipped, complete with a jade meditation cushion for cultivation, a pill refinement chamber, a divine weapon pavilion, and more. The dazzling array of rare treasures inside made Fong Juyo's eyes bulge. Top-tier Jiping Supreme Grade Gloves, Kirin Gauntlets, absorbed. Top-tier Supreme Grade Long Spear, Lily Cold Spear, absorbed. Top-tier Supreme Grade Long Blade, Blazing Flame Blade, absorbed. Top-tier Supreme Grade Long Sword, Falling Petal Sword, absorbed. The number of divine weapons and medicinal pills inside wasn't large, but nearly all were supreme tier, and even included a mid-tier Emperor Grade divine weapon, Zhurong Heaven Severing Blade, which left Fong Juyo speechless. In addition to these, Fong Juyo also discovered auxiliary cultivation jade pendants, supreme tier, increasing cultivation speed by 100 times, and also a mid-tier Emperor-level cultivation technique, Heartless Heaven Sutra. Fong Juyo's hands trembled continuously. This felt just like a dream. It couldn't be real. Others had to work hard, slaying monsters and ridding the world of evil spirits, going through countless hardships just to acquire a Dao-severing stage weapon or pill. But for him, a simple visit to Lotus Peak brought him everything. Could it be because I'm just so damn good-looking that fate has chosen to bless me? Fong Juyo drew the Emperor-grade weapon Zhurong Heaven Severing Blade, intending to use it as a mirror. However, it disappointed him. No matter how hard he tried, the Emperor-grade weapon wouldn't budge. Whether he used blood sealing to claim it or attempted soul persuasion, the Zhurong Heaven Severing Blade remained indifferent. What the F*******? Is this Zhurong Heaven Severing Blade actually Shanshit disparaging my weak power and refusing to acknowledge me as its master? After struggling for so long, he found he couldn't even use an emperor-grade weapon. It was like having a perfect beauty undressed completely before you, only allowing you to admire her from a distance. You knew the frustration all too well, dear reader. Ding. Host. Looks like none of these weapons or treasures are suited for you. Try claiming one for yourself if you don't believe me. A voice with an electric tone rang in his mind. Unwilling to accept defeat, Fong Juyo tried using his blood on the Kirin gauntlets. No reaction. Then he tried the space-time jade pendant. Again, nothing. Fong Juyo stood frozen, completely stunned. What the F*******. A crude curse burst from his mouth. At this moment, he felt just like a eunuch wandering through a brothel, frustrated with nothing he could do. System, what the hell is going on here? Host, although these divine weapons are excellent, they simply aren't fated to be yours. Your future still depends on this system. In the eyes of this system, all these weapons are just trash. Chapter 65, Sleeping Beauty, Agio. How much sorrow can one bear? Like a group of eunuchs heading to a brothel. Right now, Fong Juyo's heart was broken. So many Drajin-level divine weapons, even Emperor-level ones, couldn't be claimed. It was as if he had just picked up a 50 million lottery ticket on the street and rushed excitedly to the welfare lottery office to claim his prize, only to be told by the staff that it was someone else's abandoned prize from the last draw. His entire being dropped from heaven straight into hell. These are Jiping Drujun level divine weapons. They're Jiping Drujun level, and even the Zishin blade, my favorite, an Emperor level divine weapon. System, are you seriously saying these are trash? Please give me a few of these trash items. Fong Juyo was instantly overwhelmed with sorrow, standing motionless like a statue. Master, in my eyes, all of these are trash. Treasured Drujun level divine weapons, not even any additional attributes. The little golden spear you obtained last time was merely a low-grade Daoslang level weapon, yet it had the ability to transform as desired, plus a tearing attribute. Do these Drujun level or even Emperor level weapons have such abilities? The system's words brought Fong Juyo back to his senses. He hadn't paid attention earlier to these Drujun level divine weapons. Gripping them once more in his hands, he felt none of the so-called special properties. It seems these Drujun level divine weapons really are trash. Wait a minute, where did my Xiao Bingbing go? He hadn't noticed it earlier. Cold Ice Sword wasn't in the divine weapon pavilion. Master, do you know why you can't claim these trash weapons? Fong Juyo's eyebrows furrowed slightly, sensing an ominous foreboding. He asked, why not? Because their master is still alive. The system, ever the sensationalist, spoke words that sent a jolt through him. What? Their master is still alive. Whoever could wield an emperor-level weapon must be an unmatched supreme emperor. It was not just a symbol of status, but a testament of power. Just then, from the innermost meditation chamber came strange disturbances. A slight tremble rose in Fong Juyo's heart as he walked toward the meditation room with uncertainty. An overwhelming chill filled the entire room. Even before entering, it felt as though he had stepped into the celestial ice cave. The cold was so intense it nearly froze his blood. That joyful cold ice sword hovered inside, emitting brilliant light. Fong Juyo stepped in. Inside was a world of ice and snow, white everywhere, with a thick layer of ice covering the floor. Glancing ahead, a crystal coffin stood in the center of the meditation chamber. Filled with unease, Fong Juyo approached the coffin. The cold ice sword seemed slightly anxious, vibrating its blade and emitting a sharp whine. As if urging, Master, quickly open the crystal coffin. Fong Juyo looked at the cold ice sword in confusion and with trepidation, lifted the lid of the crystal coffin. A peerless beauty appeared before Fong Juyo. She wore a light green gown, with sleeves embroidered in blue peonies. Silver threads outlined Shan clouds, while the hem featured densely patterned waves of azure sea clouds. Across her chest was a wide strip of yellow brocade bodice, her graceful figure sending ripples through the heart. Her eyebrows, like crescent moons, hovered over eyes that had slept for millennia. Her face was as flawless and delicate as a baby's. Every inch of her was breathtaking. She could easily rival the celestial nymphs of heaven. A celestial beauty that only exists in heaven. How could such a fairy descend to the mortal world? So beautiful. Though Fong Juyo had seen countless beauties, like that girl Chinyu, with her youthful charm, or the seductive Shimin Shueji, none of them compared to the sleeping beauty within the crystal coffin. She seemed the perfect embodiment of allure, seductive, enchanting, innocent, graceful, yet with a hint of mystique. Even Fong Juyo, who usually remained indifferent to beauty, had to admit that she overshadowed all others. She was precisely the kind of beauty he found irresistible. At that moment, the cold ice sword floating above the crystal coffin gave another shriek, then transformed into a beam of blue light, disappearing into the jade pendant on the sleeping beauty's chest, perfectly filling the sword-shaped mark on the pendant. What? My cold ice sword. Fong Juyo's face twisted with pain. Its value wasn't the issue, it was the meaning behind it. His mother had given it to him. Reportedly obtained by Nangong Shui from a certain third-grade celestial burial site. Although not of high quality, its attached ice-cold energy had always been extremely practical. Never did he expect this cursed cold ice sword to betray him, transforming into a sword-shaped mark on a pendant. Suddenly, the pendant emitted a strong burst of blue light. The sleeping beauty, bathed in the radiant glow, began to show astonishing transformation. What? Has she become a corpse monster? Fong Juyo's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed like he had gone too far. It felt as if he had awakened an ancient corpse from 10,000 years ago. Would she turn into a female Ba and destroy this entire region of life? Countless doubts raced through his mind. At that moment, the sleeping beauty slowly opened her eyes. Those enchanting eyes were so mesmerizing they could easily pull someone in. The woman pondered for a moment, then slowly sat up and turned her gaze toward Fong Juyo. Why you aren't a corpse monster, are you? Fong Juyo looked at her incoherently, his heart unavoidably filled with nervousness. The woman paused momentarily, then smiled. Truly, a smile that could topple a city, a second smile that could topple a nation. Even Fong Juyo lost his composure. Did you save me? The authoritative voice from the woman snapped Fong Juyo back to reality. To be precise, it was my cold ice sword that saved you. Fong Juyo scratched his head as he spoke. The woman lowered her gaze to the sword-shaped mark on her pendant. Upon seeing the mark that had vanished tens of thousands of years ago reappear on the pendant, She instantly understood everything. Slowly, the woman rose into the air, hovering above, looking down at Fong Juyo. A dignified voice sounded. Thank you for awakening me, Xiao Jiulong. Speak. What reward do you desire? Fong Juyo's lips twitched slightly. He murmured inwardly. Truly an extremely proud woman. There's no need for a reward. This young master doesn't care about such mundane things. Fong Juyo shook his head. His eyes remained as calm as still water, not the slightest ripple. The woman's body trembled slightly. She looked at Fong Juyo with curiosity. Xiao Jiulong never owes anyone anything. Speak. Whatever you desire, from under the heavens to the farthest corners of the earth, I can make it happen for you. A Jew slowly descended from the air. Her crystal clear, jade-like legs, delicate and soft, were enough to outshine every leg model celebrity. Fong Juyo still shook his head. I really don't need anything. Before his words could finish, a Jiu raised her hands. Fong Juyo's storage ring instantly poured forth all the Jifeng Drujin, level divine weapons, emperor-level divine weapons, and cultivation techniques. They flew out one by one and hovered around her. She cast a brief glance at Fong Juyo. Instantly, Fong Juyo felt terribly embarrassed. He hadn't expected all these things to actually belong to her. Do you want a Jijun, level Jifeng divine weapon? A Jiu looked at Fong Juyo indifferently. Not really. I just saw them sitting there lonely, so this young master planned to look after them for a few days. Never thought they were yours. Now that they're returned to their rightful owner, I can rest easy. Fong Juyo said, his face calm and composed. A Jiu glanced at him once more. Her look spoke volumes. These Jinin, level Jifeng divine weapons are beyond your current cultivation realm to wield properly. They will only bring disaster. She grabbed the air, summoning a red glowing Shan, level sword before her. With a gentle flip of her palm, the blade landed in Fong Juyo's hands. This Shan, level sword suits you right now. Fong Juyo showed a mysterious smile, gently plucked the blade, and returned it to Ajio's hand. Thank you kindly for your offer, Miss Ajio. I think I don't need it. Since you're awake, this young master will take his leave. After raising his fist respectfully, Fong Juyo turned and started to leave. Ajio's eyes slightly shifted, and a faint smile surfaced at the corner of her lips. Wait a moment. Chapter 66, A Sword Splitting the Heavens. Ajio ascends to the supreme heaven in broad daylight. A solemn voice came from behind, forcing Fong Juyo to stop. May I ask the name of this cultivation friend? Fong Juyo hesitated slightly before responding. Fong Juyo. Ajio lifted her beautiful eyes, revealing a radiant smile. Fellow cultivator Fong, thank you for helping me tend the garden and taking care of those spirit herbs. Fong Juyo felt an ominous premonition. Just as he intended to deny everything, the spirit herbs he had taken from his storage ring automatically flew out and transformed into rays of white light, circling around Ajio. Fong Juyo felt like crying. These herbs had originally been meant for his parents, but now Ajio had taken them back. His entire trip to Lotus Peak had been for nothing. Ajio has just awoken and needs these spirit herbs to restore her strength. Fellow cultivator Fong, when we arrive at the supreme heaven, this emperor, Ajio will surely reward you greatly, Ajio said, her face briefly flashing with embarrassment before returning to normal. After forming a strange hand seal with both hands, the spirit herbs transformed into an endless stream of immortal energy that flowed into her body. Just like refining the essence of stars and moonlight, her entire body exuded immortal aura. Under Fong Juyo's terrified gaze, Ajio's presence grew stronger and stronger, breaking from spirit drawing stage to rear heaven stage, then fore heaven stage, and finally transcendent stage. Her power grew so high that even Fong Juyo couldn't tell which realm she had transcended to. He only felt her aura intensifying, as vast and deep as an ocean, almost crushing him to the ground. Bam! A massive dark cloud appeared in the void above. Inside it, purple immortal lightning surged violently. Immortal lightning? Fong Juyo stared at the sky with surprise. Just as he was puzzled, the huge lightning formation in the void expanded and evolved into a pool of immortal thunder. Its purple glow illuminated half the sky. At the foot of Lotus Peak, the beast-skinned people displayed expressions of fear. Someone is undergoing a tribulation? The immortal thunder tribulation? Could someone have successfully passed the final thunder tribulation required to ascend to the supreme heaven? 10 masked figures 100 kilometers away from Lotus Peak raised their heads toward the peak, their gazes growing heavier, with a hint of fear. Someone is facing the immortal thunder tribulation. Let's go. Pong! A giant bolt of immortal lightning fell like a pillar, instantly shattering the cave dwelling. Just as it struck, Ajio lightly slapped her palm, and the lightning scattered like smoke. The purple lightning above the clouds seemed enraged. Could a cultivator dare treat it so lightly? Furious bolts rolled across the sky, falling one after another. 1, 2, 36 bolts in total, cascading down with almost no interval. A mere thunder tribulation, yet you refuse to retreat. Ajio rose into the air, graceful as a celestial being dancing. After a fierce roar, the heavenly immortal thunder tribulation scattered instantly, vanishing as if terrified of Ajio, fleeing in panic. The sky cleared again, and Ajio floated gently down. Seeing Fong Juyo's stunned expression, she offered a breathtaking smile. In an instant, covering 1,000 meters with a single step, she reached Fong Juyo's side and smiled calmly. Fellow cultivator Fong, Ajio is about to leave this world. I wonder, are you willing to come with me? Fong Juyo stiffened immediately, his lips twitching slightly as he refused. Thank you for the kind offer, fellow cultivator Ajio, but this young master has no plans to leave the life prohibition zone yet. A flash of surprise passed through Ajio's eyes. Someone had actually refused her. Her proud demeanor quickly turned cold. If that's your decision, then this one shall break the heavens and ascend. What? Breaking the heavens? Fong Juyo looked at Ajio in shock, his mind racing with speculation about her true identity. Could she be an ancient supreme being? Without waiting for Fong Juyo's reaction, Ajio clasped her hands together, and a deep rumbling erupted from Lotus Peak. Fong Juyo and Duo Baodaoren, who had still been treasure hunting, were automatically transported to the stone steps. Confused, the two looked at the transforming Lotus Peak, their hearts filled with shock and bewilderment. Brother, did something happen between you and that immortal maiden? Is she angry? Duo Baodaoren approached Fong Juyo with a sly grin. Fong Juyo shot him a look of contempt and raised his middle finger. Don't come near me. I'm afraid of pigs. Brother, Love between men and women is natural law. There's no need to be shy. Duo Bao Daoren waved off the comment and stepped closer. Pong. A giant palm suddenly descended from the sky, slamming into Duo Bao Daoren. He fell like a wooden figure in a clown costume, rolling on the ground helplessly. You fat bastard, keep spreading nonsense, and this master will send you to King Yama. A terrifying voice descended from the heavens, scaring Duo Bao Daoren into immediately closing his big mouth. Fong Juyo followed the sound, and saw Lotus Peak rise into the sky, soaring upward under Ajio's control. Ajio wants to break open the heavens. Fong Juyo stood in shock, his mouth wide open. How powerful had she truly become? A king-level cultivator? A primordial sage? Or even an inferior? What the hell? She actually intends to split the heavens. Dobeo Daoren climbed back up, trembling all over. He had just spoken nonsense in front of a supreme being who might even be a primordial sage. He was practically begging for death. Thankfully she didn't take offense, otherwise he wouldn't have enough lives to pay for his disrespect. Not even 100 lives for a single hair of hers. Brother, Duo Bao whispered in fear. Who exactly is this immortal fairy you know? Could you introduce me? I want to become her disciple, even if all I get is her foot washing water every day. Fong Juyo shot him a glare. Then, before he could react, the fat idiot continued speaking, having already forgotten his earlier pain. If not, even guarding the door would be fine. Duo Bao, are you even being realistic? You think such a beauty would keep a pervert like you around? At that moment, Ajio raised the sword of immortal slaying in her hand and shouted, break the heavens. With a single slash toward the sky, a white beam of light shot out. Immediately after, a splitting sound rang from above. A huge rift tore open across the sky. Ajio stood atop Lotus Peak, stars and rivers swirling above her, slowly ascending toward the crack in the heavens. At the last second, just before the heavenly rift began to close, she looked down at Fong Juyo. Her voice reached him telepathically. I won't forget this great favor. Take good care of my token. A ray of white light shot down, landing in Fong Juyo's palm. In his hand rested a token engraved with the character Lotus. As Fong Juyo looked up again toward the sky, Ajio, along with Lotus Peak, was already gone. Brother, is this the fairy's token of love? Duo Bao Daoren looked at the token in Fong Juyo's hand with wide eyes. The token, engraved with the Lotus character, wasn't a shin sheet, nor any kind of supporting artifact. It looked more like a symbol of identity. Duo Bao couldn't understand it. Neither could Fong Juyo. Duo Bao, little brother, Fong Juyo said contemptuously. Have you ever seen a token of love that looks like this? He gave Duo Bao a cold stare. And you sure had a good harvest at West Peak, didn't you? Not sharing a bit with your big brother. Holding tightly to his storage ring, Duo Bao hastily denied everything. I didn't get anything at West Peak. Fong Juyo glanced at him, then turned and walked toward the portal at the bottom of the stone steps. Brother, wait for me. At the foot of the mountain, a group of beast-skinned people faced off against 10 black-robed figures wearing masks. Fellow cultivators, the leader of the beastkin roared. Are you daring to challenge our race? He pulled out a bone staff and stared coldly at the 10 black-cloaked figures. Beastkin race. What is this nonsense? The leader of the black-robed men sneered, showing complete disregard. Looking for death, the beastkin leader swung his staff, which transformed into a massive tiger, roaring down from the heavens. The overwhelming pressure made the black-robed men exchange terrified glances. So terrifying. Wait, we're leaving immediately. The leader of the black-robed men gave in, and the group turned into 10 beams of black light vanishing into the distance. TCH, cowards, if it weren't for that bastard on Lotus Peak, I'd make sure you all die right here. Chapter 67. Behold my heavenly imitation art. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the void. Fong Juyo and Duo Bao Daoren stepped out, descending slowly with measured steps until they reached the ground. Hey, brother, those men in beast skins over there are eyeing us strangely, said Duo Bao, glancing upward. Fong Juyo looked up and saw more than a dozen men in beast pelts staring at them ferociously. Two little human brats, hand over the treasures you obtained from Lotus Peak, or today will be your final day. The beast tribe leader gazed at them mockingly, dragging his bone club along the ground, leaving a trail of sparks and a crack through the earth. Fong Juyo glanced at Duo Bao and leapt sideways 3 zhang away. This penniless friend, if you want treasures, go after this fat one beside me. I'm merely his servant, Fong Juyo said with a shrug, displaying an empty-handed appearance. More than 10 pairs of unfriendly eyes turned toward Duo Bao, who was left speechless. Brother, you slander me like this, and you'll have no friends left. Master Duo Bao, if you speak like this to me, then I really must say I'm angry. I even gave you the soul-severing divine weapon I found, and you even snatched away the supreme-grade cultivation technique, Sun Sutra. Not even a drop of soup was left for me. Fong Juyo expressed deep anguish, performing brilliantly. The beastmen's eyes lit up, their breath quickening. This fat kid was practically a mountain of treasures, and greedily, they surrounded him. Frightened by the movements of the beastmen, Duo Bao stomped his feet anxiously and shouted at Fong Juyo. What the heck, Fong Juyo? Why are you doing this to me? Fong Juyo looked innocent, lifting up his hands, completely bare. I even showed you my clothes, nothing at all. Die fatso. Hand over everything, or my bone club won't go easy on you. The tribal chief's club was covered in spikes, sure to leave one full of holes if struck. Friends and noble gentlemen, I've got nothing. Faced with the advancing beasts, Duo Bao gave a panicked look, though his hand quietly retrieved a talisman. Teleportation charm, time to go. A white flash shone through, and Duo Bao vanished. Brother, these damn beasts are all yours to handle. From the void came Duo Bao's mocking voice. Now it was Fong Juyo's turn to be stunned. Damn it, he had forgotten that this dead fatso possessed countless treasures and celestial talismans. He had played a trick on the other only to be countered in return. He couldn't help shaking his head. Chief, the fatso insulted us. A young beast man, wielding a giant hammer, slammed it down, creating cracks like a spiderweb across the ground with a huge crater at the center. My hammer hasn't feasted today yet. Huh. This young beast warrior looked like a hulking strongman, truly powerful. Youngster, playing with a hammer isn't good for your back. A friendly reminder, stay away from heavy hammers. They damage your body and kidneys. The beastmen, already furious about the fatso escaping with their treasures, turned their anger toward Fong Juyo upon hearing his taunt. Your master has gone. now you'll stay here as our slave. The very beast who had been mocked earlier reached out his giant hand to seize Fong Juyo. You're overestimating yourself, buddy. I suggest you quickly go eat some shit to calm down. He stepped into Xiaoyao's step, instantly vanishing from the spot and reappearing 10 zhang away, dodging the grasp of the hammer-wielding beast. What? You slave? You actually managed to escape my grasp. A little nascent soul stage cultivator thinks he can escape from me. Beast Catcher lifted his giant hammer and swung it toward Fong Juyo. A colossal stone hammer materialized in the void, and Fong Juyo's area became shrouded under a gravitational field 5 times heavier, immobilizing him in place, making it nearly impossible to perform the Xiaoyao step again. Chief, Beast Catcher's gravity hammer has improved again. Truly, he is a prodigy of our beast race. One of the beastmen showed admiration in his expression as he praised. Humph. Since Beast Catcher broke through to Hollow Emptiness Realm, his talent has fully emerged. This is only his human form. Once he takes on his beast form, even a Heaven Tribulation Realm expert wouldn't be his match. The chief praised Beast Catcher nonstop. Besides seeking treasures, the reason he brought him along was also for training. What a shame this handsome human. If we could bring him back to the Beastman world, he'd fetch a high price. One of the beast warriors lamented. Skybreaker hammer. Smash it down. Beast Catcher roared. The colossal hammer above descended with crushing force. Even before it landed, the ground had already cracked apart. The surrounding earth around Fong Juyo had become riddled with holes. As the divine hammer came crashing from the sky, Fong Juyo simply smiled faintly. Suddenly, the Skydome defensive aura emerged around him. The colossal hammer crashed onto the Skydome defensive aura, and a powerful rebound force erupted outward. That phantom-like giant hammer disintegrated in an instant, returning to the void. This sight left the beastman astonished. Wasn't the human supposed to be crushed into pulp? How come he had a protective aura around his body? Could he be a body cultivator? Beast Catcher's tiger-like mouth went numb, cracked, and blood flowed from the wound. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A mere early nascent soul stage cultivator had actually withstood his Skybreaker hammer technique. Brat, seems like you actually have some skill. Watch me shake my tiger body and flatten you. Fong Juyo immediately showed great interest. Beast Catcher roared furiously, his eyes turned blood red, and he shouted aloud. Tiger emerges from cage, subjugating the 8 wilds. The Beastman, originally in human form, transformed into a mighty tiger standing 10 zhang tall, exuding overwhelming might and dominating presence. Could this be the beast soul art of the Beastman world recorded in the 3,000 great realms? Dong, dong, dong. The earth shook violently. Each step of the beast's giant form left 4 huge footprints on the ground. He leaped like a tiger, rushing toward Fong Juyo, eager to tear him apart with one strike. Now the human insect is definitely doomed. One of the beastmen sneered. The chief nodded in agreement with his subordinate. Once we beastmen unleash our second special talent, human cultivators can only become our food. He naturally had that confidence. To say why the beast race dominated the beastman world was mainly because of their beast souls they had comprehended. The stronger the awakened beast soul was, the greater the achievements the beastman would achieve. Quick look, one beastman cried in alarm. Hearing the shout, everyone looked over and witnessed a scene that shocked them beyond measure. Fong Juyo, upon seeing Beast Catcher lunging as a mighty tiger, activated the heaven-imitating art. The originally slightly over 5'6" human instantly grew to tens of zhang in height. Startled, the charging Beast Catcher rolled sideways, creating a violent tremor across the ground. This Beast Catcher was so frightened that he could barely speak. How the hell did he turn into a dozens of zhang tall giant? Fong Juyo, now mighty and imposing, gazed down upon the tiny ants of the beast race with disdain. Do you think you can rival me in size? Fong Juyo struck a pose like a bodybuilder, his muscles clearly defined, each strand distinct. Envy my mighty physique, boys. The beast tribe leader's expression turned cold. He waved his hand, and over a dozen beastmen surrounded Fong Juyo. Human insect, do you think turning into a muscular giant means I can't deal with you anymore? Over a dozen beastmen simultaneously unleashed their beast soul talents. Giant lions, giant pythons, giant elephants. Over a dozen massive beasts soared into the sky, staring down at Fong Juyo. Pity that you all used the beast soul secret art. It would have been better if they were real. It's been a while since I've had grilled meat. I really miss that taste. Fong Juyo muttered to himself, gazing at the dozen beastmen floating in the air. Chapter 68. Draw a circle as a prison, 1 shot for each little orc. Chief, this human maggot actually wants to eat us. Can you tolerate that? A shapeshifter with a python soul spat with his snake tongue. Just wait, let's train him properly, and let him know how formidable we orcs are. A lion-souled orc raised his claw and made a threatening gesture toward Fong Juyo. Kill him. The orc chieftain didn't waste any more words, but gave the order for his subordinates to attack. The enormous python spiraled upward, swinging its massive tail toward Fong Juyo. The lion let out a terrifying roar, radiating waves of light that illuminated the entire sky. The giant Xiao Long exhaled clouds and mist, 2 black beams of light shooting from its pupils, determined to destroy Fong Juyo in midair, leaving no place for him to even find a grave. Dozens of fierce and merciless attacks rained down upon him from all directions. Mountains crumbled and earth cracked. Sun and moon lost their light. Innumerable divine beast shadows rained down. Dear little orc friends, try this one bullet. His little golden spear extended to tens of zhang in length. He swung it upward, and a golden ray of light slashed downward. The incoming python was impaled midair, blood splashing like rain. Ah! The python let out a piercing cry. Little python. The chieftain, a Zhao long-souled orc, furiously thrashed his head and unleashed a deadly attack. Fong Juyo pointed his golden spear toward the sky and shouted, traveling through the 8 desolations, violent. Fong Juyo unleashed the 3rd move of traveling through the 8 desolations, violent. Instantly, explosive sounds emerged in the void. Around Fong Juyo, black holes and rifts formed one after another in the space surrounding him. The gigantic Zhao Long was suddenly cut by the desolate energy, its body slashed and blood gushed out in torrents. Ah, damn human maggot, I'll destroy you. Fong Juyo smiled faintly and, ignoring the threat, kept pointing his long spear. Pung pung pung. 15 explosions detonated in the sky. The 15 attacking orcs were blasted away in all directions, crashing heavily onto the ground, gravely injured in an instant. Pong! 15 massive craters appeared on the ground, each containing an orc lying there. Dear little orcs, how does it feel lying on the ground? The orc chieftain had never faced such humiliation before. Enraged, he spat a mouthful of blood. The dignity of the orcs shall never be insulted. Our life fate is the noble beast soul. We carry the ancient beast spirits. Your most faithful servants beg you to descend. The 15 wounded orcs chanted in unison. In an instant, the world turned dark, and an eerie silhouette appeared in the void. After the dim light faded away, a Qilin appeared in the void. Its eyes shone like lanterns. Its breathing shook the sky and earth. An apocalyptic aura descended from the heavens. Are you the ones who summoned me? Beast Emperor, your humble servants pay homage to you. All the orcs prostrated themselves on the ground, their hands on their chests, paying their respects in sincere reverence. Why have you summoned my manifestation to the lower realm? The Qilin's phantom image looked down at the kneeling orcs. Beast Emperor, this human brat has wronged your servants. We beg you to destroy him. The orc leader pointed at Fong Juyo and started making accusations. The Qilin glanced at Fong Juyo and spoke in a deep voice. Human ant, if you commit suicide now, this emperor will leave your body intact. Otherwise, I will make you vanish into oblivion, leaving no trace of your bones. Fong Juyo stared at the Qilin phantom in the sky and smirked slightly. Unicorn-looking creature, aren't you supposed to be an auspicious beast? You, becoming the spokesperson for orcs, really brings shame to all divine beasts. If you want my life, feel free to come and get it. Fong Juyo naturally doubted that its strength could surpass that of a heavenly tribulation cultivator. Relying on his heavenly dome protective energy, he had absolutely nothing to fear. After all, any summoned beings couldn't remain in the lower world for very long. The Qilin breathed furiously through its nose, enraged at how the human ant dared to speak to it so disrespectfully. Master, I grant you one word, death. The Qilin lightly slapped its paw, and a massive hand fell from the heavens, turning clouds and rain into torrents that surged downward. Imitate heaven, arise. Fong Juyo grew tens of zhang in size once again and countered the incoming hand with a palm strike of his own. Their two palms met in the sky. Pong! The massive impact exploded across the sky. Rain poured down like a tidal wave, drenching the orcs below like soaked chickens. Fong Juyo stood unmoved and unmoving. The Qilin wore an expression of shock. Tiny bug, you actually withstood my palm attack. Seems I underestimated you. Qilin Divine Claw, crush the world with one swipe. The furious Qilin swiped one mighty claw. In the void appeared an enormous claw, and with its appearance, the entire sky instantly turned dark. A terrifying aura filled the sky, and terror appeared on the faces of the orcs on the ground. Heavens! The Beast Emperor has unleashed his innate divine skill. That damned human maggot is definitely doomed. Legend says the Beast Emperor's claw can annihilate the world and shatter stars, revered as the sorrow of the world. The people led by Shouqin began discussing nervously. In the void, the gigantic claw crossed space to kill, its horrifying momentum forcing Fong Juyo to take it seriously. His little golden spear appeared in his hand once again. Traveling through the 8 desolations, Qi. The fourth move of traveling through the 8 desolations, Qi, he thrust his spear skyward, unleashing a massive dragon of energy to confront the Beast Emperor's claw. The moment they collided, the energy dragon was shattered into pieces by the Beast Emperor's claw. Only delaying the attack by less than a breath's time, the giant claw descended again. Fong Juyo's expression turned serious. He never expected the Beast Emperor's claw to surpass the heavenly tribulation realm. It seemed he had no choice but to activate a 100-fold attack buff. Just as he was about to use traveling through the 8 desolations, Qi for the second time, the giant claw suddenly accelerated, crossing the void to appear directly above his head before striking down like lightning. Pong! The Tianqiong protective energy activated. After the claw struck it, slight ripples appeared before the attack vanished into nothingness. What? The orcs stared at each other in shock, witnessing an unbelievable sight. He actually resisted the Beast Emperor's life-attacking move. The Qilin phantom in the void widened its eyes in disbelief, unable to accept that a mere human could withstand its ultimate skill. Failing twice to land a decisive blow, how could the proud Qilin accept such an outcome? Kid, I didn't expect you to be cultivating a Dao body. This emperor underestimated you. Die! The Qilin phantom crossed through the annals of history, personally launching its attack in a physical form. That Qilin clone emitted dark aura, tearing across the sky, descending with overwhelming pressure. A colossal Qilin, like a mountain, came crashing toward him. Not good, Fong Juyo shouted. Draw a circle as a prison. Just as the Qilin approached within 100 meters, a domain descended and enclosed the Qilin phantom along with all 15 orcs. The Qilin clone, painstakingly formed, began to crumble under the effects of the draw a circle as a prison domain, its strength wildly drained from its body. Kid SD op. Fong Juyo smiled faintly and said, you tell me to stop and I should stop? How embarrassing would that be? Little Qilin, unless you beg me. Damned human brat, I will remember this. Wait for me. Leaving behind these threatening words, the Qilin's clone dissolved into spiritual energy and was absorbed by the draw a circle as a prison domain. Fong Juyo glared ominously at the 15 orcs on the ground, lifting the corner of his lips into a cruel smile that chilled them to the bone. We surrender. Sorry, young master doesn't accept prisoners. I prefer the style of massacre, mass executing prisoners. Fong Juyo pulled out his little golden spear, slowly approaching them, causing the orcs to shudder with fear. You don't. He raised his hand, the spear fell. A burst of spear Qi passed over. Blood marks appeared on the necks of all 15 orcs. Their throats were cut, their physical bodies destroyed. Their divine souls shot out from their Dantian regions, attempting to escape. Unfortunately, within the draw a circle as a prison domain, even instantaneous movement was impossible. How could they hope to run? Young master, please, have mercy on us. Chapter 69, Eliminating White Mirror's Henchmen. Facing the beastman's desperate pleas, Fong Juyo gave them only one answer. The small golden spear pierced through like a string of candied hawthorns. With a single shot, the 15 beastmen's souls were all strung together like beads. Their souls screamed in tearing agony, But soon after, they all transformed into spiritual energy and were absorbed by Fong Juyo. The 15 Beastmen storage rings naturally ended up in Fong Juyo's waist pouch, though he didn't bother to look at anything they contained. He had no interest in the possessions of these beastmen. Brother, you're amazing. From the void, Duo Bao Daoren emerged, staring in shock at the corpses on the ground. A chill surged through his heart. What terrified him most was that from afar, he'd witnessed Fong Juyo summoning the Qilin illusion in battle, making his anal sphincter sweat with fear. Oh, the runaway bear, I see you're back. In my homeland, you'd be Fan Pao Pao, someone who would be punished by having a lamp lit over your head. Fong Juyo shot a glance at Duo Bao, causing him to look embarrassed. However, Duo Bao was fearless in his shamelessness and started calling him brother again. Brother, baby didn't run away. I was just keeping watch in the void for you. With your power that subdues the 8 directions, how could such a little Qilin stand a chance against you? I've already recorded your amazing moves with an image stone. Baby will reflect on them 3 times daily and watch them thrice each day. Indeed, when someone becomes shameless, they become faceless, exactly like Duo Bao at this moment. His lies could even fool ghosts. Unfortunately, was Fong Juyo someone easy to swindle and deceive? A supreme grade immortal sword. What? Duo Bao's eyes widened in shock as he quickly covered his storage ring. Brother, surely you aren't thinking of eyeing my storage ring. If you're going to be like that, I'll die from frustration. Fong Juyo raised his eyebrows, sizing Duo Bao up with an expression full of ill intent. I'm thinking of helping you lose some weight. That fat of yours is really quite offensive to the eyes. Saying that, he took out 3 Feishin blades, waved his hand, and the 3 blades hovered over Duo Bao's head. Brother, between us brothers, must we be so formal? It's just a supreme grade immortal sword after all. Duo Bao wore a face full of reluctance as he retrieved a supreme grade immortal sword. Green with red accents, he handed it over to Fong Juyo unwillingly, his heart bleeding and his soul screaming in rage. Not bad. I hope next time you run into trouble and flee, I can rob you openly. Fong Juyo said calmly, and Duo Bao's face immediately dropped. 1,000 camels galloped across his mind. His face darkened beyond measure. System, redeem the supreme level invincible sword technique and the palm world boxing technique for me. Thinking for a while, Fong Juyo realized that each of the 4 supreme level ultimate combat techniques was immensely powerful. Learning them all would play a crucial role in his upcoming journey into the life-death Jinqi. Alright, master. Supreme level ultimate sword technique. Invincible, fully mastered and comprehended. Supreme level ultimate fist technique. Palm world, fully mastered and comprehended. Remaining cultivation points, 11,328,000. Suddenly, the sword and fist techniques were now completely under his command. Fong Juyo turned his gaze again toward Duo Bao. That look which made his heart race and his sphincter contract frightened Duo Bao again. Brother, what do you intend to do? I may be well built, but I'm not into that kind of relationship with men. Duo Bao folded his arms across his chest in a defensive posture, looking absolutely ridiculous, which left Fong Juyo speechless. All that fat of yours could probably be rendered into dozens of gene of oil. You really don't know your own situation. Be careful developing hypertension, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol. But if you give me a supreme grade immortal saber or a pair of supreme grade immortal Chen gloves, I believe our trip into the 10,000 mountains this time will go very smoothly. As Fong Juyo finished speaking, Duo Bao instantly flared up. Brother, I regard you as my brother, and yet you only desire my treasures? Can a real brother act like this? Scratching his head, Fong Juyo replied awkwardly. You aren't Doraemon, able to pull anything I want out of your bag? Just a supreme immortal saber and a pair of supreme immortal fist gloves. You're such a miser. Although Duo Bao didn't understand exactly what Doraemon was, he sensed immediately it was a trick to take advantage of him. He started calculating his next move in his mind. Hey, isn't there a devil cave? Why not trick him there so I can escape without being extorted again? He thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Brother, wanting supreme immortal treasures? Not in this lifetime. But I know of a place containing ancient secrets. Brother, you will definitely be interested. Fong Juyo raised an eyebrow, asking doubtfully. Sure about that? Yes. In the eastern part of the 10,000 mountains lies a devil cave realm, said to contain Dao-severing divine weapons and medicinal pills. The fat on Duo Bao's face almost squashed into a single line as he smiled gleefully. Are you sure it's not sending me to my death? Duo Bao Daoren was startled inwardly. What a clever young master. He quickly spouted nonsense. Brother, although that place has a tiny bit of danger, for a supreme expert like you, it's a piece of cake. No, it's as simple as swatting a mosquito. Fong Juyo thought for a moment. Anyway, he needed to kill monsters to level up. If it's a devil cave, there must be no shortage of evil cultivators inside. Perhaps he could soon break through to Dongshiu, or even reach Dujiajing. Then why haven't you taken me there yet? Duo Bao Daoren secretly rejoiced and led Fong Juyo eastward. Unfortunately, as soon as the two stepped out of the grasslands, they encountered 10 mysterious figures wearing masks, exuding killing intent. Brother, they wouldn't be here to cause you trouble, right? Facing 5 early stage and 5 middle stage Dujiajing cultivators, he once again planned to escape. It looks like they are indeed here for me. Fong Juyo nodded. It seems someone was trying to take him out early. Fong Juyo, will you come with us willingly, or shall we break your dog legs before dragging you along? The leader among the mysterious figures let out a terrifying voice, as if it came from hell itself. How about another option? Fong Juyo smiled faintly and spoke. What other option? Don't tell me you want us to plant a divine soul seed inside you first before you go with us? The leader's voice came in a hoarse rasp. Fong Juyo raised his middle finger and waved it slightly. No, I'll annihilate all of you, and bring your souls with me. As soon as the words left his mouth, silence filled the air. Duo Bao Daoren was shocked by Fong Juyo's words. He had challenged the Qilin illusion before, which meant these Tendu Jiajing experts would be eliminated in minutes. Big brother, he dares to claim he will annihilate us. Ha ha. A mere early-stage Yuanshan cultivator dares to speak such big words. I admit, back in Lingji City when Shimor attacked, you easily defeated early-stage Dujiet Jingbone King and others. But those were Shilo, whose elements were counter to yours. We are mountains you will never be able to scale. Judging by how disobedient you are today, we must sever your limbs and train you properly. The 10 drew their long sabers, brimming with killing intent, walking toward Fong Juyo. Each step they took caused rocks on the ground to lift into the air, transforming into massive blades aimed downward at Fong Juyo. Palms seal the world. One palm shatters the universe. Fong Juyo raised his palm, unleashing a colossal hand that met the falling giant blade head-on. Chapter 70. Annihilating by Jingbai's lackeys. With a single grasp of his palm, the stone great sword shattered, bursting apart with a loud sound and scattering across the ground. The 10 masked figures trembled slightly, paused momentarily, then charged again. Blade without shadow. Grain of sand in the vast ocean. Kill. In an instant, 10 blade auras poured down, transforming into blade intent that shook heaven and earth. Dobeo Daoist watched in stunned disbelief. If he were facing these 10 ruthless masked men, he would have been chopped into pieces within moments. Unless he used immortal talismans or spirit armor. Palm sealing the world. A single palm shakes the heavens. Suddenly, the sky howled with Ungfengbajuo. Palm winds transformed into a dragon, surging forth to meet the 10 blade intents. Dragon soaring across the seas, undefeated in battle. Hidden dragon ascends. All things perish. The fierce blade intent vanished beneath the palm-formed dragon. Piercing through the blade intent, it struck the 10 attackers. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the 10 collapsed to the ground gravely injured. The 10 masked men stared blankly. Disciples at the early and middle stages of Tribulation Ascension Realm had been defeated and injured by a mere nascent soul early stage expert. This battle capability exceeded their understanding. Even Lingjiao Wanhuating of Lingji Cave wouldn't have such an overwhelming advantage. Our master underestimated Fong Juyo's strength. He cannot be measured by cultivation level alone. The 10 exchanged glances, a savage gleam flashing in their eyes. Speak. Who sent you? Fong Juyo loomed over them, asking coldly. Boy, you're celebrating too early. The 10 pulled out mysterious talismans and chanted, 8 trigrams unite, heaven and earth slay. In an instant, centered around them, a vast formation appeared within a 500-meter radius. Within the formation, ghostly wails and battle cries filled the air. Following that, countless sword formations descended, transforming into a rain of swords. Boy Fong Juyo, prepare to witness our true might. Fong Juyo sneered at the corner of his mouth, coldly snorting. Do you really think such trash can kill me? All flash and no substance, meaningless nonsense. Allow me to show you my formation. Prison of one's own realm. Emerge. A transparent dome sealed the opposing formation. The falling sword rain instantly froze in midair, then vanished one after another, its energy transforming into spiritual energy that replenished the prison of one's own realm. The 10 attackers felt their inner power being sucked away, their expressions suddenly changing. You? What evil technique did you use? They could no longer remain calm. Even the Xian grade inferior heaven-swallowing formation given by their master couldn't affect him and was instead controlled by his mysterious formation. Formation of beating the dog with the door closed. Each step Fong Juyo took forward sent a sensation akin to being struck by a boulder into their hearts. Oppressive, painful, and fearful. Are you the old dog by Jingjing's men? As the words fell, a flicker of panic flitted across the 10 men's eyes. Though they tried to conceal it beneath their masks, it didn't escape Fong Juyo's gaze. It doesn't matter anymore. Whether you admit it or not, you must die, including your master. Palm sealing the world. One palm shatters the heavens. A giant palm appeared above their heads, descending swiftly. No. Boom. The 10 instantly exploded into a spray of blood. Their 10 nascent souls fled in chaos. As they prepared to use the grand translocation technique, they discovered that all soul teleportation skills were ineffective within the prison of one's own realm. This realization terrified them to the core, and they began to beg for mercy. Beg you spare us. Fong Juyo raised his eyebrows slightly, replying indifferently. Do you really think that's possible? We are willing to become your slaves. We are willing to give you all our treasures. 10 storage rings floated before them as they begged desperately. You will die anyway. I'll get those anyway. Fong Juyo ceased idle conversation with them. With a wave of his palm, the 10 nascent souls were instantly restrained. No. Questioning heaven through the Tao heart. You 10 are 10 old dogs. Is your master by Jingjing? Fong Juyo activated the questioning heaven through the Tao heart, supernatural ability. It is by, not good. Fong Juyo triggered the from here to eternity ability, vanishing on the spot. Boom. The 10 nascent souls activated their restrictions and exploded one after another. By Jingjing, I know it was you old dog. Just you wait. Beyond the 10,000 mountains, it will be your doomsday. Fong Juyo coldly gazed toward Lingji City, smirking slightly as he spoke. At this moment, within a mansion deep inside the Lingji cave in Lingji City, Bai Jingjing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression revealing disbelief. He roared in fury. Who killed my 10 servants and ruined my grand plan? Brother, are you truly the reincarnation of an emperor? Dao Bao Daoist's jaw dropped. He had once thought he understood Fong Juyo, but now, he had once again exceeded his understanding. Fear surged through his heart. What if he had deceived him before? Would he be chopped into minced meat? Juhua emitted another gust of wind, his face squeezing into a plump, chubby smile. Emperor reincarnation? If I really were an emperor reincarnated, I'd send you straight to the Western Paradise with just a slap. Dao Bao Daoist awkwardly smiled, picked up the 10 storage rings scattered on the ground, and handed them to Fong Juyo. This storage ring is for you. What? Brother, did I hear right? You're actually showing mercy. Dao Bao Daoist was astonished beyond words, his eyes almost crinkling shut from happiness. Hurriedly, he removed the restrictions on the rings and unlocked them. His spiritual consciousness swept inside, and immediately he curled his lips in disappointment, muttering discontentedly. These 10 destitute ghosts, what's in their storage rings doesn't even amount to 1% of Master Dao's collection. How pathetic. A voice interrupted him, and nearly made me jump off a building. How about this? I'll give you 10 treasure vaults in exchange for an Jifeng Immortal Blade and Jifeng Immortal Fist set. That's not too unreasonable, right? What? Dao Bao Daoist, still somewhat excited moments ago, once again stared blankly. Brother, are you serious? Can these 10 broken rings really be exchanged for an Jifeng Immortal Blade and Jifeng Immortal Fist set? I didn't study much. Brother, please don't take advantage of me. Fong Juyo's eyebrows furrowed. He glared coldly at Dao Bao Daoist until the latter felt his scalp go numb. Don't you know the principle of reciprocity after taking my 10 storage rings? Dao Bao, one must be upright. Remember this saying. If you eat from someone, you're at a disadvantage. If you take from someone, your hand will tremble. I'm teaching you the way of being a decent person, understand? A cultivator must uphold their moral integrity. Without integrity, how can one stand among the cultivation world? Though Fong Juyo spoke with sincere concern, his words enraged Dao Bao Daoist so much that his lungs were practically about to explode, along with countless mental curses racing through his mind. Frustrated and heartbroken, Dao Bao Daoist reluctantly fished out Jifeng Immortal Blade and Jifeng Immortal Fist set from his own storage ring and handed them to Fong Juyo. Brother, today I've finally seen what shameless greed truly looks like. I must have done something terribly wrong in 8 past lives to meet you. His expression resembled someone who had just been brutally abused 100 times. If he could actually beat Fong Juyo in a fight, he would immediately, right now, pull down his pants, stand on his head, and do 99,999 push-ups. No, meeting me is the greatest fortune you've ever had in your life. Thank you for storing treasures for me. Next time, I suggest offering me Dao-severing divine weapons as a return. Though even Dao-severing divine weapons seem a bit lacking, Dao-sovereign divine weapons might be acceptable. Fong Juyo patted Dao Bao Daoist gently on that sturdy wall. Who knew trying to gain a little benefit would lead to an extreme 1-for-1 exchange, hurting the enemy 1,000, yet losing 38,000 oneself. I really am an idiotic pig. Dao Bao Daoist slapped his fat, chubby hand against his round, plump head, regretfully sighing. He vowed from now on to stay far away from this devil. He was always getting scammed. Only after knowing Fong Juyo for a few days had already lost him 4 Jifeng immortal treasures. At this rate, wouldn't Dao Bao Daoist eventually just become Fong Juyo's walking treasure vault? Iron. Once we reach the demon den, I'll definitely give you a taste of your own medicine, or else I'd be betraying my reputation as Dao Bao Daoist. He silently plotted. Dao Bao, you're not thinking of scamming me again, are you? Fong Juyo noticed the sinister smile creeping onto Dao Bao's lips, and curiously asked. No, how could that be? You're my dear elder brother. How would I possibly try to trick you? His facial fat almost squishing together, he inwardly muttered. Damn it, too smart. He almost found out. No problem, scamming me is great. I was just worrying about not having a handy Dao sovereign divine weapon. Fong Juyo flashed a charmingly evil smile, making Dao Bao Daoist almost lose his footing and fall over in fright. Suddenly, a sense of ominous premonition surged through his mind. If Fong Juyo managed to exit the demon den, wouldn't he suffer terribly? No, worst case, I'll just scam him and immediately flee from this world, leaving him to search endlessly without ever finding me. At this thought, Dao Bao Daoist revealed that cute and endearing smile once again. Brother, let's head to the demon den. Chapter 71. Entering the demon's lair, annihilating millions of evil beings. The demon's lair, a secret realm hidden deep within the 10,000 mountain ranges. Legends say countless evil demons, malevolent spirits, and forbidden things reside within. Dozens of peak-stage cultivation experts once forced their way into the demon's lair, yet only one managed to escape. Unfortunately, he became an idiot. He kept repeating the same words, cutting Dao, cutting Dao, cutting Dao. Since then, a mysterious legend has spread about a divine weapon capable of cutting Dao being hidden deep within the lair. To those at the peak ascension stage, it was a graveyard. As for cultivators below that level, it was a death sentence, an irreversible path from which no one dared to return. However, Fong Juyo was unaware of all this. That meant, of course, that the greedy, treasure-laden fatso was destined to lose some flesh. After traveling for 10 days, the two finally arrived at this place feared by all. A stone tablet, stained crimson red. No matter how many years had passed, its color remained vivid, as if alive. Carved upon it was a skull-like image. Just one glance could make one's bones shudder. Duo Bao didn't dare look at the image at all. Fong Juyo took one glance, and immediately felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Countless white bones reached out toward him. Suddenly, his absolute defense technique was passively activated. The illusions instantly receded like a tide, while eerie, pitiful screams echoed in his consciousness. Brother, you're actually fine? Duo Bao was startled. He had clearly seen Fong Juyo staring directly into the skull image. What would happen to me? I saw a beauty within the image. Huh? Seriously? More real than pearls. More beautiful than that of Jiao from Lotus Peak. Her figure, irresistible. Fong Juyo made a face like a pervert, deliberately wiping at the drool from the corner of his mouth. Really? Of course. Too bad you didn't have the luck to see her. Pity. Her fair skin, soft as silk. And that bodice of hers, slightly too small, just a bit tight around the top. Don't block me. I'm still looking. Fong Juyo turned his gaze back toward the skull pattern, wearing an expression of utter perversion. Du Bao swallowed hard, then finally steeled himself. He widened his pupils and stared at the skull pattern. Fong Juyo's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Ah! Duo Bao suddenly screamed, tears of blood spilling from the corners of his eyes. His entire body reacted as though he had seen a demon. His hair stood straight up, flailing his arms and legs. He could only whisper, "Why you? You don't come any closer." Ha ha ha. Fong Juyo couldn't help bursting into laughter. That fatty could lose a few pounds for once, and it wouldn't kill him. There were more treasures on his body than enough to spare. Sure enough, after the attack from the illusions, golden light radiated from his body, and Duo Bao returned to normal. Duo Bao flashed a glance filled with lingering fear, then glared angrily at Fong Juyo. Brother, I suggest you act a bit more human. Duo Bao, saying that will make your brother angry. I really saw beauty. Don't tell me she kicked you off the bed. Indeed, being ugly isn't your fault, but scaring away the beauty with your face, that's on you. Fong Juyo spoke with complete confidence, a perfect poker face, making wild, shameless claims. Duo Bao's eyes flickered with doubt. Looking at Fong Juyo's sincere expression, perhaps he truly had been wrong? Did he really see a beautiful woman? Why had I seen only a malevolent spirit trying to devour me? This pattern must show different visions to different people. Fong Juyo repeated once more. Is that so? A flicker of disbelief passed through Duo Bao's mind. Well, it's time we entered the demon's lair. At the forefront, Fong Juyo took out the passage talisman provided by Duo Bao and marched into the pitch-black cave before them. Inside, One could faintly hear the clinking sounds of water. In an instant, it felt like they had entered another world. The sky above was pitch black, the land below was gray and desolate. The mountains and rivers were barren, not a trace of greenery in sight. Glancing around, black miasma twisted in the air, and countless bizarre creatures came into view. As if they had smelled the scent of living souls, they rushed madly toward Fong Juyo. Tens of millions of demons at the Divine Treasure and Purple Mansion stages swarmed in like locusts, shaking heaven and earth with their arrival. Soul Manifestation and Hollowing Void stage demons followed close behind, howling the call to war. Deeper still, Peak Ascension stage demons could be seen stirring up endless black clouds. In addition, strange entities were visible as well. Black, worm-like things flew forth from the void. Just entering the cave, Duo Bao nearly lost his soul. Mommy, so many evil demons. While Fong Juyo observed the incoming demonic swarm, Duo Bao did not hesitate. He pulled out a great teleportation talisman. A flash of white light shone. In an instant, Duo Bao vanished from sight. Fong Juyo heard his laughing voice echoing in his ears. Brother, something urgent has come up at my home. I'll be leaving first. Little brother hopes you can come out alive. Otherwise, there won't even be a chance to collect your corpse. Ha ha ha. Fong Juyo glanced back at the ripple where Duo Bao had vanished and replied. Duo Bao, you rest assured and go. Don't forget to prepare the supreme Dao weapon. The fat Duo Bao, who had just left, nearly fell out of the void, wiping a cold sweat from his brow. He honestly didn't believe Fong Juyo could escape from the demon's lair. Fong Juyo didn't have time to dwell on it. Hordes of Xiao surged forward. With a grand wave of his hand, the sky and clouds changed color. A streak of purple lightning struck down from the heavens. The Xiao closing in immediately halted their advance, eyes wide with terror at the sky. Pipa. The purple heaven divine lorry exploded among the Xiao. A spark ignited, and the Divine Treasure and Purple Mansion stage in the front row instantly turned to ashes. Oh, seems like the purple heaven divine lorry has gotten stronger. The frightened Xiao began trembling violently. Holy lightning naturally countered Xiao. After being hit just once by the purple heavenly, tens of thousands of Xiao in the front line were already dead. Men, kill him! A terrifying roar echoed from the depths, re-energizing the Xiao's assault. The small black insects in the air released streaks of black mist. The Xiao who had been frightened of Fong Juyo moments ago howled again, resuming their deadly charge. Seeking death, with a grand sweep of his hand, he struck 5 times consecutively. 5 bolts of purple heavenly descended from the sky. A 500-meter wide area ahead was now filled with crackling purple heavenly. Pipa. A shocking thunderclap burst forth, striking down Xiao without mercy. To the naked eye, as soon as the lightning struck, the Xiao were instantly turned into dust. These 5 lightning strikes Fong Juyo rewarded to the Xiao's obliterated hundreds of thousands of low stage Xiao, even halting the advance of Soul Manifestation and Hollowing Void stage Xiao from behind. You damned human, dare you cause trouble in our demon lair? You're asking for death. A mass of black mist flew forward, manifesting in midair into a hideous ghostly face with bared fangs and claws, holding a white bone club. Upon seeing their king arrive, the Xiao's respectfully retreated hundreds of meters, leaving space for their king. Boy, surrender willingly and become my skeleton king, guarding this realm under my command. A strand of black chi transformed into a rope, shooting toward Fong Juyo to bind him. You ghost up there, may I ask your mother's noble surname? The unmatched warrior under heaven shall behead you. The 3 flying immortal blades in his hands soared into the sky, turning into 3 brilliant streaks of light that pierced heaven and earth. One aimed for the rope, the other 2 heading straight for the black mist. Boy die. A gigantic beast appeared in the sky, wielding a bone club and swinging it toward the 2 incoming flying immortal blades. Pum. The 2 blades were repelled, flying backward. The third successfully severed the black rope and automatically returned. Imitating heaven, manifesting earth, kill. Fong Juyo transformed into a giant dozens of meters tall, leaping high into the air and throwing a punch toward the monster overhead. Pum. The forceful punch sent the monstrous beast shrieking in pain. Palm sealing the world. One palm shakes heaven and earth. The palm chi descended, transforming into a massive white hand that reached toward the airborne monster. Chapter 72. Fierce battle against the strange, evil spirit king. The instant the troll was grasped, it transformed into black mist and vanished between the fingers. Jia, little human, this honored one is formless and shadowless. What can you do to me? A weird voice came from the air as clusters of black mist surged wildly. It carried a tone of disdain, yet tinged with amusement. Fong Juyo furrowed his brows. This was his first encounter with something of this kind. He mused inwardly. This kind of creature should fear the Xiao divine lightning. Xiao divine lightning, emerge. With a wave of his hand, thunder rumbled from the void. Then, moments later, a bolt of Xiao lightning tore across the sky, cutting through the mass of black mist with a streak of purple light. Pipa. Damn brat. Lightning was the nemesis of all evil beings. Even this mist-like entity, whose cultivation stage was unidentifiable, couldn't withstand it. The black mist shrank slightly in size, but it grew even angrier. It churned furiously in the air, transforming into a black eel-like shape that shot lightning fast toward Fong Juyo. With a clap of his hands, Palmprint World descended. Yet the creature suddenly vanished. Boy, what can you do to me now? The voice came from all directions. Suddenly, from directly ahead, thin wisps of black mist once again coalesced into a single mass. This was just plain ghostly. What the hell kind of thing was this? If that's the case, I'll destroy your minions first, then slowly deal with you later. Fong Juyo's body shifted slightly. The black mist struck precisely where he had stood, only to hit empty air. Where'd he go? It emitted a surprise sound. Then, immediately after, a cry of agony from evil spirits rang in his ears. Fong Juyo, holding his golden little spear and employing the divine eye, had already teleported behind the enemy. Divine Rome of the 8 Wastes, blood, fell into place. Rows upon rows of Purple Mansion, Nascent Spirit, and Void Puncture Realm cultivators were instantly obliterated. Combined with the Xiao divine lightning, countless bolts rained down on the demonic horde, throwing the evil spirits into chaos. None could withstand a single strike. 100,000, 500,000, a million. Within merely 2 breaths' time, more than 5 million evil spirits were eradicated. Fong Juyo used all the techniques and abilities under his command to batter the demonic forces, leaving them screaming in pain. Oh, little human, you've enraged this king. I'll send you to hell to repent. Witnessing his underlings falling like cut grass, the black mist flew into a rage. Bone of darkness, drink thou his blood. Kill. The white bone staff in his hand transformed into a streak of white light. Locking onto Fong Juyo, it soared across 100 miles toward him. The white bone staff exuded innumerable evil demons, snarling and bearing fangs and claws, their evil grins spreading wide as they descended like a storm. Fong Juyo smiled. Under absolute defense, these evil spirits were perfect for purification. He sheathed his golden spear and charged head-on into the horde of demons. Jijia, human souls are tonic. Don't fight over them with me. Countless demons surged into Fong Juyo's body. Suddenly, absolute defense activated. A brilliant radiance emitted from his body as a protective barrier formed. Under the white light, the demons were purified, one by one crying out in pain. No. 10,000 demons hidden within the white bone staff disintegrated in an instant. The once white bone staff turned dark and sooty, its luster completely lost. The black mist monster hovering in the air was shocked beyond measure. Could it be his demon bone staff formation was defeated so easily? When several transcendent stage experts entered last time, aside from one who went insane, all others had been completely devoured by the demon horde. Could it be this early nascent spirit stage human expert possessed a soul stronger than the transcendent stage cultivators? The black mist above morphed alternately into a snake, then a chicken, and so on, constantly changing at random. Perhaps it was thinking, or perhaps it was furious. Either way, it wasn't right in the head. Suddenly, the black mist lunged madly at Fong Juyo, cackling. Human, I have decided to possess your body and fuse with you. Let all the women of mankind kneel beneath this king's feet. Fong Juyo made no attempt to stop its entry into his body, not even activating the absolute defense technique. Jijia, little human, you possess the innate immaculate chaos body. Ha. This king is destined to become the sole ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 realms. A voice filled with wild arrogance rang out inside Fong Juyo, as if it regarded him as a mere host body. Just as it was in high spirits, it suddenly let out a scream of horror. Ah, damn it. You possess the innate Tao embryo nascent spirit. The black mist inside wildly attempted to escape his body, but Fong Juyo would never let it go. Absolute defense, activate. An energy barrier formed around his body. The instant the black mist exited, it collided headfirst into the absolute defense. In front lay the Tao embryo nascent spirit, and behind rose the absolute defense barrier. The once mighty black mist now became a trapped fish in a barrel, with no escape. Fong Juyo's innate Tao embryo nascent spirit opened its eyes and flew out from his body. Its emotionless gaze made the black mist tremble all over, as if it were a tiny boat drifting at sea, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. The nascent spirit clapped its hands together, and countless threads emerged from its palms, ensnaring the black mist. No matter how the mist tried to escape, it could not evade the threads in the nascent spirit's hands. No, I surrender. Please, spare me. To Fong Juyo, surrender did not exist. Only experience points mattered. The cold nascent spirit hungrily absorbed the energy of the black mist, which gradually diminished until finally dissipating into nothingness. After absorbing the mist's energy, the nascent spirit grew from 3 to 6 inches in height. It looked even more handsome, brimming with Taoist aura. Then, it returned into his body. The Xie spirits, having lost their king, fled in panic. None of them could rival a man capable of killing their king. With so much experience gained, how could Fong Juyo let it go? Once, a mighty figure had sworn a grand vow. He would not become a Buddha until hell was emptied. He wished to purify hell through chanting sutras, but failed to attain Buddhahood his entire life. Now, Fong Juyo had achieved what even that person could not. Killing to bring justice, exterminating evil. He appeared like a ghostly shadow among the Xie spirits, his sword flashing as he murmured only. One sword brings freedom, light. Stars fell from the sky, and countless threads of stellar power descended like rain. Where the stars touched, Xie spirits within a 5-kilometer radius vanished into oblivion. One sword stroke caused the Xie spirits to shriek in fear. One punch crushed them into oblivion. After fighting for half a day, Fong Juyo completely cleared this level, leaving not a single Xie spirit alive. The hidden forbidden beings hiding in Shikong attempted to slip away secretly, but were pierced through the heart by a single spear throw and turned to dust. Constantly, the system's robotic voice echoed in his mind. 20 million spirit manifestation stage beings. 2 million purple mansion stage beings. 180,000 nascent spirit stage beings. 1 late transcendent stage being. Total cultivation value acquired. 100 million points. The system sounded worn out, its blowball voice hoarse. Poor thing. Master, do you want to break through? Not even enough experience to break through my innate immaculate chaos body. Nascent spirit stage. 20 million/40 million. Breakthrough to nascent spirit late stage. Remaining cultivation value. 51,320,000 points. Fong Juyo furrowed his brows. Still couldn't reach the ultimate realm. It seemed he hadn't slaughtered enough Xie spirits yet. He strode forward, covering 1,000 miles in a single step, wandering through the demonic lair. At the foot of a mountain, a skeleton caught Fong Juyo's attention. The skeleton was approximately 1.9 meters tall, complete with every bone intact, showing no signs of damage. However, beneath it lay a storage ring. Curious, Fong Juyo picked it up. The suppression seals on it had long since vanished. His spiritual sense scanned through it, discovering several Jifeng immortal artifacts, a crescent sickle blade, an immortal armor piece, and a pair of boots. Inside also lay a white silk ribbon and a letter. He took them out casually. On the silk, a dozen large crimson characters stood out. The demon cavern has 9 layers. Each layer is a world. Transcendent stage is a one-way trip. It seemed this message had been hastily written, unfinished. Fong Juyo furrowed his brows, so he'd been fighting in the lowest layer all this time. As for the letter, it was addressed to a woman named Jijia, apologizing to her, stating that he should not have come to the demon cavern seeking fortune. It overflowed with emotional yearning between lovers. Fong Juyo lifted his head, gazing into the distance. Closing his eyes, he spread his spiritual awareness in all directions. Soon, he sensed the stone tablet resembling those found outside. Chapter 73, Guardian of the Second Floor, the Horse Herder. With each step spanning thousands of miles, he instantly arrived at the stone tablet. It was still the same skull pattern. The only difference was that now, beneath it, some words were engraved. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. One step can ascend to heaven. One step can bring death. Dare you enter? Fong Juyo looked at these words, half understanding, half confused. Isn't this just a trial gate? What am I afraid of? As soon as Fong Juyo finished speaking, the stone tablet trembled, and a teleportation array appeared before his eyes. This thing, is it voice activated? Fong Juyo revealed a surprised expression. He had just said a random sentence, and the stone tablet activated the teleportation array. Shouldn't there be a test set up for him? Shaking his head, he thought that the first floor had already been fully explored without any remaining corners. It seemed that only the second floor remained to be explored. Hopefully, it would bring him some surprises. Fong Juyo stepped into the portal and vanished from the first floor. The moment he arrived at the second floor, a deep chasm appeared before him. An iron chain bridge connected both sides of the canyon, with ghostly wails and dense evil chi rising from below. Eerie laughter echoed all over the iron bridge. Frowning slightly, was crossing the second floor, simply passing across this iron chain bridge. Without any warning, it was like opening a blind box. No matter. Fong Juyo strode toward the iron bridge. The moment he stepped onto it, he felt something was wrong. Flying was forbidden here. A powerful gravitational force fell like a storm from the heavens, and the entire iron chain bridge began to tremble. At that moment, evil spirits on both ends of the bridge began to crawl up from below. Jejia, a fresh human. How delicious. 1, 2, hundreds of evil spirits transformed into streams of black smoke, rushing toward Fong Juyo. Absolute defense activated instantly. Evil spirits who rushed to him screamed in agony. The divine ability questioning the heaven with Tao's heart, activated instantly. The evil spirits hit by the power immediately ceased their wailing and stood motionless on the bridge like obedient children. You are earthbound vermin. Now, retreat to the weak waters below. Fong Juyo, like a sage, spoke words of golden light. Upon hearing Fong Juyo's words, the frozen evil spirits, without a trace of thought, tumbled into the weak waters below and disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. With no more evil spirits hindering him, Fong Juyo endured the crushing gravity and slowly walked towards the other end of the bridge. Upon reaching the opposite side of the bridge, a strange scene appeared before his eyes. Green grasslands as far as the eye could see, thatched huts, horse herders, suddenly making him feel as if he had come to the wrong place. Fong Juyo showed a puzzled expression, walking toward the horse herder. You've come. The horse herder, wearing a straw hat, spoke in a ghostly voice, as if greeting a long-lost friend. May I ask, friend, is this the second floor of the Mokuo? Defeat me and my cattle and sheep, and I shall grant you an opportunity. The horse herder's face remained expressionless, mechanically stating. Fong Juyo froze instantly. He couldn't perceive the cultivation level of the horse herder. As for his cattle and sheep, Fong Juyo cast a glance around, seeing nothing but an empty prairie, without a single cow or sheep in sight. Are you ready? A ghostly voice rang out. The horse herder stood still without moving. Only then did the horse herder take out a flute and begin to play. The tune was long and continuous, instantly immersing Fong Juyo in an open field riding a swift horse, listening to the wind, feeling an urge to embrace nature. Taking advantage of Fong Juyo's moment of bewilderment, the horse herder turned around, removed his hat, revealing a terrifying face covered in maggots, seemingly risen from hell itself, exuding thick black fog. Cows, sheep, it's time to eat grass. As the horse herder spoke, from the thatched huts came 1, 2, tens of thousands of skeletal horses, all at the peak of the void core stage. Their eye sockets radiated eerie ghost fire as they lifted their heads and stared toward Fong Juyo. Plop, plop, plop. Over 100 hooves pounded. They leapt 100 meters in an instant, instantly surrounding Fong Juyo. Grass is ahead. Go and feed. The tens of thousands of skeletal horses combined into one giant skeletal horse over 100 jong tall. It opened its enormous mouth and lunged toward Fong Juyo. Just then, a faint cold smile formed on Fong Juyo's lips, and a sharp glint flashed in his otherwise dazed eyes. At the moment the skeletal horse bit down, Fong Juyo vanished instantly. Only 3 flying immortal blades flashed by. None can equal the world. Light current flows endlessly, like a harvester, vanishing and reappearing mysteriously. The ghostly flames in the skeletal horse's eyes instantly extinguished. In an instant, they disintegrated into heaps of white ash, identifiable only as skeletal horses from the remains. Witnessing the destruction of the skeletal horse, the horse herder showed no anger, only a ghostly laugh echoing once again. Jejia, Jejia, well done, well done. It seems you are the guardian meant to replace me in guarding this second level. A cracking sound rang out. The horse herder himself snapped his own thighs, arms, ribs, and even his skull, leaving Fong Juyo utterly confused. Why would this skeletal horse herder harm itself? Could it be that it had once cultivated a forbidden martial art like the Huabaodan, requiring self-mutilation to grow stronger? Scatter bones into soldiers. Devour living souls. After the horse herder's skullfachu lime bondik the bones it had torn off transformed into countless eerie soldiers, each emitting dark chi. Like demonic troops risen from the abyss, there were 5,000 of them. Most terrifying was the fact that each inherited 30% of the horse herder's power, reaching the middle stage of heavenly ascension. 5,000 soldiers at the middle stage of heavenly ascension. Damn it, was this really fair? Skull demon soldiers from the abyss, kill him. After the horse herder's skullfa command, 5,000 skeletal demon soldiers raised their bone blades and charged toward Fong Juyo. Overwhelming demonic pressure surged forth. When the bone blades were raised into the sky, their collective power formed a single gigantic demonic blade in the air, dozens of zhong long. It came crashing down toward Fong Juyo. In an instant, the universe lost its light. The night sky held no moon. The demonic blade descended, turning the earth into a deep chasm. Swoosh. Fong Juyo vanished. Boom. In Fong Juyo's original spot appeared a crater hundreds of meters deep, stretching 5 kilometers away, utterly terrifying. You want to play with blades, huh? Appearing 5 kilometers away, Fong Juyo tightly gripped the jiffing immortal blade Bunyi Jandal he had extorted from the treasure saint. Soaring into the air, he swung it down at the skeletal demon soldiers. No one equals me under heaven. Time flows like a song. A massive blade aura fell from the heavens, faster than light, slicing toward the skeletal demon soldiers. One slash severed the aegis. One slash turned all to dust. As the blade aura struck, the demon soldiers were helpless to resist. Their bone blades shattered one by one, and more than half of the 5,000 heavenly ascension stage skeletal soldiers were reduced to ashes in an instant. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Sadly, there were no urns to contain their remains. They could only become nourishment for the land. The remaining 2,000 skeletal demon soldiers trembled in fear, their bone blades shaking violently in their hands. Though they were summoned evil beings, they still felt terror in the face of danger. The horse herder's skull was now completely furious. Fachu Janli thought, saying, "You shall die. I will turn you into my guardian, kneeling before me for eternity." With blazing fire glowing from its eye sockets, the remaining 2,000 skeletal demon soldiers returned to its body. Soon, a gigantic skeletal demonic general appeared before Fong Juyo. It wore black armor, wielded a 3-meter-long blade, and radiated terrifying demonic aura. Demonic blade from the abyss. Bathe yourself in human essence. Transform. Several zhang tall, the skeletal demon general raised the pitch-black demonic blade and slashed 3 times into the air, sending 3 blade auras surging forth, thick with demonic energy. Humph. Fong Juyo's brows furrowed and his eyes flared with fury as the Bai Lian Yizhan Dao in his hand flashed a streak of white light, rushing to meet the 3 surges of demonic energy. Invincible under the heavens, Seiru Gu Zhan. Under the enhancement of a 100-fold attack buff, the 3 waves of demonic energy instantly dissipated. The blade's aura, driven by its momentum, plunged toward the Skull Demon General's head. The Skull Demon General was greatly alarmed. It withdrew its demonic blade mid-attack, raised it in front of its chest, and spun it frantically. A black protective dome shaped like a skull appeared. Clang! A loud bang rang out, and the skull-shaped protective barrier shattered on the spot. No! The Skull Demon General cried in terror. Its ghostly blue flame in both eye sockets extinguished instantaneously. That strange skeletal body crumbled, as if crushed, into dust that scattered into the air. This thing finally bit the dust. Fong Juyo wiped the Bai Lianizhan Dao clean and looked around the grassland. Where had the grassland gone? Before his eyes appeared a dark cave exuding black vapor. Could there be more skeleton soldiers inside? As Fong Juyo was puzzled, a mechanical voice came from his system. Master, exterminated 10,000 Voidhole Realm Peak demons. 10x luck factor activated. Average drop rate x 1000. Cultivation points, 80 million. Master, exterminated 2,500 Mid-Transcendence Realm demons. 20x luck factor activated. Average drop rate x 5000. Cultivation points, 200 million. Master, exterminated 1 Peak Transcendence Realm Horse Herder demon. 20x luck factor activated. x1, 000,000 drop rate triggered. Cultivation points, 16 million. Total cultivation points accumulated, 491,320,000. Fong Juyo was instantly stunned. By killing the evil beings on the 2nd floor alone, he earned nearly 500 million cultivation points. System, let me break through. Divine Soul Realm, 80 million/100 million. Divine Soul Realm Extreme Breakthrough completed. Void Hole Realm, 100 million/200 million. Void Hole Realm Mid Breakthrough completed. Remaining cultivation points, 11.32 million. Suddenly, Fong Juyo sensed a vast surge of spiritual energy within his body. Life was sublimated once again. Void Hole Realm cultivation, with a lifespan of 3,600 years. Within his body, the Chinyu was formed, breaking through space, instantaneously erasing 10,000 miles. One could be called a true powerhouse in the grand world. Now, with the Slaughter Heaven scripture, neither the Zishao Divine Lightning nor the Tian Xiangdi abilities were limited in usage. The only thing hindering their unlimited casting was merely the spiritual energy inside his body. With 10-fold Dantian capacity, combined with the Dantian world, unless his physical body was instantaneously destroyed, he could even outlast his enemies in a guerrilla war. As for confronting that schemer, Bai Jing again, he could finish him off in no time. Even if faced with his original +2 clones, he would not fear them at all. Void Hole Realm. Good, very good. Fong Juyo slightly raised his sharp brows, looked at the dark hole ahead, and strode in. The moment he entered, time seemed to shift. Fong Juyo clearly felt time passing much faster inside than outside. System, what's going on? I feel time slipping much faster here than outside. Calm down, master. It's just a time acceleration formation. No big deal. Time here flows 100 times faster than in the outside world. Just like the saying, 1 day in heaven, 1 year on earth. Fong Juyo's brows creased. He muttered to himself. So if I stay here for a day, outside, 100 days would have passed. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead hard and exclaimed in realization. That means, if I'm here for 100 days, outside it would be 27.4 years. Am I going to be forcefully expelled by the Heaven Dao of the Life Prohibited Zone? The system can't be sure about that. Maybe the Heaven Dao will just beat you up, who knows? Fong Juyo mentally ridiculed the system for a moment. Forget it. Since I'm here, better to accept it. The most urgent matter now is to figure out what kind of array this formation is. If he was stuck here forever, wouldn't he be barbecued? As soon as Fong Juyo stepped forward, a ray of light illuminated the chamber. A dark shadow slowly rose, bearing 2 black horns atop its head, appearing imposing, like a king walking out from the abyss of the demon world. Welcome to the 3rd level of the demon cave. A cold voice came from the void, completely devoid of emotional inflection. From the 3rd level to the 9th, you must eliminate all evil spirits within 100 days to clear the level. If you fail to complete it within 100 days, you will be locked inside the 9th level of the demon cave forever. Oh, almost forgot to mention. All of these are within the time-accelerated layers. Hee. After glancing at Fong Juyo, the shadow vanished. Fong Juyo rubbed his tall nose thoughtfully, gazing around with a puzzled expression. Beyond the all-encompassing darkness where you couldn't even see your own hand, there wasn't a hint of light anywhere. Where were the evil spirits? Suddenly, sinister laughter echoed around him, insidious and omnipresent, as if from millions, even countless more, lurking nearby. The white light flashed past and vanished. The red light flickered, hiding within space. The green light twinkled, vanishing into the void. Even their shapes were unidentifiable. Fong Juyo released his divine consciousness but could not detect any trace of them. A human's divine soul is a miraculous medicinal ingredient. I will devour you. A ghostly voice echoed near his ears, and a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. A thin, worm-like creature crossed space and suddenly appeared above Fong Juyo's head. Its large, greedy eyes fixed on Fong Juyo, and it bit down fiercely. Suddenly, Fong Juyo's entire body blazed with radiant light, like a glowing sphere at 1080 degrees at night, illuminating the entire space. The tiny worm shrieked in agony and immediately smoked away, dissolving into countless streams of energy that entered Fong Juyo's body. Absolute defense activated once again, sealing the fiend's fate. So, these evil spirits were testing him? This was clearly just handing over experience points. After the worm-like evil spirit was destroyed, the spirits hiding within the void appeared to become furious. 1, 2. Soon, there were densely packed thousands upon thousands of fiends. Their appearances were bizarre: butterflies, worms, locusts, and others. Some stuck out their tongues, some opened their huge mouths wide, and some swung their tails violently. Yet they shared a single purpose: to devour Fong Juyo's divine soul, his unshin. Like a swarm of locusts invading a region, the evil spirits transformed into countless raindrops, pouring downward. No sooner did they touch Fong Juyo's body than a white light flashed again, activating absolute defense once more. Zzzzz. The sound of searing fire erupted. The spirits wildly tried to escape, yet suddenly a celestial prison appeared, trapping them. Drawing the prison ground, a carefully prepared gift for them. Such miraculous nourishment was overwhelmingly beneficial for his unshin. Except for a small number eliminated by absolute defense, most managed to flee, yet frantically slammed into the barrier of drawing the prison ground. They rammed and attacked the barrier for quite some time, without leaving even a single scratch, while their internal power continuously drained away like retreating tide. Woo-woo. In terror, they watched Fong Juyo confidently stroll toward them with a sly smirk on his lips. My little insects, you are my nourishment. Hurry and transform into divine soul energy. Fong Juyo activated the Tao heart, questioning the heavens. Instantly, the trembling spirits froze completely, devoid of awareness, believing themselves to be pure soul energy. One by one, they dissolved their forms, transforming into divine soul energy. At this moment, his Ninshin body suddenly teleported outside, opening its eyes. With a wave of its palm, countless threads connected to the divine soul energy emerged. Soon after, the floating divine soul energy in the sky was completely devoured by the Shinten Dao Tai Yunshin. Then, it let out a satisfying burp and returned to the Dantian. What? My unshin body has its own consciousness. Fong Juyo's hair stood on end. If his unshin had its own mind, wouldn't that make two souls in one body? Could he possibly accept that? Master, you're overthinking. The innate Dao embryo unshin naturally seeks to devour soul energy. It's merely acting on your subconscious desires. Didn't you yourself want to absorb their soul energy earlier? Fong Juyo thought for a moment, and indeed, he had wanted to absorb the evil spirit's divine soul energy. Could it be that whenever he wanted something, his unshin would spontaneously come to assist? But hadn't he completely wiped out all the fiends across this 50-kilometer radius? Could this time layer really be so small? Whoa! An eerie sound traveled from 50 kilometers away. Chapter 75. 100 days, crushing 8 layers of the demon lair. Fong Juyo arrived 50 kilometers away in an instant. The scene before him made his jaw drop. A mysterious creature crawling out from the depths of the earth, pitch black all over and emanating a sinister aura. Millions of evil spirits hidden in the void around it trembled and scurried back in fear. Yet, with a single wave of its hand, the evil spirits were dragged before it one by one, and with a mighty inhalation, like a whale swallowing seawater, it devoured them all. Apparently still not full, it clasped its hands and chanted, "Come forth, my feast, hurry into my mouth." As if born with magic power, the moment it finished speaking, evil spirits hidden within a range of 50, 100, 1,000 miles, even 10,000 miles away were drawn out like threads, converging into a massive energy sphere. This eerie operation was completed in just a few breaths. The demon cackled. Jejia. Its enormous mouth opened wide, and the energy sphere was swallowed in one gulp. After gulping down the sphere, it patted its black, sooty belly in satisfaction. It seemed to have finally filled its long empty stomach. Jejia. Humans, cultivators. Tasty food. Its head turned a full 180 degrees, greedily eyeing Fong Juyo. This human delicacy who had presented itself was to its great delight. Black mist surged out, shaping into a giant hand that reached toward Fong Juyo. Ugly monster, just let me fry you to death. Purple sky divine lightning. Eradicate evil spirits. Crack. A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel fell from the sky, striking the demon's head the moment before it could withdraw its giant hand. Ah! The demon let out a shriek as half of the black mist above its head was blasted away. The body it had struggled so hard to form was now shaking unsteadily. You must die. I will occupy your body and take your women. Let them atone for you. Enraged, the demon was furious beyond measure. This was the worst beating it had ever received. Lightning was naturally their bane. How dare a mere void-piercing realm expert injure it? A mysterious creature at the peak of the tribulation-crossing realm, comparable even to an early heaven-scattering cultivator. Unbearable. Unforgivable. Enraged, it transformed into over 1,000 streams of black fog, rushing madly into Fong Juyo's body, cackling in delight. Jejia, boy, you'll soon learn what true agony is. Fong Juyo smirked. These evil creatures always coveted his body. Too bad they never made it back. The moment the evil mist entered his body, it was done for. The primordial Tao embryo soul opened its eyes, instantly activating absolute defense, sealing the evil within. No, How could you possess the damned primordial Tao embryo soul? What is this thing? The demon screamed furiously. The primordial Tao embryo soul opened its small cherry lips wide and inhaled deeply. Tens of thousands of strands of evil essence were sucked inside one by one. I hate this. Its voice of rage gradually faded. After its meal, the primordial Tao embryo soul clapped its hands together, and countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, wildly circulating inside the dantian. Devouring that demon had equated to cultivating for centuries. The vast spiritual energy pushed Fong Juyo, who had only recently broken through to mid-stage void piercing, toward another breakthrough. By the time he finished exterminating the demons here, he'd likely reach late-stage void piercing. System, are you asleep? Why won't you report my cultivation value? Master, apart from the mysterious evil you finally devoured, the rest are negligible. What? Are you robbing me of my gains here? Fong Juyo was taken aback. So all his hard work amounted to nothing? Their cultivation levels were too low to merit recognition for your proud, primordial, flawless, chaos body. What? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? 1,000 horses galloped through Fong Juyo's heart. He'd slain countless demons for nothing? Master, when has a Han Chinese ever deceived another Han Chinese? Master, slaying a mysterious demon. Lucky rate 10x boost. Obtained cultivation value, 8 million. Total cultivation value, 19,320,000. Fong Juyo shook his head and charged deeper. 100 days in. Day 1. Fong Juyo cleared out all Western region demons, earning so much cultivation value that the system no longer tracked it. Day 2. He slaughtered 30 million evil spirits in the north. Day 3. He wiped out the eastern side. 5 days later, Layer 3 was thoroughly cleansed. 95 days ahead of the shadow demon with 2 horns atop its head. Suddenly, the 2-horned shadow that had vanished 5 days ago appeared once more. Congratulations. You've completed the slaughter of Layer 3's demons. You truly deserve the title Massacre of Millions. After speaking, it truly vanished, completely gone. That's it. No reward for clearing this floor. Damn, this demon lair really rips people off. The portal leading to the 4th layer appeared. Layer 4, Bone Demons. Fong Juyo brought out his ultimate skill. With the purple sky divine lightning, he blasted the bone demons until they howled in agony. In just a single day, over 10 million bone demons from the 4th layer were completely wiped out. Layer 5, Mutated Demon Wolves. Once he unleashed the heaven and earth mimicking technique, with his absolute power, a single palm strike crushed tens of thousands of wolves. 2 days later, not a single mutated demon wolf remained in Layer 5. Layer 6, Layer 7, Layer 8. From Layer 6 to 8, Fong Juyo spent 10 days sweeping through evil spirits and demons. His entire body radiated battle intent. Whether it was the twin-tailed demon tiger from Layer 6, the ink-colored dragon from Layer 7, or the forbidden entity in Layer 8, under Fong Juyo's full-on assault, all were utterly destroyed. Right before him lay the portal leading to the 9th layer. In his mind, static electricity crackled as the system's voice returned. Master, from Layers 4 to 8, you've slaughtered over 100 million evil beings. The vast majority were above void-piercing realm. Thanks to our system's relentless, painstaking, and arduous calculations over day and night, we've finally determined you've gained a total of 3 billion cultivation points. Would you like to break through to the next realm? Do I even need to think about it? My ultimate body still falls short by a long shot. Breakthrough, void-piercing realm, 400 million/800 million/1 billion. Void-piercing peak realm breakthrough completed. Master, would you like to break through again? Isn't that a stupid question? Fong Juyo sneered. This system was getting more cheeky by the day. Unfortunately, you're from the Xuani Heaven world. This demon's lair belongs to a secret world inside another realm. Since you're not native to this land, you can't sense the tribulation lightning here. You cannot currently break through to the tribulation crossing realm. What the hell? Fong Juyo glared furiously at the annoying system. What a blasted system, really playing with him now. Reaching the peak of the void-piercing realm, who in the life-forbidden zone could possibly threaten him now? Fong Juyo raised his fist, then smashed his palm toward the distant black mountains. Boom! 10 mountains in a row collapsed into nothingness. It was terrifyingly powerful. Master, don't take your anger out on nature. I suggest you release it on some women's bellies. Fong Juyo went still in an instant. This system was truly becoming more human. It even dared to say things like that now. System, are you sure you're not a human transformed into a system? Master, please don't slander my noble identity. Humans may be wonderful, but this system is not bad either. Fong Juyo curled his lips into a smile. That's true, not bad at all. I haven't even seen an upgrade function yet. Who told you this system doesn't have an upgrade function? This system. Fong Juyo was surprised. Could this kill enemies and drop equipment system actually evolve into something else? System, you're getting naughty. No longer obedient. His words seemed to enrage the system. Since when has this system ever been disobedient? That's just because your cultivation realm is too low to deserve access to this system's incredibly powerful functions. What the system said struck Fong Juyo like a 999 hit critical attack, actually criticizing him for his low realm. Even if my realm is low, I'm still your master. Accept your fate, obediently. Fong Juyo smiled faintly and stepped onto the transmission formation leading to Layer 9. Ah, Fong Juyo revealed an expression of surprise. Are you sure this is Layer 9 of the demon lair? Before his eyes appeared a blue sky, white clouds, and a lush green grassland. On the grassland, horses grazed peacefully. A picture-perfect image of perfect harmony between man and nature. Surely this isn't another illusion. Chapter 76, the 9th layer, the mysterious stone coffin. As Fong Juyo was feeling confused, the horned dark figure appeared before him again. It gave Fong Juyo a faint glance and coldly said, "Congratulations on clearing the first 8 layers of the devil's lair. If you wish to leave the 9th layer, you must open the stone coffin inside the central stone chamber of the grasslands. Otherwise, you will remain here forever." After speaking, the horned shadow turned its head to look at the stone chamber, faintly revealing an expression of reluctance, along with a hint of sorrow. Then, it vanished into the void. Fong Juyo was left scratching his head in confusion. The shadow hadn't told him to slay a bunch of evil beings or mention any forbidden creatures as expected, just told him to open the stone coffin. He cast a sidelong glance around. The sky remained a brilliant blue, and the grassland was still the same as before. Was this place really the terrifying devil's lair feared by many? Those so-called late-stage experts were truly weak if they couldn't even reach the 9th layer. He hadn't seen a single mythic artifact capable of severing the Dao, let alone a supreme-grade Dao weapon. It seemed the rumors were greatly exaggerated. Fong Juyo shook his head. Taking one step, he traveled 1,000 meters in an instant, appearing immediately on the grassland. Human, this place is not for you to tread. A fat, round rabbit glared at Fong Juyo with blood-red eyes. Oh, what a big, fat rabbit. Fong Juyo expressed surprise. He hadn't noticed the rabbit before. Could it possess some special talent? Speak what? Don't insult this king. After speaking, the rabbit on the ground stood on its tiptoes, striking a dashing pose. Glancing at Fong Juyo, it continued. Please call me the heaven-devouring rabbit. Fong Juyo was taken aback, giving it a head-to-toe look. Its belly was round like a ball, and its ears were quite large. Were rabbits really this well-fed? Or perhaps this particular rabbit was just lazy, only knowing to eat and sleep? I want to eat rabbit meat. Can you satisfy me? As soon as Fong Juyo finished speaking, the heaven-devouring rabbit lost its calm. It bared its teeth, its eyes turned blood-red, and the originally white and plump rabbit instantly transformed into a huge red rabbit. It looked furious. Damned human, you actually want to eat me. I'm going to beat you up. In an instant, a massive rabbit phantom appeared above its head. The appearance of the great rabbit changed the sky over the grasslands. The peaceful and pleasant scene was immediately replaced by ghostly wails and howling winds. The fearsome rabbit deeply inhaled toward the sky, as if possessing the cosmos within its body, devouring all things without exception. Hey, you really are a rabbit? Not a Tao Dai. Fong Juyo shook his body, transforming into a giant dozens of zhang tall, appearing before the heaven-devouring rabbit. A powerful aura spread from his body, instantly dispersing the horrifying, ghostly screams in the sky. Mommy, boss, I surrender. Bunny scared. The once mighty heaven-devouring rabbit was instantly frightened into submission. Trembling with fear, it looked at Fong Juyo with terror in its eyes, raising its paws to signal surrender. What? Fong Juyo had just intended to use palm print the world and swat it flat, planning to enjoy a spicy rabbit hot pot. And yet, it surrendered? Where did your previous fierceness go? Faced with Fong Juyo's accusation, the heaven-devouring rabbit awkwardly scratched its head. Boss, that was just intimidation. I've only grasped the very surface of heaven-devouring. Fong Juyo returned to his normal size. When he took out a set of clothes from his storage ring to change, the heaven-devouring rabbit was shocked once again. Wow, boss, you're built pretty well. It stared intently at Fong Juyo's bare body while marveling with surprise. Fong Juyo's forehead darkened, and he strongly desired to grab this rabbit and give it a severe thrashing. Little bunny, you can't envy this. Who told you to be a rabbit? In the blink of an eye, he changed into a set of white robes, looking incredibly handsome. Is being a rabbit a crime? Why does the boss dislike me so much? This rabbit? No. This rabbit king's arms raised in a shout, and countless female rabbits across the 9 heavens and 10 lands would willingly fall into my embrace. The heaven-devouring rabbit spoke eloquently, spitting foam as it talked, as if all the female rabbits in the world were its harem. Enough, little bunny, stop running your mouth. Do you know where the stone coffin is? Fong Juyo scanned the surroundings, but didn't spot the stone chamber or other demonic beasts, so he asked, What, boss, you're looking for the stone coffin? The heaven-devouring rabbit revealed a surprised expression, even showing a trace of disdain. Yeah. The rabbit circled Fong Juyo twice, and then spoke in an old-fashioned tone. Boss, I think you won't be able to open that stone coffin. Fong Juyo paused for a moment and casually asked, Why can't I open it? I speak the truth, you may get angry, but don't hit me. A cunning light flickered in the heaven-devouring rabbit's eyes. Fine, boss, your bony frame just isn't strong enough to lift the lid of that stone coffin. Heir. Fong Juyo frowned, staring at the heaven-devouring rabbit, scaring it so much that it tensed both legs. Boss, you promised not to get angry and not to hit me. The heaven-devouring rabbit made a pitiful expression. Damn it, I'm annoyed with you right now. Smack, smack, smack. Greeted by the palm print the world, the heaven-devouring rabbit's plump body cried out in pain. Wah, boss, you promised you wouldn't get angry, promised not to hit me. Fong Juyo glared fiercely at it. If not for its cuteness, he would have brazed it long ago. Still, that heaven-devouring stance of its was quite intimidating. It could be useful to bring along and scare people like Bai Jing. Don't move again, or I'll braze you alive. Sniffling pitifully, the heaven-devouring rabbit was instantly stunned. It unshoe its paw, Luchu its big, teary eyes. After nodding, it bounced forward, leading Fong Juyo toward the center of the grasslands. Human and rabbit wandered through the green fields, and Fong Juyo rarely had the chance to enjoy such peace. How wonderful it would be if he could settle here permanently, work when the sun rises and return at sunset, becoming a horseman with a rabbit by his side. Unfortunately, these were only fantasies. Unless the day he controlled his own fate arrived, such dreams could never come true. Boss, we're here. Just as Fong Juyo was lost in thought, the two arrived at a small green hill, a stone house fully covered in lush grass. No wonder Fong Juyo hadn't noticed it earlier. It had been hidden by the greenery. The human and rabbit spent quite some time examining the exterior, but seemed unable to approach the stone house. Some natural force was preventing them from moving forward. What's going on? Fong Juyo hesitated, suddenly sensing difficulty. To enter the stone house, he must break through this invisible barrier. Boss, watch me. The heaven-devouring rabbit ran around the outside for a circle. Suddenly, it dove into the grass and disappeared. What the? This dead rabbit didn't run away, did it? I should have stewed it. Before his sentence finished, a shadow appeared inside the invisible barrier. It was the heaven-devouring rabbit. With just a light touch of its paw, the barrier blocking Fong Juyo vanished into thin air. Fong Juyo was instantly astonished. The dead rabbit could actually dig underground and break the barrier. Boss, hurry in. The heaven-devouring rabbit urged, clearly in a hurry, as if something inside the stone chamber was calling to it. In an instant, Fong Juyo arrived beside the heaven-devouring rabbit. Together, the two pushed open the door of the stone house and stepped inside. Upon entering the stone chamber, it felt like stepping into an ancient ice cave, bone-chilling cold, so piercing that frost formed on Fong Juyo's eyebrows. Even with his current late-stage void-piercing realm strength, he could barely withstand this terrifying cold. The moment it entered, the heaven-devouring rabbit stared with dazed eyes at the stone coffin in the center, an expression mixing joy, fear, and longing written across its face. Little bunny, could it be that your parents are lying inside? Fong Juyo asked in confusion. Chapter 77. The Mysterious Heaven-Devouring Rabbit. The heaven-devouring rabbit ignored Fong Juyo's question. It seemed to be muttering something, or perhaps praying. Boss, you opened the stone coffin. It changed from its usual playful manner and looked seriously at the stone coffin. Fong Juyo glanced at it, then walked thoughtfully toward the coffin. Intricate patterns were carved densely on the surface of the coffin. The first pattern, a gigantic heaven-devouring rabbit, in the posture of devouring heaven, swallowing an immortal tribe. The second pattern, the heaven-devouring rabbit surrounded by dozens of female rabbits, happily eating immortal herbs. The third pattern, a mysterious figure appeared, attacking the heaven-devouring rabbit with a palm strike. The heavens collapsed and earth cracked. The heaven-devouring rabbit was bleeding heavily. These three images recorded the heaven-devouring rabbit's life story. Could it be that the corpse inside this coffin is the same heaven-devouring rabbit that was killed by the mysterious figure? Outside, the fat rabbit fell into deep thought, stiff as a statue. Fong Juyo withdrew his gaze and looked at the lid of the coffin. This stone-made lid seemed not much different from the ones humans use for burial, the only differences being the material and weight. Fong Juyo tried to push the lid slightly, only to find it as heavy as Mount Everest. With his cultivation at the peak of the void-detecting realm and his primordial flawless chaos body, he still couldn't budge the lid, even slightly. This situation was somewhat sarcastic. Fong Juyo furrowed his brows, sensing the coffin lid was definitely no ordinary object. There was a saying in the cultivation world, a single drop of weak water weighs heavier than 1,000 caddies. He couldn't imagine how many thousands of caddies this lid might weigh. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fong Juyo used the palm imprint world technique, combining it with a 100-fold attack buff, and pushed the coffin lid again. The lid only produced a faint creaking sound. Opening it remained difficult. What the heck? This coffin lid can't possibly be as heavy as a planet. Damn it. I've used all my primal strength, and it only made a tiny sound before nothing happened. I refuse to believe this. Can a broken coffin lid really stop me? Fong Juyo's clothes instantly exploded, and a 10-meter-tall giant appeared beside the stone coffin, once again activating the heavenly transformation technique. He raised the coffin lid with both hands, channeling the 100-fold attack buff's power, and gave it a forceful lift. The previously unmoving lid began to creak. Lift. Massive force surged forth, and the coffin lid, heavy as a planet, finally lifted with a response. Pong. The moment it was thrown to the ground, a loud sound erupted, though the floor sustained no damage at all. Fong Juyo looked down into the coffin and was instantly stunned. Inside lay a rabbit identical to the heaven-devouring rabbit. It was a perfect copy. Just as he turned to look for the heaven-devouring rabbit, it turned into a ray of light and entered the body of the rabbit inside the coffin. The scene before him left Fong Juyo baffled. The heaven-devouring rabbit had fused with its corpse. After a while, the heaven-devouring rabbit inside the coffin emitted brilliant light, white rays flickering, surrounded by white mist. Fong Juyo resumed his original form, observing the scene in silence, deep in thought. Not long after, the white light dissipated. The heaven-devouring rabbit that had been asleep inside the coffin for maybe 10,000 years finally awakened. It blinked its bright eyes, stretched lazily, kicked its legs, and soared into the air. Fong Juyo and the heaven-devouring rabbit stared at each other eye to eye. Boss, don't look at me like that. I'm getting shot. The heaven-devouring rabbit spoke again in its usual tongue, stunning Fong Juyo. Are you the same heaven-devouring rabbit from just now? Fong Juyo frowned tightly. Of course. Who else would I be? Boss, you're running around naked again. Your physique is indeed great. 8-pack abs glittering in the light. But please, don't act like a pervert in front of me. The heaven-devouring rabbit acted old beyond its years, glancing at Fong Juyo's important part, showing a hint of disdain. Fong Juyo glared at it wordlessly. Too bad though. You look big, but you'd need a magnifying glass to see, right? The heaven-devouring rabbit showed an angry expression, looking down at its own member, then lowered its head in shame. It began playing with its tail, cursing mentally. This was so discouraging. No, so discouraging to a mighty rabbit king like itself. No, it must find some potent herbs, something that would make it stronger and more magnificent. It couldn't allow the boss to underestimate it anymore. Oh well, don't worry, little rabbit. At most, I can make you a prosthetic and help you become a real man. Yes, a real rabbit man. Fong Juyo laughed loudly as he spoke. The heaven-devouring rabbit became furious, flipping in midair, desperately wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide inside. After much commotion, the heaven-devouring rabbit landed on the ground, staring at Fong Juyo with pleading eyes, and said angrily, Boss, can you just be a good guy for once? Is this your Tao of cultivation, to expose others' flaws and poke at their sore spots? Fong Juyo grinned widely, visibly enjoying himself. Please allow me to laugh for a bit longer. Ha ha ha. I mean, you're just a rabbit after all. Why so concerned about your shortcomings? Though it's indeed tiny and short. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I promise I won't tell those female rabbits. The heaven-devouring rabbit became so furious that it began clawing wildly at the ground. What was once a perfectly good floor was soon dug into the shape of a magic castle, though in truth, it was just a hole in the ground. Surprisingly, Fong Juyo realized that while even the coffin lid had left no mark when thrown to the ground, the heaven-devouring rabbit's claws could actually pierce through stone. Digging right through. What a truly extraordinary rabbit. Boss, if you keep doing this, I'll cut ties with you forever. The heaven-devouring rabbit glared at Fong Juyo with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, its heart had already suffered 99,999 critical strikes. Alright then, I won't tease you anymore. You were saved by me, so shouldn't you tell me about your origins? Fong Juyo gazed at it calmly. This entire demonic cave seemed connected to it, and after going through so much to get here, he certainly wouldn't leave empty-handed. The heaven-devouring rabbit fell into thought. After a while, it started talking nonstop. Boss, it's something from a very, very long time ago, and my memory is somewhat fragmented. I only remember that I came from the supreme heaven demon realm. I seem to be an important figure there. I also don't understand why I ended up in this life Jinchi. As for that previous heaven-devouring rabbit you saw, That was just the divine soul I released before entering my slumber. Fong Juyo frowned, looking at it with doubt. That's it. Are you sure you're not lying to me? If even a mere sliver of your divine soul has reached the void-detecting realm, just how strong must your true self be? The heaven-devouring rabbit raised its paw and swore solemnly toward the sky. Boss, this rabbit swears on the heavens. I absolutely have not hidden anything. It feels like I've been asleep for several million years, and my power has already degraded to the peak of the heavenly ascension realm. If it weren't for Boss pushing open that coffin lid, I probably would have remained asleep forever. Your Rabbit King sincerely thanks you for saving me. The heaven-devouring rabbit looked genuinely sincere, its eyes clear and honest, seemingly not lying at all. Since I'm your savior, don't you want to properly thank me? Fong Juyo revealed a slightly mischievous smile, making the heaven-devouring rabbit feel uneasy. Boss, you're not getting any weird ideas about my body, are you? This rabbit's preferences are perfectly normal. I'm not into guys. Fong Juyo shot at a disdainful glance. I'm not. So you won't be thinking about slicing off my meat for a braised rabbit stew? I won't. Heavens. Are you going to cook me into spicy braised rabbit head? Boss, you're so cruel. Keep yapping like that, and just wait. If I make rabbit hot pot tonight, I swear. Chapter 78, Sky-Devouring Hare. You actually collect belly bands? The sky-devouring hare hopped around like a wronged little bride, gesticulating wildly. It looked like it was dancing, yet also as if it was angry. Can I punch you? The painting on the coffin depicts you as a mighty Awak, a ruthless killer in all directions. Are you really doing a rabbit dance in front of me? Fong Juyo was greatly perplexed by the hare's behavior. Was it truly clueless or just pretending? The sky-devouring hare stopped hopping and put on a pitiful expression. Boss, I thought you wanted to see me do the rabbit dance. Oh, I misunderstood then. Fong Juyo shot at a contemptuous glance. I'm your life savior, right? Right. A favor as small as a dripping drop of water deserves a fountain of gratitude, right? That's correct. Fong Juyo's eyes flickered with cunning. Then let me pick a few items from the treasure vault you brought down from the supreme heaven. As soon as Fong Juyo spoke, the sky-devouring hare froze in place. Boss, can't you see how dilapidated this place is? I can practically sip northwest wind here. Where would I have a treasure vault? The hare raised its paw and pointed at the stone chamber, clearly playing the role of a penniless pauper. What can you do about it? Is that so? You are the sky-devouring hare, the great Fuwag. Fong Juyo said calmly as he walked toward the stone coffin. The sky-devouring hare's face changed drastically, its heart sensing something ominous. Sure enough, it confirmed the hare's fear. As Fong Juyo reached the coffin, a faintly sinister smile curved his lips. He grabbed the coffin with both hands and pulled. A protrusion appeared on one side of it. What else could it be if not a switch? Fong Juyo cast a meaningful glance back at the hare. Boss, hear me out. The sky-devouring hare hopped over to Fong Juyo, sweat beading on its forehead, secretly thinking. Is this boss possibly the reincarnation of the Supreme Heaven Emperor? Too cunning. I don't want to hear it now. After touching the switch, Fong Juyo heard a ka-cha sound from the coffin. Soon after, the stone coffin slowly rose, revealing a smaller coffin inside. Inside the coffin, there was nothing else but thousands of storage rings, king-level storage rings, each equivalent to a small world in capacity. The sky-devouring hare tightened inside, watching helplessly as Fong Juyo reached in. Boss, be gentle. Don't take too many. These are all my dowry for establishing a harem in the future. Fong Juyo ignored its plea, picked up one king-level storage ring, swept his spiritual sense across it, and instantly all its contents materialized on the ground. His entire body stiffened. Holy crap. One after another colorful immortal garment, the Niechong, and even countless belly bands in red, yellow, blue, and green. Each of them priceless, yet utterly useless to Fong Juyo. You actually store stuff like this in a king-level storage ring. What a waste of treasure. Why does a rabbit like you collect so many human clothes? Oh, well. The sky-devouring hare hesitated, its rabbit face showing embarrassment. It looked at Fong Juyo with shame and awkwardly said, I like it when rabbits transform into human girls, or the immortal garments I give them. And then, it's especially thrilling. It's amazing, so exciting. A million horses of phonema rushed through Fong Juyo's mind. Had he ended up acknowledging a perverted rabbit? Such a hobby, such a twisted mindset. He no longer felt like collecting all these things and swept another king-level storage ring. Pills. Finally, something useful. Just as Fong Juyo was about to grab them, the sky-devouring hare quickly shouted, Boss, those pills aren't suitable for you. Why not? Heir. Fong Juyo ignored it, picked up a pill bottle, and swept his spiritual sense over it. Several words clearly written on the label caught his eye. More passionate, a little. Longer duration. Oh damn, another perverted freak. Boss, I told you not to look. The sky-devouring hare helplessly stared at the pills in Fong Juyo's hand, feeling heartbroken. Fong Juyo glared furiously at it, making the sky-devouring hare shiver all over. You great. Once we leave the 10,000 Li Mountains, I'll introduce you to a perverted idiot with the same hobby as yours. Suddenly, Fong Juyo completely lost interest in the sky-devouring hare's king-level storage rings. He feared that if he checked more, he might discover pills named Optimus Prime or Obedience pills, which would make him explode. The sky-devouring hare, once known as the Moang, or rather, the Bong S rabbit, storing erotic clothes and pills in king-level storage rings. This had truly blinded Fong Juyo's 24K titanium golden eyes. Boss, are you sure you don't want to take a few more storage rings? There might even be royal Dao weapons in them. After seeing Fong Juyo at a loss, the sky-devouring hare became deed, speaking generously on the surface, but inwardly it felt a tight knot. Don't waste words. Hurry up and pack up, and take me out of this cursed place. Fong Juyo had absolutely no desire to stay here. He'd gone through 9 layers of this devilish cave, and in the end, all he got was a perverted rabbit. It wasted 21 days of his time, while nearly 6 years had passed in the outside world. Alright boss. Yeah, change. The sky-devouring hare muttered an incantation randomly, one that made Fong Juyo want to punch it. The stone coffin instantly shrunk to the size of a palm, flew over, and hung around his neck. Suddenly, a portal appeared where the stone coffin had been. Let's go. Fong Juyo walked toward the portal. The sky-devouring hare looked back at this vast green grassland and murmured, Thank you, two-horned devil general. I will definitely protect your two-horned clan. Then, It followed Fong Juyo and stepped onto the portal. The two appeared beside a stone tablet outside the devil cave. As Fong Juyo was about to speak, a tremendous change occurred behind him. The devil cave transformed into a dull black stone that fell into the sky-devouring heir's hands. Boss, I'll give you this devilish stone. It can imprison and bind people. As long as someone is sealed inside, they can't come out unless you personally allow it. Otherwise, they'll be locked in there forever. The sky-devouring heir's eyes flashed with reluctant pain. This item was a rare treasure indeed, something even an emperor would envy. Fong Juyo held the devilish stone, played with it a bit, and then returned it to the sky-devouring heir. This is your most precious treasure. You should keep it. You, boss, can't take your little brother's stuff like this. Seeing the sky-devouring heir's reluctance, Fong Juyo gave it back. What treasure did he need? Killing 1 or 2 heaven talents, and getting 1 from the system would be enough. Why take things from a perverted rabbit? This was his nickname for the sky-devouring heir. Boss, you're really not going to take it? This is a thing that even emperors envy. Fong Juyo twitched his lips slightly and steadied his emotions. This kind of thing doesn't interest your boss. He turned and walked toward the outskirts of the 10,000 Li Mountains. Fong Juyo intended to return to Lingji City through a few uses of the 10,000 mile technique, but he couldn't get through the perverted rabbit's objections. It insisted on flying out of the mountains. It pulled out a flying boat from its storage ring. With its cry of grow bigger, a dragon-embossed flying boat appeared before Fong Juyo's eyes, causing him to be completely stunned. In the Xintian Great World, people usually traveled on spirit beasts or celestial beasts. He'd never seen such high-end stuff. Boss, please experience my supreme luxurious grade dragon monster boat. Still puzzled, Fong Juyo stepped into the dragon boat. Boss, we're about to take off. Please fasten your safety ropes. With a flash of laser light, the dragon boat instantly vanished from the monument. Damn it, I'm getting seasick. Perverted rabbit, do you even know how to fly a spacecraft? Sorry boss, it's been a long time since I last flew the dragon boat. I'm a little rusty. Did you do that on purpose? Does anyone use their feet to steer a boat? Boss, I never said I was human. The dragon boat wobbled through the sky on its way to Lingji City. Chapter 79, One Finger, Exterminate Xie Yunkui. Spirit Calm City, Ichuan Courtesan House. Xie Yunkui was in high spirits, embracing courtesans on both sides, one in each arm, extremely delighted. Master Xie, it's been so long since you last favored me. A gorgeously adorned courtesan with extraordinary beauty was rubbing herself against Xie Yunkui's arms, stirring his heart with desire. Little Yuan, only 5 years and 7 months apart, and you already miss me, huh? Xie Yunkui's hands roamed freely, giving 2 hearty squeezes. Yuan gazed at him with eyes brimming with longing, melting his heart entirely. Later, let Master treat you properly to some fun. Master Xie, don't forget about me either. Another courtesan dressed in white wrapped her arm around his and softly exhaled near Xie Yunkui's ear. Xie Yunkui felt a wave of pleasure rush through him. And little Ting Ting here, don't worry, I'll be having fun too, and I'll be unstoppable. By the way, during these 5 years I've been in seclusion, did either of you entertain other guests? The 2 girls spoke sweetly. Yuan wouldn't do such a thing. Master Xie, how could you leave me waiting for so long? Yuan peeled a spirit fruit and placed it into Xie Yunkui's mouth, asking curiously. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunkui's mood soured immediately, pouting slightly. Who told you to disturb me while I was cultivating in seclusion? Shut up in my cave dwelling trying to break through to the heavenly ascension stage. Otherwise, I'd have been back long ago. Just as Xie Yunkui was about to get into the mood, sudden knocking rang from the door. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Xie Yunkui immediately lost his Xingzhu and roared in anger. To protect the privacy of guests, Ichuan Courtesan House had specially asked Master Tianyue, who was an expert in formation techniques and the master of 24 subsidiary cities, to set up a concealment formation for every room. Spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the rooms. Unless you were stronger than Master Tianyue. Master Xie, it's me, the Madame Li Hohat. I have an urgent matter to report. The anxious voice of the madam came from outside the door. Don't you see I'm currently practicing the art of communication? Xie. At that moment, a mocking voice descended from the sky. Hey, Xie Yunkui, quite the open display of pleasure. You're having fun with 2 beauties at once. I've been waiting on the city wall for a quarter of an hour for you. If you don't show up, I'll take out your uncle Xie Guanquan first. Xie Yunkui was so angry that he nearly saw the Buddhas ascend to heaven, exposing his bare upper body and kicking open the door to the chamber of joy furiously. Madame Li Hohat, seeing the ferocious sight of Xie Yunkui, trembled in fear. Master Xie, it's Fong Juyo has returned. Xie Yunkui shoved Madame Li Hohat aside and instantly vanished from Ichuan Courtesan House in a teleportation flash. Fong Juyo, prepare to die. Xie Yunkui's rage thundered through the skies. On the city wall, Fong Juyo stood facing the wind, his white robes fluttering in the breeze, looking every bit the debonair young master. Beside him was that plump and enormous devouring heaven rabbit, who was currently munching noisily on a spiritual grade radish. Underneath the city wall, the crowd of cultivators had completely filled the space, unable to move. This was the first time in over 5 years they had seen Fong Juyo's majestic figure again. Their admiration for Fong Juyo hadn't diminished even a bit. Wind hero! Wind hero! Innumerable cries of excitement rumbled from below, greatly astonishing the rogue rabbit. Boss, so you're actually a celebrated figure in Lingji City. No wonder you were eager to return. Is the mistress waiting in the city? Fong Juyo cast a calm glance at the rogue rabbit and said coolly. If your heart knows no woman, your finger shall reach godlike mastery. The rogue rabbit twitched its mouth at Fong Juyo's words, speechless with confusion. Boss, so you're into 5-finger lady? Fong Juyo gave it a fierce glare, and it immediately shut up. I heard that Xie Yunkui consumed an immortal pill and broke through to the hollow sky stage. Do you think Wind Hero might be in danger? I think Xie Yunkui won't be a match for Wind Hero. Don't you all remember how many evil cultivators he defeated 5 years ago? Everyone suddenly recalled that Wind Hero once defeated Heavenly Ascension stage experts among the dark sects. However, some sharp-eyed cultivators noticed that Fong Juyo had already broken through to the peak of Hollow Sky stage, immediately shocking them to the point of paralysis. In only 5 years, he had advanced from the nascent soul stage to the peak of Hollow Sky stage. No one had ever achieved such a feat in the forbidden land of life. Even Wu Yong, the prodigy disciple of the powerful Yellow Maple Valley sect, had needed 100 years to advance from nascent soul to hollow sky. Fong Juyo shattered their expectations, accomplishing this in just over 5 years, setting a record for the fastest advancement ever in the Forbidden Land. If they knew Fong Juyo actually achieved this in only a few dozen days, all cultivators might just have died from shock. Have you all noticed? Wind Hero is now a peak hollow sky expert. A sharp-eyed companion reminded them. Heavens, Wind Hero really has reached the peak of hollow sky stage. My goodness, is Xie Yuan simply coming here to die? The crowd of cultivators quickly switched sides, all betting on Fong Juyo to defeat Xie Yuan. At this moment, a mass of green mist appeared in the void, and Xie Yuan emerged from Shone. He and Fong Juyo stared at each other across the distance. Good one, Fong Juyo. I've been looking for you for 5 years. Now you finally dare to come out to die. Xie Yuan struck first, attempting to seize the initiative in speech and establish a favorable image for himself. Fong Juyo raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Xie Yuan indifferently, and mocked. I remember clearly after the defeat of the evil sects. Outside the city, I challenged you to a duel, but you seemed too afraid to come out and ran back to Lingxi Cave to hide. Will you try the same trick again this time? With several million cultivators watching you down there. Xie Yuan glanced at the millions of spectators within the city, a faint smile on his lips. With millions of cultivators witnessing my defeat of you and rise to power, isn't that a wonderful event? Today, I, Xie Yuan, will use you as a sharpening stone and establish my name as the ultimate genius of Lingxi Cave. At that moment, two familiar figures appeared in the sky. Wan Huatong and Xia Yuhol hurried over before the duel began. Fong, fellow cultivator. Fong, younger brother. They were quite excited, and Xia Yuhol nearly rushed forward. You have come. Fong Juyo greeted the two through the void. The rogue rabbit blinked, curious. Could that pretty human girl over there be my sister-in-law? As soon as the words were spoken, Xia Yuhol's face turned red, with a hint of secret joy in her heart. Fong Juyo glared at the rogue rabbit. Don't speak nonsense. That old woman's age is almost the same as my grandmother's. The secretly thrilled Xia Yuhol instantly turned dark red, glaring furiously at Fong Juyo with deep resentment. Who are you calling your old grandmother? Wan Huatong tugged at Xia Yuhol, shaking her head. Xia Yuhol held back her pride, calming herself in midair, but her eyes clearly held resentment against Fong Juyo. Xie Yuan, have you decided how you want to die yet? Fong Juyo glanced indifferently at Xie Yuan, his heart calm as still water. A mere early-stage heavenly ascension expert was completely insignificant in his eyes. Fong Juyo, this old man is a heavenly ascension expert, but as for you, when did you break through to the hollow sky stage? Xie Yuan was greatly shocked by Fong Juyo's cultivation level. Previously, Fong Juyo had been able to instantly kill a heavenly ascension early-stage expert while at nascent soul stage. Now at the peak of hollow sky stage, would he easily defeat Xia himself, who was a heavenly ascension expert? He began to feel like retreating. Then, if you can break through to heavenly ascension, why can't this young master reach hollow sky? Die. As Fong Juyo spoke, Xie Yuan, without hesitation, instantly teleported toward Lingxi Cave to escape. The cultivators below were all stunned, and even Xia Yuhol and Wan Huatong felt ashamed. He actually fled right before the battle, truly disgracing Lingxi Cave. Xie Yuan, do you really think you can escape? One finger transforms into a sword. One finger roams freely. Light strike. Fong Juyo looked at Xie Yuan, fleeing in the distance, and simply pointed one finger from afar. A beam of white light fell from the sky, transforming into a white dragon that lunged straight at Xie Yuan's head. Trapped by the white light, Xie Yuan's expression drastically changed. He had never expected that after Fong Juyo broke through to hollow sky, he would become even more terrifying than his grandfather. Unmatchable. Irresistible. Grandfather, save me. Who dares to commit murder inside the city? You seek death. An enraged roar echoed from Lingxi Cave. However, how could his speed compare with the speed of light? Whoosh! The white dragon plunged into Xie Yuan, and he exploded directly in midair, along with his Yuan's soul vanishing completely. You killed my grandson? I will exterminate your entire clan. The enraged roar arrived in an instant. An old man with a white beard appeared at the horizon, brimming with killing intent. Chapter 80. Annihilating Senior Xie Zongyong, becoming the enemy of Lingxi Cave. Fong Juyo's finger flicked, instantly killing Xie Yuan, which completely stunned the fellow cultivators below. Even Wan Huatong and Xia Yuhao were no longer calm. Fellow Taoist Fong, run quickly. Xie Yuan's grandfather Xie Zongyong is extremely protective of his own people. As Xia Yuhao dared to speak up, a humph came from the horizon, showing extreme displeasure toward her. In an instant, Xie Zongyong appeared before Fong Juyo, his aged face already burning with fury. I will throw you into the heretical prison of Lingxi Cave, flay your skin to make a heavenly lantern, and feed your flesh to the evil spirits. Unfazed by Xie Zongyong's threats, Fong Juyo thought nothing of them. After all, he was merely a man about to die. Old fool, why aren't you home holding your little wife instead of rushing here to die? Is it worth it? Hua! The fellow cultivators below erupted into an uproar. Fong Juyo was actually choosing to confront Xie Zongyong head-on. This was a major figure of Lingxi Cave, one of the legendary elders at the peak of the transcendent tribulation stage, though not quite the living fossil like by Jingjing. He wielded enormous power in Lingxi Cave, capable of Dengur. Otherwise, Xie Yuan wouldn't have dared to provoke the imperial heir, Wan Huatong, so casually. Please, Senior Xie, spare Fong Hero. He's the savior of Lingxi City. The gathered cultivators all begged on behalf of Fong Juyo. In their hearts, no matter how powerful Fong Juyo was, he was no match for Xie Zongyong. After all, he was one of the 4 elders of Lingxi Cave. Reckless, Xie Zongyong roared angrily at the cultivators below, shaking their eardrums, and even causing cultivators of lower cultivation levels to bleed from the corners of their mouths. This clearly showed how terrifying Xie Zongyong's power was. Senior Xie, Fong is someone personally requested by my master for a meeting. I beg you, shut up. You think invoking the name of the living fossil by Jingjing will change my mind? Forget it. You, as a disciple of Lingxi Cave, didn't stop the killing of your senior fellow disciple, nor did you assist. What crime are you guilty of? Xie Zongyong roared furiously at Wan Huatong. his killing intent growing even stronger. At that moment, he hun budu, tongshi so shiwen wateng, hu shai he. Wan Daoist, Xia Daoist, if I kill Xia Zongyong, will your Lingji cave consider me an enemy? Will you too consider me an enemy? Fong Juyo glanced at Wan Huatong, speaking calmly. Wan Huatong and Xia Yuhao froze instantly. Did he actually want to kill Xia Zongyong? Putting aside whether he could kill him, even if he did manage to kill Xia Zongyong, he would face the wrath of Lingji Cave, and would most certainly perish here. Lingji Cave had over 10 million disciples, dozens of experts at the Transcendent Tribulation stage, and over 10,000 experts at the Void Nascent stage. As for the other disciples, their numbers were simply terrifying. They couldn't help but worry for Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo's words left Wan Huatong and Xia Yuhao speechless. Friendship couldn't surpass loyalty to one's sect. If Fong Juyo really killed Xia Zongyong, they were destined to become enemies, those who would never forgive nor forget. Fong Juyo, you brat, you want to kill this elder? Ha, just you and that fat bunny beside you. Disdain clearly written on his face, Xia Zongyong pulled out a supreme immortal sword and charged toward Fong Juyo. Sky-obscuring and earth-shrouding sword chi spread across Lingji City, and terrifying pressure once again descended upon it. At this moment, all the cultivators in Lingji City turned their gaze toward this section of the city walls. Inside the mysterious estate of Lingji Cave, Bai Jingjing opened both of his eyes. With a glance, he saw the scene above Lingji City unfold before him. His eyes flickered with strange light, alternating between red and black. Dark vapor rose from his hands as he began cultivating alongside his two clones. It seemed he was completely indifferent to the events unfolding in the sky. Perhaps he had already accepted that Xia Zongyong would be killed by Fong Juyo. Almost there. In a few more days, my true body and the black and white clones will briefly merge. Fong Juyo, you won't escape. Bai Jingjing revealed an evil smile. The leader of Lingji Cave, along with various elders, including Xie Guangquan, also looked toward the sky. Leader, please don't interfere in my father's matter. Xie Guangquan bowed with both hands and said to the leader of Lingji Cave, Li Changfeng, oh, I will not get involved in this. I hope Senior Xie can handle this properly. The ruthlessness of cultivators wouldn't change just because Fong Juyo had once saved Lingji City. Even if he was a guardian hero of Lingji City, in the eyes of Li Changfeng and others, he was nothing more than that. After bowing again, Xie Guangquan left Lingji Cave and instantly teleported toward the sky. The Lingji sword scripture, sword chi like a rainbow, destroy. As Xia Zongyong's voice fell, the dense, heavy waves of sword chi above surged forth under his gestures, like a tidal wave. Truly terrifying, shaking all of Lingji. The cultivators below all wore expressions of shock, anxious, and concern for Fong Juyo. One sword of freedom, reign, destroy. Fong Juyo gently swung his immortal sword. A furious gale swept across the sky, dark clouds obscured the sun, and a scene resembling the apocalypse unfolded. Immediately after, countless raindrops poured down from the heavens, each as heavy as 1,000 caddies, cascading violently. Around Xia Zongyong, a magnetic field of raindrops formed, and the sword chi from Lingji sword scripture instantly dissolved into the rain. Such a bizarre sword technique was extremely rare in the world. Xia Zongyong's face paled, his heart shivering with fear. The sudden reversal stunned the fellow cultivators below. Fong Juyo once again wrote his undefeated legend, actually unleashing a sword technique beyond the Transcendent Tribulation stage, trapping Xia Zongyong within the raindrops. This was one of the 4 elders of Lingji Cave. An apex expert from the land of prohibited life. Wind hero, truly a wind hero. Senior Xia is in danger. A robed cultivator below started commenting. I agree with you, fellow Taoist. This devil cannot be judged by cultivation level alone. Wind hero, the eternal god in my heart. Xia Zongyong had already been terrified by the sword rain. Fong Juyo was beyond his capability to resist. First, flee, get help, then return to annihilate him. He pulled out an immortal talisman, planning to escape the rain's imprisonment. As the talisman shimmered with light, Huadi Wei Lao Lok, Fong Juyo's words manifested as law. Around Xia Zongyong, within a 500 cubic meter space, a transparent prison formed. Boom! As the teleportation talisman activated, Xia Zongyong could not teleport at all. He crashed violently into the walls of the prison cage. What is this? A domain. Xia Zongyong's face changed dramatically. He was now truly trapped like a turtle in a jar. Fong Juyo, you dare to challenge the authority of my Lingji Cave? Xia Zongyong's eyes burned with bloodshot fury, glaring fiercely at Fong Juyo approaching. Today, you will die? Even if I become the enemy of Lingji Cave, so be it. In this young master's eyes, gods blocking the way will die, Buddhas blocking will perish. Even Lingji Cave itself in the way, destroy it. The thunderous voice echoed throughout Lingji City. The sound shook the city's cultivators, who exchanged anxious glances. He dared to defy the authority of Lingji Cave. Was he truly unafraid of death? Wan Huatong and Xia Yuhao's faces changed dramatically. Fong Juyo was openly declaring war against Lingji Cave. How terrible. The two exchanged a glance, filled with immense unease. Who dares to challenge the dignity of Lingji Cave shall die. A terrifying voice boomed from the depths of Lingji City. Fong Juyo remained unmoved. Stepping into the prison, he reached out with his hand. Xia Zongyong flew helplessly toward him. What do you want to do? Xia Zongyong nearly died of fear, completely out of control. His immortal energy was already drained nearly half by the prison. His entire body immediately weakened. Controlled by Fong Juyo, he plunged into abyss-like dread. Xia Yunkui misses you. I'm sending you off to reunite with him. You should thank me. Fong Juyo's cold eyes sent Xia Zongyong into panic. Fong Juyo, my millions of Lingji disciples will never let you go. The reputation of Lingji Cave cannot be insulted. You will come down to join me soon enough. Ha ha ha. Knowing his death was inevitable, Xia Zongyong screamed wildly with rage. Die. Fong Juyo casually clenched his fist. The trapped Xia Zongyong exploded instantly into a mist of blood, vanishing into the air. Fong Juyo, you seek death. Xia Guangquan's eyes shot flames. Tearing across the sky, he rushed forth, wielding his immortal sword toward Fong Juyo. Chapter 81. Zishao Divine Lightning. The nightmare of Ling Ji's sect's disciples. Xia Guangquan originally thought his father could easily kill Fong Juyo, but but to his shock, his father was instantly defeated in the blink of an eye. Xie Guangquan, have you come here to die as well? Fong Juyo raised his eyebrows slightly, looking coldly at the enraged Xie Guangquan. Those emotionless eyes immediately cooled Xie Guangquan's fury. You, boss, does this fool have a brain tumor? Your father, a peak ascension stage cultivator, died at his hands, and yet you, merely a mid-ascension stage, came charging in to die. Did all the Xie family members get their heads crushed by a door? Tunshin too came flying over, holding a bright red spiritual carrot, his rabbit eyes watching Xie Guangquan mockingly. You damn beast, I'll make sure to braise you alive later. Xie Guangquan shouted furiously at Tunshin too. Uffed, if you really have that ability, I'll wash my hair upside down for you. Tunshin too flipped himself upside down and started bouncing around in the air, further provoking Xie Guangquan's pride. Swoosh. The elders of Ling Ji sect swiftly moved to Xie Guangquan's side, all of them at the late ascension stage, displaying tremendous power. Dongzhu Li Changfeng slowly appeared in front of everyone, dressed in a white robe. Wan Huatong, Xia Yuha, are you not coming yet? Li Changfeng's tone grew colder. He was extremely displeased that these figures who had once been the imperial disciple of Ling Ji sect had not stopped Fong Juyo from killing Xie Yuan Kuei and Xie Zhongyo. After glancing at Fong Juyo, Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha slowly flew toward Li Changfeng. Master, please avenge my father. Xie Guangquan's eyes were red with rage, blue veins bulging in his hands. He stared hatefully at Fong Juyo, as if he wished to skin him alive, rip out his bones, drink his blood. A father's murder could never be forgiven. City Lord Xia, rest assured, Ling Ji sect is not something that just any cat or dog can provoke. Anyone who dares to challenge Ling Ji sect shall die. A majestic voice spread across the entire Ling Ji sect and Ling Ji city. Millions of Ling Ji sect disciples soared into the sky on flying swords or spirit beasts, converging toward the battlefield. It was a dense, grand, and overwhelming sight, completely blotting out the sun and sky, creating the most terrifying scene ever seen above Ling Ji city. Fong Juyo was about to face alone more than 1 million disciples of Ling Ji sect. The cultivators who had supported him fell silent, too afraid to provoke Ling Ji sect openly. Those who did challenge them would surely meet their doom without a trace. Fellow disciples of Ling Ji sect, how should those who challenge our sect be treated? Kill, kill, kill. More than 1 million cries of slaughter echoed through the heavens, shaking the city walls of Ling Ji city, sending chills down the spines of every cultivator on the ground. Fong Juyo, will you surrender now or face the furious wrath of Ling Ji sect? Li Changfeng declared with righteous indignation, his eyes flashing a strange intent. Fong Juyo calmly looked at the million figures confronting him across the distance, the killing intent within him gradually awakening. A pack of ungrateful bastards, rightfully crushed by the dark cultivators. Li Changfeng, no matter how eloquently you speak, today I shall slaughter you all. What nonsense about the glory of Ling Ji sect? I was the one who defended this city and killed countless evil cultivators. Where were all of you dogs back then? The upper beam is crooked, so the lower beams are twisted. A garbage sect like Ling Ji sect has no right to exist. Fong Juyo spoke bitterly and eloquently, regarding Ling Ji sect as nothing more than parasites feeding off the lives of the citizens of Ling Ji city. A sect that regarded humans as weeds, sending low-level cultivators to be mere cannon fodder, was more monstrous than the dark cultivators themselves. Fong Juyo's words struck a deep chord with countless cultivators. They had always been treated as expendable by Ling Ji sect. How many times had the fallen always been the lower cultivators while the sect elders remained untouched? Each time evil forces attacked the city, the higher-ups of Ling Ji sect suffered almost no losses. Fong Juyo's words were like a wake-up call, planting seeds of doubt in millions of hearts, slightly shaking their sense of belonging to Ling Ji sect. 5 years ago, Fong Juyo emerged from nowhere, turning into a demonic god of war, annihilating countless evil cultivators. To every cultivator in Ling Ji city, he was once their hero, yet now they were raising their swords and drawing their blades against their own hero. How bitterly ironic. Yet, in their eyes, their loyalty to Ling Ji sect remained firm. Such sentiments could not be changed overnight. Humph. Li Changfeng snorted coldly, the sound reverberating like a whirlwind across the entire Ling Ji city. The countless cultivators below trembled with fear. Fong Juyo, no matter how eloquently you defend yourself, today you must die. Kill. Millions of people were poised to strike, the sound of swords being unsheathed shaking the heavens. Wait. Fong Juyo raised his hand, halting them, his voice booming across the sky. As everyone looked puzzled, Fong Juyo addressed Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha in the distance. Fellow cultivators Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha, if you are willing to leave now of your own will, I shall pretend nothing has happened. If you continue to conspire with the Ling Ji sect, do not blame me for showing no mercy. As Fong Juyo's words fell, Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha felt as if a knife had pierced their hearts. They never expected that in just over 5 short years, things would escalate between them to the point of life or death conflict. On one side was a friend they had known for 5 years. On the other was the sect that had nurtured them for nearly 100 years. Reason triumphed over emotion. The sect outweighed friendship. Fellow cultivator Fong Juyo, from this day forward, we cut all ties. No trace of our former bonds remain. On the battlefield, we are enemies. You die, I live, or I die, you live. Wan Huatong raised his sword, swung it down, cutting off a sleeve of his robe, severing their bond once and for all. Xia Yua's eyes flickered with helplessness. The feelings of affection vanished in that moment. The sect was her true home, a truth that would never change. Fong Juyo, little brother, this is the last time I'll call you that. I will stand with my sect and kill you. 2 tears floated from Xia Yua's eyes, quickly vanishing into the wind. Fong Juyo already understood their decision fully. Since they had chosen their path, they must pay the price for that choice. Very well, very well. Come then. Outside Ling Ji city, I alone will face your million-strong army. Fong Juyo turned, stepped across the void, and strode toward the city's outskirts. Tunshin too followed behind, smirking. Boss, are you really sure about facing 1 million people alone? There are a few old fellows among them who are really powerful. You know. Tunshin too munched on a carrot while grumbling. Powerful. Are they stronger than demons from the abyss? Wutsao, Fong Juyo's single sentence left Tunshin Tu speechless. Millions of Ling Ji sect disciples transformed into streaks of meteors, appearing outside the city, facing Fong Juyo in a standoff across the void. Kill him. Li Changfeng issued the command. A million people, a million sword chi strikes, wove a terrifying sword domain in the sky, tilting and descending like a storm. Sun and moon dimmed, stars fell. Under the rain of sword chi, not even grass could survive. Humph. Zishao divine lightning, awe-inspiring throughout the cosmos, annihilate these wretched dogs. Fong Juyo roared furiously, and the heavens and earth darkened. A storm cloud appeared over Lingji City. Pai Pa. A thunderclap erupted from the ground, Zishao divine lightning cleaving through the heavens. Several bolts of Zishao divine lightning descended across galaxies. 1, 2, 10 bolts of divine lightning in total were summoned. Sword chi disintegrated beneath the divine lightning, which seemed to possess eyes of their own, striking precisely where the crowds were thickest. Pung. 10 flames rose skyward, countless shrieks filling the air above. In a single breath's time, over 1 million people were blown to pieces by the Zishao divine lightning. With Fong Juyo's cultivation enhanced, and his fully realized Jintin Wushiflindunki, the Zishao divine lightning was now as terrifying as lightning tribulation itself. Low-stage cultivators faced with it were instantly reduced to drifting souls. Fong Juyo watched coldly as Ling Ji's sect disciples died and fell, not a shred of pity in his heart. What were 1 million lives to him? Nothing but weeds. If even one of them had possessed the slightest conscience, Fong Juyo would not have treated them so brutally. Once, he had fought alone from the western gate, annihilating hundreds of thousands of evil cultivators, forcing the evil forces to retreat for hundreds of miles. Once, he had stood alone, spear in hand, driving evil cultivators to wail like women, saving countless lives of Lingji City. Yet now, their hero was being attacked by them all, slain for the actions of just 1 or 2 among them. Could a true gentleman tolerate such an insult? Mercy? Impossible. I, on my own behalf, hereby sentence you all to death. Fong Juyo stretched out his palm, and a ball of Zishao divine lightning appeared in his hand. A devastating force capable of destroying heaven and earth spread across the outskirts of Lingji City. Chapter 82, severing the myriad flowered eyes, and Xiaoyua, slaughtering millions. Fong Juyo, you deserve to die. Formation of millions of men. Lingji Bahuang battle formation. Li Changfeng's expression changed drastically. Already sensing deep fear, he shouted frantically at his disciples. He immediately threw out the formation disc of the Lingji Bahuang battle formation from his hands. The formation disc transformed into a world of its own, and millions of disciples quickly landed upon it. Humph. Fong Juyo's purple heaven divine thunder sphere was hurled towards the Lingji cave disciples. Crackling. Lightning roared. Threads of electricity spread like a net, filling the battlefield. Form ranks, activate defense. At Li Changfeng's command, all disciples funneled spiritual energy into the formation disc. As the electric threads dropped, a giant dark tortoise manifested above the crowd. The purple heaven divine thunder was entirely absorbed and neutralized by the transparent dark tortoise dome. Fong Juyo was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the Lingji cave to possess such a battle formation that could resist his purple heaven divine thunder attack, and he was visibly surprised. Please, what Lingji Bahuang battle formation? That's clearly just a deficient version of the dark tortoise formation, probably only about 1/10,000th the power of the real one. Boss, transform into a giant and crush them. Tu Tian Tu munched on a carrot, watching the tortoise illusion in the air with disdain while mumbling. Fong Juyo nodded, eager to finish the battle quickly. It seemed brute force was needed to break the formation. Emulate heaven and earth's might, activate. In an instant, Fong Juyo transformed again into a giant tins of zhang tall, towering over the battlefield. He leapt skyward and aimed straight for the formation disc overhead. It was like a mountain soaring into the sky, blotting out the sun as the area below fell into shadow. Before reaching, the crushing pressure was already pouring down. Lingji cave disciples hiding inside the formation disc grew visibly anxious. They had seen this giant 5 years ago. Back then, he slaughtered 4 evil devil kings, causing a sensation. He hastened the fall of the evil forces, becoming a nightmare in their minds. Wan Huatong felt a great misfortune coming and looked towards Xiaoyua, whose face wore deep sorrow and unease. Sure enough, Fong Juyo validated both their concerns. The majestic dark tortoise shield, under Fong Juyo's world seal palm strike. Pong pong pong. 3 consecutive blows, paired with a 100-fold damage buff, exploded powerfully in their ears. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. The previously impenetrable Lingji Bahuang battle formation shattered beneath the giant's fist. With the loss of the formation's boost, the millions of soldiers fell to the earth like dumplings boiling over. This can't be possible. Xie Guanquan revealed deep anxiety. As the Lingji cave's ultimate defense and attack formation, it had been crushed by Fong Juyo in a matter of moments. This redefined his perception of Fong Juyo. Within only 5 years, he had become capable of crushing cultivators at the peak of the heavenly ascension stage, even dismantling a formation of millions. Fong Juyo didn't allow them the chance to reform their battle array. With a footfall like a pillar holding up the heavens, the ground shattered beneath, leaving death and destruction. A second stomp like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. Countless Lingji disciples were kicked into oblivion. His palm seals continued to crash downward, sending entire waves of Lingji disciples to their graves. Within less than 3 breaths' time, hundreds of thousands of Lingji disciples lay dead or wounded. Their screams shook the skies. Devastated and in disarray, the Lingji disciples fled in panic. The elders, prodigies, and masters of the Lingji cave all felt as if a massive stone had slammed into their chests. An oppressive, painful weight, and a deep humiliation. Fong Juyo did not face their experts head-on, but instead mercilessly trampled the lower cultivation disciples, striking palm blows or kicks here and there. When they tried to attack him, he instantly vanished in a flash, driving them into a frenzy of rage. Assisted by the Annihilation Cultivation Sutra, Fong Juyo became more powerful the longer he fought, utterly unbothered by energy consumption. Killing energy, battle chi, and spiritual chi from the battlefield continuously replenished him. Purple heaven divine thunder rumbled again and again, reducing countless disciples to nothingness. With his ability of Jing'av, his movements were unpredictable on the battlefield, mysterious and ghost-like. He toyed with the Lingji elders, who were utterly helpless against him. World Seal Palm, 10 palm strikes in succession, each taking lives, palms containing mountains and rivers, now acting as a reaper toward the Lingji cave disciples. Techniques rotated relentlessly. Supreme martial arts flowed unceasingly. Fong Juyo's rampant killing shocked all cultivators within the city, leaving them agape. 1,000,000 men, completely overpowered by a single man. The Lingji disciples couldn't even touch his hem. Unbelievable as it seemed, everyone rubbed their eyes, but realizing the battlefield had become a one-sided slaughter, the hearts of the masses roared with thousand-fold waves. Fong, our hero, can single-handedly match 1,000,000 lion warriors. No, better said he can slay 1,000,000 cultivators alone. Cultivators within the city expressed boundless reverence toward Fong Juyo, like endless waters cascading from the heavens, never ceasing. Like a flood growing more uncontrollable with every passing moment. Kill. Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha struck together from the void. Below Wan Huatong's eyes, a single drop of red, a droplet sword formation. Kill. Blades of sword chi transformed into raindrops, overwhelming the sky and earth. To flee, the Tao of blossoming peach sword. Kill. Countless flower-shaped sword energies condensed in the air, swirling around Fong Juyo's head. The expressions of both were filled with bloodlust, with no trace of past emotions. Humph. Fong Juyo glared coldly, his palm flipping down. Palm Yinji world, annihilate all. With a single light swing of his palm wind, the sword rain and the Tao of blossoming peach were instantly reduced to nothingness. As the palm wind swept across, the two were sent flying like broken kites, crashing heavily onto the ground. They spat out a mouthful of blood, terror evident on their faces. It's over. The Lingji cave is truly finished. Xia Yuha watched helplessly as Fong Juyo's giant form advanced toward them, each step claiming countless Lingji disciples. Cries of despair filled their ears. There was no possibility of negotiation between the two sides. Fong, fellow Taoist Fong, would you please spare my fellow disciples? Xia Yuha pleaded, tears streaming down her face. No, Fei. The words that Wan Huatong was about to speak died on his tongue. He couldn't find any reason to argue. In his heart, the hatred for the Xia family reached its peak. If it weren't for the grandfather and grandson of the Xia family, how could the Lingji cave have drawn such calamity? For the sake of our past meeting, I will leave you with whole bodies. Fong Juyo said coldly. His palms swept down gently, and the palm wind fell, entering their heads. Bearing their unwillingness, they slowly closed their eyes. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the void. Xie Guangquan had long been hiding in the void, waiting. At the moment Fong Juyo was killing Wan Huatong and Xia Yuha, he seized the 1 in 10,000 chance and burst into action. On his face was determination, and in his eyes, boundless murderous intent. His sword, fast as lightning. His movements, mysterious and unpredictable. He stabbed downward at Fong Juyo's head. In his mind, he saw Fong Juyo cut into minced flesh by sword chi, and a wild grin spread across his lips. Yet, a harsh reality slapped him cruelly across the face. As his sword was about to pierce Fong Juyo, the sky dome barrier appeared. The blade touched the sky dome, but could not penetrate even a fraction further. What? Shock spread across his face, as if he had bitten into a dead, rotten rat, utterly disgusted. Xie Guangquan, I've been waiting for you. Fong Juyo's palm flashed rapidly, carrying the wind, carrying death, straight towards Xie Guangquan's face. No. Before Xie Guangquan could react, his pupils constricted violently, his heart plummeting into icy depths as a deafening explosion echoed. Boom! He was instantly destroyed into nothingness. His soul essence burst out, attempting to escape in an instant. But a massive palm came down. No. Please, have mercy. I will become your humble servant, your most loyal slave. Xie Guangquan's soul essence begged. A cultivator at the middle stage of the heavenly ascension realm, he refused to perish like this, vanishing without even a chance of reincarnation. Too late. Fong Juyo's palm crushed the soul essence instantly, turning it into a stream of energy which he absorbed. Seeing the situation was not in their favor, Li Changfeng activated a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, taking the upper echelons with him and fleeing directly. As they left, a threatening voice echoed from the void. Fong Juyo, you great evil devil, the heavens and men alike curse you. The 8 major cities of the Forbidden Life Zones and the 24 sub-cities will never let you go. Chapter 83, A Sword of Freedom, Reign, Extinguishing Lingji Cave. The leader of Lingji Cave, along with numerous elders, actually fled. All the cultivators who were watching the battle were shocked beyond belief. This was the first time in the history of the Forbidden Land that a single person had defeated a top-tier power, even scaring away the cave's master. Li Changfeng actually ran away with his men. Slap my face. Let me see if I'm dreaming. Gladly. Pack. One cultivator slapped another who doubted the reality, hurting him so much he flew into a rage. Wow, this is actually true. Could it be that the history of the Forbidden Land is about to change forever? Fong Juyo scanned with his divine consciousness, yet found no trace of Li Changfeng or his men. He never expected these mighty forces to have such tricks for escape. He should have activated the circle of imprisonment earlier. Fong Juyo couldn't help shaking his head. The remaining 1.5 million disciples of Lingji Cave all knelt to the ground. They no longer had the slightest intention to resist. Fong Juyo had already become their nightmare, terrifying, merciless, and cruel. Master Fong Hero, we surrender. They all put down their swords and made gestures of submission. Chief, you wouldn't really let them off, would you? Tuantian II emerged from the void. During the battle, it had hidden itself in the dragon boat to avoid the fallout. Only after the war ended did it strut leisurely out of the void. When has your chief ever accepted the surrender of an enemy? At Fong Juyo's words, the 1 million disciples of Lingji Cave fell into stunned despair, their faces gray with death. Those who had pretended to surrender merely to plot against Fong Juyo were now utterly hopeless. No matter what intentions you harbor, you must all die. I will never leave potential danger beside me, nor give you a chance to take revenge on me. Let the Zishao divine lightning send you to your grave. Rumble. The thunder rolled violently. Once again, dark clouds filled the sky, and purple divine lightning churned across the void. The land plunged once more into darkness. 10 bolts of purple lightning streaked across the sky in a deafening crack, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant, serpentine electric lights illuminating the entire Lingji area. Crack. Pop. Amidst the terror of a million Lingji disciples, the lightning crashed into the crowd. After several beams of light flared, screams erupted like tearing flesh. A scent of roasted meat drifted through the air. The million people were all reduced to ash by the Zishao divine lightning. Chief, you really are capable of this. Tuan Tiantu, rubbing its round belly, stared at Fong Juyo in astonishment. In its memory, anyone capable of slaughtering millions of others without hesitation could be called a great demon. Could it be that a demon actually dwelled within Fong Juyo's body? Cutting the grass, but not removing the roots means spring winds will make it grow again. Fong Juyo turned to look at Lingji City, slightly shifted his form, and appeared instantly within the city. Fong Hero! Fong Hero! Fong Hero! The gathered cultivators cried out in unison. Such an extraordinary genius was their hero, the hero who challenged authority. A single man destroys a city. A single man wipes out a cave. This was an unmatched feat in the history of the Forbidden Land, unprecedented and never to be repeated. At that moment, a sigh sounded from 10,000 meters high above. Fong Juyo felt a subtle change, glancing toward the void, yet he found nothing unusual. Tuan Tiantu glanced toward the void, its eyes flashing briefly, then resumed munching its carrot. Bailing Jing, this master has come to kill you. Present yourself quickly and accept your death. Fong Juyo focused his voice into a line that exploded over Lingji Cave. Instantly, he appeared above Lingji Cave. At this moment, the protective formation of Lingji Cave had already been activated. A barrier, resembling a rainbow, blocked Fong Juyo's path. The Lingji disciples who hadn't managed to escape trembled in fear as they looked to the sky. Faced with a terror like Fong Juyo, they had not the slightest confidence. They could only wait for death. Floating above the great formation, Fong Juyo studied it carefully for a moment before speaking. Thug Rabbit, think of a way to break this barrier. Tuan Tiantu's eyes widened as it retorted. Chief, did you just call me? Thug Rabbit. Whoa, don't defame me. When did I ever act like a thug? That's called universal love. Tuan Tiantu immediately objected. It was a king, after all. How could it allow itself to be labeled as common riffraff? How could it face its countless beauties in the future? Fine, loving rabbit, just hurry up and break the formation. Fong Juyo rarely quibbled over words. To him, Tuan Tiantu had always been a thug rabbit, a fact not open to revision. You got it, chief. Tuan Tiantu stared at the trembling disciples inside the formation, extended its sharp claws, and sneered at them. Little brats, pa? You little kids, are you scared? Good. You should be scared. I, the mighty Nomon pa? I, the great swallowing heaven rabbit, shall shame your veil and make you all perish utterly. Without caring about the terror of the disciples inside the formation, it gently swung its claws. A special energy wave surged toward the barrier. That seemingly invincible protective formation shattered like a balloon. Pung! It exploded directly. What? Every disciple could think only one thing. We're finished. Despite the collapse of the formation, Bailing Jing still did not emerge. Unknown to Fong Juyo, he was at a critical moment of fusing his avatars. He had already sealed his divine consciousness. He would not awaken unless the sky itself collapsed. Fong Juyo frowned. Could it be that Bailing Jing wasn't in Lingji Cave? Or had he fled beforehand? Where is Bailing Jing? Fong Juyo stared down at the Lingji disciples and asked. The disciples below all shook their heads. They hadn't seen Bailing Jing in years. How could they possibly know he was currently in retreat deep within the cave? Bailing Jing, if you don't come out, I'll destroy Lingji Cave. One sword of freedom, reign. Kill. With a swing of his immortal sword, once again the clear sky turned stormy and dark clouds swallowed the heavens. The thunder rumbled loudly. Kalinglong. In an instant, the sword aura transformed into rain and poured down from the heavens. No. The remaining hundreds of thousands of Lingji disciples screamed in agony as the raindrops reduced them to nothingness. Under the coverage of one sword of freedom, rain, the mighty Lingji Cave collapsed into ruins. Pavilions and terraces crumbled one after another. The gardens and scenic landscapes lost their lush greenery. Grand halls turned to decay. Where was the might of a top-tier sect now? All that remained were broken walls and desolation. A truly heartbreaking sight. Bailing Jing, I'll wait for you at the city wall for 3 days. Fong Juyo rose into the sky and flew toward the city wall. Host, according to system calculations, your cultivation value is ready. It should be a pretty large number. Fong Juyo was uncertain in his heart. The number of people below his cultivation level that he had killed was minimal, and with the dog system's personality, it would only calculate those above the mid-Dao Ascension realm. Host, you're absolutely right. It should be much more than that. Defeating Xia Yuhua and Wan Hua Tong triggered X100, 000, and X1, 000, 000 multipliers respectively. Dao Ascension Realm eliminated 50,000, Celestial Ascension Realm eliminated 3, the rest escaped. Total cultivation value gained, 400 million. Cumulative cultivation value, 1.2 billion. That's it. The accumulated value was barely enough to break through the early Celestial Ascension Realm. It seemed he must kill more of those who deserve death and accumulate more value quickly. Boss, do you think that old dog Bailing Jing has already run off? Tuan Tiantu asked while chewing a carrot. Rest assured he'll show up. Unless they're willing to hand Lingji City over to us. With 24 satellite cities and 36 sects, I believe they'll be interested. Fong Juyo lit a fire on the city wall, set up a barbecue rack, and began roasting demon beast meat he had slain earlier. Boss, are you roasting meat for me to eat? Tuan Tiantu discarded the carrot in disdain, bounced joyfully to Fong Juyo's side, and a long string of drool trailed from its mouth. Rabbits eat meat? I've only heard the saying that desperate rabbits bite people, never that desperate rabbits eat meat. Thug Rabbit, when did you change species? Chapter 84, The Combined White Jing. A strange scene appeared on the city wall. One man and one rabbit were actually grilling meat on the city wall and enjoying themselves. Boss, this life of drinking and feasting sure is wonderful. I really miss those days when my rabbit concubines massaged my shoulders and legs for me. After drinking a jar of spirit wine, the heaven-devouring rabbit began to reminisce. What's this? Are you getting excited again, Lo Mangtu? By the way, can you still perform? Fong Juyo looked at the heaven-devouring rabbit's thighs with a smirk. Boss, if you say such things, I'll really get angry with you. What do you mean by can't perform? Just imagine how, in the past, this mighty rabbit king could satisfy all his concubines with one stroke, making them scream for more. Who do you think earned the title Mighty Rabbit in the first place? The heaven-devouring rabbit stretched his neck out and argued stubbornly with a red face. Fong Juyo looked him up and down and seriously said, I don't believe you. How could a tiny little earthworm possibly dominate all those rabbit concubines? The heaven-devouring rabbit uncomfortably closed his legs together to cover his private area, looking at Fong Juyo with frustration. You should never strike a man's face or reveal his shortcomings. Boss, you're gonna end up with no friends like this. They chatted and teased for 3 days and 3 nights straight. The observers below also watched for 3 days and nights. They all wanted to see how Fong Juyo would kill Bai Jing, the most mysterious and strongest living legend of Lingji Cave. Meanwhile, Li Chanfeng led a group of high-ranking officials to Risi Valley to meet the Valley Master, Luo Fei. He informed Luo Fei about the matter regarding Lingji Cave and requested that he unite with the other 6 top sects to help eliminate Fong Juyo. In exchange, Li Chanfeng promised to hand over half of Lingji City's commercial interests to the 7 top sects and guaranteed spots in the Lingji Cave for their disciples to cultivate. In his quest for revenge, Li Chanfeng accepted all their demands. He also accused Fong Juyo of killing Tang Chu and making Tang Yin disappear, which enraged Chang Yang, Tang Yan's master. Masterly, my disciples Tang Chu and Tang Yin were truly killed by Fong Juyo? Li Chanfeng's face muscles didn't twitch as he replied. Yes. I didn't inform you before because after Fong Juyo defeated the evil forces, he escaped among them. Chang Yang was furious beyond words. Although nominally master and apprentice, they were in fact father and son. Tang Chu and Tang Yan's mother had been the most famous fairy in Risi Valley, Luo Yang, immortal girl. Chang Yang had been infatuated with her for almost a century, pursuing her for 100 years, yet she married an ordinary disciple of Risi Valley. On the day of their wedding, Chang Yang secretly drugged the newlyweds, drugged them unconscious. He gave Luo Yang, immortal girl, the Huanxing powder. Stimulated by the drug, she mistook Chang Yang for her husband and did forbidden things with him. Afterward, Chang Yang left secretly, also stripping the groom completely, making them look like a couple who had consummated their marriage. The next year, Luo Yang gave birth to Tang Yin. On the occasion of her 1-month celebration, Chang Yang visited her house once again in the name of celebration. Using the same method, he forced himself on Luo Yang again. 3 years later, she gave birth to Tang Chu. Luo Yang's husband never knew the children were not his blood. When Tang Yin and Tang Chu were little, Chang Yang accepted them as apprentices and cultivated them with care. Both of them lived up to the expectations, becoming rare prodigies of Risi Valley. Who could have guessed they'd leave for Lingji City one after another, only to die there? The killing of one's son is a grudge that cannot be shared on the same sky. Fong Juyo, I will make you pay with your life for killing my 2 apprentices. Chang Yang's face twisted as if he was a demon from hell, letting out a furious roar. Luo Fei, the Risi Valley master, couldn't help but show a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Was losing 2 apprentices really worth this much? What he didn't know was, the ones who died were not only his disciples, but also his biological sons. Master, I will head off first. A firm and decisive tone came from Chang Yang's mouth. Master Luo Fei's expression subtly changed. He nodded slightly and said, Elder Chang, when you go to Lingji City, take the black and white twins with you. Fine. In the Lingji cave, in the mysterious cave, White Jing opened his eyes, revealing 2 pupils that were both ancient and filled with darkness. Finally partially fused, an evil voice came from his mouth. Slowly, he stood up, twisted his aging body, and laughed hoarsely. Fong Juyo, today I will capture you. You are the best nutrient for me to break through this body. My original body will break free of these shackles, ascend to the heavenly realm, and become the emperor. I will make the heavenly realm bow at my feet. Jia Jia Jia. His body gongdong, and in an instant, disappeared within the mysterious cave. On the city wall, the heaven-devouring rabbit was lying on a chair drinking spirit wine and humming a tune. He looked every bit the rogue rabbit, only lacking a few beauties serving him. Boss, he said, the 3-day deadline is up. Don't tell me that old bastard already ran off. Fong Juyo cast a casual glance and smirked. He's been plotting against me all along. Why would he run away? Suddenly, he lifted his head and smiled toward the void. You think so too, right, Bai Jingjing? Mastermind. Just then, ripples stirred in the empty air. Bai Jingjing gradually emerged from the void, wearing an expression of surprise. How did you know I was hiding in the void? For someone who's always scheming against me, if he doesn't hide like a dog in the shadows, does he intend to become a rabbit instead? Fong Juyo put down his spirit wine and said coolly, Boss, don't insult rabbits like that. You're not worthy of being a rabbit like the old dog in the sky. Though, if you're willing to become someone's pet, this rabbit king might Mencheng accept you. By the way, you already have 1 foot in the grave. Don't tell me you're planning to fuse with a clone and break through your inferior constitution and tainted bloodline. Boss, he wants to make you his clone, then fuse with you and steal your unbeatable constitution. That way he can break free from his body's limitations. The heaven-devouring rabbit glared with big rabbit eyes, filled with disdain. Fong Juyo's face turned cold. No wonder this damned Bai Jingjing, from the moment he first saw him, had felt evil energy in his body. He had long planned to turn me into a clone and fuse with me. Bai Jingjing looked at the heaven-devouring rabbit like he'd seen a ghost, his heart suddenly filled with dread. You, who exactly are you? How do you know the method of fusing with clones to break through your physical limits? Me? I'm a man you'd never imagine. Aha, Rabbit King. The heaven-devouring rabbit glanced sideways at Fong Juyo, and his lips curled mockingly. Boss, you'd better work hard. If this old bastard successfully turns you into a clone, you're done for. Then should I call that old fellow from the sky boss, or just address your corpse as boss? Fong Juyo instantly darkened, glaring at it. Are you saying I'd be scared of that old bastard from the sky? Huh, what a joke. Fong Juyo looked thoroughly unimpressed. There was no need to think further. Bai Jingjing must have fused the black and white clones already. His aura was approaching the strength of a soul-severing realm expert. It could be said there was no opponent left within the realm of life itself. However, this young master was not an ordinary person. Fong Juyo, just obediently become my clone. This senior would hate to damage such a perfect body. Bai Jingjing exuded an evil aura, his overwhelming pressure forcing the watching cultivators to retreat. He's turned into a devil? The top expert from Lingji Cave? Actually a demon. The cultivators below became furious. Good and evil were sworn enemies. Many cultivators had died by devils. Suddenly, one of the cultivators below shrieked in shock. Could it be that Bai Jingjing turned his own disciples, Bai Songshan and He Guogua, into clones? No wonder Bai Songshan and He Guogua have been missing for 100 years. It turns out they were already killed by him long ago. The murmurs spread rapidly, causing Bai Jingjing's face to darken. He roared, "Insolent weaklings! Dare to spread lies again, and I'll destroy all of you." In an instant, Fong Juyo appeared in front of Bai Jingjing, his face full of contempt and mockery. "Oh ho, Bai Jingjing, are you afraid to take responsibility for your actions? You're even willing to harm your own disciples. What crime are you not capable of committing? Today, I shall personally slaughter you." Bai Jingjing's entire body was emitting black qi, wrapped within a swirling black fog. "Jia jia jia. My clone, my true self has arrived. Prostrate yourself before my true self." Chapter 85. Nearsav Balingjing, Chongyang's ambush. Black mist turns into threads, demonic qi filling the sky. Balingjing immediately attacks Fong Juyo. Zixiao divine lightning, slay demons. As the words are spoken, laws are followed. The wind and clouds change color. In the Shikong, the thunderous thunder pool rolls. Purple lightning strikes after a loud transforming into a pillar of light piercing the heavens. Not good. Just as the black mist threads are about to touch Fong Juyo, he dodges instantly. However, the purple lightning seems to have eyes. No matter where he leaps or teleports, the purple lightning instantaneously arrives, pouring down relentlessly on the black mist atop his head. Balingjing lets out a painful scream. The black mist is struck apart, revealing a pale, bloodless face. Furious, he glares at Fong Juyo. Wanting to preserve his clone's completeness, he hadn't intended to harm the clone. Yet, Fong Juyo summoning the divine lightning to strike him has utterly enraged him. "Clone, you're being disobedient. I will beat you to a pulp first, and then mend you through secret methods, though it'll take longer. This original can wait." Zhan Tangyi Jan, Jiao Sa. A demonic sword slowly rises. Evil Ba lunging moves, sword follows, transforming into a dragon-shaped killing wave. Above Lingji City, demonic energy fills the sky. However, Fong Juyo appears completely calm. Feishin Blade, go greet these evil fiends. Tan Xiao Wusong, Zhan Dan Chun Xiao. 3 Feishin blades soar into the sky, becoming 3 white dragons charging towards the approaching black dragon. Dong dong dong. The clash of blades and swords echoes repeatedly. Radiant light scatters. The Shikong gets shattered into holes. The sky overhead turns into a vacuum. Tan Xiao Wusong, a Drizin, level martial technique, relentlessly overwhelms Ba Lunging, forcing him into retreat. Though he achieved the borderline of Jiandao Jing through clone fusion, it's still not enough. His demonic aura gradually dissipates, his originally pale face gradually turning death gray. Each strike of the 3 Feishin blades accelerates Ba Lungjing's aging. Originally possessing 500 years of lifespan, under the attacks of Tan Xiao Wusong, Jiandan Qinshu, he has already lost 100 years of life. For an ancient being, this is intolerable, an annihilation level blow. After a scream, Ba Lungjing glares at Fong Juyo with bloodshot eyes. "This is forced by you. I want you dead." Moa Shang Wu Tan, Moa Tid, Meusir. In an instant, Ba Lungjing's demonic aura reaches the sky, his eyes blood red, fingers elongating, transforming before countless eyes into a 10-meter tall demon. "Jia jia jia. Fong Juyo, come into this original's mouth now." Fong Juyo is momentarily stunned, then smiles slightly. "Ba Lungjing, do you think just because you've transformed into this Fuguotib, I won't know what to do? Watch me imitate heaven and earth, hammer you to pieces." As the words end, Fong Juyo instantly transforms into a giant dozens of meters tall. Ba Lungjing's mere 10-meter frame in front of Fong Juyo is utterly insignificant. The towering giant's immense aura instantly suppresses Ba Lungjing's demonic aura and demon body. Heavens! After transformation, Fong Hero's presence and combat power have surpassed the heavenly ascension realm. Before him, I feel an urge to kneel and worship. Fellow Dao cultivator, you said it exactly. Fong Hero is like a celestial deity descended to earth. We ordinary beings can only look up in awe. Cultivators Weigon once again begin their discussion. Ba Lungjing's expression slightly changes. He had witnessed Fong Juyo's transformation technique 5 years ago, yet never expected that after reaching Dongxu Jing, the enlarged form would be this powerful. He inwardly senses grave danger, even developing the thought of escape. Fong Juyo leaps into the sky, flying toward Ba Lungjing. Palm Seal World, crush you. Punching and kicking, they fight midair with Ba Lungjing forced to retaliate. Pung pung pung. Under the attacks of Zhang Yin Shujate, his formless demon fist is utterly insignificant. Each strike from Fong Juyo reduces the demonic aura around him. Under Fong Juyo's fists, Ba Lungjing wails in pain. From the sky down to the ground, they smash through countless civilian homes and destroy numerous shops. Fong Juyo grows fiercer, battering Ba Lungjing mercilessly. Without a 100-fold attack boost or aid from the Heaven Shield Art, otherwise, Ba Lungjing would have been blown apart with the first punch from Fong Juyo. After a painful cry, Ba Lungjing reverts to his true form, kneeling half on the ground, hair messy, blood pouring from his mouth. 72 bones in his body shattered, he looks utterly defeated. In contrast, Fong Juyo remains spirited, battle intent raging, without a single wound. It's a complete mere Ba Lungjing, evil deeds bring self-destruction. I will send you below to atone for your disciples. Fong Juyo flips his palm. Palm Seal World, palm holds Jin Kun. A palm wind strikes down. No. Ba Lungjing, already powerless to resist, sees his pupils contract violently under the palm strike. Memories of his past flash through his mind. Regret, sorrow, despair. His entire body slowly dissipates into nothingness. Thus, a great evil hidden deep in Lingji Cave perishes forever. Countless people clap and cheer. At the same time, the cultivator's perception of Lingji Cave plummets. No one can be sure whether the surviving disciples, or even elders of the cave were cultivating heretical techniques. Fong Hero, Fong Hero, Fong Hero. The cultivators of Lingji City roar with excitement. Reverence and admiration are plainly visible on their faces. Suddenly, a little boy darts forward, throws himself to the ground, and shouts loudly, Fong Hero, I want to become your disciple. Instantly, the crowd falls silent. Everyone holds their breath, eyes turning to the boy on the ground, Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo pauses, then shakes his head. I'm sorry, I won't accept you as my disciple. I am not a human from the forbidden regions of life. I cannot stay here for long. Fong Juyo declines flatly. A flash of helplessness appears on the boy's face. At that moment, a deep voice booms from within the crowd. Xiaohu, where are you? A middle-aged man steps out from the crowd, holding the hand of a young girl. Upon seeing the boy kneeling on the ground, his face turns anxious. Dad, little sister. The boy happily leaps up, grabbing one hand of the middle-aged man with one hand, and holding the girl's hand with the other, walking toward Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo pauses, his eyes showing a complex expression. Dad, I want to become Fong Hero's disciple. The boy stares earnestly at Fong Juyo, then glances at the man. The middle-aged man clasps his fists, his face filled with ardent hope as he pleads. Fong Hero, my son was born with an Azure body. Please, is there any chance you'd accept him as your disciple? Tunshin Tu emerges from the Shang, rabbit eyes gleaming as though discovering something extraordinary. Boss, accept him. Such an outstanding disciple is rare, even in heaven. Can only be found underground. Tunshin Tu chuckles. Alright, let me examine him, and also her constitution. Fong Juyo points at the young girl. The middle-aged man instantly beams with joy, eagerly pushing the girl forward. The girl and boy, filled with hopeful gazes, walk toward Fong Juyo. Suddenly, a shocking change occurs. When the two are less than a meter away from Fong Juyo, they suddenly erupt into action, daggers in hand, unleashing boundless killing intent aimed directly at Fong Juyo's chest and dantian. At the same time, the middle-aged man, somehow now wielding a curved saber, unleashes a saber arc aimed straight at Fong Juyo's head. Chapter 86. Alone against the masters of 8 major cities and 24 outposts. At the critical moment, as Fong Juyo was about to fall under the sudden attack of the three, spectators in the crowd displayed expressions of deep concern. No one had expected that there were hidden experts lurking in the crowd, taking advantage of Fong Juyo's momentary relaxation after annihilating Bai Jing, to strike all at once. A faint cold sneer flickered across Fong Juyo's lips. Suddenly, the three attackers reached him at once. An unbelievable miracle happened before their eyes. A protective barrier erupted from Fong Juyo's body. The blades of the three attackers struck the barrier, sparks flashing as they failed to pierce it even the slightest. Everyone was stunned, including the three assassins who had prepared meticulously and thought they had covered every possibility. You cowardly rats hiding in shadows, your attacks seem to be useless. Fong Juyo mocked them with an amused stare, a trace of sarcasm in his smile. How did you know we wanted to kill you? The middle-aged man wore an expression of incredulity. Are the three of you out of your minds? One at the middle stage of the Jing 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 Jing, Jing 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 Jing. Even if you've hidden it well, some habits can never be erased. Tian Tian too, floating in the air, sneered. The man's face darkened, glowering at the rabbit in the sky. I'd like to ask the rabbit spirit floating above, how exactly did you discover me? The boy and girl returned to Chang Yang's side, eyeing Fong Juyo warily. Chang Yang, I suggest you take a bite of dog shit to calm yourself down. Are the two beside you that little boy and girl? They're obviously dwarves, come on. Do you really take my Tuwang and my master for fools? Fong Juyo nodded slightly, a mocking smile briefly lighting his face. Truth is, I figured out this little dwarf the moment he knelt down to become a disciple. The small dwarf displayed a ferocious expression. He believed his disguise was perfect, unwilling to accept that Fong Juyo could have so easily discovered him. How did you discover me? Little dwarf, when you knelt to the ground, even the floor quivered beneath you. Tell me, could a child possibly cause the earth itself to tremble? Fong Juyo's expression was calm and knowing. What? The three exclaimed together, their faces showing the same disbelief. Enough. I no longer feel like chatting with you lot. Changyang, you came here to take revenge for Tang Chu and Tang Yan, didn't you? They're just your apprentices. You actually came yourself for revenge? Could it be that they're your own flesh and blood? Somewhat surprised, Fong Juyo noticed the startling similarity between Chang Yang's appearance and those of Tang Chu and Tang Yan. Thus, he asked straightforwardly. What? The watching cultivators wore shocked expressions. The birth father of the two top geniuses of the Sunset Valley was none other than the disciplined master Chang Yang. Such an explosive revelation would be more than enough for the cultivators of Lingji City to talk about for an entire year. You are making this up. Chang Yang roared like a furious lion. The two dwarves at his side glanced at him in confusion, questioning. Master Chang, could it be true that Tang Chu and Tang Yan are really your sons? I've always been puzzled why you and those two brothers looked so much alike. Bai Sha exclaimed in sudden realization. Master Chang, you really went too far? How could you have violated the Lady Luoyang? Are you even human? He Sha angrily accused, heartbroken. He had adored the revered Lady Luoyang for centuries, only to find out she had fallen into the arms of this lecherous old man, Chang Yang. You don't listen to Fong Juyo's nonsense. Today we're here to kill him, not to indulge in idle gossip. Gasping with fury, Chang Yang had already decided in his heart that Fong Juyo was as good as dead. Alright, focus on the mission. After we kill Fong Juyo, you must confess honestly, when exactly did you violate Lady Luoyang? Before He Sha could finish speaking, his ear was twisted by Bai Sha. What? He Sha, I'm not enough for you to mess with, and you still want to harm Lady Luoyang? No, I would never dare. He Sha quickly backed down, as he was truly afraid of Bai Sha. Enough chatter among the three of you. Bai Jing is waiting for you underground. Fong Juyo no longer wasted words. To prevent the three from escaping, he directly activated the Draw Prison domain, trapping them within a 500 cubic meter range where not even wings could grant them escape. This is a domain. The three men's expressions immediately darkened. They had not even begun their preparations before being ambushed by Fong Juyo. Most crucially, they felt the barrier outside siphoning away their immortal energy. Unless Fong Juyo was killed, this cursed domain would eventually drain them dry, leaving them as mere husks. Kill. Without hesitation, the three unleashed their innate battle techniques and rushed toward Fong Juyo, blades severing the heavens. Mountain crushing strike. Wildfire engulfing the plains. Three sword auras transformed into mountain, fire, and cloud, surging toward Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo flipped his palm, forming the Pomyunji world, which condensed into a mountain and charged toward the three attacks. Boom! In an instant, the sword auras shattered, and the mountain roared with invincible momentum, crashing into the three. Three screams rang out together. Cracking sounds echoed simultaneously from within their bodies. They crashed heavily onto the ground 3 meters away. With one palm strike, Fong Juyo gravely wounded all three, shocking the spectators outside the draw prison to the point of losing their composure. 3 Dejiajing experts played like toys in the palm of a Dongshujing cultivator. Who else besides Fong Juyo could achieve this within the life Jinshit? Everyone nodded in agreement. From ancient times until now, no cultivator had ever accomplished such a feat. Dejiajing was a completely different realm, referred to as semi-immortal. To defy a semi-immortal as a mere mortal, wasn't that like carrying a lantern into the toilet, practically begging for death? Why you? Don't come any closer. Seeing Fong Juyo slowly walking toward them, the three were so terrified their hairs stood on end, their fear reaching its peak. If I don't come closer, how will I send you down to hell to keep Tang Chu and Tang Yin company? Wouldn't you agree, Master Changyang? Fong Juyo extended his palm and turned it over. A tremendous palm force poured down. No. After the 3 screams, before everyone's eyes, they gradually disintegrated into nothingness, vanishing into the air. With their deaths, the draw prison technique ended. Fong Juyo subtly shifted his form and, under the gazes of countless onlookers, disappeared without a trace. Host. Eliminated by Jingjing. Lucky value x10, triggering a 1,000,000 tier drop rate. Cultivation value, 8 million. Eliminated Changyang and the Hei by double killers. Lucky value x10, triggering a 10,000 tier drop rate. Cultivation value, 2.4 million. System, convert them into Supreme Dao weapons, battle armors, boots, and the like. Understood, host. The drop rate for Supreme tier conversion is 5 million. Options available are Skyrim Sword, Supreme Rare, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Additional effect, Soul Attack, causing temporary soul blindness in the target. Stormwind Blade, Supreme Rare, destroys stars. Additional effect, Blood Essence Attack, causing continuous blood loss from the opponent's essence. Apocalypse Spear, Supreme Rare, pierces void. Additional effect, Rending Effect, tearing the opponent's bones instantly. Meteor Armor, Supreme Rare, shapeshifting capability, can withstand once the full power attack of an early Yuanqing cultivator. Equipped with a 100x accelerated cultivation function. Wearing it, one's cultivation progresses rapidly. Heaven Sprint Boots, Supreme Rare, synergizes with movement techniques, increasing speed by 1000%. Additional effect, Gale Attribute, granting domain, space, and formation immunity during battle. As the system broadcasted these, Fong Juyo involuntarily swallowed hard. These items were just too overpowered. This was only at the Supreme tier. If he reached the Emperor tier, wouldn't a Dongshujing warrior actually stand a chance against a Zhandajing expert? System, exchange all of them for me. Host, the above 5 Supreme Rare Divine Armaments have been issued to your storage ring. Remaining cultivation value, 115 million. Eagerly, Fong Juyo took out the Meteor Armor and immediately wore it, along with the Heaven Sprint Boots. He gripped the Apocalypse Spear in hand, appearing like an overnight tycoon, dazzling his eyes with 24K titanium brilliance. He thrust the spear forward toward the distance, and instantly, entire mountain ranges collapsed into nothingness. This was just using the innate instinct of Dongshujing. If he were to use soul roaming across the 8 wilds, wouldn't the life Jinshu S bear enormous scars? That feels great. Products from the system, undoubtedly top grade. Just as Fong Juyo was admiring the Apocalypse Spear in his hand, an angry voice rang from the void. Little brat Fong Juyo, hand over your life. Chapter 87. Alone against the 8 major cities and 24 minor cities. Part 2. Outside Lingji City, Fong Juyo gripped his World Annihilation Spear and looked up with a faint smile at the group that emerged from the void. Another wave of experience coming my way. Li Chanfeng led nearly 100 Supreme Experts at the late and peak Transcendent stages through the air toward him. Such a terrifying formation was extremely rare in the entire history of the Forbidden Zone of Life. Now, they had all joined forces for just one person, Fong Juyo. The masters of Lingji Cave, Luri Valley, Huangfeng Valley, Wanyao Valley, Hanfeng Valley, Jili Cave, Danxia Cave, Shining Cave, and the other 7 major forces of the 8 main cities stood side by side. Even half of the grand sages from the 24 minor cities had appeared. Fong Juyo, you demon. You have wreaked havoc in Lingji City and slaughtered millions of my Lingji Cave disciples. Surrender now. Li Chanfeng glared furiously and shouted. Li Chanfeng, how despicable of you. Bringing forces from the other 7 major cities and the 24 minor cities to their deaths. What exactly is your intention? Are you trying to dominate the Forbidden Zone of Life? Fong Juyo shot back with a stern voice. However, the rest of the factions ignored Fong Juyo's words and remained unmoved. Just then, a disciple quietly approached Luo Fei, master of Luri Valley, and whispered something into his ear. Luo Fei's face turned icy cold as he glared at Fong Juyo and roared. Fong Juyo, you killed my 3 protectors in Lingji City. What do you have to say for yourself? Fong Juyo raised an eyebrow mockingly. He who takes lives shall have his life taken. You charcoal head over there, don't you know the rules of the cultivation world? Or perhaps your cultivation has made you lose your mind and heart. You, no matter how smooth your tongue is, your fate today is sealed. Luo Fei waved his sleeve furiously, murder clearly etched on his face. Fong Juyo gazed at the more than 100 transcendents behind Li Chanfeng and Luo Fei and roared. Other than Lingji Cave and Luri Valley, you old dogs out there, are you really going to side with the wicked and offer me your heads? Faced with Fong Juyo's insult, the elders from the 6 great cities and 24 minor cities turned their expressions dark. Demon Fong, I advise you to surrender now, or we will reduce you to ashes with our 120 transcendent powerhouses. A peaked transcendent man dressed in brocade robes and gripping a long saber shouted fiercely. Scum should remain in a city of scum. You came out here just to die. Fong Juyo slightly moved his body. The step-up heavenly boots beneath his feet activated instantly. In a flash, he became a beam of light dashing toward the group of 120 transcendent experts. Kill him. The 120 people drew out their immortal treasures and launched an attack on Fong Juyo. But all they saw was a white streak blur past them. Their weapons missed entirely. In an instant, Fong Juyo moved like a falling star, swinging the World Annihilation Spear in the Wander the Eight Wastes soul combat technique. One strike of the spear, ghost cried and gods wailed. One sweep of the spear point, blood rained in the sky. Fast as lightning, souls departed to the underworld. No, 20 of the late transcendent experts were instantly annihilated under the spear light and energy from the World Annihilation Spear. The souls emerging from their bodies were immediately torn apart and destroyed before they could even attempt teleportation. Only 2 breaths had passed. White light flickered, and Fong Juyo returned to his original spot. With a mocking smile, he raised his spear and pointed toward the sky. What do you think, you old dogs over there? Li Chanfeng and Luo Fei exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement through their eyes. Since the 120 top experts failed to bring him down, it was time to bring in the sect armies to suppress him. Li Chanfeng lifted his sword and pointed into the sky. A white sword chi pierced the heavens, exploding in the air. Army advance. Eliminate the demon Fong Juyo. As the words fell, 8 formations hidden in the void descended slowly, each riding monstrous beasts, armed with longbows and lances. As far as the eye could see, more than 20 million soldiers, transcendents, void dwellers, and soul manifestors, lined up in ranks. Their armors were of 8 distinct styles, each embroidered with names like Lingji, Luri, and others. Majestic and imposing, their war cries shook the earth and sky, terrifying all who heard. The cultivators within the city exchanged surprised glances. To kill Fong Juyo, the 8 main cities had actually deployed elite sect armies, something not seen in hundreds of thousands of years. The Alliance of the Forbidden Zone shall not tolerate an outside devil's desecration. Soldiers of the Alliance, what shall we do? Li Chanfeng's cold voice echoed throughout the entire camp and spread into the city. Kill, kill, kill. More than 20 million voices screamed in unison, shaking the heavens and earth, making the air itself tremble in reverse. Fong Juyo trembled slightly. Seeing the cultivation army again reminded him of Sima Shueji's black armor army, how majestic and awe-inspiring it had been. Now, he could only wonder how powerful the armies of the Forbidden Zone would prove to be. Form the battle array. Activate the 8 gates sealing heaven annihilation formation. Launch the assault. Li Chanfeng volunteered, soaring into the center of the 20 million strong army, pulled out a war drum, and began striking it furiously. In an instant, more than 20 million soldiers formed into battle arrays according to their sect uniforms. Fong Juyo watched closely, studying every detail with great interest. Within moments, more than 20 million cultivator soldiers formed a massive offensive battle formation. In the 8 directions, long spears formed the outermost layer. The inner layer had archers on standby. The second inner layer held sword cultivators and saber cultivators ready. The third layer housed experts at the heaven ascension stage, providing reinforcement. At the core stood 100 grand sages maintaining the formation. Dong, dong, dong. Li Chanfeng struck the drum powerfully, sending thunderous war beats rumbling across the sky. With a single shout of kill, more than 20 million cultivators launched forth toward Fong Juyo like rolling waves. Through the 8 gates sealing heaven annihilation formation, they gathered into a world-shattering killing blade, descending toward Fong Juyo. Fong Juyo's expression turned grave. He never imagined that the power of a formation with 20 million people could reach the breaking point of this heaven and earth. A red blade like chi formed from the killing intent in the air, roaring and devouring souls. As it fell, Fong Juyo activated the 8,000 miles in a single step ability, and his entire body vanished. In its place, a devastating explosion greater than 1,000 nuclear bombs erupted. Pung! A crater over 10,000 square meters wide was carved into the earth. The explosive force instantly turned the spiritual energy into nothingness, forming a vacuum zone. The shockwave radiated outward, creating a sound of heaven and earth being destroyed that could be heard clearly within a radius of 10 kilometers. If this world wasn't so exceptionally solid, the ripple would have easily turned Lingji City into nothingness. Fong Juyo and Heavenly Devouring Rabbit floated midair, watching the scene below, so stunned that their jaws nearly dropped. Boss, do you think you can handle this? What if I use the Dragon King boat to ram into them and scatter their formation? Heavenly Devouring Rabbit suggested casually, chewing on a carrot. No need. Your boss has more than enough tricks up his sleeve. The moment he finished speaking, Fong Juyo, wearing the step-up heavenly boots, donning the meteor armor, and gripping the World Annihilation Spear in hand, shouted fiercely. Soul roaming the 8 wastes, let's battle. Fong Juyo crossed the void and charged into the battle array, as numerous dragon-shaped spear energy beams rained from the sky. In an instant, countless figures flickered around the outer edge of the formation. Pung pung pung. Spears were launched like dragons, engaging in battle on the wild plains, as if beams of light pierced through. The front rank of spear-wielding cultivators had no time to react before being heavily struck down in massive numbers. Reorganize the formation. The 8 gates sealing heaven annihilation formation will shift into shield formation. Seeing Fong Juyo annihilate over 100,000 soldiers at the outer rim in the blink of an eye, Li Chanfeng swiftly ordered the offensive array to transform into a defensive shield formation. As the war drum resounded, the killing intent from the 20 million soldiers condensed into countless small Xian turtles across their bodies and above their heads, coalescing into a massive Xian turtle capable of covering all 20 million soldiers. The defensive power surged several times over, becoming rock-solid and impervious. Fong Juyo pointed his World Annihilation Spear forward, his killing intent shaking heaven and earth. Though he knew the tiger lay in wait on the mountain ahead, he still charged headlong into the danger. I still don't believe this damned turtle shell can't be broken by this young master. Imitate heaven and earth, release. Chapter 88, The Heaven's Rage, when Juyo is sent away. On the battlefield, the aura of slaughter coalesced into a divine tortoise, unshakable and invincible. After letting out a furious roar, Fong Juyo's body once again transformed into a giant dozens of zhang tall. The world-annihilating spear in his hand morphed into a lance over 10 zhang long. The spear's surface turned white, radiating a jade-like glow. roaming the 8 wastes, blood, slaughter. Soaring into the air, he plunged downward with the spear. Immense power descended like a storm from the heavens. With the boost of a 100-fold attack buff, the second move of roaming the 8 wastes, blood, overflowing with killing intent, pierced the mystical tortoise-shaped barrier in the sky. Boom! Sparks flew. The once indestructible defense array showed a tiny crack. Not good. Before they could channel more spiritual energy into the formation, the second blow descended. A crack echoed. Spiderweb-like fractures appeared across the transparent barrier. Then, like a bubble punctured, the entire barrier instantly shattered into nothingness. Meanwhile, the 20 million cultivator soldiers, suffering backlash from the broken formation, spewed blood from their mouths, sustaining grave injuries. Li Changfeng and others were completely stunned. The ultimate formation composed of 20 million cultivators was broken by him alone. Fong Juyo wouldn't give them another chance to form a formation. Xiao Divine Lightning, annihilate the world. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, with thunder pools churning. Boom boom. Crack. Pop. 1, 2. 10 lightning bolts rained down from the heavens. Like celestial dragons, the lightning blanketed the battlefield, unleashing destruction that shook heaven and earth. No. Wails of despair echoed non-stop, ranks and rows of soldiers falling, over 1 million lives extinguished in an instant. Fong Juyo returned to his true form, wielding the world-annihilating spear. With the aid of the ascending heaven boots, he transformed into a streak of light, weaving through the crowd like a shadow. Screams, sounds of tearing flesh, played an unceasing dirge. This was a requiem of death, inscribing the most tragic fate cultivators had ever faced within the annals of this land of death. Roaming the 8 wastes, war. Roaming the 8 wastes, blood. Roaming the 8 wastes, spirit. Roaming the 8 wastes, burst. The first 4 techniques of roaming the 8th waste were unleashed in succession. The spear pierced the clouds, severing the last attachments of cultivators in this life. Within mere breaths, countless corpses littered the ground, their spiritual souls eradicated entirely, even denying them the chance of soul transference or reincarnation. Experts like Li Changfeng and Luo Fei changed expressions and immediately joined forces to attack Fong Juyo. Skychain Talisman rise. The mid-grade immortal talisman unfolded like a canopy across the sky, teleporting Fong Juyo and them all into midair. They dared not allow Fong Juyo to continue his killing spree. Otherwise, all the experts from the 8 main cities and 24 sub-cities would be wiped out. Solitary Tranquility, severing Heaven's Sword. Setting Sun Long River. Cold Wind Sword Technique. Over 30 attacks sealed off 4 directions around Fong Juyo. Sword Chi filled the sky, overwhelming with immense pressure. Fong Juyo scoffed, withdrew the Tao artifact world-annihilating spear, and drew the heaven-encompassing sword. Its powerful presence instantly dissipated the incoming sword Chi, as if revealing the king among swords. The terrifying sight sent shockwaves through several masters, expressions flashing. They all focused on the heaven-encompassing sword in Fong Juyo's hand, their eyes filled with greed and fear, the only constant being their desire to kill him and seize his treasures. If Fong Juyo could use the heaven-manifesting great art, unleash world-annihilating might, or even wield the sword of carefree roaming, all of these meant one thing to them. It was the assurance of successfully ascending and enduring the final heavenly tribulation in the immortal ascension cave. Desire and greed overcame fear. After sharing a quick glance, they unleashed their ultimate combat techniques once again. You want my treasures? Come and take them with your lives. Seeing the greed in their eyes, Fong Juyo slightly swung the heaven-encompassing sword and recited, "One sword of freedom, reign, slaughter." Boom! A deafening sound rang through the sky. Then, dark clouds obscured the sun, and the sky turned black again. Terrifying energy filled the air above. Masters closing in on Fong Juyo halted abruptly. Like venomous snakes hidden in shadows, he locked onto the 36 opponents. Suddenly, a crack echoed. Innumerable raindrops poured down from the sky, forming above them. The wind followed his command, swords raining death over the city. Not good. Everyone's expression changed drastically. These weren't raindrops. They were sword energies as heavy as 1,000 tons, and these were world-destroying sword energies. The 36 masters quickly took out talismans, immortal armor, and divine shields for defense. Yet, the power of a sword formation at the sage-severing level was beyond their defense. As the raindrops fell, brilliant lights flickered. Then, raindrops pierced armor, sword chi shattered shields. Crack! Terrifying sounds erupted. The 36 masters' faces turned pale as they desperately used their inner immortal spiritual energy to resist. However, all this was in vain. The raindrops penetrated their bodies, tearing meridians and corroding their lifeblood. Piercing screams echoed non-stop across the sky. Within a single breath, the 36 experts were severely wounded, unable to maintain flight, and fell from the sky one by one. Boom! 36 massive craters appeared upon the earth. Oh, they're still alive. Fong Juyo wore a puzzled expression. With his one sword of freedom, shouldn't they have been instantly killed? The heaven-swallowing rabbit stretched its fat head out from the void, wearing a scornful look. Boss, I think you're being arrogant. You, a mere void-piercing realm insect, seriously injured 36 experts at the peak of the tribulation crossing realm, close to breaking into the early stage of the heaven-severing realm, and you're still not satisfied. I honestly laugh at you. Fong Juyo scratched his head, embarrassed. Is that so? Please remove the word ma. The heaven-swallowing rabbit, smacking its lips, continued munching on a radish. Fong Juyo raised an eyebrow, staring down at the 36 craters below. His body shifted, instantly appearing on the ground. The more than 10 million cultivators nearby retreated in fear. This great demon was beyond their ability to confront. If even the 36 experts from the 8 main cities and 24 sub-cities had been brutally crushed, how could they dare approach? Was that not simply seeking death? Do you still want my weapons? The disdainful smile on his face appeared to them like that of a demon rising from the abyss. All terror and fear etched clearly onto their faces. You don't get too cocky. Li Changfeng clutched his chest and roared. Fong Juyo, do you want to let Chiamoa wipe out humanity? Luo Fei spat a mouthful of essence blood, shouting fiercely. Don't you dare throw such serious accusations at me. What do I have to do with the humans of the Forbidden Land perishing? Do I have the responsibility or duty to consider that for you? No, You haven't even considered the cultivators of lower realms in the life forbidden zone as humans at all. What face do you have to say such words to this young master? Fong Juyo slowly walked toward the 36 men. With each step, their hearts convulsed, as though a massive stone were crashing upon their chests. Die! The heaven-encompassing sword slashed down, a sword chi sweeping across. The 36 were about to perish under the blade. Just then, a terrifying eye opened in the void, blinking with its left eye. The sword chi instantly vanished, disappearing without a trace. The Eye of Heaven's Dao. Li Changfeng and the others' faces lit up with joy, not expecting the Eye of Heaven's Dao to save them in this critical moment. Oh! Fong Juyo's brows knitted together, a sense of foreboding stirring within. Pointing his sword at the heavens, he asked, "Are you trying to stop me too? Even if you are the Eye of Heaven's Dao, what of it? Today these 36 will surely die by my blade." His eyes burned with savage rage, and Fong Juyo shouted loudly, "Draw boundaries as prison, release." Just as the Eye of Heaven's Dao was about to fire another ray, Fong Juyo struck first. A cage trapped the 36 figures, and with a gentle stroke of his sword. "No!" 36 cries of anguish echoed, inhuman and unbearable. 36 heads soared skyward. Just emerging, the 36 Yuan Shuns were instantly absorbed as threads by Fong Juyo's innate doubt when Yuan Shun. This. Countless people were stunned, particularly the remaining more than 10 million cultivator troops. How dared he commit such an audacious act, killing 36 experts right before the Eye of Heaven's Dao itself? Dare to die. The Eye of Heaven's Dao finally grew furious. Above the void, 10,000 meters up, the Eye of Heaven's Dao shone with red light. With a single gaze, all beings in the Forbidden Land trembled. 10,000 mountains, the 9 region cloud pools, the central city, all living beings knelt on the ground. Their hearts sank, fear tightening their chests, as if they were being stripped bare, tormented and agonized. The emotionless Eye of Heaven's Dao released 2 beams of light, directly targeting Fong Juyo. Its sole purpose, to wipe Fong Juyo from the Forbidden Land of life. However, as the 2 devastating rays neared Fong Juyo's body, a radiant glow erupted from his body. The celestial dome armor emerged once again. Poof! The 2 beams, upon contact, vanished into thin air without leaving a mark upon Fong Juyo. This? What the hell? Is he still human? In the hearts of countless people, one thought prevailed. This demon capable of head-on defiance against the Eye of Heaven's Dao was indeed terrifying. Oh! The Eye of Heaven's Dao let out a sigh and began to contemplate. "Come on, strike me." Fong Juyo brimmed with confidence, openly mocking the Eye of Heaven's Dao in the void. "Now it's your turn." Fong Juyo had no intention of letting anyone hostile to him escape. His heaven-encompassing sword lifted again, and just as he prepared to chant, "One sword of freedom," suddenly, a ray of light appeared, and Fong Juyo was wrapped in laws, vanishing from the battlefield. "What the heck? You are despicable, Eye of Heaven's Dao. You dare forcibly teleport me away. Hooligan rabbit, your butt hit my head. Do you want me to cook you in red sauce?" Fong Juyo's cursing voice came from the void. Chapter 89. The World-Destroying 99 Thunder Tribulation? That's it. Xuantian's southern continent, Moonwatch Valley. This was the border point between the Moon Demon Holy Land and the 9th Great Sect, the Heaven-Shattering Gang. It was also a place where disciples of both powerful factions underwent trials. White Yuju, you actually want to take our Moon Demon Holy Land's immortal grade green thunder bamboo? The Moon Demon Holy Land's Tianlang girl stared coldly at the woman in white robes, her face brimming with killing intent. Behind her followed many young elites from the Holy Land, along with Yao Wolf, Yao Leopard, and Yao Snake creatures. Humph, I thought Tianlang, you couldn't possibly be any more shameless? These clearly belong to us Heaven-Shattering Gang. We found them first. Since when did they become the Moon Demon Holy Land's immortal grade green thunder bamboo? The words from Tianlang enraged by Yuju so much that her chest heaved violently. Meanwhile, the male disciples of the Moon Demon Holy Land couldn't hide their greedy gazes as their eyes all turned lustfully toward Bai Yuju's chest. Sounds of gulping could be heard constantly escaping the mouths of those Yao disciples. Bai Yuju gave them a contemptuous glare and tightened her sword in hand, alert to a potential sneak attack from the Moon Demon Holy Land members. Senior sister, should we ask Senior Sister Qingqing for help? Yi Xiaoxiao, beside her, felt afraid, especially uncomfortable under the lecherous gazes of the enemy. This place is clearly the Moon Demon Holy Land's territory. You dared to take the immortal grade green thunder bamboo right on our lands, and you actually still have the face to deny it. If you refuse to return it, my fellow junior brothers might just make unreasonable demands upon you girls, so don't blame me then. Tianlang flashed an evil smile, gesturing toward the Yao Leopard and Yao Snake beside her. Today this Sky Leopard is dying to get some fun. This Sky Serpent shall start first. The male disciples of the Moon Demon Holy Land rushed forward to confront Bai Yuju and Yi Xiaoxiao, just when both sides were readying their weapons and about to engage in fierce battle. Suddenly, a loud and cursing voice came booming from the sky. Damn that Eye of Heaven's will. One day I swear, I'll smash it into pieces. Bro, when that day comes, count me in. Boom. A man and a rabbit landed precisely between the two groups. Ouch. Perverted rabbit, you're crushing me. Don't you weigh at least 250 g now? You really should go on a diet. Fong Juyo pushed away the chubby two-tian rabbit. As the man and rabbit stood up, they sensed something off and raised their heads. They found themselves surrounded and watched by everyone. Perverted rabbit, quickly get up. We're being watched. Fong Juyo stood up, casting a glance at both sides, though his gaze lingered slightly on Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao showed a surprised look and joyfully said, Peeping Tom, is that you? Annoyance flashed across Fong Juyo's face, making him extremely embarrassed. Xiaoping Ping, please don't slander me. Would I ever stoop to peeping? The perverted rabbit laughed like it had just heard the biggest joke in the world. Boss, so you're also a peeping Tom. Heaven, the bright and heroic image of you in my heart is completely gone. What about those vows of no women in the heart, natural godhood and fingers? Suddenly, an unharmonious voice broke through. I don't care who you are, but please. Before the voice could finish, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and saw that the sky had suddenly gone dark. What the hell is going on? The two groups were shocked by the unexpected phenomenon, overwhelmed by an intense sense of pressure and a faint feeling of impending doom. Fong Juyo's heart suddenly tightened. Something was seriously wrong. Could this be my thunder tribulation? But wait, I haven't yet broken through to the ascension stage via spiritual cultivation absorption yet. Host, with how many people you've killed in Demon Caves and Lingji City, and having absorbed countless evil spirits, you've already reached the critical point of ascension. If you don't undergo this tribulation now, when will you? The system's voice echoed within his mind. Mother of asterisk. Fong Juyo didn't even have time to speak. His body moved instinctively, turning into a ray of light as he vanished from the spot. Everyone stood shocked in place, especially the fierce Tianlang girl who had confronted him moments ago, sensing a foreboding feeling. Baiyuju looked at Yi Xiaoxiao and softly asked, "Who was that white-robed young man just now?" "He was the peeping Tom I encountered with senior sister Qingcheng at a tier, one secret realm 5 years ago." Yi Xiaoxiao blushed and answered shyly. "What?" Baiyuju's expression changed dramatically. Knowing Li Qingqing's personality, how could she have possibly let a peeping Tom go? "Xiaoxiao, do you know what the peeping Tom's name is?" Thinking a bit, Yi Xiaoxiao answered, "Something like Juyo." "What?" The complexion of the Tianlang girl opposite suddenly changed. That name meant nothing to ordinary people, but to one of the 5 holy lands, it was all too familiar. 5 years ago in Luocheng, Chinyu Empire, Fong Juyo had slaughtered countless experts. In the end, under the leadership of Nangong Shui, he even attacked the Jade Pond Holy Land. He had slaughtered the 8 divine bodies and an imperial prince named Di Sang, a humiliation that deeply struck the Jade Pond Holy Land's face. Could this person be Fong Juyo, or was he simply named Juyo with the surname Jo? Tianlang girl's eyes flickered strangely. If this truly was Fong Juyo, a peculiar smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. After a glance, Baiyuju's eyes flickered with unease. Over here, Fong Juyo used his a thousand miles within a step technique, instantly appearing on the seaside thousands of miles away. At this moment, the black clouds in the sky had pressed down. The entire world turned pitch black, spreading an atmosphere of terror across the entire Xintian southern domain. The overlords of the southern domain all looked up at the sky, hearts tightening inexplicably. Somebody is undergoing the world-destroying 99 Thunder Tribulation. Could it be the Jade Pond Holy Land's Imperial Prince? But even an Imperial Prince shouldn't be able to endure such a horrifying tribulation. On a mysterious island, a middle-aged man in white murmured to himself, "Father, who could possibly be undergoing such a terrifying tribulation?" A breathtakingly beautiful woman approached slowly, a trace of fear on her face. If Fong Juyo were here, he would certainly recognize her. Little princess of the heaven-shattering gang, the great senior disciple, Li Qingqing. And naturally, the person she called father was Li Chunfeng, the heaven-shattering gang leader, one of the strongest cultivators in the Xintian Great World. Li Chunfeng shook his head solemnly, his face grave. According to the direction of the lightning tribulation, it should be somewhere in the nearby sea. The person must be a monstrous prodigy beyond the norm, someone far superior to you. "Father," Li Qingqing stamped her foot, visibly upset at Li Chunfeng's words. How could a father praise others while belittling his own daughter? Jade Pond Holy Land. Green Serpent Holy Sovereign looked up at the sky, watching the darkened heavens, puzzled. Could it be Li Qingqing undergoing tribulation? No, this kind of world-destroying 99 Thunder Tribulation. Li Qingqing simply does not qualify. Who exactly is undergoing this terrifying tribulation? An underlying sense of unease surfaced in Green Serpent Holy Sovereign's heart. If this monstrous talent survived the tribulation, they would dominate an entire era. Fong Juyo had found an island and sat on it, resting, seemingly treating this terrifying thunder tribulation with utmost nonchalance. Someone who dared play with the Zi Shao divine thunder. Should he fear such a minor world-destroying lightning tribulation? At 10,000 meters above sea level, a gigantic thunder pool formed. Within it surged countless golden thunder bolts of annihilation. Even before the golden lightning moved, the sky and earth quaked. When the golden thunder rolled, heaven and earth shifted colors. Pippi. A golden lightning bolt tore through the sky like a divine dragon cloaked in golden lightning, striking directly at the island. Fong Juyo remained completely unperturbed, even casually munching on a spirit fruit while on the island. The golden lightning, sensing the provocation, zipped around the island and then slashed straight toward Fong Juyo's forehead. Boom! The Sky Dome defense activated instantly, absorbing the golden lightning entirely. The energy was transformed and flowed into Fong Juyo's body. A feeling of pleasure spread throughout every limb and bone. Ah, so refreshing. Bring a few more. The golden thunder pool 10,000 meters above churned violently, seemingly enraged beyond reason by Fong Juyo's provocation. Crackling sounds deafened the ears, as if threatening to rupture the universe and destroy this world. 35 golden lightning bolts struck down consecutively. 35 golden thunder dragons, stopping the heavens, fell from the sky, ignoring the Xintian Great World's laws, solely aiming to destroy that man who had dared to challenge their will. Fong Juyo cast a lazy glance upward, and continued eating his spirit fruit. Boom! 35 golden lightning bolts poured down. The entire island, except for the exact area Fong Juyo occupied, was obliterated by the sheer might of the lightning. Yet, the instant the golden lightning entered Fong Juyo's crown, the Sky Dome defense activated again. The 35 golden thunder tribulations transformed into immense immortal spirit energy, entirely absorbed by Fong Juyo. Freaking awesome. Thunder tribulation, you're just too weak. If you've got the guts, bring it all down. I'll take every single strike. Young master dares you. Chapter 90. The Changing Heavens, an encounter with Li Qingqing. Fong Juyo's shameless provocation of the Tenjie enraged the golden lightning pool hovering in the void. Hong Long Long. The thunder rumbled, echoing across the universe. It would surely destroy that audacious man who dared to defy it. 54 golden lightning bolts fell simultaneously, and under the might of the lightning, hurricanes surged across the sea. A terrifying aura whirled above Fong Juyo. Suddenly, Kipa, the deafening roar of thunder, shook the skies. Golden lightning twisted and shifted endlessly. A killing intent descended. Originally falling golden bolts of lightning instantaneously transformed into all sorts of weapons, spears, swords, lances, and blades, covering the sky as they descended to kill. What the hell? Heavenly tribulation, you're being unfair, transforming into world-annihilating weapons. Fong Juyo's expression grew grave. He had already felt the enormous threat posed by those hovering spears. Better to strike first than to be passively overwhelmed. Starfall armor, protect my body. Boots of ascending heaven, guard my feet. World-annihilating spear, let's kill the enemy, together. Fong Juyo, eyes sharp and eyebrows stern, charged into the air wielding the world-annihilating spear. Dang, dang, dang. The world-annihilating spear clashed with the transformed lightning weapons of the Tenjie. Spears pierced, lightning illuminating all directions. Lances dao, tearing the void into a vacuum. Swords fell, seawater flowing backward. Fong Juyo moved through the divine weapons formed from Tenjie, matching their might with his own immense power. Fortunately, he had mastered the purple sky divine lightning. When the lightning entered the world-annihilating spear, only his hands tingled slightly, with no other ill effects. Instead, the lightning transformed into Shanling Zhili, nourishing his body. Come on, can a puny Tenjie really destroy me? Using underhanded means, Fong Juyo forced the Tenjie's divine weapons into retreat. The heavenly weapons, world-annihilating spears, swords, etc., fought with Fong Juyo for quite some time, unable to defeat him. Suddenly, they halted, hovering in midair, as if controlled by an invisible hand. Could it be that they? Fong Juyo frowned, and sure enough, his suspicion was confirmed. The world-annihilating spear, sword, blade, and lance that had struggled to overcome him halted their attacks, combined, and reformed into one single world-annihilating spear. The terrifying aura multiplied tenfold. Sea creatures in the ocean depths exploded instantly. In a moment, the sea turned a bloody red, its scent of blood spreading over 500 kilometers. It seemed that with one swing, the entire Xintian Grand World would tremble. It aimed its tip directly at Fong Juyo, locking onto his son with a terrifying presence. Instantly, Fong Juyo's scalp prickled. A voice rang in his mind. Cannot be defeated. Cannot be defeated. Humph. Inside his body, the Shantan Dao Taiyun Sun opened its eyes. The small 6-inch golden figure clasped both hands. An absolute defense technique enveloped his entire body. Then, the innate Dao embryo soul emitted a soft sound. Draw the world as prison, lock, Tenjie. His words carried power. A transparent barrier appeared in the void surrounding the world-annihilating spear, trapping it exactly within the domain created by Draw the World as Prison. The world-annihilating spear panicked, furiously stabbing at the barrier of Draw the World as Prison. However, its appearance rendered the weapon's might halved. Even more terrifying was that the spear's annihilating aura was gradually absorbed away. Once mighty and imposing, the spear's glow gradually dimmed. After several furious strikes, filled with resentment, it finally dissipated within the Draw the World as Prison barrier. Hong long long. A fierce roaring suddenly burst from the sky, 10,000 meters above. Could it be? The Tenjie isn't over yet. Fong Juyo, eyes wide, looked up at the sky. As Fong Juyo pondered in confusion, immortal light descended from heaven, accompanied by chanting of Buddhist hymns. A powerful beam of light descended, entering Fong Juyo's body. Immortal light filled his body, his cultivation boundary rising rapidly. As Fong absorbed the Tenjie's massive energy, a cracking sound echoed from inside him. The barrier preventing him from breaking into the Tribulation Ascension stage finally pierced. He broke through the void-perceiving stage and advanced to the Tribulation Ascension stage. However, the energy absorbed from the battlefield Forbidden Zone and the Tenjie had not dissipated. Instead, it continued to surge through his body and into his Dantian. Tribulation Ascension, early stage, full perfection. Mid-stage, full perfection. Late stage, at last, the breakthrough was completed. Such a terrifying breakthrough, perhaps only Fong Juyo could achieve in the entire Xintian Grand World. After entering the Tribulation Ascension stage, Fong Juyo's body transformed into a semi-immortal state. When he entered the Supreme Heaven, he would truly become an immortal. Ah, so refreshing. Fong Juyo felt within his Dantian and noticed the changes within his body, letting out a deep sigh of exhilaration. At the Tribulation Ascension stage, his life cycle extended once more, reaching 18,000 years. Truly, he now belonged to the tiny elite group of cultivators at the pinnacle of the Xintian Grand World. You could say he had reached the peak of combat prowess. He could shift heaven and earth at will, hold mountains and rivers in his palm, and his abilities rivaled creation itself. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Tribulation Ascension stage. The system is now upgrading. All functions are temporarily unavailable. Estimated upgrade period, 49 days. What? System, you haven't even tallied my cultivation value obtained within the battlefield Forbidden Zone yet. Don't upgrade just yet. Fong Juyo shouted for a long time, but no voice answered in his mind. Never would he expect, right after his breakthrough, the system would begin upgrading. Could it possibly become even more powerful? A sense of anticipation quietly stirred within him. As Fong Juyo was deep in thought, a crisp voice suddenly came from the distance. Which Taoist cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Li Qingqing from the Jiaqian gang requests an audience. Li Qingqing. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Within the one-star secret realm, that figure, cough, was actually quite nice. Just thinking about being mistaken for a peeping Tom caused Fong Juyo to blush. A red shadow swiftly flew over. Her long red gown danced in the air, her flowing hair caressing her exquisitely beautiful face. She was truly stunning. Ah! When Li Qingqing recognized Fong Juyo, her expression instantly changed. Frightening memories surfaced in her mind. Could it be this lightning tribulation he has just passed? How old is this guy anyway? A faint voice came from within her body. Qingqing. Fong Juyo has already overcome the Tenjie and reached the late tribulation ascension stage. Suddenly, Li Qingqing's face changed dramatically. She hadn't expected Fong Juyo to have advanced to the late tribulation ascension stage in just 5 years. She had been hailed as the most prodigious genius in the Jiaqian gang, the star pathway body, capable of absorbing star power for cultivation. Her Dantian had already been refined to contain star energy. Within just over 5 years, aided by countless rare resources and meticulous guidance from Granny Li, she had just broken through to the void-perceiving stage, a feat that already made her a miracle within the Jiaqian gang. Yet compared to Fong Juyo, she appeared utterly weak. This young man must possess the innate Dao body. Only such a constitution can achieve cultivation speed this terrifying. Qingcheng, never make an enemy of this person. My suggestion, marry him. Granny Li's words came echoing from within, causing Li Qingcheng's face to burn red, the blush spreading to the tips of her ears. Oh, it was actually you who, Senior Taoist Fong Juyo. What an honor to meet you. Wanting to change the awkward atmosphere, Li Qingcheng bowed politely. Senior Taoist Li Qingcheng, what an honor indeed. Fong Juyo returned the bow respectfully. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Tribulation Ascension stage, Senior Fong. From now on, the entire Xintian Grand World will surely revere you above all. When Li Qingcheng finished speaking, Fong Juyo was momentarily stunned. Privately, he mused, this woman's insight is far beyond the ordinary. She truly lives up to being the princess of a 9th-ranked sect. Thank you for your kind words, but I've been away for many days. I intend to return to the Luo Holy Land and visit. Senior Taoist Li Qingcheng, I'll take my leave now. Fong Juyo intended to depart. It had been over 5 years since he last saw his parents, and he missed them dearly. Wait a moment. Fong Juyo paused, looking at Li Qingcheng in confusion. Li Qingcheng's face displayed shock, her eyes filled with horror as she muttered. You're the one who, 5 years ago, slaughtered his way into the Yaoqi Holy Land. Fong Juyo? Frowning deeply, Fong Juyo simply replied, heavens. So Senior Fong Juyo really is Fong Juyo himself. Li Qingcheng exclaimed in astonishment. She had never imagined that the pervert from 5 years ago was actually the famed Fong Juyo, the madman who had been said to rival the entire next generation of imperial geniuses across the Xintian Grand World. Senior Taoist Li, is something the matter? Fong Juyo, seeing Li Qingcheng's expression, felt completely bewildered. Not at all. You are the idol of every young cultivator. Suddenly, Li Qingcheng's face darkened, and her tone abruptly shifted. No good. Senior Fong, something terrible has happened at the Luo Holy Land. Chapter 91, Slain Qin Bufan by hand. Exterminate the Tianyu imperial family. Fong Juyo's expression slightly changed. What he was worried about must be his own family. A vague sense of unease stirred in his heart. What big incident has happened at the Luo Holy Land? A flicker of anxiety and unease appeared on Fong Juyo's face. The Yachi Holy Land, Baihua Holy Land, Yaoyu Holy Land, and Tongtian Holy Land, among others, have conspired against the Tianyu Empire, Wei Wu Empire, Qianlong Hall, Xianbao Pavilion, and other forces under the Luo Holy Land. Currently, the allied forces of the 4 Holy Lands have already invaded the periphery of the Luo Holy Land. Li Qingcheng briefly explained the current situation of the Luo Holy Land. What? Fong Juyo suddenly felt as if thunder had struck, a sensation like needles piercing his heart. He quickly asked, my parents, my grandfather, are they safe? Looking at Fong Juyo's anxious expression, Li Qingcheng felt uneasy and replied, Friend Juyo, don't worry. Your parents, the former holy ruler of the Luo, ascended to the upper realm 2 years ago. If your parents and grandfather were still in the Xintian Great World, the 4 Holy Lands wouldn't dare attack the Luo Holy Land with 100 times more courage. Upon hearing that his parents had left this world, Fong Juyo suddenly felt empty inside, a fleeting sadness passing through his heart. However, knowing his parents and grandfather were no longer in the area meant they wouldn't be affected by the war among Holy Lands, which was the only comforting thought. Thank you for letting me know, friend Qingcheng. I must take my leave again. We shall meet again another time. After saying this, he soared into the sky and flew toward the Luo Holy Land. Friend Qingcheng, your fellow disciples are being harassed by the Yaoyu Holy Land at Wangyu Valley. Fong Juyo's voice sounded in Li Qingcheng's ear. What? Li Qingcheng's face darkened with rage. He shot into the air and flew toward Wangyu Valley in a fury. Wait for me, boss. Flying across the sky, Fong Juyo heard Tun Shintu's voice echoing from the void. Looking up, he saw the dragon demon boat gliding through space. In a blink of an eye, Fong Juyo teleported into the dragon demon boat. Perverted rabbit, we're heading to the Tianyu Empire, to kill people. Fong Juyo's face showed an icy killing intent, his overwhelming aura making Tun Shintu's heart shudder. Tun Shintu inwardly thought, boss is angry. Who's unlucky enough to draw his wrath today? Crossing the Shukong, the dragon demon boat traversed from southern Xintian domain to central domain in merely 2 days, arriving above Luocheng of the Tianyu Empire. Fong Juyo was left astounded. The distance from the southern to the central region spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers. Such a transportation tool was truly worth having. However, when he learned that a single voyage required over 10,000 immortal stones to power it, his heart sank halfway. Absolutely a money-burning luxury. Not worth it at all. Meanwhile, inside the eastern palace of the Tianyu Empire, Qin Bufan was full of confidence and indulging in pleasure every night. After betraying the Luo Holy Land and joining the Yaoqi Holy Land, his status had rapidly risen. His father, the emperor, had publicly declared him the next imperial ruler. In a year, he would ascend the throne. One could say, in the spring breeze, the horse gallops swiftly. In one day, seeing all the flowers of Luocheng, with countless princes, ministers, and even third-tier sect forces all flocking to flatter him. He wasn't just the next emperor of Tianyu Empire, but also the representative of the Yaoqi Holy Land in the central region. Prince, take a bite of this spirit fruit. A beautiful woman with seductive curves peeled a spirit fruit and fed it into Qin Bufan's mouth. As he enjoyed the woman's feeding, he looked satisfied at the recent court reports. Prince, would you like some spirit wine? Another woman, clad in thin see-through silk, seductively approached. With each step, she swayed in a mesmerizing way, nearly making Qin Bufan's eyes pop out. With a wave of his hand, he pulled the woman into his arms. A scene of indulgence and passion spread all around. In the Shukong, Fong Juyo and Tun Shintu watched the scene below with unusual expressions. Boss, you should learn from this guy. Doing that in broad daylight. Cough cough, immoral acts. Fong Juyo cast a scornful glare at Tun Shintu's day. Then holding the Tsangqiang sword, he lightly swung it. A blade chi fell from the sky. The palace's city protection formation lit up, but shattered like foam in an instant. Boom. The royal palace was instantly reduced to ashes. However, to personally slay Qin Bufan and Qin Tian, he did not annihilate the royal family outright. Who dares oppose the Tianyu imperial clan? A furious roar emerged from the underground chamber of the palace. At this moment, The crown prince's palace was sliced open in one stroke, revealing Qin Bufan and the two women's intimate act in the midst of passion to the members of the imperial family below. The two women desperately pulled the covers to shield their naked bodies. As Qin Bufan was about to get angry, he raised his head to look into the sky, and his spirit instantly shattered. Staring with terror at the sky, that nightmare-like man had finally returned, to seek revenge. Are you Master Fong Juyo? Not sure what business Master Fong Juyo has come to our Chinyu imperial clan for. Covering his bare body, Qin Bufan forced himself to ask nervously, although despair had already begun to creep into his heart. Qin Bufan, are you truly stupid, or just pretending to be? Traitors of the Great Luo Holy Land die. Those who stand by and do nothing die. Two mighty voices echoed through the air, shaking the Chinyu imperial family members below with fear, some even secretly attempting to flee. You dare! Qin Tian shouted. Fong Juyo, do you really think the Chinyu Empire has no one? Qin Tian, along with 5 elderly experts nearing the end of their lives, soared up from underground and confronted Fong Juyo from the air. Fong Juyo curled his lips disdainfully and mocked. Are you people? You're not human, you're beasts. A dog that dares to bite its master can only meet one end, death. The long sword swept across the sky, illuminating Luoqing. Countless citizens and cultivators gazed toward the imperial palace, expressions of shock appearing on their faces. Who would have thought the Chinyu imperial family, having just recently pledged allegiance to the Yaoqi Holy Land, would now be attacked by Fong Juyo, the grandson of the former Great Luo Holy Land's ruler, bearing a sword of vengeance? Could it be that the Chinyu imperial family would perish today? Whether spectators or imperial ministers, all wore expressions of horror. At this moment, Fong Juyo's lips slightly moved, murmuring, one sword of freedom, light. Annihilate the Chinyu imperial family, kill. In an instant, 10 suns appeared across the sky. Brilliant rays shot out, casting Luoqing into blinding brightness, with weaker cultivators temporarily blinded. Stronger experts suffered seared eyes and let out pained cries. The most terrifying sight, however, was for the Chinyu imperial family. 10 suns shined upon them alone. Beaming sunlight struck the broken walls of the palace, instantly igniting the ruins, roaring flames devouring everything. Royal family members, 1, 2, thousands were consumed in fire in an instant. Screams spread across 10 miles. A scene of suffering, agony, and massacre. Qin Tian and the 5 elders barely managed to unsheath their swords before they melted away under the scorching light. Shock filled their faces as they looked down and, seeing the situation, offered no resistance. They simply turned and fled. But they had underestimated Fong Juyo's intent to kill, even more so the power of the one sword of freedom, light. The moment they rose into the air, the radiant sunlight struck, igniting them instantly. No, you young bastard Fong Juyo, may you meet a terrible fate. His voice faded as Qin Tian and the 5 elders were turned into ashes, scattering into the wind. Monster! Monster! Qin Bufan had been terrified into a trance, mumbling incoherently. He had never expected that the retribution for betraying the Great Luo Holy Land and secretly plotting against Fong Juyo